Title: Hehuan Sect, Invincible from the gold-digging woman to repay debts. Content summary: Alternative Usury system, dual cultivation, numerous female, leads, cunning antagonist, lighthearted narrative. Beep. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Usury system at the final stage of life. By engaging in physical interactions with both men and women, one can generate black and white energy, redeemable for all items. Upon transmigrating to Hehuan Sect, Shen Mobai finds himself in a life and death crisis. Fortunately, the system awakens at this critical moment. Determined to cultivate diligently and survive, Shen Mobai soon realizes that this system is quite extraordinary. Thus, he embarks on his performance. He becomes the much-despised juicer, the killing demon king in the secret realm. After transitioning to the demon sect, he transforms into the coveted duck prophet. However, his good fortune is short-lived as he unexpectedly arrives in the demon realm. Once again, he becomes the dreaded butcher. He commits heinous acts, abducting women and rescuing countless maidens, indulging in every malevolent deed imaginable. Along the way, he creates numerous iconic scenes. Ultimately, he discovers that this world is not what it seems. A colossal crisis is unfolding. For the sake of all beings, Shen Mobai must ultimately. Chapter 1. All beings suffer, but Shen Mobai suffers most. Shen Mobai, this is to officially notify you that you need not come to work tomorrow. Oh, understood. Then, supervisor, shall I come to work the day after tomorrow? You need not come to work then either. How wonderful. Thank you so much. Finally, I can enjoy a weekend. Shen Mobai, what do you mean by weekend? What are you thinking? I mean to say, you will not be returning to work at all. Then, supervisor, I shall work from home. That works too. Thank you. Shen Mobai, do not misunderstand. What home? What work? You were caught reading inappropriate novels at work. You are fired. Now, pack your things and leave immediately. Supervisor, please. I was only reading during my lunch break. It does not count as work time. Please. Humph, what is so great about it? Just a lousy factory with a foolish supervisor. Without you, I shall still live freely. Where I am not welcomed, there are others who will welcome me. How can servitude compare to being a king? Fortunately, I had a part-time job delivering food. Otherwise, I truly would not be able to survive. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never be stuck in traffic. Yes, madam, I am right at your doorstep. Please open the door. I am here to deliver food. Beautiful lady, I truly was stuck in traffic. I did not deceive you. I am at your doorstep. Please take it inside. What? I exceeded the time limit, and you canceled the order? What a day. I have worked for half a month without earning a dime, only to be docked for a late delivery. Do they expect me to come to work with money in hand? Dingling. Hello, landlord, what do you need? Oh no, is the rent due? I was unaware. How about this? Please grant me a few more days. I intend to settle down in this city. Rest assured, I will personally deliver the rent in a few days. Thank you, dear sister. Wishing my sister a graceful figure, a radiant face, and eternal youth. Sleep well. I will kneel in respect now. Goodbye. While you are calling me, you are likely engaged in some sordid activity. Ah, how enviable. Clatter. Fat pig. Is it just a few days of overdue rent? Is it that serious? It appears I must ask my girlfriend for some emergency funds. It is wonderful to have her. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and tolerant of me. Though there is one drawback. Despite cohabiting, there has been no substantial development. Alas. Perhaps tonight, under the cover of darkness, I shall buy a fine bottle of wine and prepare a candlelight dinner. Let's do it. Who cares? What matters is joy in life. Tomorrow's concerns can wait. Why dwell on sorrow? Boss, I would like a bottle of 82 Lafite, the non-alcoholic kind, Snow White. Just be yourself. No need to put on airs. You understand me, dear boss. How about we swear brotherhood tonight? Shen Mobai, enough? You owe me 263.96 yuan. I will round it up to 264 yuan. When will you repay? My establishment cannot bear prolonged debts. Come now, brother. Discussing money between us is so sentimental. Rest assured, I will repay you by tomorrow, tenfold. This is the last time. Do not let it happen again. If it weren't for your pitiful state, I would not have extended credit. Now, go home. You are indeed magnanimous. Wishing you prosperous business that grows larger than the sun. Tonight, I shall return home earlier than usual. It has been a while since I did so. When will the 9-to-5 life bear fruit? Can I still hope for that day of ease? The lights are on. It seems dinner is prepared. Haha, just in time for a romantic moonlit dinner. Dear, I am home, with a crash. You. He. Who is he? Your clothes? You. Ah, since you have discovered the truth, I shall no longer hide it. I am indeed with him, just as you suspected. Let us break up. How can you say such a thing? Do you have no regard for me? And what of your regard for me? 5 years. 5 whole years. Do you know what I have endured during these years? Living in a dilapidated place with you, exposed to the elements. What have you given me? I admit you have suffered over these 5 years, but it is only temporary. Trust me, I will succeed. I can feel it. My left eyelid has been twitching incessantly. Humph. How many 5-year periods does it take to succeed? Would 10 be enough? Or 20? I cannot wait any longer. What of our vows? You promised you would love me forever. You said it. Shen Mobai, do not be foolish. Love? Can love be eaten? Is love all that matters? Do you not see my life, my needs? I have simply had the worst luck. I shall gather my belongings and depart immediately. From this moment on, we shall be strangers. If we cross paths again, let us not exchange greetings, as if we had never known each other. The rooftop tonight is utterly enchanting. The moonlight is so bright, ha. It has been ages since I last visited this place. I vaguely recall that the last time I was here, I was accompanied by her. What a pity. Alas, in the end, I am left here all alone. Why does this law fight lack flavor? Was it not said that indulging in something sweet during sorrow would lift one's spirits? These so-called experts only deceive us innocent souls. It is indeed a bitter irony. O moon, tell me, who is the most unfortunate person in this world? Ha. You gaze at me so intently. Do you mean to convey that I am the most unfortunate soul in existence? You are indeed the greatest deceiver. This wind is rather strong. Is that a cat? Kitty, come here, meow, come. Do not scratch me. Hey, I might fall. Stop playing around. My goodness, how are you so strong? By the heavens. I have been pushed off the balcony by a mere cat? No, I do not wish to die. What is happening today? Why have so many misfortunes befallen me? So this is what they call a moment of clarity before the fall. My life has indeed been too bitter. I hope that in my next life, I can live a peaceful existence. My body feels so heavy. Am I to perish? In the end, I have not become the person I aspired to be, disappointing everyone. Next time, I shall not allow this to happen. If there is a next life. Chapter 2. The entrapment of Usury system. The duality of black and white energy once again. I must reiterate that the following content is not suitable for children. In a certain inexplicable spatial node, there exists an overwhelming void, devoid of any other substance. Only 2 orbs of light, one black and one white, engage in leisurely conversation. How long has it been? Perhaps 948 years. Why has no suitable person arrived yet? The white orb nodded in agreement. Just 2 more individuals who meet the criteria, and we shall be liberated. Alas, the wait has been interminable. Suddenly, ripples of distortion erupted in the nearby space, followed by a rift tearing open. A figure soared forth from within, gently descending before the black and white orbs. They sprang into action, encircling the figure with eager curiosity, clearly delighted by this development. Time passed, and Shen Mobai struggled to open his eyes. After blinking several times, he finally grasped his surroundings. 2 moving black and white chess pieces? I must be dreaming. Let me return to slumber, hoping to encounter several beautiful women in my dreams. With that, he closed his eyes again, ready to drift back into the realm of dreams. The black and white orbs halted, as if fixated on Shen Mobai. Wait, something isn't right. Did that wretched cat not push me off the roof? Suddenly struck by a revelation, Shen Mobai opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The black orb spoke in a monotone voice. Why is it that every newcomer to this place is so startled? Hearing the orb speak nearly frightened Shen Mobai into submission. What the hell are you? A ghost? He exclaimed. Having never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon, he was left with nothing but screams, his voice tearing through the air with a haunting resonance. At that moment, the white orb interjected, Young man, do you wish to live or die? Shen Mobai feigned ignorance. Responding with a loud ah, the black orb continued, Answer quickly, or we shall sell you off to become a duck, a fate worse than death. Shen Mobai, with remarkable lung capacity, cried out again. After a while, the atmosphere remained saturated with endless screams. The black and white orbs exchanged a knowing glance. As if reaching a silent agreement, they conjured a long scroll from thin air and exhaled, extracting a miniature version of Shen Mobai, which was then sucked into the scroll. Vanishing from sight, Shen Mobai gasped repeatedly, The black and white orbs acted swiftly, each releasing a wisp of black and white ethereal mist that swiftly penetrated Shen Mobai's mind. Almost immediately, he felt an unseen force pulling him backward. He cried out, and as Shen Mobai's form disappeared, Tranquility reclaimed the space. The black orb sighed. Are we truly that terrifying? I feel as if my ears might burst. Given the choice, I would rather wait another 9,480 years than endure another man's scream. The white orb chimed in. Indeed, I prefer the sound of a woman's cries. Suddenly, as if recalling something important, the black orb remarked, it seems we forgot to make an introduction. I hope that does not cause any issues. What does it matter? It will sort itself out. Have faith. When Shen Mobai regained consciousness, he was still shouting, ah? But soon, his voice fell silent as he noticed several individuals surrounding him, scrutinizing him with a mixture of concern and bewilderment. Is this lad insane? It's merely a year-end salary. Why the fuss? One murmured, indeed, love may be precious, but spirit stones are worth more. Yet, 5 spirit stones hardly warrant such a reaction. Another chimed in, ah, the troubles brought about by spirit stones. Realizing the attention he had drawn, Shen Mobai hastily silenced himself, feeling embarrassed. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings and was struck by a scene of wonder. He found himself in a vast plaza, where a long queue of individuals was moving slowly forward, seemingly to collect something. Shen Mobai was but one among the throng. As he peered forward, he noticed the diverse attire of those in line. Some were dressed in flowing robes with sashes, their hair styled in traditional fashion, reminiscent of ancient times. Others donned suits and ties, complete with sunglasses, exuding a modern flair. There were even those in stockings and short skirts, adorned in furs and animal prints. Where am I? How'd I end up here? It feels quite cool, with a gentle breeze blowing. Oh no, where are my clothes? Why am I left with nothing but my underwear? No wonder I feel so chilly. Shen Mobai quickly covered his vital areas, anxiously searching for his garments, for he had no penchant for exposure. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully obtained possession, and the Usury system is now activated. Notice, the host currently owes the system a total of 100 points of black and white energy. Please repay this debt within 3 months, as only 5 points of interest will be accrued each month. We hope the host will strive diligently to repay. Notice, no further elaboration on threats is necessary. The repercussions have been directly transmitted to your soul. Please adhere to the repayment conditions. Just as the system finished its announcement, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through Shen Mobai's consciousness. It felt as though thousands of needles were piercing through his body, or as if he had plunged into water, gasping for air while struggling to breathe. It was akin to being engulfed in flames, the sensation of suffocation and searing heat enveloping him entirely. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and yet it felt like mere moments. Shen Mobai awakened with a shudder. This experience was too terrifying. It was far worse than death, and he never wished to endure it again. Wait, what is this system? Usury? I have never borrowed from a usurer. Why is this happening to me? Due to the host's past life being extinguished, you have fortuitously bound this system, allowing for your rebirth. As you have signed a contract, there is no possibility of retraction. Failure to repay by the deadline will result in daily penalties of near-death experiences. Please take heed. Recalling the previous ordeal sent another shiver down Shen Mobai's spine. What did I miss? Why was I not informed of all this? Where are my clothes? Did they disintegrate during the transition? Just as Shen Mobai pondered further, the system's alert sounded once more. Warning. The host's lifespan is now reduced to 1 minute. Please enhance your lifespan immediately. Otherwise, your soul will be imprisoned, enduring eternal near-death experiences as a consequence. 59. 58. 57. Shen Mobai was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Did I not just finish repaying the usury and come back to life? How can I face death again? And how does one extend their lifespan? Shen Mobai's mind raced with exasperation toward the system. Black and white energy can enhance lifespan, requiring an equivalent amount for exchange, at a ratio of 1 point for 1 year. That seems reasonable. How does one obtain black and white energy? Black energy is produced by males and requires the host to engage in friction. The white energy is produced by women and requires friction with the host. Chapter 3. The old man Shen Mobai achieves fame overnight. A notification sounds. The host is on the verge of death. Shen Mobai finds himself in a state of utter panic, like an ant on a hot stove, frantically contemplating his predicament. Facing death, he can hardly focus on the fact that he is clad only in his undergarments. He begins to ponder the concepts of male black energy and female white energy. The notion of friction. What kind of friction is required? He desperately wishes for some specific operational methods. The previous excruciating brush with death is an experience Shen Mobai is keen to avoid. He glances at a man standing behind him, a thin-faced, yellow-haired ruffian. Ultimately, he cannot bring himself to act. Given the urgency of his situation, Shen Mobai raises his fist and strikes the man in the stomach. The man immediately grimaces in pain, clutching his abdomen and bending over, unable to utter a word. The onlookers display expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend why one man would suddenly punch another in line. What grudge could warrant such an act? They all cover their mouths, silently asserting that they said nothing moments before. At that moment, a notification chimes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 1 point of black energy. Current total, 1 point. What? Just 1 point? That's hardly enough to fill a gap. Shen Mobai is rendered speechless. However, there is no time to linger, as the countdown from the system is nearing its end. If he delays any longer, he will face eternal damnation. His gaze darts around, seeking a female target. This one is too far. There's no time. This one looks stronger than I am. I fear I cannot win. This one is too unattractive. I simply cannot bring myself to approach her. Just then, a woman in front of him turns around, and their eyes meet. Shen Mobai is captivated by her enchanting features. Her brows like drooping willows, eyes sparkling like spring water, a delicate nose, and lips that are full and alluring. Her face resembles a lotus flower, exuding both beauty and an air of elegance. Clad in a flowing white gown that sways with the wind, her striking curves are difficult to overlook. Her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings, accentuated by high heels, make her appear as if she has descended from the heavens. Recognizing her as his ideal target without hesitation, Shen Mobai forcefully pushes aside those blocking his path. Before she can react in astonishment, he leans in and kisses her. The crowd around them is left in a state of shock, utterly dumbfounded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 2 points of white energy. Current total, 2 points. Still lost in the heat of the kiss, Shen Mobai is suddenly jolted back to reality and hastily releases the woman, exclaiming, "Exchange, exchange, I need to exchange immediately." Just as he is filled with trepidation, with only a second of life remaining, a notification rings out. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 1 point of black and white energy, extending your lifespan by 365 days. Keep up the good work. Relief washes over Shen Mobai. He has avoided an immediate demise, as the sensation of impending death would be a constant shadow. As he revels in his fortune, he suddenly feels a fiery glare directed at him. Realizing his impropriety, he sheepishly remarks, "My apologies, miss. Thank you for your generous assistance." At that moment, a sharp sound resonates as the woman slaps him across the face. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 1 point of white energy. Current total, 2 points. Shen Mobai thinks to himself, is being slapped considered physical friction? Oh well, this situation isn't a loss. As he muses, the crowd begins to chatter once more. Wow, this old man is bold. He actually dared to kiss Su Yingxue, a renowned beauty of the Outer Sect. Is this bravery? This is strategic cunning. You know nothing. What does that mean? It is currently the time for annual salaries. Where is this? In our Hehuan zone. Here. There are formations in place that prohibit the use of spiritual power. The old man chose this place. It is indeed a clever move. This tactic is called white picking. Do you understand? It requires boldness, meticulousness, and deep calculation to execute. Wow. Hearing you say that, this old man is quite remarkable. He dares to dream and act. Shall I get a try? Go ahead, try it. Once you leave here, you will learn how to write the character for death. If one can steal a kiss, what is there to fear about death? You are bold. As Shen Mobai hears the surrounding conversations, he feels both targeted and detached, for they continually refer to him as an old man. He is, in fact, a vigorous young man full of life. Just then, Su Yingxue coldly interjects, "Damn it. Once we leave this platform, I will skin you alive and light a lantern in the sky." Shen Mobai wishes to argue that saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, that she has saved herself and accrued immeasurable merit. However, just as the words are about to leave his lips, another voice interrupts. "Shen Mobai, you audacious fool, you dare to strike me. I will have your life right now." It turns out the man Shen Mobai had ambushed has recovered and is now furiously confronting him. The crowd buzzes with excitement once again. This old man is doomed. He has offended both the outer sect beauty Su Yingxue and the outer sect bully Xiao Ju. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. I am truly curious to see how this old man meets his end. Perhaps he knows his life is nearing its conclusion, which is why he acted recklessly. Look, Xiao Ju is charging at him, ready to attack. At that moment, several disciples from different sects, clad in uniform, approach, brandishing their weapons. Who is causing trouble here? Do you not wish to receive your annual salary? Shen Mobai looks in the direction of the voice and is instantly captivated. The speaker, dressed in a flowing gauzy gown, stands out distinctly from the others. Her figure is alluring, with curves in all the right places, and her beauty is striking and cold, exuding an aura of an aloof, celestial being. Shen Mobai cannot help but think, what a stunningly cool beauty. Xiao Ju, ever the opportunist, immediately turns on the charm, saying, Director Lin, I wasn't causing trouble. It was this old man who attacked me for no reason. I was merely acting in self-defense. Shen Mobai listens quietly. Surely they cannot be referring to him as the old man. Su Yingxue also speaks up. This lecherous old man dared to publicly insult me. I asked Director Lin to punish him, lest I suffer in the outer sect. Shen Mobai remained quietly attentive, though the scenarios described by the two individuals closely mirrored his recent actions. Nevertheless, he was utterly convinced that the elderly gentleman they mentioned could not possibly be him. After listening to their discourse, the strikingly aloof beauty named Lin Wanzhou turned her gaze towards him, prompting the collective attention of those present to focus on him. Shen Mobai raised his hands in exasperation, muttering to himself, What is the meaning of this? Why is everyone looking at me? I'm not the old man. A well-meaning individual beside him, eager to assist, produced a mirror and held it up before Shen Mobai. Goodness gracious, is this truly me? How have I transformed into an old man? Are you jesting with me? After a brief moment of incredulity, Shen, despite his disbelief, came to the realization that the subject of their conversation had indeed been him all along. Well, you see, I was in a precarious situation earlier, and my actions were driven by necessity, he explained candidly. Xiao Ju, however, was quick to dismiss his reasoning, springing up and exclaiming, Old man, are you trying to fool me? Do you think I will believe you? Shen Mobai vehemently defended himself. I assure you, it is the truth. My mother has always taught me not to lie. I am not deceiving you. At that moment, Lin Wanzhou interjected coldly, Enough. Such trivial matters should be resolved privately. Should you dare to cause a disturbance here again, not only will your annual salary be revoked, but your very lives will be forfeit. With a decisive wave of her hand, she departed with her entourage, leaving a sense of harshness in the air. Evidently, life was not held in high regard here. Xiao Ju and Su Yingxue fell silent, their ambition to confront Mobai extinguished. Xiao Ju sealed his lips, his eyes gleaming with thoughts of future retribution against Shen Mobai. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue, though reluctant, whispered, Old man, this matter is far from over. You must provide me with an explanation. Had it been another time, the prospect of a beautiful woman demanding an explanation from him would have been delightful. However, Shen Mobai now found himself at a loss, pondering what he could possibly explain. He himself wished to seek answers from that mysterious system which had ensnared him in the body of a dying old man. How do you wish to proceed? Shen Mobai inquired, his heart softening as he beheld Su Yingxue's tearful and pitiful expression. This matter concerns my reputation. It cannot simply be swept under the rug. You owe me compensation. Su Yingxue contemplated for a moment before stating, What amount are you requesting? Shen Mobai asked habitually. What amount? Who is asking for money? I require Lingshi, and anything less than 5 pieces will not suffice. Su Yingxue declared. As Shen Mobai struggled to grasp the situation, a long-forgotten memory erupted in his mind. He recalled a youth who had lost his parents and, through fortunate circumstances, had joined a sect known as Hehuan Sect. He had envisioned a life filled with luxury and beauty, only to find himself stymied at the 3rd level of qi refinement due to possessing 5 elemental roots. Thus, his aspirations were thwarted, leading to a lifetime of stagnation. Ultimately, he perished while waiting in line for his salary, his dreams of immortality dashed. After a whirlwind of memories surged through Shen, he opened his eyes to find Su Yingxue still insisting, Tingsher is my lowest price. If you disagree, you will learn the consequences of offending me. Feeling overwhelmed, Shen Mobai merely replied, "Fine, here it is. We have a deal." Content. Suing Xue turned away, saying no more. After a considerable time, his mind began to clear, and knowledge of the cultivation world flowed back to him. He pondered, have I made a grave mistake? 2 ling shi? My annual salary is only 5 ring shi. How could I part with so much? No wonder she was so willing to let me go. This was indeed a substantial sum. Just as Shen Mobai contemplated retracting his agreement, a voice called out, "Next. What is your name? Hand over your identity, jade slip." Realizing he was being addressed, Shen Mobai relinquished his jade slip without further thought. After a thorough examination, the official in charge tossed 5 shimmering liver into his hands. "Next. What is your name? Hand over your identity, jade slip." "Hey, old man, collect your payment and move aside. Do not obstruct those behind you." Shen Mobai, in a daze, stepped aside. Having taken just a couple of steps, he was approached by suing Xue, who swiftly snatched the 2 ling shi from his grasp. With a playful laugh, she departed, leaving Shen Mobai bewildered. With no choice but to leave, Shen Mobai found himself clad only in his undergarments, feeling quite uncomfortable. He needed to return to his cave dwelling quickly to avoid a confrontation with Xiao Ju. As he walked, a voice called out, "Shen Mobai, where are my ling-shi? Hand them over." Turning to see who had called him, Shen Mobai was met by another captivating beauty. Her porcelain skin and flowing black hair were mesmerizing, with an alluring visage and enchanting eyes. Upon seeing her, Shen Mobai's heart raced as memories surged back. This enchanting lady was Lin Yuejian, another renowned beauty of the Outer Sect, equally as famous as suing Xue. In his past life, Shen Mobai had been her devoted admirer for several years, dutifully handing over his her in hopes of gaining her affection, yet never achieving his desires before his untimely demise. Desperately, Shen Mobai averted his gaze, pretending not to hear or see her, hastening to depart. Lin Yuejian gracefully approached, saying, "What is this? You do not come to me as usual? Hand over the ling-shi. I promise to celebrate with you over drinks this time." But Shen Mobai was no longer the same as before. He shook his head in refusal, determined to leave. After all, if he lingered, Xiao Ju would undoubtedly catch up to him, and he stood no chance against him in his current frail state. Watching Shen Mobai retreat, Lin Yuejian was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered Shen Mobai behaving this way towards her. Yet, upon reflection, she soon dismissed it, thinking, "You wish to play hard to get after all this time? Old man, once I have your anchor, I shall delight in humiliating you." With that, she too departed. Upon receiving the spiritual stones, Xiao Ju swiftly dashed out of the platform. He glanced around for a considerable time, yet he could not spot Shen Mobai's figure. That old rascal, though he may have escaped the monk, he cannot elude the temple. I shall lay siege to your lair, and then I shall see how you respond. Dare to strike me? You, an old fool, must be tired of living. Oomph. Chapter 5. The Urgent Need for Strength. Only more loans will do while running at a breakneck pace. Shen Mobai lamented, "What a mess this is. Why am I perpetually plagued by misfortune? Cultivating at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, my prowess is abysmally low. You must be recklessly practicing with your eyes closed. Surely, you have surpassed this realm. At this point, I am nearing my demise, yet you seek to provoke some young maiden. Truly brazen. It seems you have not just one, but multiple targets of affection. Those female cultivators you once pursued have now become inner sect elders. I'm utterly astounded. How'd I end up entangled with that outer sect tyrant, Xiao Ju? I have had enough of this. I must retreat to my cave dwelling. The formations therein offer protection and should ensure my safety for the time being. I need to contemplate my next steps. I cannot continue down this path. And with this wretched system, it has truly brought about my downfall. Thankfully, the journey was smooth, and I encountered no obstacles. Following my memory, I soon arrived at a cave dwelling, nestled in the middle of a small mountain. It was somewhat distant from the other outer sect disciples' abodes. Surrounding were merely rocks and trees, with nothing particularly noteworthy. Wait, there is something peculiar. The spiritual energy surrounding the cave is exceptionally scarce. It could even be described as thin. Taking out a jade slip, a ripple stirred at the entrance of the cave, and Shen Mobai stepped inside. Observing this familiar yet strange place, his anxious heart finally found solace. He exhaled heavily and plopped down onto the stone bed. What is this? A thong? And what are these human carvings? This old man is akin to a toad seeking a frog, engaging with grotesque delights. After expressing his astonishment, Shen Mobai felt utterly befuddled. He truly could not comprehend the actions of this elder. A lifetime spent in pursuit of women, and what has it yielded? Nothing of worth until death. Truly a sycophant, left with naught in the end. However, upon reflection, it seems his life was not markedly better than that of the old man. It took a long while for Shen Mobai to regain his composure. So many events had transpired that day. It was time for him to deeply contemplate his future path. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had no desire to repeat the tragic fate of his previous existence. Currently, my most pressing threat is the mere 3 days left of my lifespan. This is the foremost issue to address. The acquisition of this black and white energy is no simple feat, and I have already offended so many. I will set that aside for now. Next, the matter of Xiaoju looms over me, but without a sound strategy, I can only defer it for the time being. That Suing Shui is also a trickster. Was it merely a kiss that caused me to part with 2 spiritual stones? Is she truly made of celestial gold? Nevertheless, her materialistic behavior may be exploited. That can wait for later. And then there's Lin Yujian, who sought to deceive me for spiritual stones. Shen Mobai, watch how I avenge you. Since I have borrowed your form, I shall perform a good deed. Why is everything a matter to be dealt with later? I cannot fight, nor can I evade. My lifespan is dwindling, and I cannot remain hidden in this cave. Just then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detecting the host's current state of anxiety, anger, and agitation, we aim to assist in achieving one's dreams and urgently altering the current predicament. We are officially launching the worry-free loan service. Merely utter a word, and you shall enjoy unparalleled service, with interest rates that are shockingly low. Would you like to proceed? System, aside from exchanging for lifespan, does this black and white energy have any other applications? Dear esteemed bronze user, I am delighted to introduce you to the following. Note, user levels range from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, to diamond. Black and white energy is the highest energy in the world. Within this system, it can be exchanged for anything. The list of available items has been generated in the host's mind for perusal. Certain items may have specific target users. Please exercise caution in your selections. Shen Mobai's heart stirred. He began to explore the offerings in his mind. The King Kong ape physique can unlock the ancient bloodline of the King Kong ape, significantly enhancing strength and endurance, requiring 3,000 black and white energy. I can't believe it. What a bargain. Just 5 points of black and white energy for this. The premium defensive artifact, Tian E-Shield, one of the best defensive artifacts for the Qi refinement stage, costing just 10 points of black and white energy. Excellent. What is this technique? Ingfeng Tun Tianju. It is actually a top-tier Earth-grade technique, and it only requires 60 points of black and white energy. It appears to be a high-tier offering. Technique levels range from human, spirit, mysterious, earth, to heaven. Goodness. The 9 revolutions to Sage Pill, an 8th-grade elixir that can elevate one directly to the nascent soul stage. What? It demands 88,000 points of black and white energy. Note, elixirs are ranked from 1st grade to 2nd grade to 3rd grade. After meticulously reviewing the array of options, Shen Mobai found the selection overwhelmingly vast, containing items both familiar and unfamiliar. It took him an entire day and night to browse through, and with each revelation, he could only sigh in amazement. 1 word, unaffordable. 2 words, truly unaffordable. 3 words, far too expensive, I could never afford it. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Mobai. Hey, lend me 100,000 points of black and white energy. His reasoning was simple. He was already in debt. So what did it matter if he owed a bit more? After all, a multitude of lice does not harm. First, arm myself and enjoy the moment. I'm sorry. As you are currently an esteemed bronze user, considering your repayment capacity and personal strength, your current loan limit is 200 points of black and white energy. Subtracting the 100 points required for revival, you may only borrow an additional 100 points of black and white energy. Would you like to proceed with the loan? The interest for this loan will be according to... Enough with the unnecessary details. Yes, expedite the process. Upon hearing he could borrow another 100 points, Shen Mobai interrupted the system's explanation in his eagerness. Understood. Processing your loan of 100 points of black and white energy. Processing, please wait. Processing successful. Congratulations, host. Your loan has been approved. Host balance. Black and white energy, 100 points. Black energy, 0 points. White energy, 2 points. Finally, it's here. Let me contemplate what I should exchange for. Shen Mobai, filled with enthusiasm, began to deliberate on his choices. First, I need a bit of lifespan. Let's secure 1 year for now. Anything beyond that is unnecessary. A technique is essential. The previous common one was far too inadequate. A defensive artifact is a must for protection, so I shall acquire one. An offensive artifact is also indispensable. I must obtain one. The King Kong ape physique? It sounds promising. I feel it will prove useful, so I shall get one. Black jade healing ointment? Recovery lotion? I'll take one. The perfect gathering spirit pill seems excellent. I should acquire a few of those. Unexpectedly, there's a stone exchange. How inexpensive. I should get several tens of thousands. There are even formation flags. Let me have one. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. What? Is that all used up? It's only been 10 minutes. And it's gone? Chapter 6. Discovering new methods to acquire black energy, gazing at the treasures scattered on the ground, each radiating a rainbow of ethereal light. Shen Mobai could not help but smile with delight. Without further ado, he filled his storage pouch provided by the sect. Shen Mobai was unable to contain his excitement. Even his hands trembled involuntarily as he grasped the sheer volume of wealth before him. An accumulation he could never hope to amass in several lifetimes. Such immense fortune was now at his fingertips. Who wouldn't he tremble? This was wealth he had never even dreamed of possessing. Then, Shen Mobai took out the Infeng Tun Tianju and began to peruse its pages. This tome was a top-tier technique of the earth level. If it were in Hehuan Zone, one would need to be a core disciple, possess a realm above Jindan, and contribute astronomical amounts of merit points to even consider practicing it. However, now, Shen Mobai could indulge in it entirely. His goal was simple. First, to cultivate a superior technique, and then to use the perfect gathering spirit pill he had exchanged for to enhance his meager cultivation. With that thought, Shen Mobai commenced his practice of the Infeng Tun Tianju. This technique was quite unique, as it enabled the opening of the meridians and acupoints throughout the body, transforming these acupoints into miniature dantians. The more dantians, the greater the capacity to gather spiritual energy, thus significantly accelerating the pace of cultivation. This was the formidable aspect of the Infeng Tun Tianju. The book detailed the need to open only 2 meridians, the Yin Xiao and the Dai meridians, which contained a total of 6 acupoints: Zhao Hai, Jiao Exen, Qingming, Dai Mai, Wu Shu, and Wei Dao. By opening these 6 points, one would effectively gain 6 additional dantians, leading to a dramatic surge in cultivation speed. This was precisely why Shen Mobai valued it. Affordable yet powerful. Just as he was about to immerse himself fully in his studies of the technique, an alarming signal of an attack on the formation barrier outside the cave resonated. Shun, hurry out here. Don't hide inside like a coward. You've offended my grandfather. Shao, and think you can escape unscathed? Come out now, or I will make sure to flay you alive when I get in. Upon hearing the voice and tone, Shen Mobai immediately recognized the intruder. Who else could it be but Xiao Ju, the one he had previously offended? In the past, Shen Mobai might have considered enduring the humiliation, thinking he could hide from his adversary. But now, with a superior artifact in hand, cowardice was not in his nature. Shen Mobai leapt out, his expression darkening. Xiao Ju, seeing the old man emerge, laughed heartily. Old Shun, hurry over and bow to me, then hand over the spirit stones obediently, and I'll spare your old life. As Shen Mobai's expression grew increasingly grim, Xiao Ju continued loudly, Old fool. Don't overestimate yourself. Ask around the outer sect. Who has ever escaped unscathed after offending my grandfather Xiao? Raising his chin haughtily, he added, I'm offering you this chance out of respect. I worry that your old bones won't withstand my strikes, and that LL be a poor explanation for the sect. Unmoved by Xiao Ju's taunts, Shen Mobai felt emboldened and replied, Xiao Ju, are you itching for a fight today? How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? It's truly a lack of respect. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandfather. To prevent you from causing trouble every day, let us start by breaking your hand to give you a taste of discipline. Xiao Ju laughed in anger, as if hearing the greatest joke. You old fool, have you lost your mind? I'm at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while you're only at the 3rd. You think you can teach me a lesson? Just because you possess a top-tier artifact doesn't mean you can challenge me. Today, I'll show you what real strength is. With that, Xiao Ju charged forward confidently, not even bothering to summon his artifact, attacking Shen Mobai with bare fists. Although Shen Mobai's cultivation was low, his reflexes were quick. He swiftly produced the Tian Yi shield. Instantly, the shield expanded and stood before him. With a resounding boom, the Tian Yi shield shimmered with light, and Xiao Ju was immediately rebuffed, showcasing its reputation as one of the strongest defensive artifacts in the Qi refinement stage. Blood flowed from Xiao Ju's fist, indicating he had suffered considerable recoil. How is this possible? How could you possess a top-tier artifact? Tell me, where did you acquire it? Xiao Ju gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Shen Mobai had no time for idle chatter. It was a time for battle. Who had the leisure to engage in conversation? Seeing that he had thwarted Xiao Ju's attack, Shen Mobai withdrew the Tian Yi shield and summoned the Dian Shui spear with his other hand, thrusting it toward Xiao Ju's face. Xiao Ju, wanting to question Shen Mobai further, was taken aback to see another top-tier artifact in Shen Mobai's possession. He tightened his grip, hurriedly drawing his mid-tier defensive artifact, the Wolf-Tooth Club, preparing to block the incoming spear. However, Shen Mobai's attack was already upon him, and before Xiao Ju could change his tactics, his Wolf-Tooth Club was sent flying. Immediately, Shen Mobai switched his approach from thrusting to smashing, delivering a heavy blow to Xiao Ju's shoulder. With a thud, Xiao Ju was driven to the ground, his shoulder crumpling as he knelt, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ju grasped the Dian Shui spear, his expression one of utter shock as he gazed at Shen Mobai, unable to comprehend how this dying old man could possess such a formidable artifact. Shen Mobai could no longer contain himself. It was a fight after all. What do you think this is, a press conference? Do you have to keep asking questions? With that, he released the Dian Shui and delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Ju's cheek. With a resounding thump, his fist connected with Xiao Ju's face. Congratulations. Host has successfully acquired 1 point of black energy. Current total, 1 point. Xiao Ju was stunned by Shen Mobai's punch. Hearing the system notification, Shen Mobai finally grasped the situation. Combat could indeed yield energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped the Dian Shui and unleashed a flurry of punches towards Xiao Ju at lightning speed. Congratulations. Host has successfully acquired 1 point of black energy. Current total, 2 points. Congratulations. Host has successfully acquired 1 point of black energy. Congratulations. Host has successfully acquired black energy. Congratulations to the host. Thus, Shen Mobai lost count of how many punches he threw and how many rewards he received, until a sharp crack echoed through the air. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy, now totaling 15 points. Shen Mobai paused momentarily. Was it the sound of bones breaking? Did I hear incorrectly? To think there exists 5 points of black energy. Does that not imply? Thus, the intrepid Shen Mobai once more raised his fists. Enduring the soreness of his muscles, he rained blows down upon Xiao Ju's other hand. Soon after, another crisp sound echoed. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy, now totaling 28 points. Chapter 7. Shen Laoda's body is failing. Everyone is scheming against him. At this point, Shen Mobai finally confirmed that deeper physical interactions, such as personally breaking bones, would significantly enhance the acquisition of black energy points. Just as Shen Mobai was filled with enthusiasm, preparing to shatter every bone in Xiao Ju's body, he ultimately succumbed to the limitations of his frail physique. He collapsed, utterly exhausted. After all, he was advanced in years, and managing to break Xiao Ju's bones was no small feat, especially considering the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. There was a difference of a full 4 realms in Qi refinement. Moreover, the higher the realm, the greater the discrepancy in strength. For Shen Mobai to achieve this was already a medical miracle. Wait a moment, let me catch my breath before I continue breaking your bones. Shen Mobai panted as he sank to the ground, gasping for air. Xiao Ju, despite having his hands broken and sporting a bruised face, even having coughed up blood several times, was still a practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing Shen Mobai's words, he nearly lost control of his bladder. He immediately sprang to his feet, fleeing with all haste. His expression and posture were akin to that of a frightened rabbit, panic-stricken. Meanwhile, Shen Mobai, lacking any strength to pursue, could only sigh at Xiao Ju's retreating figure, lamenting, "What a blunder. I should have aimed for his legs first. Then Hehuan had been able to run. Such a miscalculation." After a considerable time had passed, Shen Mobai finally regained his strength. He stowed away the Dinshue and the Wolf Fang Club, supporting his aching back as he slowly made his way into the cave. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he extracted a perfect spirit-gathering pill from his belongings and tossed it into his mouth, muttering to himself, "I suppose I should first improve my cultivation. My level is too low. I almost knocked myself out while trying to hit someone." Today, Su Yingxue found herself exceedingly bored. Although she contemplated cultivation, there were no resources, no spirit stones, and the spiritual energy in the cave was quite thin, not to mention the absence of any furnace for alchemical purposes. Thus, she aimlessly wandered about, hoping to find a kind-hearted soul willing to assist her, or perhaps someone who would take the bait. Suddenly, Su Yingxue caught sight of a scene that piqued her curiosity. In the distance, a figure was sprinting at great speed, arms flailing like willow branches in the wind. The expression on their face was one of terror, desperately fleeing in a particular direction, muttering something under their breath that was too faint to discern. Was that not the outer sect bully Xiao Ju? Was he injured? He seemed to possess the cultivation of the 7th level of qi refinement. After all, who could have possibly harmed him, given his frightened demeanor? It was likely that his assailant was someone unexpected. Observing this spectacle, Su Yingxue couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. Following the opposite direction of Xiao Ju's flight, she prepared to investigate further. With her own formidable cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, it didn't take long for her to reach the scene of the confrontation. At that moment, Shen Mobai was still slumped on the ground, evidently not yet recovered. Su Yingxue lingered at a distance, hesitating to approach. That Wolf Fang Club ISN T Xiao Ju's low-grade magical artifact. Is it? I've seen it before. Is that a top-grade magical artifact? Oh my. The chaotic scene suggested traces of a struggle. Could it be? Was Xiao Ju just now engaged in battle with this old man, only to be defeated and flee? Upon realizing this truth, Su Yingxue covered her mouth in disbelief. Was this old man truly so valiant? His cultivation level seemed rather low. Alas, from afar, it was difficult to discern whether he was at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refinement. Wait, what was this old man's name again? Something about black and white. Should I rush in and take advantage of him? No, wait. Could it be that this old man has been pretending to be weak all along? That artifact is indeed top grade. Could it be that he has been hiding his true power and wealth all this time? I remember he demanded 2 spirit stones as compensation for that kiss last time, and he didn't even flinch. Turns out he is an invisible tycoon. Discovering this new and wondrous truth, Su Yingxue could no longer suppress the rapid beating of her heart. This immense fortune had come to her attention. Had it not been for that accidental kiss, she would have struggled to approach him. Now this provided the perfect excuse. Calm down, think this through. Remain composed. This time, I must cleverly deceive him, ideally acquiring all his wealth. After all, he is bound to grow old and die. It would be perfect for him to leave it all to me. Heaven truly has not been unkind to me, bestowing such a grand opportunity. If I could obtain a top-grade magical artifact, I could likely achieve excellent results in the upcoming outer sect competition. Old man, let us see how you escape from my grasp. Meanwhile, in another cave, Lin Yuejian was fretting over the spirit stones she needed for her upcoming endeavors. I only need a few more spirit stones to purchase that spiritual level technique. What should I do? Suddenly, she recalled that old man. I should send him a voice transmission, using a sweet tone to ensure he falls under my spell. Last time, after sending him my annual stipend, he dared to ignore me. Does he think my charm is merely for show? This time, I not only want my 5 spirit stones back, but I also want that old rascal to pay dearly. He must come to understand that even being a sycophant is a tremendous fortune earned in his past life. His body is failing, his finances are lacking. How dare he expect to be my sycophant? Such audacity. Time passed swiftly, and before one knew it, a month had elapsed. During this month, Shen Mobai truly exemplified perseverance. Aside from the necessities of life, every remaining moment was devoted to cultivation. On one hand, he consumed the perfect spirit gathering pill, which greatly accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy, storing it within his dantian. Given the thin spiritual energy in this place, this undoubtedly facilitated his training. On the other hand, he devoted himself to comprehending the Yin Feng Tun Tianju. After a month of fasting and meditative practice, Shen Mobai finally completed the initial stages of the Yin Feng Tun Tianju, successfully unblocking 3 acupoints. This technique truly lived up to its reputation as an earth-grade skill. Its effects were extraordinary. The moment he unblocked these 3 acupoints, they began to autonomously absorb spiritual energy, akin to a dantian. However, there were some differences. Shen Mobai discovered that only a portion of the spiritual energy absorbed by these 3 acupoints would flow into the major dantian, while the remainder was stored within the acupoints themselves. What could this signify? Shen Mobai had attempted to draw upon the spiritual energy within the acupoints, and the process was remarkably smooth. Regardless of where the spiritual energy is stored, he can easily mobilize it. Since there are no obstructions, Shen Mobai is now at ease with the notion that he can store some spiritual energy in the 3 acupoints. Perhaps there are unknown benefits. After all, how else could it be classified as an earth-level technique? Indeed, it is formidable. Ultimately, through the use of the perfect gathering spirit pill and the earth-level technique, Yin Feng Tun Tianju, Shen Mobai's cultivation has ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement. Had it not been for the fact that a portion of the perfect gathering spirit pill was utilized to open those 6 acupoints, and considering the scarcity of spiritual energy in this place, he estimates that he could have reached the 9th level of qi refinement. As Shen Mobai concluded his meditation, he prepared to step outside and breathe in the fresh air of nature. However, as he gazed towards the entrance of the cave, he suddenly froze. What is this? Chapter 8. Compound interest. Taking initiative to earn energy at this moment, several transmission talismans were swirling at the cave's entrance. Previously, Shen Mobai had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had completely overlooked them. Curiously, he picked up one of the talismans, and a coy voice resonated. Gidge. It's Yuejian. When will you come to my cave for a chat? It's been a few hours, and I've been thinking about you dearly. I have stored up a lot of original flavor stockings. When will you come to collect them? Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai shivered uncontrollably. After a moment, he managed to shake off the tingling sensation and muttered to himself, "This Lin Yuejian is truly shameless. If I didn't know you were a green tea BTCH trying to deceive me into being a lapdog, I might have fallen for your tricks." Ignoring it entirely, he tossed the talisman aside and picked up the next one. "I am Su Yingxue, the beautiful woman you forcibly kissed last time. Now, the entire sect is laughing at me, calling me shameless. I am too embarrassed to leave my cave, and finding a partner will be problematic. You must give me an explanation, otherwise this matter is not over." After hearing this, Shen Mobai contemplated discarding the talisman. Hadn't they agreed last time that 2 spirit stones would settle everything? Why the continued entanglement? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps there was merit in responding. At the very least, it could earn him some white energy. A plan began to form in Shen Mobai's mind as he reached for the next transmission talisman. "Gidge, why haven't you come yet? I've been waiting so long that my flowers are wilting." Before he could finish with a decisive flick, Shen Mobai discarded it and reached for the next one. "Gidge," tossed aside, he moved on to the next. "Gidge." One after another, he encountered Lin Yuejian's talismans, which he unhesitatingly discarded. Only a fool would continue to present themselves to be taken advantage of by this scoundrel. The final talisman belonged to Su Yingxue. "Shen Mobai, if you continue to play dead, I will spread rumors. Your reputation will be tarnished, and your later years will be in jeopardy. Don't say I didn't warn you." Shen Mobai glanced at the time. It had been sent not long ago. Thus, with the intention of accumulating energy points to repay his usurious debts, he replied without hesitation. 1 hour later, at the Sect's marketplace. "Let us discuss further." Having said this, Shen Mobai began to make preparations. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a system notification sounded. Due to the host failing to repay any black and white energy points for a month, the system is now pursuing repayment. Shen Mobai could only inwardly exclaim, "What is happening?" Suddenly, his entire body stiffened, and he fell straight back. The terrifying sensation, reminiscent of a near-death punishment, returned. It felt as if he had traversed the depths of hell, and the pain was unbearable. He could not even faint. After an indeterminate period, everything finally settled down. What on earth is happening? There's still 2 months until the repayment date? Why the sudden demand for repayment? Shen Mobai thought he had ample time and didn't he feel particularly anxious. However, the near-death punishment immediately made him take the situation seriously. System. How much do I owe now? Esteemed bronze user, you now owe 200 points of black and white energy with a monthly interest of 10. As a month has passed, your total debt now amounts to 220 points of black and white energy. That's not right. Wasn't the interest supposed to be 5? How did it become 10? Esteemed bronze user, our lending is based on a mutual agreement, and there is absolutely no error. It is because you were too arrogant to let the system finish speaking, which resulted in the misunderstanding. Only then did Shen Mobai recall that during the last loan of 100 points of black and white energy, the system had been about to say something before he interrupted. In the spirit of responsibility, this system will reiterate, whenever the host engages in a lending behavior, the interest will double with each subsequent loan. Please be advised. What? It can operate this way? Isn't this worse than Usury? This system is, in fact, a Usury system. Should the host continue to criticize this system, you will receive a near-death punishment experience for a day. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai quickly covered his mouth, not daring to utter another word. What kind of system is this so insidious, with so much black and white energy? Will he ever repay it? Perhaps he should just default, but no, he cannot escape. Perhaps it would be better to consider self-harm. No, he dares not. Our consciousness is interconnected. I can hear you. Hehuan Sect. As a premier sect, it occupies a vast expanse of land, with the majority of the western regions under its dominion. Within the sect, mountains rise in abundance, and spiritual energy is plentiful. Of course, these are the privileges afforded to inner disciples or core disciples. For outer disciples like Shen Mobai, merely having a cave dwelling is already a significant blessing. One cannot even dream of a paradise. Although the outer sect has less spiritual energy, there are still areas where it is abundant, and as long as there is demand, there will be supply. Thus, the marketplace emerged. The marketplace is extensive, as the outer disciples are the most numerous, leading to heightened demand. The layout of the marketplace can be described as haphazard. At a glance, all the shops are low, typically 1 or 2 stories high, except for central building. Most are wooden structures, some even adorned with moss, clearly showing they have stood for quite some time. Each shop offers a different array of goods, reminiscent of earthly streets, albeit with delicacies replaced by spiritually infused ingredients. The clothing sold is also functional artifacts. Bookstores offer techniques, comprehensive guides to movements, maps of the cultivation world, or survival manuals. Entertainment is vibrant, imbued with the spirit of spring, especially in the Hehuan Sect. In this grand context, certain colorful endeavors are naturally permitted. Among them are some unique shops, such as those selling slaves, sensual items, or even the essence of women. There is nothing that cannot be sold in the Hehuan Sect's outer sect marketplace. Shen Mobai arrived at the appointed location with a grim expression, spotting Su Yingshue's figure from a distance. Anyone who had been hounded for repayment so early in the morning and subjected to a near-death punishment would undoubtedly be in a foul mood. Furthermore, upon glancing at his balance, black energy 28 points, white energy 2 points. Shen Mobai felt a profound sense of despair. How could his mood possibly improve? Shen Mobai, why did you summon me here? Speak up. How should we address the matter of that forceful kiss? Shen Mobai composed himself. He could not allow financial obligations to hinder his repayment plan. Forcing a smile, he replied, I invited you here to buy you something. After all, I have a fondness for you. Su Yingshui, skeptical, retorted, You like me? Haven't you been fawning over Lin Yuejian? Have you switched your affections to me? The affair between Shen Mobai and Lin Yuejian was quite notorious among the outer sect. Oh, that is not the right way to phrase it. It's love, not mere flattery. Otherwise, why would I have kissed you so passionately when I first received my stipend? I knew that missing the opportunity to utilize spiritual energy would mean waiting another year, and I cannot afford such a delay, Shen Mobai explained with a grin. Noticing the skeptical gaze from Su Yingshui, he continued, If you agree to one request of mine, you may choose any 3 items from this street. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Su Yingshui's curiosity piqued. What is your request? Chapter 9. Earning white energy, verification of assets, Shen Mobai naturally took Su Yingshui's hand, leading her through the bustling market. Each time he gently squeezed her hand, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host successfully acquired 0.01 points of white energy, current total 0. 3 points. Indeed, this is a brilliant strategy for accumulating white energy. How clever I am. Shen Mobai mused as they walked. His condition was simple. He merely wished to hold her hand for a day. For the materialistic Su Yingxue, as long as he provided her with spiritual stones or indulged her desires. What was the significance of holding hands? Shen Mobai's actions were calculated and deliberate. He had examined the system's interface for exchanging black and white energy. 1 point of black and white energy could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The exchange rate was astonishingly favorable. However, there was a critical flaw. This was not an ideal opportunity to accumulate white energy. While he still needed black energy, earning white energy first was certainly advantageous. Holding Su Yingshue's hand brought him immense joy. She suspected that Shen Mobai might be playing the role of a humble individual while concealing a wealthy background. Holding hands posed little risk, and it was a perfect chance to investigate Shen Mobai's true status. Nothing could reveal a person's financial standing better than a shopping spree. And Su Yingxue was an expert in this regard. As they strolled hand in hand, they arrived at a shop selling clothing infused with magical properties. Shopkeeper, bring me your latest magical clothing. Money is no object, Su Yingxue exclaimed as she entered, clearly familiar with the place. She cast a discreet glance at Shen Mobai, observing his calm demeanor and thinking, if someone without spiritual stone wealth heard my proclamation, they would surely lower their head in embarrassment. Yet he did not. He must possess some strength. The shopkeeper, a robust middle-aged woman, upon recognizing Su Yingxue, internally scoffed, "Here comes this girl who only looks but never buys. Will I see a substantial order?" However, she maintained a cheerful facade, saying, "Ah, if it isn't Miss Yingxue, what brings you here today? It has been quite a while." She then turned her gaze to Shen Mobai. Su Yingxue quickly clarified, "He is merely a friend. Now, please fetch the latest clothing." The shopkeeper, shaking her head in disbelief, thought, holding hands? Just friends? What a farce. How can you even touch him? He hardly looks wealthy, and he is quite old. These young girls today certainly lack self-respect. Throughout the exchange, Shen Mobai remained silent, listening intently to the system notifications. He did not release Su Yingshue's hand even as she tried on clothes. He justified this by stating he had agreed to hold her hand for a day. Fortunately, changing clothes was simple. With a flick of her wrist, the latest magical garment adorned her form, leaving Shen Mobai thoroughly disappointed. The garment accentuated her perfect curves, heightening her allure and stirring Shen Mobai's emotions. "What is the price of this garment?" Su Yingxue inquired. The shopkeeper, though frustrated, patiently responded, "This fabric is made from ice silk, sourced from a northern region, taking 10 years to produce just this one piece. It has been expertly crafted and possesses attributes like dust resistance, cleanliness, cold protection, heat dissipation, and beautification. It is comparable to a mid-grade magical item and is priced at a mere 100 low-grade spiritual stones." Su Yingxue remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shen Mobai. Had this been in the past, he would never have purchased such an item. His annual stipend was only 5 low-grade spiritual stones. This garment would consume 20 years' worth of income. Who would do that? Noticing their silence, the shopkeeper attempted one last pitch. The beautification attribute is exceptionally rare. A trending item this year, available for just 90 low-grade spiritual stones, and I can't go any lower. Su Yingxue tugged at Shen Mobai, who finally snapped back to reality, still lost in the system's notifications. The shopkeeper, exasperated, had to reiterate her explanation. At this moment, Su Yingshue's heart raced. The time for asset verification had arrived. Would Shen Mobai reveal himself as a hidden affluent figure or simply be a pretender? If he were indeed wealthy, she wouldn't mind acting a bit extravagant. If he dared deceive her, she would not hesitate to expose him. At that moment, Shen Mobai interjected, "Here you go, shopkeeper. This is 100 low-grade spiritual stones, the first item." The latter part of the statement was directed at Su Yingxue. The shopkeeper had anticipated the deal to fall through. Yet Shen Mobai boldly produced the 100 stones without hesitation. His swift, decisive action left both the shopkeeper and Su Yingxue awestruck. With this transaction, Su Yingxue had successfully verified his wealth. Therefore, they decided against purchasing more clothing, as she had more urgent desires to satisfy. As they exited the shop, with the shopkeeper bidding them farewell cheerfully, Su Yingxue leaned against Shen Mobai, their hands still intertwined. his arm resting comfortably around her waist. Congratulations, host successfully acquired 0. 1 points of white energy, current total, 4. 9 points. Congratulations, host successfully acquired 0. 1 points of white energy, current total, 5. 9 points. It appeared that physical contact and the area of contact also played a role in this accumulation. One had to wonder about the depth of connection as well. Shen Mobai reveled in his unexpected gains. Not long after, the two of them nestled together and arrived at an artifact shop. As expected, the owner cast a disdainful glance at their affectionate demeanor. In the end, Su Yingxue successfully purchased a high-quality magical item worth 500 low-grade spirit stones. For Shen Mobai, who possessed 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, it was merely a trivial expense. Throughout this process, Shen Mobai confirmed a certain fact. Being someone who enjoys exploiting loopholes, he had initially hoped to use the spirit stones acquired from the system to purchase magical items in the real world. That would surely yield tremendous profits. However, after attempting this, he was met with disappointment. The spirit stones exchanged through the system turned into mundane items when used for personal purchases, rendering them utterly ineffective. Ultimately, Shen Mobai concluded that these stones could only be used to buy items for others. This was the fatal flaw. Thus, Su Yingxue, witnessing the swift acquisition of 2 precious gifts within a mere half-day, resolved to cling tightly to Shen Mobai. Such a wealthy patron was hard to come by. At that moment, she deeply appreciated the delightful experience of being courted. Eventually, Su Yingxue and Shen Mobai entered a cultivation technique shop. Upon stepping inside, Su Yingxue gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "What is she doing here?" Chapter 10. Women compete with women. Men compete with men. Shen Mobai followed her gaze and immediately spotted a captivating woman with peach blossom eyes, Lin Yuejian. Beside her stood a refined and handsome young man exuding an air of elegance, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. However, Shen Mobai felt no fear. At that moment, the handsome young man was conversing politely with Lin Yuejian. Shen Mobai sighed, realizing that fate had led them to cross paths again. Seeing this, Su Yingxue showed no signs of retreat. Upon encountering Lin Yuejian, she leaned even closer to Shen Mobai, urging him to quicken their pace as they entered. She then took the initiative to greet Lin Yuejian, saying, "Oh, isn't this little sister Yuejian? What brings you out shopping today? The items here are quite expensive." Lin Yuejian turned around, surprised to see Su Yingxue greeting her, and even more so to spot Shen Mobai. What was more significant was that Su Yingxue was tightly nestled in Shen Mobai's embrace, practically hanging off him. "Shen Mobai, what are you doing here? I sent you so many messages. Did you not see them?" Lin Yuejian questioned, her tone slightly accusatory. Seemingly sensing a surge in Shen Mobai's aura, she added, "Weren't you at the 3rd layer of qi refinement before? How did you reach the 6th layer now?" Having experienced a more wondrous world, Shen Mobai, who was no longer the submissive version of himself, replied defiantly, "I can be wherever I please. Why should you concern yourself? My cultivation level is not something you can critique." "How presumptuous." He continued, "By the way, those flirtatious messages you sent me, I'll be sure to make them public later. Some people might enjoy hearing them, and you might attract even more admirers." Lin Yuejian was left speechless, bewildered by Shen Mobai's audacity. Did he not fear losing her, the beloved goddess of his heart? However, Su Yingxue found this exchange amusing. Such dialogue was to her liking. The notorious licking dog among the outer disciples, Shen Mobai, would now shift his affections towards her. Such a wealthy benefactor presenting himself was akin to a windfall. Thus, seizing the moment to confront Lin Yuejian and vie for Shen Mobai's affection, Su Yingxue boldly declared, "Lin family sister, look at this brand new magical garment I just purchased. Isn't it beautiful? Just 100 low-grade spirit stones. Oh, and this high-quality magical item, it just slipped out, almost forgot about it. This one is only 500 low-grade spirit stones. Quite a bargain. The best part is, these were all bought for me by my dear Mobai. Do you have anything like that? And this refined young man beside you, is he your new favorite? Will he buy you things?" Listening to Su Yingxue's declarations, Lin Yuejian felt her temper boiling. Despite her willingness to compromise her own allure to coax Shen Mobai into parting with a few spirit stones, she never anticipated that he would be so generous with another woman. This revelation infuriated her. Moreover, She was puzzled about how Shen Mobai had become so affluent with spirit stones. The refined young man next to Lin Yuejian, noticing her anger, stepped forward to defend her, saying, "A few trivial garments and magical items are hardly worth mentioning. Do not act as if you have encountered something spectacular. It merely reveals your ignorance." Suing Xue was thoroughly incensed by his words. To better gain energy points, Shen Mobai also interjected, asking, "May I inquire about your name, young sir?" Shen Mobai sought to ascertain the young man's background. After all, one must be cautious of formidable opponents. If he lacked any significant connections, Shen Mobai was prepared to unleash his full potential. The refined young man replied with a chuckle, "You do not recognize me? Ha! I'm merely an ordinary male cultivator. Nothing of consequence." This eased Shen Mobai's concerns. At that moment, Lin Yuejian chimed in, "A licking dog that does not heed its place should be discarded, allowing it to experience the pain of loss." "Thank you, senior brother. Let us go buy something over there, away from these unsightly people. I was truly blind to have allowed him to court me for so many years. Looking back, it has indeed become quite nauseating." Shen Mobai's expression darkened at her words. Was it truly the fault of the licking dog for being affectionate? It was utterly absurd. Today, he must seek retribution for this affront. Senior brother Xie felt his heart melt at Lin Yuejian's soft whispers in his ear, and he immediately took her hand, leading her further into the shop. Observing their entwined hands, Shen Mobai mused, "Ah, poor Shen Mobai, after all these years of devotion, have you ever held Lin Yuejian's hand?" The refined young man spoke as they walked. "Sister Yuejian, is this the technique you desire? I shall purchase it for you, but tonight, you must promise to fulfill a request of mine." Lin Yuejian shyly lowered her head. Senior brother Xie pointed to a yellow-covered technique before preparing to inform the shopkeeper of his intent to buy it. Just then, a louder voice interrupted, "Shopkeeper, please wrap up this technique for me. I shall take it." The one speaking was Shen Mobai, and the technique he referred to was indeed the very one Lin Yuejian had just indicated. The shopkeeper, smiling, had not anticipated that the words he was about to utter would astonish Shen Mobai. This was the first choice of that refined young man. It should be sold to him first. Shen Mobai was momentarily taken aback, but at this moment, he did not dwell on it. As a man, he could not allow his pride to be undermined. It is not merely your declaration that defines ownership. Thus, Shen Mobai remarked, "Indeed, you may give it to him, but come tomorrow, you will find your doorstep besmirched, your establishment in turmoil, and your life perhaps transformed into something far more colorful. You may wish to try it." The proprietor, now at a loss, recognized the blatant threat in Shen Mobai's words. On one side stood a powerful figure, while on the other loomed a rogue. Offending either would be unwise. With a determined grit, he declared, "This manuscript is a unique treasure, the only one of its kind. If you both desire it, then let the bidding commence. The highest bidder shall claim it. Those who fail to acquire it must accept their lack of strength and seek recourse elsewhere. It is not my concern, nor that of this humble shop." Shen Mobai interjected, "Very well, I am inclined to do just that." Xie Yushu added, "I had intended to keep a low profile, but it seems unnecessary now. Let's proceed, little Kalami." The shopkeeper sighed in relief. It was only by allowing these two customers to engage in their own conflict that he could preserve his life and his shop. Such was the wisdom of the shopkeeper. Perhaps he might even profit from the situation. Truly, a threefold achievement. After a moment's reflection, the proprietor continued, "This manuscript is the highest-ranked cultivation method circulating outside the Tongsuga Zongshugu, a true Ling Ji technique. And thus the starting bid shall be no less than 800 Ling Shi. I ask for your understanding, esteemed guests. Only Ba Bai Ling Shi. I bid 900. Shen Mobai was the first to speak. Such arrogance. Today, I shall ensure your establishment profits handsomely, showcasing my strength. I bid 2,000 Shi. Do you dare to match that? Country bumpkin?" Xie Yushu's words astonished the onlookers. Clearly, 2,000 ringshire far exceeded the manuscript's worth. Shen Mobai smiled faintly. "I had expected a higher bid. You are indeed the true country bumpkin. Listen well, I bid 20,007 lingshire, xia pin lingshire." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What? Did I hear correctly? 20ling xia pin lingshire. Is it even possible? The astonishment was palpable. 20,000. That would take me 4,000 years of labor at 5 ringshire a year. Surely, I would not live to see that day. for a mere Ling Ji Gongfa 20,000 sir is absurd. If I had that much, I would lavish it on a female cultivator instead of pursuing such lofty ambitions. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The shopkeeper, equally incredulous, rubbed his ears and asked Shen Mobai, I did not mishear, did I? You truly bid 20,000 Shafing Ling Shri? Before Shen Mobai could respond, Xie Yushu interjected loudly. Old man, do you think 20,000 Shafing Ling Sir are as common as pebbles on the road? You think they just appear at your command? In that moment, Xie Yushu, unable to fathom that someone would so casually offer such a staggering amount for a Ling Di Gongfa, was left speechless. Shen Mobai remained unfazed, gazing at Xie Yushu, and asked, Hey there, country bumpkin, stop rambling and tell me, will you raise your bid or not? Surely you can muster 20,000 Shafing Ling Shri? Xie Yushu, fuming yet lacking the requisite funds, could only stammer in frustration. Shen Mobai, feigning boredom, added, If you do not raise your bid, I shall consider it a forfeit. 3, 2, 1. Oh, what a miser. If you lack Ling Shri, do not pretend to flaunt your wealth. It is clear you lack the ability to back it up. Just a moment ago, you were so vocal, and now you cannot find your voice? This scathing critique left Xie Yushu momentarily speechless. After a pause, he finally retorted, Fine. Today I have witnessed how insects like you scurry about. It isn't a long time since anyone piqued my interest like this. Shen Mobai, I shall remember you. Just wait. With that, he stormed out of the shop. Lin Yu, still in a daze, hesitated to follow. She was genuinely curious whether Shen Mobai could truly produce 20,000, so even a few would be a challenge. At that moment, Suing Shui was practically beside herself with excitement, gazing at Shen Mobai with adoration. Did this man just spend 20,000 shopping links on me? Surely this cannot be a dream. Please let this be reality. I wish to remain in this blissful moment forever. In Suing Shui's eyes, Shen Mobai's prowess was fully validated. With Xie Yushu's departure, the crowd gradually quieted, their sole fixation now being the possibility of witnessing whether this Shen Mobai could indeed produce such a fortune. Finally, Shen Mobai revealed an impressive display of Vingxue, covering the ground before him. My apologies, it seems my arithmetic has faltered. I inadvertently gathered 30,000. Alas, age has rendered my sight dim and my hands unsteady. Amidst the derisive murmurs from the crowd, Shen Mobai felt a sense of satisfaction, while Suing Shui became utterly captivated. His motivations were threefold. First, to win over Suing Shui, a materialistic woman, as he needed her assistance to gather white energy. Second, he had learned that Xie Yushu was merely an ordinary disciple, so he had no reason to fear. And third, he intentionally displayed wealth, enticing others to seek him out, which aligned perfectly with his future plans. With everything in place, the spectacle drew to a close. Lin Yu, observing the scene, felt a complex mix of emotions. Shen Mobai's apparent wealth suggested he possessed even more Ningshi than he displayed. In her confusion, she vanished into the crowd, while Suing Shui basked in the limelight, akin to a dazzling jewel. Many gazes fell upon her, infused with envy, admiration, and scrutiny, emotions that fed her vanity and offered unprecedented gratification. Without hesitation, she leaned in and shared an extended, passionate kiss with Shen Mobai, their lips parting with a silken thread connecting them. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring 2 points of white energy. You now have 9 points. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring 2 points of white energy. You now have 11 points. Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption. The shopkeeper, realizing the situation could not continue, feared he might have to convert his shop into an inn. Esteemed customer, you have successfully acquired the spiritual level technique, Chan Si Mei Guju. Please keep it well. After the proprietor concluded his statement, he produced a card and continued. This card contains a quota of 3,000 spirit stones, which you may use at your leisure in our establishment. Furthermore, I have included 2 complementary spiritual techniques, Yin Longjue and Rogushu, which should be quite suitable for your dual cultivation. Thank you once again for gracing us with your presence. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. At the nod of Shen Mobai, Suing Shui extended her hand to receive the items. Filled with joy, she realized that her gains today were indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Shen Mobai silently lamented, the boss truly knows how to conduct business. With such practices, profit is inevitable. How I wish I could possess such acumen. As the proprietor took a few steps away, he abruptly turned back and whispered into Shen Mobai's ear. This Xie Yushu possesses an extraordinary identity. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Just as Shen Mobai was about to inquire further, the boss departed without elaborating. He chose not to dwell on it, as he had a far more pressing matter at hand. He leaned in closer to Suing Shua and whispered, "Have you ever seen a cat? My cat can perform backflips." Upon hearing this, Suing Shua's face flushed crimson. She understood perfectly the implication. "Then let us go see the cat that performs backflips." With that, the two returned to Shen Mobai's cave dwelling. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 0.01 white energy, current total, 184 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 0.02 white energy, current total, 261 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 20 white energy, current total, 236 points. Chapter 12. Why are you so fragile? The following day, Shen Mobai, supporting his weary back, lamented, "Alas, age is catching up with me. My body truly cannot withstand this." He glanced at his energy balance. White energy, 2,742 points. Black energy, 28 points. Is it easy for me to earn energy? This is the first time I've struck it rich, directly earning 20 points of white energy. Quite commendable. To think that after absorbing her Yuan Yin, my cultivation has smoothly ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. What a joyous occasion. However, the imbalance between black and white energy is quite severe. It appears time to seek out Xiao Jue, as I must rely on him for my black energy. It has been nearly a month. It is time to reap this crop. This chive is ready to be harvested. At that moment, an unexpected rumble echoed through the cave. Instantly, the entire dwelling began to tremble slightly. Suing Shue, startled, leaped up, and disregarding her disarray, dove straight into Shen Mobai's embrace. Curiosity piqued. Shen Mobai pondered how the cave, fortified by formations, could be shaking without cause. As he comforted Su Ingshua, he contemplated the source of the disturbance. Just then, a faint voice called from outside the cave, "Shen, come out. This time, watch how your grandfather teaches you a lesson. If you don't emerge, I will shatter your dwelling and see how long you can hide inside. I shall not grant you another opportunity." Shen Mobai recognized the voice. It was none other than Xiao Jue. The recent tremors were likely due to his attacks. "Truly, I was merely contemplating seeking you out, and you have come knocking at my door. I shall meet you now and see what surprises you have in store for me. This time, I have resolved to break your legs, leaving you no chance to escape." Since Xiao Jue's hands had been shattered by Shen Mobai previously, he had been living in a state of humiliation. Not only had he been mocked by others of the outer sect, but he also dared not show his face outside. Fortunately, Shen Mobai had not boasted about defeating Xiao Jue, or else he would have been utterly ashamed. After a month of recuperation, his injuries had healed, and he had borrowed a superior magical artifact, Qing Tai Zhang Yin, from his elder brother. Xiao Jue, as a bully, was not a solitary figure, but part of an organization that had taken root within the Hehuan zone. Their influence was pervasive, existing in both the outer and inner sects, a force lurking in the shadows. In Xiao Jue's mind, with his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement and the superior magical artifact, dealing with an old man possessing only a top-grade artifact, but at the 3rd level of qi refinement should be more than sufficient. A 3rd level qi refinement? How much power can a top-grade artifact wield? Perhaps 1/10, or even half. Moreover, Xiao Jue believed that his previous defeat was merely due to being caught off guard. This time, he would not repeat the same mistake. "I shall attack relentlessly and see how long you can evade. The moment you show yourself, I will strike first without hesitation. I shall seize this opportunity. This time, I will shatter every bone in your body. Otherwise, I shall not bear the surname Xiao. You have disgraced me completely. If the sect did not prohibit infighting, I would undoubtedly ensure your demise today." Recalling the humiliating events of the past few weeks, Xiao Jue gritted his teeth and intensified his assault. A small mountain resembling a seal, radiating a heavy yellow light, was hurled by Xiao Jue towards the cave's formation. The impact grew fiercer with each strike. Just as he prepared to withdraw the seal for another charge, Shen Mobai emerged. Xiao Jue instantly sensed that the moment of humiliation was about to be avenged. His lips involuntarily curled into a smirk, even before assessing Shen Mobai's cultivation. He unleashed a crushing blow with the Qing Tai Yin, embodying an overwhelming force as it descended upon Shen Mobai. Naturally, Shen Mobai did not dare to be careless. An attack capable of shaking a fortified cave must have significance. Thus, before emerging, he had already readied his top-grade artifacts, Tian Duan and Dian Xueqian. As soon as he stepped out, he raised the Tian Duan high, adopting a defensive stance. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly earth-shattering impact of the seal merely sparked a few embers upon the surface of the Tian Duan. That was all. I took such precautions for this? How rude. After uttering this, Shen Mobai swiftly rotated the Tian Duan. Sparks flew, and he effortlessly deflected the seal. With the Dian Xueqiang raised, he launched a fierce thrust toward Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue's previously uplifted smile collapsed in an instant, replaced by disbelief. What is happening? No matter how formidable a top-grade artifact may be, it cannot possibly so effortlessly withstand my attack. What is happening? Why do I feel an overwhelming force? How could the Qing Tai Yinzhong be sent flying? This is inconceivable. What? His cultivation level has actually reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement? Just as Xiao Ju finally discerned Shen Mobai's cultivation, a glimmer of cold light approached. With a soft sound, Xiao Ju was pierced through the chest by the tip of a spear. The speed was so astonishing that Xiao Ju failed to react in time. Staring at the spear that penetrated him, he could hardly believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Your cultivation, why has it advanced so rapidly? What have you done? And where did you acquire that exquisite artifact? After uttering these words, Xiao Ju felt a heavy sensation in his head, an overwhelming urge to succumb to unconsciousness rushing over him. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if they would close forever. Blood flowed down his body, a significant amount, as if he were on the brink of demise. At that moment, Shen Mobai abruptly released the Dian Xueqiang and exclaimed, "What the hell? Why didn't you dodge? I didn't intend to kill you." Indeed, Shen Mobai had not anticipated this turn of events. He truly did not foresee that Xiao Ju would be so feeble. After just a single encounter, it had escalated to this point. Shen Mobai had expected at least some resistance. However, Xiao Ju offered none and succumbed completely. Observing Xiao Ju's near-death state, Shen Mobai felt a surge of panic. If this person were to die here, it would not bode well for the sect. If you die, I cannot escape blame. Moreover, my intention was not to eliminate you. I merely wished to utilize you to harvest some dark energy. Alas, why are you so weak? You truly cannot withstand a blow. Chapter 13, I beg you. Let me die instead. In that moment, Shen Mobai resembled an ant on a hot pan, unable to remain still. Frantically scratching his head, he pondered his options. What to do? Xiao Ju, you are putting me in a predicament. You cannot just die like this. If you must die, let me outside the sect. Outside. You may die however you wish. This is disastrous. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Shen Mobai began rummaging through his belongings. Finally, after an urgent search, he retrieved the resurgence ointment he had once purchased from the system. I hope this proves useful. A dead horse is better than a live one. With that thought, Shen Mobai swiftly applied the ointment to Xiao Ju's chest. Due to the recent blood loss, Xiao Ju had already lost consciousness and could only passively endure the treatment. After a short while of applying the resurgence ointment, the bleeding ceased, and in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Ju's chest showed visible signs of healing. His pallid complexion gradually transformed to a healthy hue. Observing the rising and falling of Xiao Ju's chest, Shen Mobai exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems this resurgence ointment is quite effective. Ah, thank goodness for this miraculous medicine. Wait, if I say hypothetically, what if I do this and then that? Wouldn't I be able to continuously harvest dark energy? This could work, I must try. Without experimentation, how would I know? Thus, watching Xiao Ju gradually regain vitality, Shen Mobai revealed a cruel smile. Shortly thereafter, the still unconscious Xiao Ju was jolted awake by a surge of excruciating pain. The familiar sensation returned, the same feeling he experienced when Shen Mobai had previously broken his hand. Not only that, but shortly after the pain emerged, a similar sensation coursed through his right leg. This time, Xiao Ju was awakened by the pain, and upon focusing his gaze, he saw an old man lifting a fist the size of a sandbag, poised to do something to his left leg. "Hey, old man, what are you doing?" Yet fear took hold, and Xiao Ju shouted, Shen Mobai paused for a moment before responding with a grin. Did you not see? I am in the process of breaking your limbs. Xiaoju. Previously, Shen Mobai had been at the third layer of qi refinement, and the vast disparity in their cultivation levels had resulted in multiple strikes required to break Xiaoju's hand bones. However, this time was different. Their cultivation levels were now equal, and with Xiaoju offering no resistance, breaking his bones was effortless. Moreover, having learned from the previous encounter, Shen Mobai was now particularly attentive to Xiaoju's legs. After another scream akin to a slaughtered pig, Xiaoju erupted in curses. You old fossil. Is this all you can do? These despicable tactics? If you have the ability, continue. You bastard. You wretch. Bullying me like this. May you suffer a terrible fate. If you dare, let us battle for 300 rounds. I will kill you. His shouting and cursing echoed persistently at the entrance of Shen Mobai's cave dwelling, drawing the curious Su Yingshui outside to witness the scene. She was immediately struck with fright, covering her mouth tightly. What a tragic and horrifying scene. Could it be that Shen Mobai is some sort of pervert? A psychologically twisted individual? No, I must be more obedient in the future. Otherwise, my fate could be like this. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yingshui's heart drew ever closer to Shen Mobai. After breaking Xiaoju's limbs, Shen Mobai let out a long sigh. He then retrieved the Hehuan Su Gao. Indeed, it was the Hehuan Su Gao, a legendary medicine reputed to swiftly mend broken bones. Carefully opening the cap, he applied a small amount of the ointment to the recently broken limbs of Xiaoju. This resurgence ointment and Hehuan Su Gao had originally been intended for Shen Mobai's own use, as he feared his aging body might fracture due to a lack of calcium. He never imagined he would now use them on Xiaoju. Of course, after the previous series of actions, the system prompted him with notifications of dark energy acquisition, ringing continuously in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 5 points of dark energy, current total, 58 points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 5 points of dark energy, current total, 63 points. After completing all of this, Shen Mobai wiped the sweat from his forehead. I hope everything unfolds as I envision. Approximately 20 minutes later, several clusters of dark, gleaming energy shimmered on Xiaoju's limbs, while the applied Hehuan Su Gao and resurgence ointment faded in color, gradually turning white before beginning to fall away. The anguish on Xiaoju's face dissipated, as it appeared that his bones had successfully reconnected and returned to a sound state. This ointment is remarkably effective, truly worthy of the Hehuan Su Gao and resurgence ointment. Murmuring to himself, Shen Mobai wasted no time. He leapt high and, aiming for Xiaoju's recently healed arm, delivered another crushing blow. With a crack, Xiaoju's bone shattered once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 5 points of dark energy. Current total, 88 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shen Mobai felt a sense of relief wash over him. This truly works for harvesting dark energy. I am indeed a genius. Without any hesitation, Shen Mobai proceeded to shatter all of Xiaoju's remaining limb bones. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy, now totaling 93 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy, now totaling 98 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy, now totaling 103 points. After completing all this, Shen Mobai turned to the nearly fainting Xiaoju and once again took out the Hehuan Su Gao and Fudiru. With meticulous care, he applied the ointment to Xiaoju in small amounts. At this moment, Xiaoju finally awakened from his stupor, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had previously heard tales of demons in the world, yet he had never believed them. A demon? When faced with me, experience the methods of a bully. That was his response. However, the scene that had just unfolded had deeply shaken his soul. A demon? Shen Mobai was that very demon. Come to understand him. Henceforth, Xiaoju intended to respond in such a manner to others. Shen Mobai continued his repetitive actions, interrupting the application of the ointment only to resume. The system's notification sounds were incessantly ringing. Shen Mobai smiled with great delight, as if he had unearthed a treasure. In that moment, It felt as though he had regained several years of youth. Time passed without him realizing. Xiao Jue could no longer endure such torment. He muttered continuously, "Please, just let me die. Please, just let me die. Please, just let me die." Yet, Shen Mobai remained indifferent, his ears deaf to the pleas. The slight upward curve of his lips appeared, to Xiao Jue, more terrifying than any demon. It seemed this was indeed a sustainable path. The expenditure of black and white energy for purchasing the Hehuan Gao and Fudi Ru was minimal. It could yield continuous returns. How astute I am. Let me see how much energy I have accumulated from defeating monsters. Black energy, 656 points. White energy, 2,742 points. Wow, splendid. Shen Mobai gleefully glanced at the system balance panel, expressing his genuine happiness. Once he finished applying the ointment to Xiao Jue's hands, he glanced at the containers of Hehuan Gao and Fudi Ru, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, how could they be used up so quickly? All 3 bottles are empty." Chapter 14, A Fruitful Month, Launching Mission. Alas, why are the Hehuan Gao and Fudi Ru so short-lived? It seems I must exchange for more. After muttering to himself, Shen Mobai opened the system's item sales list, commencing the search for the pages containing Hehuan Gao and Fudi Ru. The plethora of redeemable items was not necessarily a boon, as he spent an inordinate amount of time searching without success. Alas, could they not implement a search bar or something similar? This is truly vexing. After an indeterminate period, Shen Mobai finally located the desired Hehuan Gao and Fudi Ru, just as he was about to purchase 20 bottles of each in one go. The system notification chimed. "Sorry, your balance is insufficient." What? Insufficient balance? Has the system made an error? The incredulous Shen Mobai exclaimed. Not long ago, he had checked, and there were clearly enough black and white energy. How could the system now indicate insufficient balance? In a state of confusion, Shen Mobai immediately opened the balance panel. However, upon seeing the numbers displayed, he fell into a daze. Black energy, 456 points. White energy, 742 points. Hey system, have you encountered a bug? Just a moment ago, there was a substantial amount of black and white energy. Where has it gone? You dog of a system. Do you take me for a fool, assuming I cannot count? Show yourself and explain, or this matter will not end well today. Shen Mobai's temper flared, despite the system having saved his life. However, he could not tolerate such embezzlement and misappropriation of energy points. May I ask, host, have you been borrowing at high interest for over a month? Indeed, but the repayment deadline is 3 months. Do not attempt to deceive me. Shen Mobai confronted the system. Then may I ask, host, have you failed to repay the interest accrued from last month's high-interest loan? I have not repaid it, but I can settle it all at once in 3 months, can I? Realization dawned upon Shen Mobai, and his tone began to soften. In light of the host's overdue repayment of high-interest loan interest, causing a significant decline in credit score, the system has autonomously deducted funds to safeguard its own interests. Is that not permissible? Where can I argue this? I am at my wit's end. Shen Mobai lamented. Did the host not just insult the dog system? Hearing this emotionless inquiry, Shen Mobai panicked, declaring, I did not insult you. You must have misheard. The system is the best. How can I insult you? Insulting and deceiving. A double offense. Prepare to experience a near-death punishment. This system is equipped with a voice recording function. You big fool. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sensation of impending doom enveloped Shen Mobai. He was once again plunged into the abyss of darkness. His heart raced with fear. Oh, how pitiful I am. Those who are pitiful must possess their own faults. Ultimately, all was concluded, and Shen Mobai did not acquire a large quantity of Hehuan Gao and Fudi Ru. His resources were indeed too scarce. It would be wise to retain some black and white energy for any unforeseen emergencies. After enduring the near-death punishment experience, Shen Mobai's thoughts returned to reality, and he suddenly exclaimed, Where is Xiao Jue? Where has he gone? At the scene of the incident, Xiao Jue's figure had vanished. After searching for considerable time, he finally caught sight of Xiao Jue fleeing in a disheveled manner. However, due to his unhealed leg bones, he was running on all fours. Remarkably, he seemed to be quite swift. This truly opened Shen Mobai's eyes. Is it possible to flee in such a manner? The potential of a person is indeed limitless, fully unleashing his survival instincts. Never mind. Without Hehuan Gao and Fudiru, capturing him would be futile. For now, I shall let him be. Time to tidy up the magical tools and return to the cave dwelling. After all this time, night had fallen. Though he had toiled throughout the day and received a thorough lesson from the system, the rewards were still plentiful. This path is indeed viable. I have earned approximately 60 points of black energy today. Haha, night has fallen. It is time to earn some white energy as well. Haha. Indeed. Suing Shue is still in Shen Mobai's cave dwelling. Since witnessing Shen Mobai's frenzied torment of others during the day, she now dares not act recklessly. If she were to provoke Shen Mobai, she would fear the consequences. Moreover, as long as she fulfills all of Shen Mobai's demands, she can obtain spiritual stones for buying and purchasing. So there is no other option but to stay in the cave dwelling and await Shen Mobai's favor. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 2 points of white energy, now totaling 762 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 12 points of white energy. Congratulations to the host. Time passed swiftly over the course of a month. During this month, Shen Mobai did not remain idle. On one hand, he continuously consumed Wanmei Juling Dan to enhance his cultivation. On the other hand, he diligently practiced the earth-level technique, Yin Feng Tun Tianju, successfully completing half of the acupoint cultivation. He had opened 3 out of 6 acupoints, and now he possessed a substantial amount of energy within his 3 large and small dantians. The speed at which he absorbed and released spiritual energy was extraordinarily formidable. Consequently, Shen Mobai's cultivation level ascended to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Such a pace of cultivation was truly terrifying, leaving Su Yingxue in awe. However, upon reflection, she found it understandable. After all, he had access to a considerable number of spiritual stones. Why shouldn't his cultivation speed be swift? Anything less would be abnormal. Shen Mobai was particularly pleased that after a month of hard work, his white energy points reached an impressive 9,343 points. Furthermore, due to the increasing balance, the system had successfully deducted 20 points each from both black and white energy, and he had not faced any near-death penalties since. This was what brought Shen Mobai the most joy. Strangely, Xiao Ju had not sought him out during this month, seemingly vanished. Shen Mobai even took the initiative to find Xiao Ju, but ultimately found nothing. The cessation of his access to black energy left Shen Mobai quite displeased, and he harbored anger for a long time. Eventually, he had no choice but to vent his frustration on his Su Yingxue. However, given Shen Mobai's temperament, he could not simply drag someone in to break limbs. That was beyond his principles. On this day, while earnestly earning white energy, Shen Mobai received a task issued by the sect. Indeed, as a disciple of Hehuan Sect, it was his duty to complete the tasks assigned by the sect. It was inconceivable for the sect to support so many disciples without reason. As an outer disciple, he was required to fulfill at least 2 tasks each year, or risk expulsion from the sect. Due to reasons such as seclusion, tasks could be delayed, but they must ultimately be completed. This was the rule of Hehuan Sect. The tasks assigned to outer disciples were generally not too challenging. They often involved delivering items, gathering low-level intelligence, or collecting materials, tasks that were relatively simple. At this moment, through the transmission jade slip, Shen Mobai smoothly received his assignment. What? Go to a small cave heaven called Lanxing to collect medicinal herbs? Chapter 15. Journey to the small cave heaven, confirming my suspicions. Shen Mobai was instructed to head to Yinhe Shao Dong Tian Lanxing and collect 5 specimens of Tian Shan Shuel Yin that were over 100 years old, with a deadline of 1 year. The jade slip contained the identity information of Hehuan Sect and the relevant map. The task was clearly laid out in a single sentence. What astonished Shen Mobai was not the task itself, but rather the names, Yinhe Shao Dong Tian and Lanxing, which bore a striking resemblance to the name of the world he had previously inhabited. Yingxue, what is this small cave heaven? Please enlighten me. Shen Mobai inquired of Su Yingxue. The lovesick Shen Mobai only had knowledge of the matters between men and women, lacking any understanding of small cave heavens, hence his question to Su Yingxue. My husband, you have indeed asked the right person. I just happened to have visited a small cave heaven once to carry out a sect task. Su Yingxue replied playfully. After a month of interaction, Su Yingxue had successfully developed feelings for Shen Mobai. With everything he provided, food, clothing, spiritual stones, What more could this materialistic woman want? Thus, she affectionately referred to him as husband. The so-called small cave heaven is essentially a separate little world created by powerful cultivators, those at the transformation stage, or even more formidable beings, utilizing their extraordinary abilities at certain spatial nodes in our current world. As for the motives of these powerful beings, I cannot say. The dimensions of these small worlds vary. Some possess spiritual energy, while others do not, with interiors that are bizarre and diverse. Some small cave heavens even house treasures left behind by powerful beings, while others remain desolate and barren. Some even harbor rare flora and fauna, or even unique individuals. However, those creatures and beings are oblivious to the nature of the world they inhabit. Often, they rationalize their existence with cosmic theories, claiming the universe is infinite, as self-deception. Some comically endeavor to search for so-called extraterrestrials. When I first heard of this, it amused me greatly. They are unaware that the rules governing their existence were predetermined by the powerful beings when they created these small cave heavens. They can never escape, let alone witness the beauty of our world. Only those possessing the identity jade slip of the small cave heaven can freely enter and exit. My husband, is your sect tasked to be executed in the small cave heaven? After a lengthy explanation, Suing Shui seemed to sense something and asked. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai realized the implications and nodded in agreement with her inquiry. That's splendid. This time, I wish to accompany my husband. The identity jade slip allows a few individuals to enter and exit, and I want to see it. Perhaps there will be delightful surprises. Moreover, my sect task is quite simple and can be completed swiftly. Staying here alone is rather lonely. Suing Shui insisted on joining Shen Mobai for the sect task. Shen Mobai was indifferent. Firstly, having someone with experience in small cave heavens accompanying him would save a great deal of trouble. Secondly, having a beautiful woman nearby to occasionally earn some white energy was also a delightful prospect. Thus, he reluctantly agreed. The time allocated for the sect task was ample, and Shen Mobai did not feel the need to rush. Nevertheless, he was genuinely concerned about the designation, Lanxing. He was eager to confirm whether this Lanxing was indeed the same as the one he had previously inhabited. After living a brief and unfulfilled life, Shen Mobai felt a lingering sense of regret and desired to accomplish something to make amends for his past. 10 days later, guided by the map from the Jade Slip, Shen Mobai and Suing Shui arrived at the entrance of In Hishao Dong Tian. This location was not far from Hehuan Sect. As they approached, they saw a massive light barrier, akin to a grand door, resolutely standing upon the earth. There appeared to be no guardians present. As they drew closer to the light barrier, a repulsive force emerged, pushing Shen Mobai away from it. Consequently, he promptly took out the Jade Slip. Instantly, a protective membrane of light emanated from the Jade Slip, enveloping both Shen Mobai and Suing Shui. The repulsive force of the enormous light barrier dissipated. One could surmise that even if others were aware that this was a small cave heaven, they could not enter without the Jade Slip. Thus, the two figures, closely aligned and shielded by the Jade Slip, vanished into the immense light barrier. After 2 days of travel, Shen Mobai and Suing Shui had been traversing a desolate mountain range for 2 days. Unfortunately, as cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, they lacked the ability to fly. Thankfully, their robust cultivation level ensured their safety, though it did take quite some time. As Shen Mobai stepped into launching, the map markings within the Jade Slip became visible. Gazing upon the place name, Changbai Mountain, his suspicions intensified. Furthermore, he discovered numerous other familiar geographical markers within the Jade Slip, each name evoking a profound shock within him. Eagerly, Shen Mobai yearned to unveil the mysteries surrounding these revelations. After 2 days of arduous travel, they arrived at a quaint town nestled at the foot of Changbai Mountain. Observing the familiar architectural style of the city and the towering concrete structures, his conjectures deepened. Eventually, through subtle inquiries with passers-by, he uncovered the truth he sought. This was indeed the Lanxing he had previously inhabited. Every aspect, country, city, date, was identical. With this confirmation, Shen Mobai's emotions swirled chaotically. It dawned upon him that he had once been a mere frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world, living in a small paradise created by a powerful being. Now, having assumed a new identity and embarked on a different life, returning to this familiar land felt surreal. For a fleeting moment, He struggled to discern which reality was authentic. However, as the enchanting figure beside him came into focus, he regained his composure. Perhaps this was simply the nature of nostalgia. Soon enough, clarity washed over him. This place resembled his former home, yet he was no longer the person he once was. He existed in the present. Nevertheless, despite this newfound understanding, there were certain matters Shen Mobai resolved to address. He deemed it a means of compensating for his past regrets. For these tasks posed no challenge to his current self. For instance, there were the pretentious supervisor, the unreasonable female customer who left malicious reviews, the small shopkeeper who owed him money, the landlord, and that ex-girlfriend who had betrayed him. If possible, he also wished to seek out the robust cat that had aided him to express his gratitude. With determination in his heart, Shen Mobai wasted no time and set off with Su Yingxue, their destination, Hehuan. In a modest eatery, Shen Mobai and Su Yingxue, having undergone a simple disguise, took their seats. Disguises were essential, especially for Su Yingxue, whose beauty and figure exuded an undeniable goddess-like allure. Without a disguise, she would attract far too much attention. Husband, what is there to enjoy here? It's so shabby. I'm not accustomed to it. Su Yingxue complained, her lips forming a cute pout. Shen Mobai had a purpose for coming here. His target was the petty supervisor who had unjustly dismissed him. He had toiled for over half a month, only to receive nothing in return. Be good, I'll take care of something, and then we'll leave, Shen Mobai explained, unusually forthcoming. What is it? Su Yingxue inquired eagerly. I intend to give a profound lesson to someone who has wronged me, he replied with a mischievous grin. Who would dare offend you? I could take care of them in no time. Su Yingxue responded indignantly. Violence is unnecessary. Some matters are far more entertaining than murder. Just wait for me a moment, Shen Mobai said as he approached a dining table. Currently, he had adopted the guise of an elderly man, feigning frailty as he pretended to stumble before the table. Amidst the supervisor's complaints and curses, Shen Mobai discreetly added, I love a stick of firewood, into the food on the table. As a crowd gathered to witness the commotion, he also sprinkled, I love a stick of firewood, into the meals of several burly men seated nearby. After observing them consume the tainted food, Shen Mobai chuckled as he led Su Yingxue away. Soon, the eatery erupted with inhuman howls, resonating with the essence of spring. Su Yingxue playfully nudged Shen Mobai, saying, Husband, you're truly wicked. That person will surely never forget this day. Shen Mobai laughed, of course. They one T forget. After all, I even arranged for someone to record the incident and post it online. Forgetting? The internet has a long memory. In a residential complex, Shen Mobai forcefully kicked open the door to a room and strode in confidently. Throughout the night, amidst the woman's fear and helplessness, he orchestrated a memorable torment. Ultimately, she succumbed to madness, and the well-meaning Shen Mobai escorted her to a psychiatric hospital. The horrifying scene left Su Yingxue speechless, reshaping her perception of Shen Mobai. In a small shop, Shen Mobai jestingly inquired, Do you have any 1982 Lafite? I'm afraid we don't carry that. You might want to try. A middle-aged man began, only to be interrupted by Shen Mobai, who added, the non-alcoholic kind. Oh, Snowball, by the way. Your taste resembles that of a young friend I know. The middle-aged man remarked while handling the Snowball. Is that so? What a coincidence. Shen Mobai replied. By the way, does your granddaughter have a partner? If not, I could introduce her to that young friend. He is quite a decent fellow, though his luck is a bit lacking at present. What do you think? The middle-aged man chuckled in response. Shen Mobai placed a substantial amount of money, exchanged from the system, 1 point of black and white energy for 1 million, on the counter and replied, Thank you for your kindness. But he has already found a girlfriend. I must take my leave now. I wish you prosperous business. May it grow larger than the sun. With that, Shen Mobai's figure gradually faded from view. The middle-aged man mused. Why does that sound so familiar? Where have I heard that before? Goodness, how much is this? Such a thick stack. Observing the money far exceeding the value of a bottle of Snowball, the middle-aged man hurriedly called out, Hey, old man, did you give too much? We can't possibly accept this. Shen Mobai waved his hand dismissively, replying without looking back, I didn't give too much, as promised. Tenfold repayment. Keep it well, and perhaps we shall meet again. With that, he vanished from the middle-aged man's sight. That old man must be forgetful. I wonder how my young friend is doing. It's been quite a while since he last visited. The middle-aged man, needing to tend to the shop. Ultimately did not pursue Shen Mobai, muttering to himself. Naturally, he pocketed the money, for only in novels would one find the virtue of honesty. He certainly would not. Next, Shen Mobai arrived at another door. He wrapped the overdue rent in paper, knocked softly, and then turned to leave. After completing these tasks, only a short span of time had elapsed. Just then, by the roadside, Shen Mobai spotted the woman who had once vexed him, his ex-girlfriend. He had intended to seek her out, and now she had unexpectedly appeared before him. After experiencing the tender charm of Su Yingxue, his perception of this ex-girlfriend had shifted. Apart from her feminine form and attributes, she possessed no remarkable qualities. Yet at that moment, a string within Shen Mobai was inexplicably plucked. This matter is not about letting go. It is merely the throbbing of past wounds. Observing his ex-girlfriend entwined with the man who has supplanted him, Shen Mobai clenched his teeth and decisively seized them both. After forcefully making them drink a few mouthfuls of what ai chow chai, he cast them onto the bustling street. If they relish in their infidelity, then let them indulge to their heart's content. Shen Mobai muttered to himself before turning his back and departing with Su Yingxue. In this city, all grievances have been resolved. He harbors no lingering resentments, nor does he care for anyone anymore. He sighed deeply, as if bidding farewell to his former self. Shen Mobai looked at Su Yingxue with indifference and said, "Let us proceed to carry out our sect mission. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return." Su Yingxue replied, "Do it? If we are to do it, there is no one ahead." Shen Mobai exclaimed, "Huh? That is not what I meant. Do not pull me, hey?" By the time Shen Mobai and Su Yingxue arrived at Kunlun Mountain, it had already been another 15 days. There was no way around it. During those 15 days, Su Yingxue had dragged him around to various attractions, leaving traces of love in every place. Notably, their time together had allowed Shen Mobai to accumulate a substantial amount of white energy. Currently, he possessed 456 points of black energy and 5,778 points of white energy. Although it seemed like a considerable amount, Shen Mobai remained deeply troubled. The anxiety in his heart remained unresolved. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, the avenues for gaining black and white energy are too scarce, and the accumulation rate is exceedingly slow. The time to repay the interest is approaching, and when 20 points of black and white energy are deducted, his remaining points will be quite meager. Merely repaying the interest consumes a significant amount of Shen Mobai's energy and time, which is a source of concern for him. Secondly, as time progresses, there's just over a month left to repay the principal, which amounts to the 200 points of black and white energy he borrowed. That is a substantial sum. Should he fail to repay it, who knows what traps this high-interest loan system might lay? What if they increase the interest? At that point, it would truly be a case of compounding interest, rendering repayment impossible. Interest transforming into principal, and principal generating interest would escalate to astronomical figures. Would Shen Mobai then be condemned to work for the system for the rest of his life? This simply cannot be allowed. While Shen Mobai was deep in thought, Su Yingxue exclaimed in surprise, "Something is amiss here. It feels strange." Chapter 17. The Anomaly of Kunlun Mountain. Discovery of Xiao Ju's figure. Well, we shall take it step by step. Let's first complete the sect mission. Shen Mobai muttered. Not completing the sect mission might be manageable for a time, but once the deadline passes, he would no longer be able to remain in the sect. The consequences would be dire: death as an example or expulsion from the sect. He would then become a rogue cultivator, further distancing himself from attractive companions, let alone earning black and white energy, which would be akin to digging his own grave. Such a course of action would be short-sighted and self-destructive. As the two stepped onto the summit of Kunlun Mountain, unusual events began to unfold. Something is amiss here. It feels strange. Su Yingxue halted, her expression one of astonishment. What is it? What is wrong? Shen Mobai paused his thoughts and inquired with curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Su Yingxue expressed her confusion. Logically, a small cave should either possess spiritual energy or lack it entirely. When we were exploring earlier, there was no spiritual energy. Why is it that upon entering this mountain range, we suddenly sense it? Shen Mobai, who was practicing the Yinfeng Tun Tianju, had developed a large and a small dantian, and had sensed the presence of spiritual energy here long ago. Yet he could not help but reply. What if it's like Hehuan Sect? Some areas are rich in spiritual energy, while others are sparse. That is not correct. sparse areas still contain some spiritual energy. Su Yingxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, at Hehuan Zone, it is due to the presence of spirit-binding arrays that some places have abundant spiritual energy while others are deficient. But overall, they could be described as having spiritual energy. However, in this small cave, there is absolutely no trace of spiritual energy outside, yet here exists a faint trace. Could it be that there is also a spirit-binding array here? But that does not make sense. How can a spirit-binding array entirely prevent spiritual energy from dissipating? It is illogical. Shen Mobai nodded, acknowledging Su Yingxue's reasoning. However, it was time to focus on completing the sect mission. Tasks take precedence. Other matters, which remain unclear, cannot be forced. Shen Mobai stated, if it is beyond understanding, let us not dwell on it. Let us complete the mission and return promptly. Su Yingxue had no choice but to relent and replied, very well. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Why are these Tianshan snow lotus so scarce? Especially those over 100 years old. It seems as if they have been thoroughly foraged. After 3 days, they had only managed to find a single one, having scoured every crevice. How could there be so few? I wonder how Su Yingxue is faring. They had parted ways for a day, and I hope she can find several Tianshan snow lotus. 3 days prior, though Shen Mobai and Su Yingxue were quite curious about the spiritual energy situation, they ultimately decided to prioritize completing the sect mission. However, after an exhaustive search, they were left astonished. While there were numerous younger Tianshan snow lotus, those older than 100 years were pitifully rare, as if plundered by passing geese. After 3 days, they had only found one, realizing they could not delay any longer. To expedite the completion of the mission and return to the sect, Shen Mobai and Su Yingxue decided to split up and each search for the century-old Tianshan snow lotus. With 256 points of black energy and 3,778 points of white energy remaining, Shen Mobai sighed. In just 1 month, it will be 3 months. Alas, the interest on a black and white energy from last month has already deducted another 20 points. What am I to do? The earnings are insufficient to cover the interest. He sighed several times, pondering solutions while aimlessly wandering. At that moment, Shen Mobai suddenly spotted a familiar figure stealthily advancing while glancing around suspiciously. Shen Mobai crouched down, murmuring, Xiaoju? What is that rascal doing here? Just as he contemplated ways to earn more energy, it seemed like a golden opportunity had presented itself. As he prepared to rush towards Xiaoju to engage in a frenzy of black energy accumulation, he hesitated, pondering. Wait a moment. Given his furtive demeanor, he must be up to something significant. I shall quietly follow and observe. Resolute in his decision, Shen Mobai stealthily trailed Xiaoju, silently keeping pace. Xiaoju proceeded, occasionally glancing around. Fortunately, at that moment, Shen Mobai's cultivation level was slightly higher than Xiaoju's, and Xiaoju did not detect anything amiss. Eventually, Xiaoju reached a flat expanse of snow. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, he activated his cultivation, striking the snow with a powerful blow. The accumulated snow scattered under the immense force, revealing a large hole about 2 meters deep. Without hesitation, Xiaoju jumped inside. At the moment he entered the hole, he delivered a strike, causing the surrounding snow walls to collapse and seal the entrance. Only a slight depression remained, resembling a pit. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a trap that no one would dare to investigate. Shen Mobai hesitantly approached the edge of the pit, caught in a dilemma. Should he descend? He had no idea what awaited him inside, nor whether he would be ambushed. Conversely, should he refrain? Observing Xiaoju's furtive demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to venture down and uncover the truth. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Shen Mobai resolutely followed suit and leaped into the abyss. With a soft splash, he successfully entered the pit. As soon as he landed, he swiftly drew the Tian-Yi shield, adopting a defensive stance. Fortunately, no one attacked. Looking upwards, he noticed a large opening above him. Fearing that someone might follow, Shen Mobai struck the snowy wall with his palm, causing an avalanche that firmly blocked the entrance. A shimmering barrier of spiritual energy emerged, preventing the snow from collapsing further. This scene only intensified Shen Mobai's curiosity. How could such an array exist in this place? Scanning the surroundings, he observed a narrow ice tunnel extending into the unknown. Although darkness enveloped the area, The reflective quality of the ice allowed a cultivator's keen eyesight to discern the environment. The presence of an array akin to a cave dwelling perplexed him. Moreover, this pit bore a striking resemblance to a grave robber's tunnel, which piqued his interest. Given that Shen Mobai's cultivation level surpassed that of Xiao Ju, he felt emboldened. Without hesitation, he maintained the Tian E shield's protective aura and cautiously ventured deeper. As he traversed the tunnel, the light ahead gradually brightened. The exit must be nearby. He needed to be cautious and avoid detection. When Shen Mobai peeked out of the tunnel, he was initially met with no surprises. However, upon fully grasping the scene before him, he was taken aback. How could they be here? Chapter 18. The hunter becomes the prey. For against one before him lay a vast ice cavern exceeding 3 zhang in size. On the opposite side of the cavern was a thick layer of solid ice through which light filtered, illuminating the space and allowing for clear visibility. Within the cavern stood 5 figures. Shen Mobai focused his gaze, and familiar silhouettes came into view. Xiao Ju required no introduction. Beside him stood the enchanting Lin Yujian with her delicate features and fair skin, the very woman Shen Mobai had once idolized in his previous life. Next to her was Xie Shu, the refined gentleman with whom Shen Mobai had previously engaged in a spirited contest over spiritual stones. He was the one who had advised Shen Mobai to tread carefully. Alongside them was a tall, slender man clad in a blue robe, whose pallid complexion betrayed his displeasure as he reprimanded Xiao Ju with a serious expression. On the ground beside him lay a beautiful woman, bound and unconscious, Su Yingshui, the one they had separated to search for the Tian Shan Shuelian. The acoustics of the ice cavern carried their conversation clearly to Shen Mobai's ears. Where have you been? Don't you realize this is a critical moment? How dare you act independently? The tall man in blue scolded. Xiao Ju sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Boss, I merely took a stroll in the city to savor the charm of this foreign land. I was extremely cautious and did not reveal my whereabouts. The tall man continued his tirade. Look, we have a delicate beauty here. Soon, she will be at our mercy. How can those ordinary women compare to a celestial being? If your recklessness jeopardizes our plan, I shall strip your skin off. By the way, return the superior artifact I lent you last time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ju stammered, unable to articulate a response. He had borrowed the superior artifact from the tall man in blue to seek vengeance against Shen Mobai, only to find himself in a humiliating predicament. Furthermore, he had lost the borrowed medium-grade artifact and had refrained from disclosing that to anyone. Naturally, he could not find the words now. He quickly changed the subject, saying, Isn't that the woman Su Yingshui? That materialistic girl. Just as the tall man in blue was about to retort, he suddenly turned his head sharply in Shen Mobai's direction, his expression darkening. Who is that friend? Please reveal yourself. His voice boomed, resonating through the cavern and causing debris to tremble ominously. The others also recoiled in surprise. Shen Mobai silently cursed his misfortune. He had made not a sound, yet was still detected. This could only signify one thing. Their cultivation levels exceeded his, and by no small margin. If only he had employed some form of concealment technique. Now he was in trouble. Should he flee? As Shen Mobai contemplated his escape, the tall man in blue moved with astonishing speed, lunging towards him with a claw-like grip. The dark aura emanating from his hand indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. Shen Mobai raised the Tian E shield in preparation to defend himself, yet the tall man feigned an attack, swiftly maneuvering behind Shen Mobai. It was then that Shen Mobai realized his blunder, cursing himself for not retreating sooner. Now, his escape route was blocked, and this man's adaptability was formidable. He was clearly at a disadvantage due to his lack of combat experience. Indeed, the intention of the tall man in blue was to sever Shen Mobai's escape. At this moment, Shen Mobai found himself completely surrounded. In front were Xiao Ju, Xie Shu, and Lin Yujian, while behind stood the enigmatic tall man in blue, whose strength was unfathomable. At this juncture, saving Su Yingshui seemed impossible. Shen Mobai's own safety was in jeopardy. It's you. How did you end up here? You are that harbinger of doom. As the others recognized Shen Mobai, their expressions shifted to one of shock. Xie Shu and Lin Yujian gasped in surprise, while Xiao Ju trembled and let out a scream. Only the tall man in blue remained oblivious to Shen Mobai's identity, inquiring, Who might you be? From where do you come? What brings you here? Just as Xie Yushu was about to respond, Xiao Ju interjected loudly, "Boss, he possesses top-grade artifacts, and 2 of them at that. Your superior artifact is in his possession. We must kill him and seize it." Shen Mobai rolled his eyes at Xiao Ju, retorting, "Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" Xiao Ju fell silent, his previous bravado dissipating under the weight of his lingering fears. The tall man in blue's eyes gleamed with interest as he pondered the situation. At that moment, Xie Yushu spoke up. "He also carries a substantial quantity of spiritual stones, at least in the tens of thousands." Upon hearing this, the tall man's eyes sparkled with greed as he brandished a superior grade sword, fixating his predatory gaze on Shen Mobai. A tremor of anxiety coursed through Shen Mobai, prompting him to draw the Jiao Shui, bracing himself against the 4 adversaries. Upon witnessing the 2 exquisite magical artifacts displayed by Shen Mobai, Xiao Ju could not help but smirk, affirming his previous assertions. Lin Yujian, observing this, stepped forward and declared, "Dear friends, when we go to vanquish this individual, please grant me the final opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. If I cannot even excel as a sycophant, I shall personally bring his end. This old fool dares to disregard me. It infuriates me to no end." The expression on Shen Mobai's face turned grim, realizing he had indeed stirred a hornet's nest. These individuals were determined to bring about their own demise. In a one-on-one confrontation with Lin Yujian or Xiao Ju, both at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he was confident of victory, even feeling capable of defending himself against both simultaneously. Facing Xie Yushu, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he felt no fear. His life was assured. However, as the slender, tall figure in the azure robe launched an attack, Shen Mobai distinctly sensed his cultivation level, foundation establishment. The unique pressure associated with the foundation establishment stage was unmistakable, although he could not ascertain the precise minor realm within it. Regardless of the specifics, surrounded by wolves, his life was in peril. "Please, do not be angry. Let us discuss this matter amicably. I too am a disciple of Hehuan Sect, and we are not permitted to engage in violence according to the sect's laws." He then chuckled lightly and added, "How about I compensate you with spirit stones? A flat offer of 10,000 spirit stones, if you will. It is wiser to resolve enmity than to create it." Ultimately, Shen Mobai was left with no choice but to adhere to the philosophy of spending money to avoid calamity, taking a gamble. Xiao Ju, having been tormented by Shen Mobai recently, was not inclined to acquiesce easily and insisted, "Boss, let us eliminate him. The spirit stones and artifacts will all be ours. This is far better than shattering this ice barrier to enter an unknown cave, which we have no means to breach." He gestured towards the illuminated area, egging on the slender figure in azure. The latter retorted, "The more you speak, the more you reveal. You are a useless thing." Xiao Ju quickly covered his mouth, but, after a moment of contemplation, added, "Boss, why not just kill him? A dead man cannot leak secrets. It would resolve everything." Shen Mobai, in a panic, chastised, "Are you not afraid of the sect's punishment?" Xiao Ju laughed heartily. "That only matters if the sect finds out. Here, in this remote place, what happens is our own affair." Shen Mobai was left speechless. Was it truly possible to approach matters this way? It seemed he had been too lenient with Xiao Ju in the past. Next time, he would demand double, for this was infuriating. As Chapter 19 unfolds, with his life hanging by a thread, he could only resort to self-detonating his artifacts. While Shen Mobai pondered this grim reality, the slender figure in azure was also weighing the pros and cons suddenly. Without warning, the figure unleashed a fierce attack, pointing forward as a flying sword surged towards Shen Mobai. Xiao Ju, Xie Yushu, and Lin Yujian, in perfect unison, drew their weapons and charged towards Shen Mobai. Their actions signified their decisive choice. Shen Mobai's face paled as he barely caught a glimpse of the streak of light rushing towards him. The flying sword, controlled by the slender figure, was already upon him. In a moment of desperation, he quickly raised the Tian-Yi shield to defend himself. With his other hand, he wielded the Jian Shui to swipe at the approaching trio, hoping to force them back. Yet he had underestimated the formidable power of the foundation establishment stage. Under the control of a powerful divine sense, the force of the flying sword was far beyond what a Qi refinement cultivator could contend with. With a resounding crash, Shen Mobai felt a tremendous force reverberate through the Tian-Yi shield, propelling him uncontrollably backward. Fortunately, Xiao Ju and the others were momentarily caught off guard, allowing Shen Mobai to collide into them. Had any of them struck him even slightly, it could have been fatal. Before he could touch the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not daring to delay, he endured the pain and immediately rose again, raising the Tian Yi shield once more. A sharp sound echoed as he was sent flying again, blood spewing forth once more. Each strike from the slender figure was taking a significant toll on him. The prowess of the Foundation establishment's divine sense in controlling the flying sword was indeed formidable. The intervals between attacks were so brief and the power so great. If only he could reach the Foundation establishment himself. Fortunately, the Tian Yi shield was a superior artifact, still able to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger today. However, this could not continue indefinitely. He needed to devise a way out. After enduring several more attacks from the flying sword, with blood spilling forth, Shen Mobai's mind was racing. The relentless assaults from the slender figure kept pushing him back, preventing Xiao Ju and the others from intervening. Qi refinement stage cultivators lacked the divine sense required for sword manipulation. Otherwise, in the face of such a group attack, Shen Mobai would truly be doomed. After coughing up yet another mouthful of blood, an abrupt voice echoed in Shen Mobai's mind. Warning, warning. Host's lifespan is reduced to 1 month. Please extend your lifespan, or your soul will face imprisonment and punishment. This revelation left Shen Mobai utterly bewildered. At such a critical moment, the system decided to interject. Had he not exchanged for 2 additional years of life last time? How could it be that only a short time had passed, and now his lifespan was depleted? Warning, warning. Due to continuous heavy injuries, the host's vitality is diminishing. Lifespan is reduced to 1 day. Please extend your lifespan immediately, or your soul will be imprisoned and punished for eternity. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai's expression shifted to one of alarm. So it was the relentless strikes from the slender figure that had effectively shortened his lifespan. He thought, I cannot be struck again, a single more hit, and I shall meet my end right here. What to do? What to do? It felt as if misfortune was compounding upon him, driving him to madness. In a state of utter desperation, Shen Mobai glanced at his remaining black and white energy. 256 points of black energy and 3,778 points of white energy. What could such a meager amount accomplish? The critical issue was that he had no time left to choose anything. At this moment, with the flying sword threatening his life and the system demanding his attention, his fate hung by a thread. He cried out to the heavens, but received no response. His life was in peril. As he watched the swiftly approaching flying sword, his heart raced. System exchanged for 10 points of energy for lifespan. In this dire circumstance, Shen Mobai had no choice but to make a desperate gamble, clinging to life for the moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 10 points of black and white energy, extending your lifespan by 10 years. We hope you continue to strive for excellence. Just as the Tian Yi shield managed to block the flying sword, Shen Mobai heard the system's response, alleviating a fraction of his anxiety. However, shortly thereafter, his expression darkened once more, as the slender figure's assault did not relent. Furthermore, as Xiao Ju and the others could not engage in close combat, they hastily retrieved ranged weapons, crossbows. They unleashed a barrage of arrows towards Shen Mobai. In no time at all, the system's alert rang out again. Warning, warning. Host's lifespan is reduced to 2 months. Please extend your lifespan, or your soul will face imprisonment and punishment. With no other option, Shen Mobai was compelled to exchange for another 10 years of life, desperately struggling against the odds. As Shen Mobai struggled to lift the Tian Yi shield, a disconcerting voice echoed in his mind. Host energy insufficient. Lifespan exchange failed. The host now has 3 months left to live. Please enhance your lifespan, or your soul will face confinement and punishment. At that moment, Shen Mobai found himself devoid of the strength to curse. He felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, his energy rapidly depleting. Were it not for his cultivation of the Yin Feng Tun Tianju, which had opened 3 acupoints and provided him with additional reserves of spiritual energy, he would have already exhausted his lifespan before his energy ran out. Now, he stood at a true crossroads of life and death. In this critical juncture, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Shen Mobai. Although the consequences of this plan against his adversary were uncertain, it would undoubtedly result in significant loss for him. Yet at this stage, he had no better alternatives. He could only gamble on a dying horse as if it were alive. Amidst the brief respite while blocking the flying sword for the last time, Shen Mobai rushed to Su Yingshue's side and produced the Qingtai palm seal he had acquired from Xiao Ju. He hurled it fiercely toward the enemy. Xiao Ju, with his keen eyes, leaped to intercept the artifact, as it was borrowed from him and had been misplaced. Little did he know at that moment, Shen Mobai executed a hand gesture and uttered softly, "Explode." Having already recognized the item as his own, the slender, tall man clad in a green robe, a formidable foundation-building expert, reacted swiftly. He positioned himself in front of Xiao Ju and summoned a mirror-like artifact to shield himself and protect the others behind him. A deafening explosion reverberated through the icy cavern, a brilliant light illuminating the entire space, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. The chaotic energy surged wildly, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding ice layers, causing large chunks to collapse. Fortunately, Shen Mobai's Tianyi shield was sufficiently large and of supreme quality, managing to shield Su Yingxue from greater harm. However, the intense heat ignited portions of their garments, and their exposed skin turned charred, evidently suffering severe superficial burns. Su Yingxue regained consciousness, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings. Shen Mobai's gaze swept across the bright area, where he noticed several small fissures in the thick ice. A surge of hope surged within him. He declared, "It seems there's a chance." In Chapter 20, a glimmer of hope, breaking into the unknown cavern, the slender, tall man in green roared after the immediate danger had passed. "You dare to self-destruct my superior artifact? I shall strip your bones." As a small leader of a mysterious organization within the Outer Sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Being attacked with his own possessions and having them destroyed was akin to someone defecating on his head. The limit of his patience had been reached. Without hesitation, he summoned his flying sword to assault Shen Mobai from the left while he charged toward him from the right. He intended to flank Shen Mobai for a swift conclusion, unwilling to allow him any opportunity for reprisal. Having just self-destructed a superior artifact, Shen Mobai felt no regret, for it was never truly his to begin with. However, he glanced longingly at the Dian Shui gun in his hand. Despite his reluctance, he resolutely hurled the Dian Shui gun toward Xie Yushu and the others, uttering "Explode." The slender man in green was acutely aware of Shen Mobai's movements, and, upon seeing the thrown Dian Shui gun, his heart nearly stopped upon hearing the impending explosion. The previous artifact's self-detonation was merely a superior artifact with limited power, but this time it was a supreme-grade artifact. The magnitude of destruction was incomparable. The critical factor was that the target of Shen Mobai's attack included Xie Yushu. The fates of Xiao Ju and Lin Yuejian were inconsequential to him. But if Xie Yushu were to perish, the repercussions from the Inner Sect would be dire. He would be skinned alive. Even if he killed Shen Mobai, it would be of no avail. Thus, he swiftly retreated, positioning himself once more in front of Xie Yushu and the others, raising the mirror artifact for protection. With a resounding roar, a more tremendous explosion followed. The rapid detonation threatened to rupture eardrums. The blinding white light flooded the cavern, nearly blinding everyone. A tumultuous surge of energy erupted throughout the cavern, destroying everything it encountered, including the thick ice that could not withstand the explosion's force. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The previously luminous ice could no longer contain the cavern, shattering under the pressure. Shen Mobai and Su Yingxue, though their torsos remained relatively intact, had their bodies charred and severely burned. Yet, they were fortunate to have survived. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Mobai grasped Su Yingxue's hand and sprinted toward the light, for it represented the only exit from the cavern. This was precisely why he had unhesitatingly self-destructed the artifact, to seize this slim chance of survival. Remaining would mean succumbing to the torment of the Slender Man, leaving no room for resistance. Exiting offered a glimmer of hope, even if the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. As they burst forth from the cavern, Shen Mobai realized he had stepped into nothingness. Beneath him lay a deep pool of water, a considerable distance from the cavern's height. Fortunately, he surmised that even a fall would not be fatal. Taking advantage of the descent, he gazed into the distance, where an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The ceiling was shrouded in clouds and mist, as though the cavern were suspended beneath the sky. The illumination was bright, resembling daylight for an unknown reason. Nearby, a jade pond sprawled across acres, adorned with emerald lotus leaves. A winding corridor stretched throughout, supported by crystal pillars, with curtains of gauzy fabric swaying gently in the breeze, lending an ethereal quality to the atmosphere. Further ahead, majestic palaces stood proudly, their golden roofs reflecting an everlasting brilliance. The dragon columns exhaled purple mist, and each glazed tile shimmered like gold. The palace complex extended endlessly, disappearing from view. In the distance, two colossal stone pillars pierced the heavens, radiating a golden aura that refracted into a spectrum of colors. To the right, a grove lay bare, its leaves fallen, lending a desolate air to the surroundings. How magnificent! What kind of place is this within Kunlun Mountain that is so resplendent, resembling a palace? It seemed to be behind the palace, and the nameplates were obscured from view. Otherwise, he might have speculated. Nevertheless, it was imperative to flee quickly. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Not only was a supreme artifact destroyed, but his lifespan was also perilously short. Even worse, his black and white energies were nearly depleted, rendering him unable to purchase anything. Truly, this was a desperate situation. Shen Mobai's heart was a tumult of emotions during this visit. He found himself in a situation so dire that he was stripped of even his undergarments. With a resounding splash, he crashed into the pool of water. The immense force exacerbated the already grievous state of his body, causing him to lose consciousness completely. As he lay in a stupor, the waters of the pool began to churn violently. The inky black water surged as if a tsunami had erupted, a phenomenon likely triggered by the recent detonation of a supreme artifact. The once calm waters could no longer remain still, swirling around Shen Mobai's body and carrying him into the unknown. Su Yingxue, though eager to assist, was also significantly injured herself. Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as Shen Mobai drifted further away from her reach. Behind her, the sound of 4 splashes echoed, indicating that the 4 individuals had also leaped into the water. Thus, Su Yingxue dared not linger any longer. She followed the current, swimming to the side. Before long, she found herself in the winding corridors, rushing into the inner chambers. Her figure gradually faded from sight. Cough, cough, where's this place? After what felt like an eternity, Shen Mobai roused from his unconsciousness. Turning to look at the pool, he noted that it continued to churn, indicating his time of unconsciousness had been brief. By the heavens, how fortunate it is that no one pursued me. Otherwise, in my recent state of immobility, I would have been utterly at their mercy. Xiaoju, you say? And Xie Yushu, along with that Foundation establishment expert? If I find an opportunity, I shall not let you escape. Just wait for me. And that Lin Yuejian, that conniving wretch, does the entire world need to revolve around you? When next we meet, I shall force you to submit. As Shen Mobai cursed, he moved forward, noticing what appeared to be peach trees, all seemingly dead. It was astonishing that such a place existed within the confines of Kunlun Mountain. As he advanced, he observed his surroundings closely. This place was infused with spiritual energy, albeit sparse, suggesting a connection to the realm of cultivation. Therefore, he must exercise extreme caution and remain vigilant. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Warning, warning, host lifespan reduced to 3 days. Please enhance your lifespan, or your soul shall be subjected to confinement and punishment. What? Wasn't there still a few months left? Damn, this is truly infuriating. While cursing, Shen Mobai checked his energy balance. Black energy, 0 points. White energy, 1,218 points. By the heavens, this is disastrous. 3 days in this cursed place. Where am I to acquire black energy points? Wait a minute, I am a male too. If I engage in self-friction, would it yield any results? With that thought, Shen Mobai began to remove his pants. In moments of life-threatening peril, even the most trivial actions seemed justified. However, as expected, the outcome was fruitless. After a series of desperate attempts, he concluded that it was in vain. His efforts were met with silence from the system regarding the acquisition of black energy. Another voice then chimed in. Warning, warning, host lifespan reduced to 2 days. Please enhance your lifespan, or your soul shall be subjected to confinement and punishment. Shen Mobai grimaced in exasperation. I nearly became the very man who played himself out of existence. Just like the spirit stones exchanged with the system, using them on oneself proves ineffective. The only way to gain black energy is from other males. Calm down, calm down. I must think clearly about what I still possess. Techniques? The Yin Feng Tun Tianju seems to be a supportive technique without any formidable offensive capabilities. I must acquire some offensive tactics in the future. This loss is significant. My only remaining artifact is the Tian Yi shield, which is rather pitiful. As for this, I love a piece of firewood. What use is it here? I still have plenty of black jade discontinuity ointment and rejuvenation cream. But where am I to find men in this place? Forget it. Let me first treat my injuries. Damn, I never imagined I would find myself contemplating men one day. What bitter irony. I only have 2 perfect spirit gathering pills left. I possess many spirit stones, but these system spirit stones are of no use to me. Men, I must continue to seek out men, for they alone can save my life. How could I forget? There are still a few men behind me. I hope they pursue me, otherwise, I shall truly be in peril. Oh heavens, grant me a foe weaker than a Foundation establishment expert. I beseech you, let be a mere novice. I will exchange the fortune from my 80 years of solitude for this chance at survival. I shall lie in wait by the pool's edge, striking down the weak and sparing the strong, lest I lose my remaining days. After much contemplation, Shen Mobai ultimately resolved to return. It was unwise to venture deeper into the peach orchard. He did not believe that other humans could exist in this sealed underground. Finding a larger tree, he held his breath, focusing intently on the direction of the pool, fearful of missing any delightful encounter. At last, diligence bore fruit. A figure slowly swam towards him. Shen Mobai's excitement surged, and he steeled himself. Please, let it not be that Lin Yuejian. I have no desire for women now. Let it not be a Foundation establishment expert. I cannot contend with them. Umitba. Amen. Moments later, the figure drew nearer. Shen Mobai finally discerned the person's features. It was Xiao Ju. At that moment, a grin spread across Shen Mobai's face, as if the heavens had smiled upon him. Xiao Ju, upon reaching the shore, began to cough violently, clearly struggling with the water he had inhaled. Lacking Foundation establishment cultivation, he could not fly on a sword. Shen Mobai realized that there must be some sort of anti-flight measure at play, or the Foundation establishment expert would have already descended upon him. Xiao Ju coughed for an extended period, unable to catch his breath. Were it not for his qi refinement at the 7th level, allowing him to hold his breath for a prolonged duration, he likely would not have survived to this moment. Observing his distress, Shen Mobai scanned the area and saw no one else. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. Now was the perfect moment to seize his chance. Without hesitation, Shen Mobai stealthily approached. Taking advantage of Xiao Ju's vulnerability, he struck the back of his head with a palm. Poor Xiao Ju, still in the throes of coughing up water, collapsed unconscious. Shen Mobai immediately seized Xiao Ju's arms and dragged him into the nearby thicket. It was now time for him to harvest black energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced the black jade discontinuity ointment. The actions must be swift, and the pose must be striking. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy. Current total, 5 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy. Current total, 10 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 5 points of black energy. Current total, 15 points. Shen Mobai. I must inform you that I am a disciple of the outer sect of Hehuan Sect. You cannot treat me this way. It is tantamount to child abuse. Do you realize that? Xiao Ju could no longer endure Shen Mobai's relentless torment and exclaimed loudly. Xiao Ju, at this moment, I am the butcher, and you are the meat. What is wrong with this arrangement? Do not provoke me, if I am in a foul mood. I might just end your life. Please, Shen Mobai, do not kill me. If you do, the sect will not spare you. You too will have to pay with your life. Observing Shen Mobai's fierce demeanor, Xiao Ju began to plead for mercy. Shen Mobai retorted, Who was it that incessantly clamored to kill me back in the ice cave? He continued, Moreover, I could simply eliminate you right now. And how would the sect ever find out? The dead cannot leak secrets. It would be a clean slate. I return your own words back to you. Drawing a dagger, Shen Mobai crouched before Xiao Ju, gazing at him with calm intensity. At this moment, Shen Mobai's own life was precariously hanging by a thread. Thus, acquiring black energy was of utmost importance to him. Naturally, it would be even better if he could extract some answers about this place from Xiao Ju. Previously, when facing 4 adversaries in the ice cave, They had offered Shen Mobai no chance at survival. Therefore, from the very beginning, Xiao Ju's death was assured. Shen Mobai could not accept being in a constant state of peril, surrounded by enemies. Xiao Ju, do not say that I am not giving you a chance. Hand over a celestial-grade cultivation technique immediately, and I may spare your life. Oh, you have none, do you? It seems you do not value your own life. Do not blame me for being ruthless. What? This is Tianting. It is filled with countless treasures? Speak, what else do you know? Reveal everything. Is there more? Oh, continue, do not stop. What? Nothing more? It is you who chose not to speak. Once you reach the underworld, do not say that I did not give you a chance. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 50 points of black energy. Current total, 6,514 points. Chapter 22. The Peach Seedling, Yaoqi Palace. After a long while, Shen Mobai arrived at the edge of a pond, cleansing the blood from his hands. His mind was lost in thought, murmuring unintelligibly. Having exchanged 2 years of life, his existence was temporarily secure. I had suspected that the rare Tianshan Snow Lotus was so scarce because you had swept it all away. Your storage ring seems to be quite full. I never expected this place to be called Tianting. Could it truly be the Tianting I have heard about since childhood? The first time I took a life, I was surprised to find it did not disgust me. Rather, I felt a thrill. To think, killing one person yields 50 points of black energy. What a shortcut to wealth. Now that I know this is a treasure trove, I must take a gamble. Otherwise, I might die without ever having exerted myself or made an effort. After washing up, Shen Mobai felt no hesitation. He headed straight into the depths of the peach orchard. The direction was precisely to the left front of the orchard, where, according to Xiao Ju, treasures were stored. Peach trees? Peach trees. Could these be the legendary Pan Tao? Not far into his walk, an astonishing realization struck Shen Mobai. These are indeed precious items, blooming every few thousand years, bearing fruit every few thousand years, and maturing every few thousand years. It is said that after 3,000 years, one can enhance their physical fitness by consuming them. After 6,000 years, one can achieve immortality. And after 9,000 years, one can share longevity with heaven and earth. While such claims may be exaggerated, even if the effects were diminished, they would surely surpass ordinary goods. Shen Mobai, increasingly exhilarated, felt as if he had entered a vault of treasures. He quickly began a search for any surviving peach trees. Finding one would lead to great fortune. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, Shen Mobai spent an entire day scouring the orchard, yet he found no living peach trees. Each one was withered, its branches brittle enough to snap with a gentle touch. Clearly, they had perished. Unwilling to accept this, Shen Mobai's frustration boiled over, and he began to dig furiously. I will see if the roots have perished as well. Fortunately, with his considerable cultivation, it did not take long for him to dig deep. The roots too were dead. What a disappointment. Am I to return empty-handed? After nearly 20 days of digging, Shen Mobai sat despondently on the ground, resigned to fate. This disheartening outcome is something no one could accept. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a concealed tree root nearby. A small green sprout, akin to a bean sprout, caught his eye. Shen Mobai immediately jumped up and hurried over to crouch down for a closer inspection. Could this tree still be alive? He continued to dig downward and, at last, confirmed that this tender sprout was indeed connected to the peach tree. It was still alive. This news brought immense joy to Shen Mobai. Stepping back 2 paces, he gazed at the peach tree, only to discover that its trunk was significantly thicker than the others, and it stood notably taller. This was clearly no ordinary Pan Tao tree. Could this be the Pan Tao Mother Tree? Legend has it that the Pan Tao Mother Tree was formed from the primordial chaos, a congenital spiritual root that possesses unknown miraculous effects. This could lead to great prosperity. Once I emerge, if I transplant it to my cave dwelling, who knows what kind of fruit it might bear? Perhaps consuming just one will grant me immortality and transcendence. Finally, after careful excavation, Shen Mobai successfully stored the entire root of the Pan Tao tree in his storage bag. To ensure its survival, he also removed a significant amount of surrounding soil, leaving a large hole in the ground. Having completed this task, Shen Mobai resumed his frantic search throughout the entire Pan Tao garden. Unfortunately, he did not discover any other living Pan Tao trees. However, he did not give up. He collected several robust branches of the Pantao trees, roots and all, into his storage bag. Should he need them in the future, he did not wish to return here again. Moreover, he could not recall the precise location of the entrance. After storing the Pantao trees, Shen Mobai's storage bag was stuffed to the brim, leaving no extra space. As a result, the Tianshan snow lotus he acquired from Xiao Ju was forced to sit tightly against the Pantao trees, closely packed together. It seems that I will need to acquire a better storage device or a storage ring. Otherwise, I will not have enough space. I seem to recall that the system sales list includes such items. Or ripoff. To think that an infinite storage space costs 30 points of black energy. Sigh. I wonder when I can achieve financial freedom with energy. There are so many things I wish to buy, yet I lack the strength. Never mind. I should focus on escaping this place first. Outside the sect, I feel as though my life is constantly at risk. After this moment of reflection, Shen Mobai continued onward. At this time, the Pantao orchard lay in ruins, ravaged by Shen Mobai's actions. Broken branches and deep holes were visible everywhere. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had dug 3 feet deep, just like a pauper entering a bustling city, perceiving treasures in every corner. Shen Mobai left no stone unturned. Traversing through the Pantao Yuan, he advanced towards a location rumored to house treasures, ultimately arriving at a magnificent palace. This edifice was constructed entirely from a peculiar crystal-like material, resembling neither gold nor jade, yet exuding an aura of grandeur and transparency. At first glance, the interior appeared rather sparse, with minimal furnishings. The glazed tiles atop glimmered with a myriad of colors, casting a celestial glow that enveloped the surroundings, creating an ethereal ambience. Walking through the palace instilled a sense of tranquility and comfort within Shen Mobai. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of this place, he felt an overwhelming desire to transport the entire palace. However, when he struck a corner of the palace with considerable effort, he found the crystal material instantly dulled, transforming into an ordinary stone tile. This revelation left Shen Mobai utterly disheartened. Moreover, he lacked the ability to carry away the entire palace. Deciding against further exploration, he planned to depart promptly. As he approached the palace's exit, curiosity compelled him to glance upward at a plaque overhead. The grand inscription read, Yaoqi Palace, confirming his suspicion that this was indeed the Tian Ting, as the architectural names were remarkably aligned. A sense of excitement surged within him. For if this was the Tian Ting, it might very well be the territory of Taishang Lao Jun, the very place Xiao Ju had mentioned as a site of treasures, warranting a thorough exploration. From a young age, Shen Mobai had been captivated by items such as the Zijin Hulu, Sanmei Zhenhua, Huan Jin Sheng, and Jingang Zhe, all of which were treasures belonging to Taishang Lao Jun. The prospect of encountering even 1 or 2 of these artifacts was nothing short of exhilarating. However, just as he was about to leave the Yaoqi Palace, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, I almost forgot about the rumored treasure within the Yaoqi Palace. It is said that there exists a place called Xuanpu, Yaotian within. The rare medicinal herbs, such as jiaoli and huizeo, found there are indeed divine materials. If any were still available, it would be a fortune. Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter with Lin Yuejian. No chance to escape having resolved to return. Shen Mobai eagerly retraced his steps, beginning his search for the location of Xuanpu Yaotian within the vast expanse of the Yaoqi Palace, which was far larger than it appeared from the outside. The palace was replete with numerous rooms and winding corridors, resembling a grand version of the Summer Palace. After wandering aimlessly for quite some time, he finally spotted a plaque inscribed with Xuanpu Yaotian hanging prominently ahead. Indeed, this place existed. Elation surged through Shen Mobai as he hastened forward, eager to uncover its secrets. At that moment, a faint feminine voice floated through the air. This is infuriating. My spiritual herbs, cursed be it. Instantly, Shen Mobai felt a surge of caution, sensing potential danger ahead. He instinctively crouched low, preparing to retreat. Yet, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to halt. A female voice? That is not how Su Yingxue would express herself. It must be Lin Yuejian inside. What did she possibly threaten me with? This could be entertaining. Familiar with Su Yingxue's tone, Shen Mobai deduced that the only other possibility was Lin Yuejian. His animosity towards her was palpable. Setting aside her haughty demeanor, Shen Mobai was particularly irked by the incident in the ice cave. where Lin Yuejian had boasted about wanting to finish him off. He vowed to avenge himself, despite her cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement. Shen Mobai felt no fear. Just as he prepared to charge in and subdue her, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Was Xie Yushu or that tall foundational cultivator nearby? It would be wiser to proceed with caution. Strategy was the way forward. A plan quickly formed in his mind. And Shen Mobai nodded with a sly grin. Yes, that's it. If I fail, I can always resort to force. But I must act swiftly. At that moment in Xuanpu Yaodian, Lin Yuejian was venting her frustration. I'm absolutely livid. Why are there no herbs? After all the effort to reach this point, will it all be in vain? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to come here? Why is there nothing? Even a single herb would give me hope for foundation establishment. As her ire boiled, a figure suddenly burst forth. Lin Yuejian immediately withdrew a dagger, ready to defend herself. Upon recognizing the face, she exclaimed, Shen Mobai, you're still alive? Internally, Shen Mobai cursed, what a wretched woman. Do you wish for my demise so fervently? Just wait. I'll have my revenge. Despite his internal turmoil, his movements did not falter. From a distance of about half a zhang, he knelt down. This unexpected action left Lin Yuejian bewildered. What is happening? Shen Mobai, his voice tinged with a feigned sorrow, spoke, Yuejian, my goddess, I was wrong. I truly repent. It is only now that I understand. You alone are worthy of being my goddess. I was blind to your brilliance. I dared to provoke you, and even enlisted Su Yingxue to impersonate you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I beg for your forgiveness. Please speak a kind word to Xie Yushu and that foundational cultivator, and spare my life. I am willing to do anything to survive. After listening to Shen Mobai's prolonged lamentations, Lin Yuejian finally grasped the situation. It appeared he had come to reconcile and repent. However, Lin Yuejian was no foolish woman. She did not lower her guard, still holding her knife, vigilantly observing Shen Mobai's every move. At present, Lin Yuejian was at the 7th level of qi refinement, yet inexplicably, Shen Mobai had reached the 8th level. The disparity in their strengths was apparent. You regret it now? You come to plead with me only now? Stay back. Maintain your distance. Yes, kneel there. Lin Yuejian commanded, her demeanor radiating the essence of a goddess, reclaiming her authoritative presence. Shen Mobai, gazing at her, felt an intense urge to rush forward and silence her. Yet, mindful of the possibility of her allies lurking nearby, he suppressed his frustration and continued, Yuejian, I implore you, show me mercy, spare my life, and upon my return, I will dedicate myself to serving you, becoming your devoted admirer for eternity. Lin Yuejian held her dagger steady, her disdain for his words palpable. Nevertheless, she managed to respond with feigned patience. Are you afraid of death? Your time is nearly up. What is there to fear? You were quite arrogant before. Why now, begging on your knees? Shen Mobai smiled apologetically. You speak the truth. Even the smallest creature clings to life. How could I be any different? Lin Yuejian looked at him with contempt and replied, How do I know if you're sincere or merely pretending? Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai immediately raised his voice in protest. Yuejian, it is absolutely genuine, more authentic than the purest gold. Here, I will offer you my spiritual stones and 2 elixirs as a token of my sincerity. What do you say? At this, Lin Yuejian's interest was piqued. She had witnessed the quality of Shen Mobai's spiritual stones, knowing they were worth at least tens of thousands. The prospect of receiving elixirs, which she desperately needed, was indeed enticing. She came here solely to acquire medicinal herbs, enabling her to concoct elixirs and thus elevate her cultivation to that of a foundational powerhouse. At present, whether it be spirit stones or elixirs, obtaining even one is a remarkable gain. Lin Yuejian felt a surge of excitement within her, yet feigned calm as she said, To demonstrate my sincerity, let me see the spirit stones and elixirs. If you perform well, I may consider persuading them to let you go. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai inwardly rejoiced. She had taken the bait. Without hesitation, he produced all the spirit stones and the 2 perfect gathering elixirs from his storage pouch. Just as he was about to approach her, Lin Yuejian coldly commanded, Kneel there and do not move. Simply toss them over. Unfazed, Shen Mobai complied and directed the vast quantity of spirit stones and elixirs towards Lin Yuejian. Instantly, a layer of spirit stones spread beneath her feet. nearly causing her eyes to bulge with astonishment. Could these elixirs be the gathering elixirs, capable of significantly enhancing cultivation? Lin Yuejian exclaimed in surprise while holding the two elixirs. Shen Mobai explained, indeed, they are gathering elixirs that can greatly enhance cultivation. However, these are perfect gathering elixirs, devoid of toxins and with superior efficacy. This is my last stock, Lin Yuejian remarked. No wonder your cultivation has surged so greatly. It must be thanks to these. She toyed with the elixirs in her hand, yearning to consume them immediately, yet wary of any trickery from Shen Mobai. After some reluctant contemplation, she stored the elixirs and spirit stones into her pouch. Now, tell me how you acquired these items. I might reward you in some way. There are no others here, so speak boldly. Lin Yuejian, exuding an enchanting allure, spoke as if casting a spell. However, as soon as Lin Yuejian finished her words, Shen Mobai stood up, ignoring her entirely. He casually dusted off his clothes, smiling serenely as he regarded Lin Yuejian, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of kneeling in supplication. Lin Yuejian assumed her charms had worked, so she pressed on. Come now, reveal it. I shall reward you with a chance to hold my hand. My hands are quite soft and delicate. Have you not desired this for years? Today, you shall have your wish. Shen Mobai continued to smile, remaining motionless and silent, for his plan had already succeeded, and there was no need for pretense. At this point, Lin Yuejian's face flushed crimson, and she began to breathe heavily. Oh dear, even more audacious requests can be fulfilled today. Please tell me quickly. Come closer and support me, for I feel parched and weak. Just then, Shen Mobai spoke 5-4. What are you talking about? Counting? Come here, Lin Yuejian exclaimed. Shen Mobai chuckled. The two elixirs you just took, I added a special ingredient to them, and they're about to take effect. Soon, you'll understand. Lin Yuejian's breathing quickened as she inquired, what ingredient? Shen Mobai shrugged. Of course I love a stick of firewood. 3-2. Lin Yuejian, curious about the nature of this ingredient, was about to ask when a wave of agitation began to engulf her. She saw Shen Mobai approaching her with a smile. Congratulations. The host has successfully acquired 1 point of white energy, current total 1,019 points. Congratulations. The host has successfully acquired 2 points of white energy, current total 1,058 points. Congratulations. The host has successfully acquired 20 points of white energy, current total 3,236 points. After a considerable time, Shen Mobai donned his attire and gazed at the unconscious Lin Yuejian, murmuring to himself, Old man Shen Mobai, I have avenged you, fulfilling your wishes. No longer will you live as a sycophant, never having held a hand in your lifetime. What a pitiful existence. From this point on, she had fulfilled her desires, and now it was time for him to exact his revenge. How dare they strike at him? He was a man who would repay grievances tenfold. A month later, this past month had kept Shen Mobai exceedingly busy. He was diligently practicing the technique, Een Phoenix swallowing heaven, while striving to earn white energy. Truly, it was a profound earth-level technique. After unblocking all 6 acupoints, he had developed 6 miniature dantians. Coupled with a perfect gathering elixir obtained from the system, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was astonishing. Furthermore, he sensed that he had become somewhat more handsome. Indeed, quite dashing. Moreover, during his leisure, Shen Mobai explored the heavenly court. This exploration was limited to the vicinity of the suspended herb field, as he did not venture far. Fortunately, the area was vast, and he had yet to encounter Sieyushu or the tall, thin foundation stage man, which would have posed significant complications. Through in-depth communication with Lin Yuejian, he learned that after their fall from the ice cave, for reasons unknown, they had become separated. This also meant that throughout the month, he had been unable to locate Suing Shue. Fortunately, due to the previous month's yuan nourishment and the consumption of the perfect gathering elixir, his cultivation had smoothly reached the 9th level of qi refinement, nearing the completion of qi refinement. Today marked the day for him to seek his vengeance. Time was slipping away, and he was reluctant to linger any longer. He wished to return promptly to participate in the decadal inter-sect competition. If he missed the opportunity, he would have to wait another 10 years for a chance to enter the inter-sect. With little hesitation, Shen Mobai drew a sharp dagger and approached Lin Yuejian. He swiftly plunged it into her thigh, rousing her from her stupor. Bound tightly, she initially felt bewildered, but upon seeing her injured thigh, she exclaimed in disbelief, Mobai, What are you doing? I am already yours. I beg you, do not harm me. With a mocking tone, Shen Mobai replied, anyone who wishes to kill me must die. That is my rule. You are fortunate to be the first woman to perish in my hands. Lin Yuejian's face paled. No, please don't kill me. It has been a month. I have done everything you asked of me. I have satisfied all your desires. Surely that is enough? Shen Mobai calmly stated. Have you forgotten that you once had the chance to kill me? Rest in peace. In your next life, do not be a woman, and do not allow others to be sycophants. With that, he unhesitatingly severed Lin Yuejian's throat. Blood gushed forth, leaving her with wide, incredulous eyes, unable to utter a sound. Her expression conveyed disbelief, regret, and resentment. Just as Shen Mobai turned to leave, the system alert sounded. Successfully deducted the host's outstanding loan interest from last month. 20 points of black and white energy. Congratulations to the host for timely repayment of monthly interest and for advancing to silver user status, enjoying even more privileges. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai could not help but let out a sigh. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate, trapped in this desolate place. And acquiring white energy was exceedingly difficult. The fact that he had been promoted to a silver user raised his curiosity about the associated rights and benefits. Just as he was about to inquire, the system's notification sounded once more. In light of the host's overdue loan, which has surpassed 3 months, please repay the principal immediately. In consideration of humanitarian grounds, the host is granted 1 minute to gather energy. Failure to do so will result in the harvesting of your soul and eternal punishment, serving as a warning. In the blink of an eye, Shen Mobai's previous joy turned into despair as he hurriedly opened the panel to check. Outstanding debt, 200 points of black and white energy, interest, 10 per month, balance. Black energy 4,314 points, white energy 13,742 points. How could 3 months have passed so quickly? That was a full principal of 200 points of black and white energy. Where could he possibly obtain it? After working tirelessly for a month, he had only managed to accumulate a little over 100 points of white energy. And now, with just a minute left, was the system truly jesting with him? What was he to do? He cursed under his breath. Even if someone offered him a chance to fight, he wouldn't have the time. What could he do? Was there any other way? If he perished, the 200 points of black and white energy would vanish as well, resulting in the system suffering a great loss. At that moment, Shen Mobai found himself utterly devoid of solutions, only able to attempt communication with the system. The thought of eternal punishment frightened him far more than death itself. Monitoring indicates the host is currently anxious and irritated. In the spirit of helping others achieve their dreams and urgently change their circumstances, the system continued. We are pleased to present the worry-free loan service. Simply express your desire, and you will enjoy an exceptionally considerate service, with interest rates significantly reduced. Shall we proceed? Listening to these eerily familiar words, Shen Mobai pondered for a moment before responding. Are you suggesting a new loan? To borrow against a loan? You are quite clever, young one. By securing a new energy loan to cover the previous debt, we can reset the repayment timeline, considering your promotion to the esteemed silver user status. The system has lifted the loan limit. Would you like to borrow? As the countdown began, Shen Mobai's frustration mounted. Yet, faced with the prospect of survival, what choice did he have? Yes, I need to borrow 200 points of black and white energy to repay this debt, quickly, he shouted, panic rising within him, fearing that any delay could result in the extraction of his soul and eternal damnation. Kind reminder, this loan will incur double interest, requiring a monthly repayment of 20 points of principal and interest. Do you agree? What's happening? A monthly interest of 20 means I would owe 40 points of black and white energy each month? This is usury at its finest. And why the incessant countdown? Is this a coercion to consent? The host has the freedom of choice. No one is compelling you. Please choose your words carefully. I agree, stop the countdown. Just expedite the loan of 200 points of black and white energy. Congratulations, host. You have successfully borrowed 200 points of black and white energy. The repayment of the principal has been processed, and the repayment period has been extended to 6 months. Wishing you a pleasant life. Farewell. The system's conclusion left Shen Mobai feeling a mix of relief and exasperation. Surviving this ordeal was no small feat. Remembering something, he inquired, by the way, what rights and benefits do I have as a silver user? You haven't informed me yet. Dear host, upon upgrading to silver user status, Most items in the system sales list will enjoy a 5 discount. As for the rights, silver users can continue borrowing, with an increased loan limit of 400 points of black and white energy. Oh, I see. Since I've already borrowed, I might as well take out the remaining 200 points of black and white energy as well. I need to purchase some items to ensure my survival. Kind reminder, the interest on this loan will also be doubled, requiring a monthly repayment of 40 points of principal and interest. Do you agree? What? Wasn't it 20? How did it become 40? That was the interest from the previous loan. This is a new loan, and the interest is doubled. What kind of calculation is that? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Otherwise, I would have borrowed the full amount at once. Previously, the host specified borrowing 200 points of black and white energy and did not indicate a desire to borrow 400 points. Please do not blame others. Otherwise, a near-death experience will be administered. Shen Mobai trembled at the thought, refraining from further complaints, though inwardly he cursed his misfortune. What kind of situation was this? It was utterly absurd. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation, unable to share his frustrations with anyone. With a sigh, he resolved to continue purchasing items. He feared he might not survive long enough to leave this place. Thus, he deemed it necessary to invest in his safety, believing that only through investment could he more swiftly accumulate black and white energy and free himself from the shackles of this predatory lending system. Why is this infinite storage space so expensive? Even with the discount, it costs 50 points of black and white energy. Alas, I cannot afford it. This infinite storage space boasted vast and boundless capacity, with time within it standing still. It claimed to store anything except sentient beings. What a treasure! However, at the discounted price of 30 points of black and white energy, he could purchase several exquisite artifacts. Should he acquire multiple exquisite artifacts or this infinite storage space? It was a dilemma. Ultimately, Shen Mobai chose the infinite storage space, along with a premium artifact, the Frostpoint Spear. On one hand, he believed this legendary, heavenly court was filled with treasures, some of which he might overlook due to his lack of discernment. He feared missing out on valuable items. If he could take everything with him, it would be a guaranteed profit. The grandeur of the structures around him was fitting for his future extravagant lifestyle. Not taking something would be a grave loss. In this second chance at life, he ought to strive where he could and indulge where he should. On the other hand, he was dissatisfied with his storage pouch, which, though provided free by his sect, offered far too limited space for his needs. A significantly larger storage space was something he had longed for. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately exchanged for the Frostpoint Spear as well. Relying solely on the heavenly shield for protection was insufficient. He needed a weapon for offense as well. The one he had previously detonated was lost forever, but the system had an identical one available. Afterward, Shen Mobai supplemented his supplies with essentials such as Hehuan Sect and AI Yiqiao Chai. These items are both inexpensive and practical, a preparation against unforeseen circumstances. Having completed this task, he glanced at his energy balance. The debt stood at 200 points of black and white energy, with an interest of 40 per month. The balance read, black energy at 0, 14 points, and white energy at 9,442 points. Alas, it was time to indulge in some spending. It seemed I was back to square one. How arduous this was. However, possessing the Wuxian Kunchu Kongjian felt worthwhile. Let me witness the true power of the Wuxian Kunchu Kongjian. Upon finishing his thoughts, Shen Mobai commenced an intense series of operations. At the end of a notably narrow passageway, Xiayushu, after overcoming countless traps and deciphering numerous formations, finally reached the passage's terminus. At that moment, his body was drenched in blood, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, and he was in a disheveled state, far removed from the elegance of a refined gentleman. Yet, upon gazing at a platform ahead, upon which floated a scroll, he was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. It had to be it, the very object he yearned for. As he exclaimed, he could no longer contain his joy and swiftly dashed towards the scroll, seizing it and unveiling its contents. The 9 turns refining spirit technique, he exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Indeed, it was it. My tireless efforts, bolstered by my brother's invaluable assistance, have finally borne fruit. I hope it truly possesses the miraculous effects as rumored. Otherwise, my sacrifices would be in vain. Having completed his soliloquy, he eagerly prepared to comprehend its secrets on the spot. However, at that very moment, the entire passage began to shake violently. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him, followed by a jarring feeling of being torn apart, causing Xiayushu's expression to shift dramatically. During this tumult, dust filled the passage, accompanied by creaking sounds. Yet, as quickly as it began, the strange sensation vanished, and tranquility returned. What was happening? That feeling had been peculiar, as if one were being placed into a container. Why did it suddenly disappear? Just as he pondered this, the odd sensation returned. Xiayushu's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that the passage was collapsing? I must escape quickly. In Chapter 26, A Grudge Encounter. Ever since Shen Mobai acquired the Wuxian Kunchikongjian, it was as though he had opened the door to a new world, embarking on a reckless spree of collecting. This palace is splendid. I shall take it. Indeed, it can be collected. What a profit. This restroom? Truly grand and uniquely designed. I shall take it. This is a landscape tree. Regardless, I shall take it. The soil here looks fertile. Collect, collect, collect. The air here is pleasant. I shall gather some. He fully exploited the three lights policy, collecting everything he saw, smelled, and sensed. He even returned to the peach tree garden, digging 3 feet deep, leaving no trace behind. The surface had sunk several yards, a sight most pitiful, far more tragic than a mere feather being plucked. However, when he reached a certain palace, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Though the entire palace was grand and immense, it simply could not be collected. This was perplexing. Larger objects had been collected before. What was going wrong? It seemed he was on the verge of drawing it into the Wuxian Kunchu Kongjian when, inexplicably, it reverted to its original state. After several futile attempts, his curiosity was piqued. Could there be something special about this place that prevented its collection? There must be treasures within. I must explore. Just as he was about to abandon his collection attempt and prepare to sneak inside, a figure suddenly emerged. Upon making eye contact, both parties instinctively recoiled, jumping back several yards. Shen Mobai, you're still alive. Your cultivation has reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Have you encountered some fortuitous event? Xiayushu exclaimed in astonishment. Shen Mobai, recovering from his shock, replied, Xiayushu, no wonder I couldn't collect it. There was a living person inside. At that moment, their animosity was palpable, each wary of the other, as if ready to pounce and tear one another to shreds. Shen Mobai mused internally. Observing the fluctuation of his spiritual energy, Xiayushu must have expended a considerable amount. Now would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. I wonder if that foundation establishment expert is nearby. I shall test the waters first. Thus, Shen Mobai called out to Xiayushu, Pretty boy, is there some treasure inside? Speak up and tell your grandpa, and perhaps I might spare your life, better than being robbed by your companions. Or do you intend to summon your comrades to kill me? Bring them out. I am not afraid. Xiayushu chuckled derisively. Why would I need anyone else to kill you? I alone am sufficient. Your pathetic probing is laughable, even if there were others nearby. They would not dare to show themselves. I tell you frankly, there's only me here. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. After his boastful declaration, Xiayushu's arrogance was evident, as if he had never regarded Shen Mobai as a threat. Shen Mobai secretly rejoiced. It seemed there were no allies of Xiayushu nearby. Otherwise, during his extensive collection spree, he would have certainly noticed them. Since there are no allies, this moment is indeed the perfect opportunity for Shen Mobai to exact his revenge. His expression immediately turned fierce as he brandished the Tianyi shield and charged at Xiayushu, intending to smash him into a pulp. In contrast, Xiayushu did not hesitate. Upon seeing Shen Mobai rush forward, he inhaled deeply and, with a soft shout, a golden light enveloped him as his muscles bulged, resembling an ancient Buddha, both sacred and mysterious. Xiayushu channeled his core strength and delivered a powerful punch towards Shen Mobai's shield, his momentum fierce and his spirit unyielding. His disdainful demeanor indicated he did not regard the exquisite magical artifact as a threat. In an instant, the two forces collided with a resounding crash. To their astonishment, both retreated several steps, revealing an equilibrium of strength. Shen Mobai was taken aback, feeling a tremendous force emanating from the Tianyi shield that propelled him backward uncontrollably. Both were at the 9th layer of qi refinement, yet one wielded abundant spiritual energy and a top-tier magical artifact, while the other was nearly depleted and unarmed. How could they be evenly matched? But the outcome was undeniable, a marvel to behold. Old man, aren't you rich in spirit stones? Are you still so arrogant now? I could easily crush you with one hand. Prepare to meet your end. Xie Yushu clearly remembered the previous encounter where he was thoroughly bested by Shen Mobai's 20,000 spirit stones. This time, he sought to reclaim his dignity through sheer strength. Shen Mobai was astonished and inquired, "How is it that your physical strength is so formidable? What cultivation technique have you mastered? Could it be a body-refining secret art?" Xie Yushu, resembling a humanoid combat puppet, mockingly charged forward once more. His strikes were fierce and powerful, causing his hands, which gripped the shield, to tingle with numbness. The two engaged in a series of clashes again. Shen Mobai began to struggle with the Tian Yi shield. Although he could still hold on, he knew that his strength would eventually wane, making the outcome of the battle uncertain. Reluctantly, Shen Mobai retracted the Tian Yi shield and drew forth the Dian Shui gun. Since defense was futile, he resolved to launch an all-out offensive. He refused to believe that raw strength and robust defense could rival the might of a top-tier magical artifact. Upon seeing the Dian Shui gun, Xie Yushu's expression shifted to one of surprise as he remarked, "Isn't this top-tier magical artifact supposed to have self-destructed? How do you still possess it? It seems you have more secrets than I anticipated. No wonder you dare to oppose me. However, today you are destined to meet your end here. I shall claim your secrets. Ha ha ha." With that, he charged at Shen Mobai with renewed vigor, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks. Fortunately, Shen Mobai, with his spiritual energy circulating, was as agile as a swallow, narrowly evading several critical strikes. Seizing an opportunity, he thrust the Dian Shui gun forward in a swift motion, executing a counterattack. The tip of the spear, glinting with a chilling light, aimed for Xie Yushu's chest. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, the magical artifact's power surged, becoming unstoppable. With a resounding clang, Shen Mobai's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The spear merely tore through Xie Yushu's clothing as if blocked by some unseen force beneath. Unwilling to concede defeat, Shen Mobai rolled away and, again finding an opportunity, aimed a fierce thrust at Xie Yushu's thigh. He thought to himself, "I refuse to believe that your defensive armor can shield you completely." Once more, there was a sharp clang, and the spear was thwarted yet again, failing to penetrate. With no other option, Shen Mobai returned to close quarters, narrowly avoiding a punch from Xie Yushu. After regaining his footing, Shen Mobai declared, "Do not think that just because you wear enchanted armor, I am powerless against you. I will make you pay dearly for this." In Chapter 27, the fierce battle with Xie Yushu and his formidable body refining technique continued. Xie Yushu felt frustrated. Had it not been for the depletion of his spiritual energy caused by intruding into the secret chamber, he could have easily unleashed any of his techniques. Shen Mobai would have perished long ago. Instead, he was compelled to rely on his body refining secret art for passive defense. Yet he had not landed a single blow on his adversary. Infuriated, he shouted, "Old man, do you only know how to dodge? Have the guts to face me head-on. I will crush you." After pursuing Shen Mobai several times without success, he resorted to insults. Shen Mobai rolled his eyes, thinking derisively, "I may be old, but I am not foolish enough to meet you in a direct confrontation. When your time comes, we shall see who feels the sting of death." As Shen Mobai pondered this, he maintained his pace, acutely aware that if Xie Yushu managed to land a punch, he would likely meet his demise today. As Shen Mobai swiftly navigated a stone platform, he suddenly changed his tactics, executing a sweeping strike aimed at Xie Yushu's head. However, once again, there was a resounding clang, leaving Shen Mobai utterly speechless. He realized that Xie Yushu was not clad in any magical armor. Rather, his entire being exuded an astonishing degree of defensive power, likely a result of his body refining technique. This revelation sparked a thought of retreat in Shen Mobai's mind. Although Xie Yushu's speed was somewhat lacking compared to his own, his defenses were impenetrable, rendering Shen Mobai's attacks ineffective. What other strategies remained? It was clear that Shen Mobai was at a loss. The best course of action was to flee while he still could, preserving his life for another day. Observing Xie Yushu gasping for breath, Shen Mobai decided it was wiser to leverage his speed and escape. Fortunately, Xie Yushu was not particularly swift. Otherwise, Shen Mobai would have found himself in dire straits. Just as Shen Mobai feigned a retreat, Xie Yushu, sensing his own shortcomings, remained vigilant against his departure. With a sense of urgency, he shouted, "Old man, Do you think you can run away today without consequence? When you return to your sect, I will make it my mission to torment you daily, blocking your cave abode. Just wait until you try to cultivate. I will snatch away any female cultivator you fancy, turning you from a love-struck fool into a lonely wretch. I will relish in making your life miserable. You, who are nearing the end of your days, dare to challenge me. Although Xie Yushu's taunts were crude, they carried a certain truth. In the days to come, Shen Mobai would need to toil relentlessly to amass black and white energy. Should Xie Yushu follow through on his threats, Shen Mobai would find himself continually harassed, making his endeavors all the more difficult. Unable to endure any longer, Shen Mobai resolved that he must eliminate Xie Yushu right then and there. He abandoned the idea of fleeing and turned back. If this is how you wish to play, then do not blame me for being ruthless and preying on the weak. Shen Mobai muttered ominously. Upon noticing his return, Xie Yushu recognized that his strategy had succeeded and charged forward like a mad dog, determined to capture Shen Mobai this time. The two resumed their fierce exchange, yet Shen Mobai discreetly consumed a medicinal pill. He then produced his essential tool, the AI Chiao Chai, and stealthily scattered it during the skirmish. After a while, Xie Yushu could no longer tolerate the cat-and-mouse game. He recklessly retrieved a pill and threw it into his mouth, declaring, "Old man, I didn't want to use this, but you have forced my hand. You shall perish beneath my Bao Ling Dan, and can take pride in it." Although there would be some side effects, Shen Mobai had to pay a heavy price today. "You, old man, have truly gone too far." As the Bao Ling Dan entered his body, Xie Yushu felt a surge of spiritual energy rapidly manifesting in his dantian. Just as he intended to utilize his techniques to attack Shen, he was astonished to discover that his body-refining technique was disintegrating at an alarming rate. The golden light surrounding him began to fade, and an overwhelming urge surged through him, akin to a tsunami, uncontrollable and relentless. His blood boiled, demanding release. Xie Yushu's expression turned to one of shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Shen, who had been closely monitoring him, recognized the opportunity and seized it without hesitation, charging at Xie Yushu with the Dian Shuigan. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted, with the now pursuing Xie Yushu. At this moment, Xie Yushu found himself in a state of chaotic vitality, with insufficient spiritual energy to sustain his abilities. He was caught in a precarious situation, devoid of any defense and lacking the spiritual power to execute his techniques. Barely a moment had passed when the Dian Shuichang struck deeply into Xie Yushu's abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. In an instant, he found himself in dire straits. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Mobai intensified his assault. The spears surged forth like a dragon, leaving behind afterimages, as the sound of the spear piercing flesh echoed ominously. Soon, Xie Yushu was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid flowing ceaselessly from his wounds. Aware of the rare opportunity before him, Shen Mobai seized the moment to strike decisively. He leaped high into the air, hurling his spear with a piercing whistle, driving it forcefully into Xie Yushu's chest, embedding it several inches into the ground. This left Xie Yushu in a state of shock, both chilled to the core and unable to move an inch. As blood spewed forth, Xie Yushu gazed incredulously at the spear's handle, exclaiming, "How could this be? You, an old fool, cannot possibly defeat me. I refuse to believe it. If I had known, I would have consumed Bao Ling Dan sooner." Shen Mobai, undeterred and devoid of any superfluous words, swiftly drew a short knife. He advanced, and with a decisive swing, severed Xie Yushu's limbs, reducing him to a mere human stick. Letting out a long breath, Shen Mobai confidently proclaimed, "Now, I believe you will have no chance of a comeback." He loathed the dramatic tropes often seen on television, where victories were followed by lengthy monologues, only to result in unexpected reversals. He resolved not to repeat such folly. "Now, let's see how you managed to wriggle out of this." At this juncture, Xie Yushu had transformed into a blood-soaked figure, his breath becoming shallow and tenuous, as if on the verge of extinction. Observing this, Shen Mobai felt a surge of urgency. As he retrieved an item, he rushed forward to staunch the bleeding, exclaiming, "Damn it, you cannot die. Hold on, quickly apply the Fu Ti Ru, and you'll be fine. I still need you to gather black energy." Chapter 28. The Perverse 9 Transformations of Spirit Refinement. Journey to Do Shui Palace. Even at this critical juncture, Shen Mobai had not forgotten his desire to accumulate black energy. His predicament was too burdensome to articulate. Only those in debt could comprehend such feelings. Furthermore, he sought to acquire Xie Yushu's body refinement techniques. Engaging in such close-quarters combat, with fierce punches and kicks, was perfectly suited for him to harness black and white energy. Imagine a humanoid tank rampaging through a crowd. The energy would flow abundantly, allowing him to repay his debts in no time. Fortunately, the Fu Ti Ru lived up to its reputation as a product of the system. Its effects were astonishing, and the treatment was timely. Within half a day, Xie Yushu had retained his life. Aside from his disabilities, he was largely healed. Speak, confess honestly, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and face severe consequences. Shen Mobai admonished, delivering a sharp slap to Xie Yushu's face. In his weakened state, Xie Yushu could only muster a feeble threat. Ha ha ha, old man, you have amused me. How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? Fueled by boundless rage, Xie Yushu continued to threaten. Oh, still defiant? I care not who you are. Today you are in my grasp. And yet you dare to be arrogant? Speak, or you shall meet the same fate as Xiao Ju and Lin Yuejian. Shen Mobai threatened in kind. You killed him? No, you cannot kill me. I am of the CF family. Within the sect, there are others of my kin. If you kill me, you will not survive. Xie Yushu began to reveal his secrets, seemingly fearful. I care not whether you are of the CF family or of any other lineage. Here, death is death. Who will know? Shen Mobai spoke without a hint of remorse, as if awakening a killer instinct. My lord, I was wrong before. I should not have troubled you. Can we not come to an agreement? If you spare me, I will act as though nothing has occurred. How's that sound? Ultimately, Xie Yushu, now frightened, proposed a bargain. Shen Mobai, having endured much, gradually lost his patience and delivered a powerful punch to Xie Yushu's abdomen. The sound of cracking bones resonated as he repeated his inquiry. Overwhelmed by pain, Xie Yushu realized his predicament, spitting blood as he implored, My lord, please ask. Do not hit me anymore. I will tell you. Just ask quickly. Shen Mobai scratched his nose. Did I not ask? He delivered another punch, adding, Why must I draw the answers from you, like a parasite? Thus a month slipped by. During this time, Shen Mobai concentrated his efforts on a singular endeavor, mastering the Jiuzhuan Chui Ling de Fa. This technique, acquired by Xie Yushu in the underground passage, ultimately fell into Shen Mobai's hands. There were two primary reasons for Shen Mobai's desire to cultivate this technique. First, he learned from Xie Yushu that to exit this cave, one must obtain an item akin to a teleportation jade slip, which would soon appear here, as per the rules. Inevitably, he would have to confront that tall, slender foundation-building cultivator to compete for it. Shen Mobai harbored no illusions of relying on others to lead him out. Thus, gaining strength was imperative. Second, this technique was extraordinarily potent. It detailed the cultivation methods for the chi refinement and foundation building stages. During the cultivation process, one must undergo 9 cycles of rebirth, thereby continuously expanding the capacity of their dantian for spiritual energy. With each cycle, the dantian's energy storage would double. It was easy to imagine that after 9 cycles of rebirth, the energy storage would reach an astounding 256 times its original capacity. In a contest between two individuals of equal cultivation, while one might exhaust their spiritual energy after casting 100 spells, the other could unleash 600 spells, a staggering disparity. However, this technique was not without its drawbacks. The amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation increased exponentially, particularly during the 9th cycle, demanding 256 times more than usual. It was unlikely one could amass such a vast supply of spiritual energy. Likely, it would require the majority of Sect's resources. Moreover, once one embarked on this cultivation path, they could not halt midway. To do so would eliminate any possibility of breaking through their current realm. Additionally, the cultivation levels would fluctuate with each cycle, meaning one might exhibit the prowess of an 8th layer chi refinement on one day and a 1st layer the next. In summary, without abundant resources, time, and perseverance, one could never successfully cultivate this technique. Yet Shen Mobai was no ordinary individual. With a system at his disposal, he could obtain spiritual energy through pills, which were relatively inexpensive. Time could be exchanged for black and white energy, which was also quite affordable. Coupled with his Infeng Tun Tianju, where multiple minor dantians contributed to his cultivation, he was bound for remarkable success. Furthermore, with his life hanging in the balance, How could he neglect the cultivation of the Jiuzhuan Chui Ling de Fa? Am I to remain trapped here indefinitely? The items within the system are exorbitantly priced, and in terms of long-term viability, they pale in comparison to the cost-effectiveness of Jiuzhuan Chui Ling de Fa. Additionally, he must participate in the Naiman Dabi Ko. Thus, the only recourse is to take a bold risk and contend with that slender, tall, foundational cultivator. After a month of diligent effort, while continuously siphoning black energy from Xie Yushu, Shen Mobai also consumed copious amounts of black and white energy. His goal was to exchange for the perfect gathering spirit pill repeatedly. Although he procured numerous pills from Xie Yushu, none were of perfect quality and all bore pill toxins. Hence he refrained from consuming them. Under the potent assistance of Yin Feng Tun Tianju, spiritual energy surged like a vast ocean, allowing Shen Mobai to swiftly cultivate the Jiuzhuan Chui Ling de Fa. He successfully ascended to the second layer of the four-turn nirvana refinement stage, with a total spiritual energy exceeding 8 times that of his previous capacity. This was utterly terrifying. Indirectly, the spiritual energy that could be infused into magical artifacts also reached an equivalent of 8-fold enhancement. Logically, the power of the magical artifacts should similarly increase 8-fold. Throughout this month, after accounting for the usual interest, the white energy steadily dwindled, and the current energy status was as follows. Debt, 200 points of black and white energy. Interest, 20 per month. Balance, black energy 8,014 points, white energy 3,031 points. During this time, there was also a regrettable matter. He had yet to acquire Xie Yushu's body refinement techniques. Due to a mental restriction placed on her memories, Xie Yushu could not divulge the specific cultivation content, and Shen Mobai lacked divine consciousness to investigate. However, it was a source of joy that he learned the name of this body refinement technique, Xin Gang Ti. Shen Mobai also discovered, through the newly added search function in the system, that this technique was available for sale, albeit at a steep price, which he decided against purchasing for the time being. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. With the depletion of white energy, Shen Mobai had no choice but to conclude his secluded cultivation. He intended to venture elsewhere in search of fortune. Perhaps in that location, he might find pills that could aid his cultivation of the Jiuzhuan Chui Ling de Fa. This place was Do Shui Palace. Naturally, before departing to resolve karmic ties, Shen Mobai ultimately acted decisively against Xie Yushu, leaving no future repercussions. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 70 points of black energy. Current total, 15,014 points. Wait, something seems amiss. How did my black energy increase? Previously, when I killed Xiao Zhu and Lin Yuejian, I only obtained 50 points of energy. Why has it now risen to 70 points? Could it be that my newfound handsomeness has led to increased rewards from the system? Shen Mobai mused narcissistically. Yet, upon further reflection, it likely was not so. Xiao Zhu and Lin Yuejian were both at the 7th layer of qi refinement, whereas Xie Yushu was at the 9th layer. Could it be that the higher the opponent's cultivation, the more energy points awarded? If by chance I were to inadvertently slay a Yuanying or Huashan cultivator, would I not become immensely wealthy overnight? Never mind, never mind. A cultivator of that caliber could easily eliminate me with a mere breath. Best not to overthink it and invite disaster. Gaining more energy points is fundamentally a good thing, not a bad one. Shen Mobai brushed it aside. Glancing a hand-drawn rudimentary map, acquired from Xie Yushu, he set forth in the direction of Do Shui Palace. Along the way, Shen Mobai did not idle. Embodying the spirit of 3 lights, he began to collect resources diligently. After all, the Jiuzhuan Chui Ling de Fa was obtained from this very place. Shen Mobai was skeptical that this location held only that singular treasure. Thus, adhering to the philosophy of better to collect than to miss out, he showed no mercy on his journey, gathering whatever he encountered, regardless of the circumstances. He stored these treasures in his infinite storage space, for later exploration when time permitted. Consequently, Shen Mobai advanced swiftly. Before long, he arrived at the gates of Do Shui Palace. In Shen Mabai's understanding, this was the domain of the Taishang Lao Jun, filled with renowned treasures that were almost legendary. Items like the diamond cutter, the purple gold gourd, and the true fire of Samadhi were but a few examples. Simply acquiring one would be immensely profitable. If he were to extract some immortal pill from the 8 trigrams furnace, attaining immortality would be an exquisite delight. Regardless of the details, he resolved to collect what he could here and explore further upon his return. What? I cannot collect anything? Could it be that there are living beings inside? Currently, only Su Yingxue and that slender, tall man remained. Hopefully, it was Su Yingxue inside. He decided to hide. Whoever it was, he would ambush and eliminate them upon their emergence. With that, Shen Mobai concealed himself, brandishing the Dian Shuechong. His gaze fixated on the entrance of Do Shui Palace. Now, having practiced the Jiuzhuan Chui Ling de Fa, he was filled with confidence. Moreover, he had utilized the remaining 30 points of black and white energy to exchange for methods specifically designed to counter foundational cultivators. Thus, he was not particularly intimidated by the Slender Man. As expected, shortly thereafter, when it seemed as if the place might collapse, a figure bolted out. Shen Mobai gripped the Dian Shuechong tightly, frozen in place, his eyes locked on the approaching silhouette. Finally, he discerned the identity of the figure. It was indeed the Slender Man, although Shen Mobai inwardly prayed not to encounter him. With the enemy concealed and himself in the open, how could he let such a golden opportunity slip away? He prepared to launch the flying spear with all his might, only to find another figure following closely behind. Su Yingxue? She had healed from her burns. What was she doing here, and why was she with the Slender Man? Had something illicit transpired between them? As these thoughts raced through Shen Mobai's mind, he hesitated for a brief moment. It was this moment of indecision that caused him to miss his chance. In that instant, the Slender Man, his eyes gleaming fiercely, abruptly turned toward Shen Mobai's hiding place. Who's there? Come out. His voice boomed like thunder. With the divine sense of a foundational cultivator, there was no hiding. Shen Mobai realized he had been exposed and could only step forth. So it is you, kid, seeing me and yet daring not to flee. Have you grown bolder in my absence? Oh, what happened to your cultivation level? You've dropped to the second layer of chi refinement? You're impressive, regressing in your cultivation. Haha. The Slender Man, upon recognizing Shen Mobai, relaxed and taunted him. In the face of Shen Mobai, he was utterly confident in his ability to subdue him. Previously, he had pursued Shen Mobai to kill him in the ice cave, and now he could do so again. Thus, he regarded Shen Mobai as one might a mere mouse. Utterly unconcerned. You're with her now? Shen Mobai, ignoring the Slender Man, coldly inquired of Su Yingxue. Anyone would jump to such a conclusion upon seeing them emerge together. Given the events of these past few months, it was not unusual for something to have transpired. Although Shen Mobai only viewed Su Yingxue as a tool for harvesting white energy, the sting of betrayal was nonetheless unpleasant. Su Yingxue was about to respond, but the Slender Man chuckled, saying, "Oh, you're not even begging for mercy, just fixated on that trivial romantic affair? You truly are infatuated. It's utterly hilarious." At that moment, Su Yingxue, who had struggled for a long while, released the crumpled corner of her garment and hurriedly approached Shen Mobai. Upon reaching him, she explained, "Husband, it is not as you think. I only encountered him yesterday. He merely sought to cultivate with me, sparing my life. But he has not laid a finger on my body, truly. You must believe me." Shen Mobai, puzzled, inquired, "Then how did your cultivation level reach the 9th layer of chi refinement? Was it not he who assisted you in your advancement?" Su Yingxue reiterated, "There is a grand ant furnace here, filled with numerous chi condensing pills. I merely came here and consumed 2 of them, and my cultivation level ascended. Just yesterday, he barged in, preoccupied with collecting pills, and he did nothing to me. I swear." As she spoke, her anxiety threatened to bring her to tears. Shen Mobai's ruthless methods toward his previous betrayer were still vivid in his memory, and Su Yingxue was genuinely terrified. Moreover, Shen Mobai possessed formidable strength, having conquered her, coupled with an abundance of spirit stones. Particularly when she saw the tall, lean man in the Foundation establishment stage with his indifferent demeanor. She sensed there were hidden capabilities yet unknown. Thus, Su Yingxue ultimately resolved to align herself with Shen Mobai, taking a gamble. Additionally, the way the tall man eyed the chi-condensing pills resembled that of a beggar yearning for rebirth. Should she truly betray Shen Mobai for him, she would likely gain no tangible benefits in return. We will discuss your matters later. Are there indeed chi-condensing pills inside? And has he taken them? Shen Mobai asked curiously. Su Yingxue nodded. Most were taken by him. Only a few remain. You truly regard me, a strong Foundation establishment cultivator, as mere decoration. Have you finished speaking? Once you conclude, I can send you on your way. The tall man sneered, and you little vixen agreed to be my dual cultivation furnace. I have no intention of touching you, yet you dare to turn on me now. Soon, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may understand that strength lies with the youth, and the old are but frail, unable to endure being overlooked like an insignificant insect. The tall man resolved to teach Shen Mobai a harsh lesson, beginning with his demise. Chapter 30, Battle. The transmission jade slip emerges having spoken. The tall man brandished his flying sword, swiftly forming a hand gesture. As he prepared to deal a chilling blow to Shen Mobai interjected urgently, "Wait. I have something to say." Upon hearing this, the tall man laughed heartily. "Old man, are you afraid? Have you realized the gap between the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages? Do you wish to beg for mercy? Humph. Were it not for your impending demise, I would not relent today, for I cannot leave any potential threats behind. However, with the deathly aura surrounding you, your lifespan must be nearly at its end. Now, come here and lick my feet and obediently send the woman over for our dual cultivation. If I am in a good mood, I may consider sparing your life. Hurry, accept my grace." The tall man unleashed a torrent of words. In his understanding, Shen Mobai's call for a pause could only mean surrender. Even Su Yingshue's mind was racing, contemplating whether he would truly concede, or worse, hand her over. Had she placed her bet incorrectly? Her gaze was fixed intently on Shen Mobai, fearing he might betray her. Yet, Shen Mobai appeared quite at ease, gradually approaching the tall man. After taking 2 steps, he paused, then advanced 2 more steps toward the direction of Doshui Palace. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion of his hand, the main hall of Doshui Palace vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed. All that remained was a vast pit in the ground, indicating something had once been there. As the main hall disappeared, the surrounding view became remarkably expansive. At that moment, both the tall man and Su Yingxue seemed to witness an extraordinary phenomenon. Where has the palace gone? It was here just a moment ago. Su Yingxue exclaimed in astonishment. "Old man, what have you done? Have you perhaps acquired some extraordinary treasure?" The tall man queried in shock. Realizing something, he continued, "No, old fool. There were still chi condensing pills in that main hall. You are stealing from me, seeking death." With that, he directed his flying sword, without hesitation, straight toward Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai, fully aware of his actions, swiftly retreated after utilizing infinite storage space to take the main hall. He barely evaded the tall man's rapidly approaching sword. Moving to the side, Shen Mobai raised the Tianyi shield before him, once more blocking the tall man's attack. He had experience dealing with the tall man's flying sword from their previous encounter in the ice cave. However, the tall man continued to command his flying sword, relentlessly assaulting Shen Mobai. With a cold smirk, he taunted, "Old man, do you think I'm still the same as before? I have now broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, vastly enhancing the power of my flying sword. You managed to block me before, but now? Perhaps not. What? You actually blocked it? How can that be? With your cultivation at the 2nd layer of chi refinement, how could you possibly withstand it?" The tall man's disbelief intensified as he infused even more spiritual energy into the flying sword, which emitted an even more brilliant glow as it hurtled toward Shen Mobai with fierce intent. Having merely tested the waters before, he now unleashed his full strength. Determined to strike true, Shen Mobai, having easily blocked the tall man's previous attack, was equally astonished. He had intended to reserve his ultimate move, but it seemed unnecessary for the time being. Observing the sword's intensified momentum, Shen Mobai did not become complacent. Spiritual energy surged from his dantian into the Tianyi shield, pouring in as much as possible. He had an abundance of spiritual energy. He pushed the shield's power to its limits, causing the emitted cold light to chill the air. The brilliance of the Tianyi shield outshone that of the flying sword, completely overpowering it as he forcefully blocked the incoming attack. With a resounding clang, the flying sword was ruthlessly deflected. Unlike the previous encounter in the ice cave, where Shen Mobai was pushed back, this time he felt no force from his sword. Had the enemy held back? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps he had simply grown stronger? In that instant, Shen Mobai realized he must place greater emphasis on the 9 transformations of spirit refinement. He yearned to complete the 9 transformations, for then his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Meanwhile, the tall man was left utterly astonished. This was his strongest attack, yet it had resulted in nothing? Previously, the outcome had been entirely different. Could it be that this young man possessed some treasure? It must be so, he thought viciously, but his flying sword did not cease its assault, continually targeting Shen Mobai. Seeing the situation escalating, the tall man decided to plunge into the fray himself. Holding another long sword, he swung it toward another direction. At this moment, Shen Mobai regained his composure and calmness. With one hand gripping the Tianyi shield for protection and the other wielding the Dian Shui spear, he thrust it toward the lean, tall man. With a clang, the four magical artifacts collided before rapidly separating. After the strike, Shen Mobai understood clearly. With an influx of immense spiritual energy, his confrontation with the lean man was not disadvantageous. Rather, he seemed to hold a slight edge. This left the lean man astounded. In such a short time, this old man had grown to such an extent, which he found utterly perplexing. Ultimately, the lean man remained unconvinced, attributing the cause to the old man having acquired some formidable physique, which allowed them to be evenly matched. Just as the lean man prepared to gather strength for another full-force strike, the ground began to tremble inexplicably. The entire Tianting was in a state of upheaval. It was not until a long while later that the tremor subsided. At that moment, a beam of light descended from above, illuminating the surroundings as if parting the clouds. It was strikingly visible even from a distance. Within the beam of light was an object resembling a jade slip. The jade slip slowly rotated in the light, as if awaiting someone to take it. Upon seeing this, the lean man reacted first. A teleportation jade slip? Shen Mobai then realized that this jade slip was precisely what Xieyushu had referred to as the only means to leave this cave. According to the information obtained from Xieyushu, acquiring this jade slip would allow one or multiple individuals to be teleported out. There was no other way to escape this place. Moreover, the teleportation jade slip only appeared at intervals. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for the next. The lean man, being a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, not only reacted more swiftly, but also ran faster. As soon as he spotted the teleportation jade slip, he abandoned Shen Mobai and rushed toward it. Not to be outdone, Shen Mobai quickly pursued the beam of light. Chapter 31. Missing the teleportation jade slip, mental attack. Practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage emerge from breakthroughs in the Qi refinement stage. Although Qi refinement practitioners expel impurities at each minor realm during a major breakthrough, the body expels a significant amount of filth. At that moment, both speed, reaction, and physical constitution receive tremendous enhancement and improvement. Even lifespan extends from a mere 100 years in the Qi refinement stage to 200 in the Foundation establishment stage, marking a significant leap in the essence of life. At this moment, with the appearance of the teleportation jade slip, the race was on. Ultimately, the lean man secured the teleportation jade slip. Crucially, during the contest for the jade slip, the lean man could simultaneously advance while launching remote sword attacks. Although Shen Mobai could fend them off, his forward momentum was inevitably affected. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the teleportation jade slip was claimed by the lean man. Now, let's see what you can do, boy. Want to leave? Without the teleportation jade slip, you might as well wait another year. The lean man taunted smugly after obtaining the teleportation jade slip. Shen Mobai's face turned ashen, clearly infuriated. Another year? What about the intersect grand competition? Missing it would mean waiting another decade. More critically, what would happen to the high-interest debt Shen Mobai owed? Setting aside the principle of 200 points of black and white energy, just the monthly interest of 40 points was unbearable for him. Damn it, I cannot let him teleport away. Otherwise, I will truly be finished. I have barely enjoyed a few good days. Shen Mobai's heart raced, and his thoughts flashed like lightning. He called out to the lean man, "Hey, leave the teleportation jade slip. We could discuss this. Do you want spirit stones or techniques? I can offer you anything." The lean man, seeing Shen Mobai's anxious demeanor, felt elated. "I almost forgot. If you were left here, it would be tantamount to dying an old death. Your lifespan isn't that long, is it? Why don't you kneel and beg me? Perhaps I'll soften my heart and take you out, haha. And why not send over that beauty beside you? I might consider it." Shen Mobai, witnessing the lean man's derisive words, understood that this would not end favorably for him. Kneeling? That would only bring humiliation. Sending a woman? That was personal property. There was no way he would part with her. He still knew the principle that women and vehicles were not to be given away. Shen Mobai bit down hard on his yellowed teeth, and without further ado, he drew the Dian Shui spear. He charged recklessly toward the lean man. An exaggerated surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body and into the Dian Shui spear, erupting in unparalleled speed and dazzling spear light. In an instant, he was at the lean man's side, fiercely sweeping at his legs. The lean man, seeing this, showed no fear. While controlling the flying sword with his mind to stab at Shen Mobai's head, he swung his long sword to block Shen Mobai's spear. With a clang of metal, the Dian Shui spear collided violently with the long sword. The lean man staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. How had this kid's strength increased so much? He had clearly been suppressing him before. Shen Mobai bent backward, tilting his head just enough to evade the flying sword. He spun around and launched another attack at the lean man with his spear, maintaining a fierce and rapid rhythm, giving the lean man no chance to breathe. The lean man, pushed back by the spear, revealed an expression of incredulity, realizing his opponent was formidable. Without holding back any longer, he took a deep breath, focused on the approaching Shen Mobai, and uttered "Ha!" In that instant, an invisible force emerged from the center of the lean man's forehead. As soon as it appeared, it transformed into a transparent arrow. With the lean man's shout, this entity shot toward Shen Mobai like an arrow released from a bow, moving with lightning speed. Silent and undetectable, perhaps even the spatial disturbance was imperceptible to Shen Mobai, a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage. It was as if he had never sensed the arrow's arrival. Just as the arrow pierced Shen Mobai's head, the lean man, having evaded the spear's tip, retreated explosively, revealing a contemplative expression. He muttered, "Old man, today you will learn the true difference between Foundation establishment and Qi refinement. You have fallen victim to my mental attack. Prepare to lose your consciousness. I'll take the opportunity to dismember you and seize your treasures and secrets, unaware of everything." Shen Mobai felt the arrow's presence the moment it entered his head. However, it had already penetrated his body, leaving no time for reaction. At this moment, within Shen Mobai's mind, the arrow traveled unobstructed until it reached his sea of consciousness. With boundless destructive power, it was aimed at the sea of consciousness below, ready to unleash a tempestuous storm. The arrow swiftly cleaved through the high sky, approaching the sea of consciousness. Just as it prepared to display its ferocity, a yellow light shield abruptly formed. In a short while, the shield transformed into the shape of a bell, with mysterious characters dancing and fluttering across its surface. Unknown symbols arranged in intricate patterns, accompanied by faint, ethereal sounds that suggested an extraordinary origin. In a flash, the yellow bell obstructed the path of the arrow. Instantly, the arrow struck the bell, yet no sound emerged. Following this, the bell shimmered, steadfastly absorbing the arrow's assault. Observing this, the arrow attempted to change direction and continue its descent. However, the bell's speed of evasion surpassed that of the arrow, which remained ensnared. Perhaps having triggered the bell's defensive instincts, the characters and mysterious symbols erupted from the bell's surface, swirling toward the arrow. The arrow attempted to evade, but it was as if it had plunged into a quagmire. One end was firmly grasped by the characters and symbols. The arrow was dragged immovable. Just as the arrow struggled violently, a clear and resonant chime emanated from the bell, reverberating toward the arrow with a force that threatened to shatter it. The tall, slender man outside sensed the situation and prepared to cast a spell to summon the arrow away. However, as the arrow within Shen Mobai's sea of consciousness rapidly dissipated in the sound of the chime, a sudden spurt of blood erupted from the slender man's mouth, his complexion turning pale, appearing on the verge of collapse. Since the moment the arrow had entered his mind, Shen Mobai had raised the Dian Shui Chong, channeling spiraling energy into the spear, charging it. Just as the slender man spat blood, the accumulation of power reached its zenith. "Go!" With a commanding shout, the Dian Shui Chong shot forth like a dazzling meteor, imbued with destructive and explosive force, hurtling toward the slender man's body with tremendous speed, creating a sonic boom in its wake. In an instant, the Dian Shui Chong was before the slender man. Chapter 32. A Failed Endeavor. The cave begins to collapse. The slender man, a formidable figure of the Foundation establishment stage, reacted swiftly. At the critical moment, he spat out another mouthful of blood. and his form shifted slightly to the left, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike from the Dian Shuechong. Although he evaded the vital areas, his right arm, unfortunately, could not escape its fate. With a resounding bang, the Slender Man's right arm erupted into a mist of blood under the full force of the Dian Shuechong. The tremendous power even propelled the Slender Man's body backward a distance before he crashed heavily to the ground. Shen Mobai, too, was in a disoriented state. His head spinning, his strength not yet returned. He had intended to seize this opportunity to continue his assault, but circumstances did not align favorably. Clearly, the bell's attack was not solely directed at the Slender Man's consciousness. Shen Mobai's own sea of consciousness had also sustained damage. Enduring the excruciating pain, the Slender Man hastily rose, preparing to channel his energy and summon a flying sword to deliver a fatal blow to Shen Mobai. However, as he spat another mouthful of blood, his internal energy became chaotic and unruly, rendering him unable to mobilize it. How could you possess a spiritual weapon? I don't even have one at the Foundation establishment stage. Where did you acquire such a rare defensive artifact against consciousness attacks? Damn it, you truly are a menace. My precious five-finger maiden has been taken from me because of you. With each word, the Slender Man's pace quickened, and as his anger surged, he spat forth another copious amount of blood. Shen Mobai remained silently fixated on the Slender Man, his thoughts whispering, "What am I spiritual weapon? Am I obliged to report to you? I expended a hefty 30 points of black and white energy to acquire it, specifically to guard against the consciousness attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators. Should I inform you of such? According to the system's selling list, typical spiritual weapons are priced in the hundreds. The reason this Tai Su Zhen Hun Zhong is so inexpensive is due to its flaws. On one hand, it cannot initiate attacks. It can only defend passively. If it were never subjected to a consciousness attack throughout its existence, it would be no different from a mere ornament. On the other hand, while the Tai Su Zhen Hun Zhong can disperse enemies' consciousness attacks during passive defense, it simultaneously inflicts harm on the wielder, resulting in certain side effects, such as paralysis or damage. This explains why it is only sold for 30 points of black and white energy. It is a pity, for had there been no backlash or side effects, the Slender Man might have already met his demise. Faced with Shen Mobai, who possessed formidable strength and a plethora of magical artifacts, the Slender Man no longer exuded his previous disdain. His advantage as a Foundation establishment cultivator was no longer so apparent, especially when he beheld the ferocious glint in Shen Mobai's eyes. Filled with anger, yet more so with trepidation, he found himself unable to meet his gaze. He still had an escape route and a promising future ahead. A desperate struggle? Not quite. Seemingly intimidated, but for the sake of his pride, he could only utter threats. "Old man, be cautious when you return to Hehuan Zone. I will certainly summon my elder brother to deal with you. Just you wait. And I advise you not to touch Xie Yushu, or else, I would very much enjoy watching you meet a tragic end. My name is Zhou Qiwen. In the future, if you see me in the sect, it would be wise to steer clear, or else I will strike you every time we cross paths." Having delivered his threats, the Slender Man, Zhou Qiwen, no longer wished to linger in this cursed place. He took out a transmission jade slip, channeling his energy into it. With a whoosh, the Slender Man's figure vanished instantaneously, having evidently teleported away. "Damn it, don't go, you scoundrel." At this moment, Shen Mobai had finally regained his ability to move. Yet it was too late. Watching the Slender Man disappear, he could only silently scream in frustration. Ultimately, he had failed to kill the Slender Man. What to do? What to do? There must be another way. Surely there must be a way. I will not perish here. Ah, yes. I still have the system, and I still have black and white energy. Let me check my balance. Debt, 200 points of black and white energy. Interest, 20 per month. Balance, black energy 12,014 points. White energy, 0, 31 points. Thank goodness, there's still so much black energy. Speaking of which, is it true that one cannot generate and acquire black energy through friction with objects other than the body? Alas, what a disappointment. Otherwise, I should have gained quite a bit of black energy when I severed that fellow's connection just now. Turning around, he saw Su Yingxue cowering in fear. Shen Mobai strode purposefully toward her. At this moment, Su Yingxue trembled slightly, her heart filled with astonishment. How? How could he be so powerful? That was a formidable foundational cultivator. yet he was so easily severed of an arm. Observing his hasty retreat, it seemed he truly could not hold his ground. Thankfully, I had chosen the right side at that moment. Otherwise, I would surely be the one facing misfortune now. As I saw Shen Mobai approaching, Suing Shui was filled with admiration and hurriedly stepped forward, asking with concern, "Husband, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Shen Mobai, with an expressionless face, retorted, "Tell me, since yesterday, when you encountered that tall, thin man, did anything happen between you two?" Upon hearing this, Suing Shui quickly began to explain, "Husband, you must believe me, nothing happened. He didn't even touch me, truly. For your sake, I have been as chaste as jade." That lanky man looked petty and stingy. How could I possibly be with him? Despite Suing Shui's earnest words, Shen Mobai was not easily swayed by her sole testimony. After contemplating for a moment, he stated, "Let me check to see if there are any unusual scents or to assess the degree of closure. I trust my judgment more." Though Suing Shui felt wronged, she could only nod in agreement. One must bow their head under the eaves. Hours later, Shen Mobai sighed. "I can't go on. Despite my efforts to gather white energy, I am truly at my limit. Let us discuss this later." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound echoed from afar. Shen Mobai hurriedly turned his gaze toward the source. He beheld two towering stone pillars, one of which had unexpectedly crumbled in the middle. The golden aura dissipated into oblivion, and the colorful halo flickered dimly, gradually fading away. What was happening there? How could a pillar break on its own? Before he could finish his thought, a tremor followed, shaking the ground violently. The deafening roar continued without end. Suing Shui quickly donned her clothes and rushed to Shen Mobai's side, asking anxiously, "Husband, what is happening? Is this place going to collapse?" After speaking, she shyly gazed at Shen Mobai and added, "I told you to be gentler. You never listen." Shen Mobai was left speechless. How could this be attributed to him? Initially, he remained calm, naively believing that nothing serious would occur. After all, this place had endured for so long. How could it collapse so easily? This was the Tian Ting, a realm that has existed since ancient times, not something that could be easily destroyed. However, as the rumbling continued, fissures began to appear in the ground, increasing in number. Shen Mobai started to feel anxious. Goodness, given the current state, this place truly might collapse. This was the interior of Kunlun Mountain. If it fell, it would be disastrous, a certain death. At this moment, Suing Shui clung tightly to Shen Mobai, fear consuming her. In such a perilous situation, she had no means to protect herself, relying solely on this old man beside her. Clinging to Shen Mobai as a lifeline, she wished for a miraculous escape. However, Shen Mobai, too, was overwhelmed, his thoughts racing. The teleportation jade slip would not reappear for a year. There was no time to waste. He could neither fly nor escape. This was exasperating. He had only accumulated over 10 points of white energy, which was clearly insufficient. What should he do? Monitoring his state of agitation, the system chimed in, detected that the host is currently anxious and irate, in line with assisting others in realizing their dreams and urgently needing to alter their circumstances. We are now officially launching the Wuyo Zai Dai service. With just a word from you, you can enjoy an exceptionally considerate service, with interest rates plummeting dramatically. Would you like to proceed? Hearing this familiar opening, Shen Mobai remarked, "System, your timing is impeccable. You truly are a loan shark. Tell me, what is the situation now, and how can you assist me?" Dear Silver user, due to your indiscriminate acquisition of local structures, an inevitable collapse has been triggered. We now formally recommend the Wuyo Zai Dai service. With black and white energy, you can purchase a small teleportation talisman for immediate escape, safe and swift. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing the system's first half of the explanation, Shen Mobai felt a surge of frustration. Is it because I recklessly collected local structures that this place is about to collapse? Don't slander me. I will sue you for defamation. Why didn't you warn me when I was collecting those structures? After processing the system's second half, Shen Mobai realized, oh, so you want me to take out another loan? You unscrupulous merchant, how despicable. Upon hearing the mention of the small teleportation talisman, his mind began to race. He recalled seeing it on the sales list. However, it was exceedingly expensive, requiring 50 points of black and white energy, which led him to forego the purchase at that time. Now, it seemed he had no other option but to buy it. Having no alternative, Shen Mobai reluctantly decided to take out a loan. A friendly reminder. The loan amount is 200 points of black and white energy to be added to the principal. The interest generated from the principal will double, requiring a monthly repayment of 40 points. Do you agree? Just as Shen Mobai was about to agree, he suddenly paused. System, let me ask, is the interest of 40 points calculated from next month, since this month is not over yet? Of course not. What naive thought. The loan takes immediate effect. Would you prefer to wait until next month to borrow? The system can afford to wait. Curse you. You can afford to wait. But I cannot. Shen Mobai silently cursed. Very well. He had no other choice. I agree. As he prepared to consent, another thought struck him. If I borrow another 200 points of black and white energy, the principal will amount to 400 points, leading to a monthly interest of 160 points. Good heavens! Such a staggering interest. I cannot repay that. He reconsidered and decided to borrow only 100 points of black and white energy, resulting in a monthly interest of 120 points, which he could manage with some effort. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Shen Mobai opted to borrow an additional 100 points of black and white energy. The interest doubled to 40 points. He required not only the small teleportation talisman, but also an urgently needed body refining technique, the Xiangang Tea. Firstly, he had witnessed Xie Yushu employing this technique, which was indeed formidable. Without any spiritual energy, its power was still terrifying. Had Shen Mobai not cleverly triumphed using what AI Yi Qiao Chai, the consequences could have been dire. He was determined to obtain this technique. Moreover, an essential reason remained. With the enhancement of this technique, he could engage in close combat. Regardless of gender, should Shen Mobai find himself in close proximity, friction would inevitably occur. At that point, would black and white energy not come pouring in? Repaying the loan would then be a matter of mere moments. It is indeed most appropriate for one to engage in open and honorable close combat than to participate in the Namandabi Kao. When the time comes, one merely needs to stand upon the stage. With a flurry of chatter, small amounts of black and white energy shall be seized. All of this, Shen Mobai had already contemplated thoroughly. After this consideration, Shen Mobai directly expended 50 points of black and white energy to exchange for a small displacement talisman. He then spent an additional 40 points to acquire a Xiangang body. Subsequently, he scattered another 20 points of black and white energy to obtain some essential items, such as black jade discontinuity ointment, rejuvenating cream, perfect spirit gathering pill, I love a stick of firewood, and spirit stones. These items had proven indispensable in his past endeavors. The prices were not exorbitant, so he thought it prudent to keep them on hand. Although it seemed that much time had been consumed, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Shen Mobai calmly produced a talisman. It was small, radiating a luster akin to jade, and felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of gently brushing against a mountain stream. The surface of the talisman was adorned with intricate silver-white spatial patterns that seemed to draw one's gaze into their depths. Without hesitation, Shen Mobai turned to Suing Xue and said, "Hold on tightly to me. If we fall, I might just find myself a new companion." Suing Xue hurriedly complied. But in an effort to amuse Shen Mobai, she jested, "As long as my husband can take me out, finding a new companion would be fine. Even if it means 10. Shen Mobai chuckled, saying, "Remember, you said that." With that, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flowed into the talisman in his hand. The spatial patterns on the talisman transformed into a cascade of starlight, enveloping both Shen Mobai and Suing Xue in an instant. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, their figures vanished, leaving behind only the shattered and sunken ground of this, Tianting, and the ravaged scene around them. Finally, with a resounding crash, the massive stones above began to descend, and everything in this place was obliterated, buried deep beneath the earth. Chapter 34. Spirit stones can achieve anything. What need have we for emotion? Juk City is a super city affiliated with the Hehuan Sect. The Xie family is one of the 3 prominent clans within Juk City, possessing extraordinary influence. At this moment, within the Xie family headquarters discussion hall, a multitude gathered, indicating that nearly all members of the clan had arrived. What could this be about? Is there some significant matter at hand? It is uncommon for such a gathering to occur even once in several years. One wonders what the purpose of this assembly might be. Speculation buzzed among the crowd, questioning the necessity of such a grand congregation. Just then, as a robust, middle-aged man entered, the chatter ceased, and all eyes turned towards him. The man exuded an air of authority, his mere presence commanding respect without uttering a word. 2 days prior, the life plate of Yushu had shattered. The simplicity of the announcement caused an uproar among those seated. What? The life plate shattered? Does that not signify the demise of the individual? Who would dare provoke the Chief family? I shall eradicate their entire lineage. Clan leader, who is it that has the audacity to harm our clan's prodigy? Inform me, and I shall ensure his end. The robust, middle-aged man, clearly troubled, rubbed the bridge of his nose and spoke. This incident is likely the work of the other 2 factions in Juk City, though we cannot rule out the involvement of other forces. Yushu had been cultivating within the Hehuan Sect, and it is possible that he was betrayed by a fellow disciple. Thus, Yuqin and Yuqi, you shall investigate the movements of the other 2 factions in Juk City during this period. Yuhua, since you're also cultivating within the Hehuan Sect, you will look into the fellow disciples. His directives echoed throughout the assembly. After issuing these orders, the robust, middle-aged man continued, using Yushu's misfortune as a catalyst. I must express a few additional thoughts. The delay in gathering you here was due to the need for thorough investigation. As our clan continues to grow, our resources for cultivation are becoming increasingly strained. It is time to prepare for the selection of personnel to explore that secret realm. The time is drawing near. Upon our return, we shall decisively subdue the other 2 factions in Juk City. At that point, who would dare to insult or harm the sons of the Chief family? Otherwise, the lives of our clan members may be lost without cause. The incident with Yushu serves as a profound warning to us. With these words, enthusiasm surged among the audience, clearly igniting the fighting spirit within the clan members. The robust, middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. The assembly then shifted to discuss pertinent details. Outside the galaxy's small cave's light portal, a tall, slender man appeared. His left hand was pressed tightly against his right arm, from which blood flowed incessantly. His sleeves billowed in the wind, revealing that his right arm had vanished. This slender man was none other than Zhou Qiwen, who had emerged from a small cave after acquiring the teleportation talisman. At this moment, he was evidently gravely injured. Although a foundational practitioner possesses formidable strength, they cannot regenerate severed limbs. He urgently required seclusion to recuperate and stabilize his qi and blood. Otherwise, continued blood loss could jeopardize his cultivation, potentially leading to lasting ailments. Shen Mobai, Suing Xue, I shall remember you both. Once I have recovered, I will ensure your demise. No, merely killing you would be too merciful. I shall have the male's limbs severed and sold into servitude, while the female shall be turned into a puppet, eternally reduced to a mere tool for others' gratification. You may wait there for another year. There is plenty of time for you to endure. Coughing, the slender man then vanished into the nearby mountains. In a certain area under the jurisdiction of the Hehuan Sect in the western regions, a slight ripple in space heralded the emergence of a man and a woman. Fortunately, the height of their descent was not great, and neither sustained injuries. Husband, where have we been teleported to? I hope it is not too far from where we started. The duo was none other than Shen Mobai and Suing Xue. Shen Mobai remained silent as he retrieved the task talisman issued by the sect, which bore a simple map that could assist in rough positioning. Ah, we are not far from the sect. We should only need to displace ourselves 2 more times to return. He concluded. However, it is a pity that this small displacement talisman will likely be rendered useless after 2 more uses. A pang of regret crossed Shen Mobai's features as he muttered. 40 points of black and white energy, just like that. How painful. Nevertheless, considering the time saved, nearly 10 days, he deemed it a trade-off. Now, Shen Mobai's sense of time had become increasingly acute. Each month, he meticulously calculated his expenditures. It was unavoidable. The monthly interest on his loans amounted to an astonishing 120 points of black and white energy. This was a considerable sum, equivalent to the cost of a low-grade spiritual artifact. Earning a spiritual artifact each month, Shen Mobai's awareness of time had become imperative. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. Hold on to me, let us go. With that, the sound of shattering glass echoed once more as the 2 figures vanished into thin air. After a brief interlude, Shen Mobai stood within the cave dwelling of Hehuan Zone. Ah, I have finally returned. This journey was indeed fraught with twists and turns, and I nearly lost my life. After speaking, Shen Mobai chuckled and patted the edge of the bed, his intentions unmistakably clear. As he prepared to embrace Su Yingshui and seize the moment to acquire more white energy, Su Yingshui interjected, "Husband, I wish to register for this year's Inner Sect Grand Competition. I'm short on spirit stones, that." Shen Mobai laughed heartily and replied, "Spirit stones? That is but a trivial matter. Whatever quantity you desire, I can provide." After a brief pause, he added, "The crux lies in what you shall offer in exchange." Understanding his implication, Su Yingshui took the initiative and responded, "Whatever my husband desires is fine with me. I also brought back a few local specialties from Lanxing, such as stockings. Both black and white, my husband, please help me assess their quality." Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.02 points of white energy. Current total, 2,402 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.04 points of white energy. Current total, 2,442 points, following a few system notifications. Shen Mobai exerted himself even more, for he was certain that as Su Yingshui's cultivation improved, the energy he could obtain would also increase. Thus, utilizing the spirit stones that were of no use to him and exchanging them for a pittance, only to apply them to her, was a brilliant strategy. "Dear husband, are these 30,000 spirit stones truly all for me? Is this real?" Su Yingshui gazed at the pile of spirit stones before her, disbelief etched on her face. With a grand sweep of his hand, Shen Mobai declared, "A mere 30,000 spirit stones is nothing, just a drop in the bucket. As long as you serve me well, spirit stones will be abundant." Su Yingshui chuckled, "Husband, why not give my newly cultivated Yinlongju and Ro Gugong a try? I assure you, you will have an entirely different experience." Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.06 points of white energy. Current total, 2,982 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.06 points of white energy. Current total, 3,022 points. Chapter 35. Frantic shopping and task submission. The following day, Shen Mobai accompanied Su Yingshui to the market street for an extravagant shopping spree. The process was nothing short of lavish, pushing the boundaries of excess to the extreme and leaving onlookers and shopkeepers awestruck. Each regarded Shen Mobai as a deity of wealth, while Su Yingshui was seen as a gold digger. Both shopkeepers and passers-by cast envious and jealous glances at Su Yingshui, which thoroughly satisfied her vanity. The exchange rate of 1 point of black and white energy for 10,000 spirit stones was staggering, especially for an ordinary cultivator whose annual income barely reached 5 spirit stones. Throughout the shopping spree, whatever Su Yingshui desired, Shen Mobai simply waved his hand and tossed spirit stones without hesitation. His cold, handsome demeanor attracted the admiration of many young female cultivators. However, thanks to Su Yingshui's presence and Shen Mobai's indifference, there was no spectacle of competition for the affections of an older man to unfold within Hehuan Sect. After an extensive excursion, when even Shen Mobai, as a cultivator, felt his stamina waning, Su Yingshui finally completed her purchases. She acquired several tomes of spirit-level techniques and large bottles of elixirs to enhance her cultivation. Shen Mobai observed that the elixirs were not of perfect quality, and, as they had been purchased with system spirit stones, he could only watch, unable to utilize them. Furthermore, she procured 2 high-quality artifacts, thoroughly equipping herself for battle. Afterward, Shen Mobai parted ways with Su Yingshui. He needed to submit items for his task related to Lanxing and, in passing, register for the Inner Sect Grand Competition. This upcoming competition was a crucial opportunity for Shen Mobai, as he aimed to ascend to the ranks of Inner Sect disciples. More importantly, he sought to accumulate a substantial amount of black and white energy. Just imagine a grand competition with high frequency and numerous participants. It would provide ample opportunities for interaction, essential for clearing this month's interest and potentially even a portion of the principal. Shen Mobai eagerly anticipated the day when he could settle his debts, envisioning a life unburdened and free to explore the vast world beyond. The Inner Sect Grand Competition would undoubtedly be a turning point for Shen Mobai, for which he had meticulously planned. He proceeded to the DGC, an institution responsible for issuing, reviewing, and rewarding tasks within the sect, as well as distributing stipends to outer sect disciples. For Hehuan Sect, it was a department of moderate significance. The head of DGC was the icy beauty Lin Wanzhou, with whom Shen Mobai had previously crossed paths. When he first arrived in this realm and sought his annual stipend, he had to resort to underhanded tactics to ensure his survival. It was Lin Wanzhou who intervened and halted a potential brawl, thus indirectly preserving Shen Mobai's life. However, there was a downside. This beauty was exceedingly cold and indifferent to life. Yet, that mattered little to Shen Mobai. Without hesitation, he promptly presented 500-year-old Tianshan Shiwilian, completing his task. During the process, he discovered that each 500-year-old Tianshan Shiwilian earned him 1 contribution point within the sect. Consequently, he submitted all 30-plus 500-year-old Tianshan Shiwilian he had obtained from Xiaoju in one go. He successfully received 36 contribution points, bringing his total to 38 when combined with the 2 points he had previously possessed. Contribution points were highly coveted, and in the market street and other locations, anything could be acquired with spirit stones. However, the items available were predominantly of low quality. The best artifacts were merely of high quality, elixirs were mostly of first-tier quality, and the most advanced techniques were only spirit level. To obtain superior items, the only source was the sect, and the means to acquire them was by exchanging contribution points, underscoring their significance. Coincidentally, registration for the Inner Sect Grand Competition could also be done at Dujisi. After submitting his task, Shen Mobai registered and then returned to his cave dwelling. Having spent a considerable amount of spirit stones during the day, he could not allow it to be in vain. Those were hard-earned resources, and thus, it was time for Sui Shui to repay her debts that evening. Given Shen Mobai's unwavering principles, Sui Shui would likely find herself unable to walk, speak, or even control her bodily functions the following day. In the Grand Hall of Dujisi, just as Shen Mobai departed, Lin Wanzhou arrived. Although she was the head of Dujisi, she too had her share of troubles. Upon entering, I made a beeline for the task submission counter and inquired directly, "How are things? Has no one submitted the task items yet? Is the sect filled with incompetence? Must I personally undertake such a simple task?" The young lady at the counter, engrossed in her records, was startled by Lin Wanzhou's exclamation. Recognizing her superior, she quickly regained composure and replied, "Director Lin, the medicinal herbs have returned. The Tianshan Shiwilian has been harvested, and we have a total of 36 specimens." Lin Wanzhou's expression softened slightly as she said, "In that case, please cancel the task I issued. 36 will suffice for quite some time. Hand me the Tianshan Shiwilian." The counter attendant, not daring to hesitate, promptly handed over all the Tianshan Shiwilian to Lin Wanzhou. Lin Wanzhou, with her icy yet exquisite demeanor, grasped the Tianshan Shiwilian and exclaimed in surprise, "This Tianshan Shiwilian contains an unusual concentration of ice attribute spiritual energy. Why is it so much stronger than before? I cannot be mistaken. The fire poison within me cannot misinterpret this. The ice attribute spiritual energy is indeed significantly more potent than the previous batch. Splendid. Now, I can finally suppress the fire poison within me." Although Lin Wanzhou's words indicated happiness, her face remained cold and beautiful. After her internal monologue, she eagerly took the Tianshan Shiwilian and prepared to return to eliminate the fire poison. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back to the counter attendant and instructed, "Which disciple brought in the Tianshan Shiwilian this time?" The attendant had no choice but to provide a detailed response. It was an elderly man. "He is from the outer sect." She went on to disclose everything about Shen Mobai without reservation. "Very well, I understand. This matter is of great importance to me. I shall elaborate further after completing my cultivation. By the way, in the future, without my permission, do not disclose any inquiries regarding him. Once my affairs are settled, I need to find out how he acquired this Tianshan Shiwilian. Do you understand what you need to do?" "Director Lin, your subordinate understands," she replied. "Additionally, if anyone inquires about Shen Mobai, keep an eye on their information and report back to me promptly." "Understood. Your subordinate will ensure this." Chapter 36. Inventory and disdain. After Shen Mobai submitted his task and registered, he hurried towards his cave abode, for there were more pressing matters that required his attention, namely, to assess the gains from his recent expedition. Taking advantage of Su Yingshue's absence, he aimed to review his previous accomplishments and address any shortcomings in order to better prepare for the upcoming competition. In his spare time, Shen Mobai had already explored numerous celestial palaces that had been absorbed into the infinite storage space, yielding considerable rewards. He first examined his black and white energy balance. Debt, 300 points of black and white energy. Interest, 40 per month. Balance, black energy 11, 0, 14 points. White energy 3, 0, 22 points. Remaining repayment period, 23 days. Lifespan, 678 days. Cultivation level, third layer of the 4 transformations of Nirvana refinement. Sect contribution points, 38 points. With only 20 days left until the competition, I should be able to repay this month's interest. I must strive harder. Truly, the 9 transformations of spirit refinement is formidable, but the cultivation process is exceedingly slow. I am cultivating an auxiliary earth-level technique, Yin Feng Tun Tianju, which allows for the simultaneous absorption of spiritual energy across 7 dantians. Yet, after all this time, I have only managed to advance 1 level. Who knows when I will reach the 9th transformation? No, I must exchange for some perfect elixirs that contain greater spiritual energy to ensure a breakthrough before the competition. Now, onto the inventory review. Techniques 1. 9 transformations of spirit refinement. Acquired within the Celestial Palace. Level unknown. Requires undergoing 9 rounds of nirvana to continuously expand the dantian's capacity for spiritual energy. Each round doubles the dantian's capacity, and upon completion of the 9 transformations, the energy storage will be 256 times that of others at the same cultivation level. This acquisition pertains to the Qi, refinement, and foundation establishment stages. 2. Yin Feng Tun Tianju, exchange through the system, an earth-level technique, top tier. Upon successful cultivation, it opens 6 acupoints in the human body, equivalent to the function of 6 dantians, greatly accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. Equipment 1. Tian Yi Shield, exchange through the system, a top-tier magical artifact, reputed to be the strongest defensive artifact during the Qi refinement period. 2. Pointed Snow Spear, exchange through the system, a top-tier magical artifact, a weapon that increases in power based on the amount of spiritual energy infused. 3. Infinite Storage Space, exchange through the system, possessing no rank. It offers an infinite storage capacity, allowing for the containment of anything except sentient life forms, with time within the space remaining relatively still. 4. Tai Su Zhun Hun Bell, exchange through the system, a low-grade spirit tool. It passively defends against spiritual attacks, and, when activated, can destroy invading consciousness, albeit at a cost to the host. 5. Bound Immortal Rope, obtained from the Palace of Taishang Laojun, rank unknown. It can silently bind enemies, rendering them incapable of utilizing spiritual energy. Formation 1. Binding Spirit Confinement Array, composed of numerous palaces acquired from the Celestial Palace. As recorded in the scroll obtained from Lin Yuejian, rank unknown. The palaces can be proportionally reduced and arranged in specific orientations to seal and absorb spiritual energy, significantly enhancing its density without leakage. Essential for home and travel. 1. I Love a Stick, exchanged through the system, rank unknown, repeatedly proven effective in battle, making it a frequently used essential for Shen Mobai. 2. Black Jade Restoration Ointment, exchanged through the system, rank unknown, capable of unlimited replenishment of black energy and facilitating regeneration. 3. Recovery Cream, exchanged through the system, rank unknown, effective in stopping bleeding and healing injuries, with remarkable recovery capabilities. When combined with Black Jade Ointment, the effect is greatly enhanced. Elixirs. 1. Perfect Gathering Spirit Pill, exchanged through the system, a first-tier elixir containing abundant pure spiritual energy. One of the best for enhancing cultivation during the Qi refinement stage, free from pill poison, and can be consumed indefinitely. 2. Explosive Spirit Pill, obtained by defeating Xie Yushu. A first-tier elixir that rapidly restores internal spiritual energy, but has certain side effects. 3. Condensed Qi Pill, acquired from the Celestial Palace at Taishang Laojuan's Alchemy Furnace. A first-tier elixir containing significant spiritual energy, capable of rapidly elevating cultivation, but unfortunately possesses pill poison and has not been consumed. Miscellaneous. 1. Peach Tree Seedling, obtained from the Celestial Palace, rank unknown, efficacy unknown. It has been planted in Shen Mobai's cave with the soil from the peach orchard. 2. Peach Tree Branch, obtained from the Celestial Palace, rank unknown, efficacy unknown. 3. Renminbi, several, Exchange through the system. Consuming 1 point of black and white energy can yield 1 million. 4. Spirit stones. Several exchange through the system. Consuming 1 point of black and white energy can yield 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Any items obtained with these spirit stones will revert to mundane items in Shen Mobai's possession. 5. Trash. Acquired by defeating Xiao Ju, Lin Yuejian, and Xie Yushu. A jumble of low-value items intended to pamper Su Yingxue in exchange for white energy. Upon reviewing all these items, a satisfied expression emerged on Shen Mobai's face. Such a plethora of possessions. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would likely not possess this much. It is indeed a pity that I could not obtain the Xiangang body from Xie Yushu and had to exchange it for 40 points of black and white energy from the system, which is rather costly. It is imperative to redeem this before the grand competition, as it would enable a more effective implementation of that plan. Just as Shen Mobai was contemplating his next course of action after assessing his gains, a signal indicating a visitor arrived from outside the cave. It must be Su Yingxue, he thought with a smirk. It is just the right moment to acquire some white energy and exchange it for martial arts techniques. Upon uttering these thoughts, Shen Mobai opened the cave's restrictions. To his surprise, it was not Su Yingxue who entered, but rather Lin Wanzhou. Her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, embodying both allure and elegance. Her strikingly beautiful face bore an air of coldness, fitting the archetype of a high and aloof beauty. "Why, Director, what brings you here?" Shen Mobai exclaimed, astonished. He believed he had little interaction with this enigmatic beauty. Upon entering the cave, Lin Wanzhou seemed to detect an odd scent, lightly covering her nose. Her brows furrowed, revealing her distaste. Eventually, she reluctantly lowered her hand to speak, her expression tightening further. "Pray tell, why does the Tianshan Snow Lotus you submitted differ from those submitted by others?" Observing the disdainful demeanor of this high and aloof beauty, Shen Mobai felt a pang of discomfort. When questioned, he appeared utterly perplexed. "Tianshan Snow Lotus? Different? Isn't it merely gathered from Kunlun Mountain on Blue Star? What could possibly be different?" "Director, I am not aware of what you are referring to. I am but a foolish subordinate," he replied. Lin Wanzhou, now visibly impatient, pressed on. "Where did you obtain the Tianshan Snow Lotus you submitted earlier? Why is the ice attribute spiritual energy so potent?" After speaking, she turned away, her body language exuding aversion towards Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai's lips twitched slightly. Her reaction was irksome. "I frequently engage in battles. What is wrong with a bit of chaos? Is a hint of odor not normal? I did not invite you here," he thought, brimming with frustration. However, he maintained his composure and replied, "To answer your question, Director, I acquired the Tianshan Snow Lotus from the designated task location. There is truly no difference." Just as Shen Mobai finished his sentence, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Mercilessly weighing down on him, he felt as if struck by a heavy object and instinctively knelt on one foot. Upon sensing, he realized it was the pressure released by Lin Wanzhou, who had reached late-stage Qi Foundation. "What is the meaning of this, Director? I believe I have not offended you," he inquired, glancing at Lin Wanzhou's cold expression. Her tone grew increasingly frigid, her words laced with hostility. "You insolent old fool, I have graciously come to inquire of you, and yet you dare to brush me off with ignorance? Do you truly have such audacity? Speak, or I shall ensure your demise." Despite feeling the weight of her pressure, Shen Mobai, with his fourfold nirvana Qi cultivation, possessing an energy reserve 8 times that of an ordinary Qi practitioner, felt only a slight discomfort initially. He feigned submission to avoid unnecessary trouble. As Lin Wanzhou's words struck him, a thought flashed through his mind. When he had first acquired the Tianshan Snow Lotus from Xiao Ju, he had placed it next to the peach tree without having exchanged for infinite storage space. Could it be that a mysterious reaction occurred between the two, causing the Tianshan Snow Lotus to absorb some aura from the peach tree? Shen Mobai recalled the icy sensation the peach tree always imparted. Perhaps the ice attribute spiritual energy Lin Wanzhou mentioned was a result of this. Upon this realization, Shen Mobai retrieved a branch from the peach tree, intending to present it to Lin Wanzhou. The moment the branch came into view, Lin Wanzhou's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of interest as she recognized it as the very item she sought. "Place it on the table. Do not sully it with your filthy hands," she disdainfully commanded. Shen Mobai's lips twitched again, feeling a wave of indignation wash over him. Had it not been for her position as the director of the finance department, he would have felt compelled to assert his dominance over her. The thought of torturing her for 49 days crossed his mind, but ultimately, he chose to comply, realizing it would be unwise to jeopardize the inter-sect competition over such trivial matters. "Bring me more of these branches," Lin Wanzhou ordered. Shen Mobai yielded, handing over 5 more branches, knowing he had plenty stored. Had she approached him with respect, a mere offering of 10 or 8 would have sufficed. Yet this humiliation remained etched in his memory. After acquiring the branches, Lin Wanzhou waved her hand, storing them within her spatial ring, and hastily departed, holding her nose in distaste, offering no words of gratitude. Shen Mobai felt an intense frustration, muttering to himself, "Just because you're a late-stage Qi Foundation cultivator, you think you can bully me? What's so impressive about that?" Once Lin Wanzhou left, he fumed. Fortunately, she did not discover the transplanted living peach tree sapling. Otherwise, I would have had to take action. "Your pressure is but a mere tickle to me. Do not provoke me. I despise those who show disdain for others. Should you dare return, you will experience the consequences of my wrath." At that moment, Su Yingxue returned. Upon granting her entry, Shen Mobai eagerly seized the opportunity to acquire white energy, for only such energy could empower him, freeing him from constraints and allowing him to pursue his desires. Thus, 20 days passed in this manner, leading up to the day of the inter-sect grand competition. Throughout these 20 days, Shen Mobai remained tirelessly engaged, continuously amassing white energy while diligently practicing the 9 turns of spirit refinement, utilizing a miniature version of the spirit binding formation and perfect spirit gathering pill. His cultivation reached the 4th layer of Qi Foundation, with his internal energy quantity an astounding 64 times that of an ordinary practitioner. It was truly formidable, but as he progressed, the cultivation of the 9 turns of spirit refinement became increasingly arduous and sluggish. During the process of cultivation, even Su Yingxue reaped the benefits, elevating her prowess to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Currently, Shen Mobai unleashed the full power of a supreme magical artifact, the might of which was simply astonishing. Its cataclysmic potential left Su Yingxue in awe, pondering whether Shen Mobai was a reincarnated monster, with male abilities that were truly terrifying. Over the span of 20 days, Shen Mobai also exchanged for the Xiangang body from the system and commenced his training. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the Xiangang body required a resource known as Gangwind. At that moment, Shen Mobai was left utterly speechless, having spent 40 points of black and white energy for such a thing. How was he to know where to procure this Gangwind? Ultimately, in exasperation, he had no choice but to exchange from the system once more, spending an additional 60 points of black and white energy to fully cultivate the Xiangang body. In total, he expended 100 points of black and white energy for the training of this Xiangang body. Had he known, he would have preferred to repay a portion of his principal instead. This time, he had suffered a significant loss. Shen Mobai's emotions were a blend of joy and regret, having unwittingly fallen into the trap of purchasing during his cultivation. Yet, fortunately, the perfected form of the Xiangang body was exceptionally formidable. This bolstered Shen Mobai's confidence in reaping substantial rewards during the competition. With merely 3 days remaining until the time to repay the interest, his energy reserves were pitifully low. Nonetheless, Shen Mobai, at this moment, possessed the strength to contend even against foundational cultivators, let alone the other Qi refinement practitioners participating in the competition. It was undoubtedly a situation of overwhelming superiority. Today marked the long-awaited day of the grand competition, a significant event held once every decade within the inter-sect of Hehuan Zone. It was a grand festivity, attended not only by the higher echelons of the sect, but also by representatives from allied sections. The scale was unprecedented. The inter-sect competition was divided into 3 phases: the preliminary screening, the draw for duels, and the point battles. The preliminary screening involved selecting the top 160 participants from a plethora of competitors through a platform contest. The draw for duels then paired these top 160 participants for one-on-one elimination battles, ultimately determining the top 10. The final rankings would be established through cumulative points accrued from cross battles. This format was relatively fair. The rewards for this competition were exceedingly generous. The top 100 not only earned the title of Intersect Disciple, but were also awarded rare foundational elixirs and eligibility to enter a secret realm. In that realm, spiritual energy was abundant, and the success rate for foundational cultivation was remarkably high. Upon exiting, most would achieve foundational cultivator status. Furthermore, the top 3 would gain access to the library pavilion, where they could obtain unparalleled techniques unavailable for purchase elsewhere. Rumor had it that the first-place winner would receive a mysterious grand prize, equivalent to the entire fortune of an ordinary foundational cultivator, shrouded in an air of secrecy. This further fueled enthusiasm for registration, propelling the Intersect competition to unprecedented heights. At this moment, within an enormous plaza measuring several hundred zhang, a significant number of cultivators gathered. Within the vast expanse of the plaza, small platforms rose, each approximately several zhang in size, totaling precisely 160. Surrounding the plaza were ascending platforms for spectators to sit and observe. The eastern section offered the best vantage point, adorned with numerous seats, likely reserved for high-ranking officials and external spectators. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with both the cultivators on stage and the audience swelling in number, creating a vibrant ambience at the competition venue. Suddenly, an older male cultivator soared from the eastern spectator platform, landing in the center of the vast plaza. Astonishingly, he could fly unaided, indicating at least a golden core cultivation level. Golden core, a realm of formidable abilities capable of cataclysmic destruction with but a gesture. How I wished to reach the golden core stage. In the crowd, upon witnessing this flying cultivator, expressions of envy, admiration, and reverence erupted. As the white-haired elder arrived at the center of the plaza, he activated his cultivation, his voice imbued with a subtle pressure. Silence. Instantly, the bustling competition arena fell into complete quietude. The elder continued, I am called Hao Zhe, the chief judge of this Intersect competition, responsible for overseeing all related matters. Now, I invite the esteemed leader of Hehuan Zone, Wan, to address us. Let's extend a warm welcome. At once, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and whispers of astonishment. Oh my, is that the sect leader? The legendary Bei Rong of the South Fragrance and North Rome? Excuse me, fellow cultivator, what is Bei Rong? A newcomer, just admitted to the sect, inquired. Today, I shall enlighten you. Hehuan Zone occupies a vast expanse of land, generally divided into southern and northern halves. Each side boasts a peerless beauty. The beauty of the south is known for her fragrance, while the northern beauty is none other than our sect leader, renowned for her breathtaking appearance. It is said she resembles a celestial being descended to earth, a sight seldom seen in a millennium. Just a glimpse is enough to ensnare one's heart. Her beauty is simply otherworldly. Look, the sect leader is coming out. Oh, but why is she wearing a veil? What a pity. Listening to the discussions around him, Shen Mobai turned his gaze towards the source of the voices and indeed beheld a woman standing on the eastern platform. True to her title of Bei Rong, despite the veil, her extraordinary beauty was evident. Her eyebrows resembled willows, and her phoenix eyes sparkled like spring water. Clad in a simple yet elegant blue celestial robe, it could hardly conceal her mesmerizing, delicate curves. The robe's slit revealed her fair, supple skin, and her long, graceful legs were as smooth as jade. Most notably, the prominent curves at the front were breathtakingly alluring. Each movement exuded an entrancing charm, radiating an irresistible allure. Then, sect leader Wan spoke, Greetings, esteemed friends. On behalf of Hehuan Zone, I welcome you all. Following a lengthy opening address, Shen Mobai's attention was entirely captivated by the fluttering of Wan's garments, rendering him oblivious to her words. It was only after she finished that Hao Zhe resumed. Next, we will officially commence the preliminary screening phase. Let me explain the rules. The rules are simple. First, the preliminary screening will last for 3 full days and nights, with the deadline at this time on the 4th day. Second, the platforms within the plaza will serve as your battlegrounds. When the time arrives, those standing upon them will advance, and among those engaged in combat, the one who remains on the platform longest will be deemed the victor. Thirdly, those who deliberately murder their fellow disciples shall lose their qualifications to compete. In serious cases, we shall hold them accountable and even expel them from the sect. Do you all understand? If there are no objections, let the judges take their positions. Following this, 160 individuals clad in the attire of Hehuan Sect swiftly alighted upon the 160 platforms. Upon witnessing this, Hehuan proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the internal sect competition is now officially underway." As the announcement echoed through the arena, a young male cultivator beside Shen Mobai leapt with remarkable agility onto the platform, as if the first to land would claim victory. However, the majority remained motionless. Opting to observe for 3 days is indeed a lengthy duration. It was evident that most chose to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Shen Mobai flashed a smile. His time was far too precious to squander. Without hesitation, he followed suit and jumped onto the platform. The young male cultivator, upon noticing Shen Mobai's ascent, scoffed, "Old man, I observed you earlier. At your age, what are you doing here to stir up trouble? Wouldn't it be better to return home and enjoy your retirement? Dying here would be quite unworthy." "Oh, I see. You must be hoping to tarnish my reputation by killing your fellow disciple. How insidious of you. Pray tell, who sent you?" He continued, "I see you are merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. You are quite audacious to provoke me. The little white dragon of the waves. You should have done your homework." Shen Mobai, unable to endure the incessant prattling, surged forward with a powerful stride, dashing towards the young cultivator. "What the hell, old man? Are you ambushing me?" The young cultivator stammered in response. Alas, the arena was a domain where strength prevailed, not mere words. Shen Mobai raised his fist without hesitation and struck at the young cultivator. As expected, the young cultivator, being at the 7th level of chi refinement, was no match for Shen Mobai. In a single exchange, Shen Mobai landed a solid blow to his cheek. Had he not moderated his strength, the young cultivator might have been reduced to mere fragments. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.01 points of black energy. Current total, 315 points. Following this successful strike, Shen Mobai heard the familiar sound of the system notification. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. This was his stage. "Dear energy, I am here." After being struck, the young cultivator staggered back, disbelief etched across his face as he shouted to the audience below, "I, with my admirable virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, allowed this old gentleman one move. From now on, I shall not be so courteous." With that, he menacingly produced a low-grade whip-like artifact, glaring fiercely at Shen Mobai. "How dare you embarrass me? It seems I must impart a profound lesson to you, old man. You dare to smile. Soon you shall understand why the flowers bloom so red." He then enthusiastically swung the whip towards Shen Mobai. However, Shen Mobai was no longer simply remarkable for his chi reserves. Through repeated cycles of nirvana and spiritual refinement, his physical attributes had undergone tremendous enhancement. His speed, endurance, vision, and reflexes had transcended the capabilities of ordinary chi refinement cultivators. His physical prowess had been fortified to an extraordinary degree, further augmented by the hidden benefits of the Xuangong body. Observing the slowly advancing whip, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Long-range attacks? Who would engage in such trivialities? What I desire is a close-quarters brawl. Dear energy, I am coming. As Shen Mobai grasped the whip, the young cultivator's astonishment was palpable. He tugged with great force, pulling the young man towards him. "Come here, little Kalami, hasten to your grandfather's side." The young cultivator, feeling an overwhelming force, attempted to release the whip. But it was too late. He stumbled forward, losing his balance and propelling himself toward Shen Mobai. At that moment, Shen Mobai's eyes sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, he launched a flurry of punches at the young cultivator. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.05 points of black energy. Current total, 365 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.05 points of black energy. Current total, 415 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 0.05 points of black energy. Current total, 465 points. The young cultivator's body, bombarded by Shen Mobai's relentless punches, produced a cacophony of cracking bones. Meanwhile, Shen Mobai was inundated with a series of system notifications. In an instant, the young cultivator felt as though he were being rapidly dismantled by an unseen force. Before he could comprehend the situation, his head tilted sharply, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Mobai, having reveled in the excitement, quickly snapped back to reality upon witnessing the young cultivator's condition. Good heavens, I didn't accidentally kill him, did I? The referee hurried over, equally astonished by how swiftly the situation had escalated. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Mobai interjected, "Do not worry. I have dealt with such matters before. I can handle this. I assure you he'll be fine." The referee relented, though his expression remained stern as he fixed his gaze on Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai was quite seasoned in this regard. Whether it was Xiao Jue or Xie Yushu, his experience in administering first aid was commendable. With a gentle application of the Heiyu Duanshu Gao, it would be nearly impossible for the young cultivator to sustain lasting harm. As anticipated, the young cultivator soon regained consciousness. Fully restored, he immediately sprang up, desperately searching for something. The referee, observing this, could only say, "The old man has departed. You may continue." The young cultivator, though bewildered by the earlier events, could not suppress his arrogance, declaring, "Who else dares to challenge me? I am a formidable powerhouse. Come forth if you are unafraid of death." Everyone saw it. That despicable old man who only knows how to sneak attack has fled. Before you approach, make sure to weigh your own abilities, for I fear I might inadvertently kill you. His words elicited various reactions from the referee and the onlookers, who exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. After confirming the young cultivator was unharmed, the referee permitted Shen Mobai to continue defending his platform. However, Shen Mobai had no interest in lingering there. Resolutely, he leaped down and made his way to another platform. Upon arrival, he found a burly man with a thick beard standing solemnly on the platform. Recognizing the man's prowess in close combat, Shen Mobai felt an excitement brewing within him. Given the man's imposing physique, he would likely withstand a fair amount of punishment. "Old man, do you know who I am? How dare you approach me? Have you prepared your coffin already? If I kill you, do not blame me. It is your own lack of foresight." The burly man, true to his nature, spoke bluntly. Without further ado, Shen Mobai charged forward, fists raised, for his time was far too valuable to waste. At this opportune moment, I, the Rinxing Zhansho Jiqi, shall begin to establish my name. Before the robust man could finish his words, he was seized by Shen Mobai, who executed a swift maneuver, flinging him onto the platform, causing him to see stars. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt his body lighten, only to be lifted once more and slammed onto the opposite side of the platform, losing consciousness entirely. Shen Mobai made no further unnecessary movements. He flipped over and, with a controlled flurry of strikes, created a cacophony that echoed throughout the platform. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 0.5 points of black energy, current total, 765 points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 0.5 points of black energy, current total, 815 points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 0.5 points of black energy, current total, 865 points. The referee was momentarily stunned, preparing to intervene when Shen Mobai spoke. "I have experience. Rest assured, he will be fine. Do not panic." With that, he applied Heiyu Duangsigo and left with an air of nonchalance. Soon after, the robust man regained consciousness, leaping up and searching for Shen Mobai's figure. "What the hell? How did I fall asleep? Was it the exhaustion from last night? All because that lass was too fiery." He then shouted down from the platform, "Who else dares to challenge me? I shall make you aware of the prowess of the Rinxing Zhansho Jiqi. Today, I will make my name resound." As Shen Mobai made his way to the next platform, he mused, "Why are these fellows so weak? This rate of energy acquisition is insufficient for my needs. If only I could eliminate them all, the speed of energy accumulation would soar. What a ridiculous set of rules. I need to find someone stronger. Defeating them would yield more energy. Yes, that is the plan." As he contemplated, Shen Mobai began to sift through the platforms. This one appears formidable. At the pinnacle of qi refinement, the energy provided should be greater. After completing his assessment, he leaped onto the platform occupied by a shorter individual. "Ah, qi refinement level 4. Should I commend your audacity or question your sanity? I relish tormenting individuals like you, arrogant and oblivious to your fate. I hope you provide me with a unique arena experience." Shen Mobai was equally astonished. "Ah, a psychologically twisted individual. I shall not hold back." He charged forward, delivering a decisive blow aimed directly at the shorter cultivator. The diminutive cultivator, noticing Shen Mobai's swift approach, hastily produced a talisman, preparing to unleash its magic. However, Shen Mobai, was already upon him, and before he could fully register the surprise, his fist struck the diminutive cultivator's face. As the shorter cultivator sought to evade by tilting his head, Shen Mobai transformed his punch into a claw, viciously grasping the cultivator's head and lifting him with ease. With relentless fury, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the diminutive figure. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 1 point of black energy, current total, 1,165 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 1 point of black energy, current total, 1,265 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 1 point of black energy, current total, 1,365 points. It is indeed advantageous to face high-level opponents, as they yield greater black energy, thus conserving some Heyu Duangs ago. This indirectly aids in managing costs. Indeed, I believe I possess a knack for business. Perhaps I should consider opening a shop in the market street. Yes, I seem to have a budding idea. That is precisely what I shall do. Chapter 40. The notorious old man emerges. The juicer at this moment, Shen Mobai, was immensely pleased. In such a short span, he had amassed nearly 20 points of black energy. If this trajectory continued, not only would he repay his debts, but he could become wealthier than nation. With a focus on streamlining expenses and prioritizing quality, Shen Mobai relentlessly sought new prey. Suddenly, he spotted a striking female cultivator, elegantly poised with a sword, awaiting challengers. Upon seeing her, Shen Mobai's eyes sparkled. It would be wise to accumulate some white energy as well. Better to err on the side of aggression than to let an opportunity slip. After all, white energy is something to be earned. Those who do not seize it are fools. Spending time with Su Yingxue yields too little. The arena is where I thrive. With this thought, Shen Mobai approached the alluring female cultivator without hesitation. Old man, are your eyes failing you? Can you see clearly? I am at the peak of Qi refinement, while you are merely at level 4. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? The graceful female cultivator politely inquired. Initially, Shen Mobai intended to charge in and seize the moment, but upon witnessing her courteous demeanor, he replied, "You are impressive and polite. When I strike, I shall consider being gentle. Are you prepared?" Hearing Shen Mobai's words, the female cultivator sighed, intending to teach him a lesson, for his age was indeed considerable, and she feared inflicting serious harm. However, just as she raised her sword and prepared to speak, Shen Mobai had already closed the distance, leaving her astonished at his speed. Suddenly, something wrapped around her waist, and in a panic, she attempted to retreat. Strangely, rather than creating distance, she found herself pulled even closer. Just as she was bewildered, she caught sight of an aged face swiftly approaching. Then, she felt her lips moistened as something persisted in invading her mouth. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 0.03 points of black energy, current total, 5,391 points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 0.5 points of black energy, current total, 5,441 points. The spectators below were utterly shocked by the scene unfolding on stage, their perception shattered. They began to murmur amongst themselves. Am I seeing things? Are they competing or being affectionate? My goddess, who is this perverse old man? Don't stop me. I must confront him. Referee, this is not an inn. Intervene, quickly. Referee, do not obstruct my view. After what felt like an eternity, the graceful female cultivator finally regained her senses and attempted to push Shen Mobai away. However, Shen Mobai executed a flamboyant turn, his hands becoming increasingly audacious. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 0.03 points of black energy, current total, 5,644 points. The sensation was delightful, yet the white energy was too scant. It was unprofitable, just as Shen Mobai prepared to disrobe for a more substantial gain. The referee cleared his throat, prompting Shen Mobai to realize his indiscretion. His face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly said, "My apologies, I became too engrossed in the moment." A lovesick male cultivator in the crowd grumbled to a companion. What was that old man planning just now? Was he about to disrobe? Surely, I did not misinterpret. Indeed, as you have observed, I am utterly exasperated. I feel compelled to tear apart his words and sever his connections. Why is it that we cannot take the stage simultaneously? Do not hold me back. At this moment, the enchanting female cultivator finally reacted, letting out a piercing scream before abandoning the arena. covering her face as she fled. At such speed, she might as well take flight before reaching the foundational stage. Shen Mobai's face flushed crimson, and he hastily clarified, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was merely a bit too excited. She is merely my admirer. Please do not overthink it." After his explanation, he disregarded the judge's pleas and strode away with purpose, intent on seeking his next target. Meanwhile, some individuals in the audience, whether out of curiosity or a desire for revenge, quietly followed in Shen Mobai's wake. Time passed swiftly over the next 2 days. Shen Mobai found himself immersed in the exhilarating process of accumulating energy. Time indeed flew by. For him, these 2 days were filled with joy. Yet for others, they were marked by profound anguish. Many of the attractive female cultivators were incensed and left in droves. The cause was none other than Shen Mobai, the lecherous old man. Unable to retaliate, they could only endure his relentless harassment. The situation was exacerbated by the presence of the sect leader, elders, and even their secret crushes, all witnessing the public humiliation. Where could they seek redress? This indirectly led to approximately 20% of the participating female cultivators being dissuaded from competing due to the lewd Shen Mobai. This scourge had wreaked havoc on many. Eventually, the tale spread wide and far, igniting a considerable uproar. The judges, unable to bear the sight any longer, issued a stern warning to Shen Mobai. Should he engage in any further inappropriate conduct on stage, his participation would be immediately revoked. In their own words, he was advised to conduct his affairs in private rather than behaving in such a manner in broad daylight. Following this grave admonition, Shen Mobai's indecent actions were curtailed, much to his chagrin. How much white energy had he lost? However, it wasn't long before Shen Mobai shrugged it off. He thought, when the elimination rounds and point battles commence, I shall repeat my antics, for by then, the judges will have changed, and there will be no consequence. Moreover, with the absence of female competitors, there were still male cultivators to pursue. Gentlemen, here I come. After 2 days of relentless challenges, Shen Mobai's name had become well known. Both male and female cultivators harbored deep disdain for him. While they might find him distasteful, they were unable to eliminate him. Consequently, he was affectionately nicknamed Juicer. Regardless of gender, anyone encountering Shen Mobai would either be beaten to a pulp, humiliated, or forced to yield something of value. He would not relent until he extracted something from them, a moniker that truly suited him. It is noteworthy that prior to all these antics, Shen Mobai had conducted careful observations to ascertain his targets. For instance, he would avoid engaging with those who had a large following and high prestige, as they represented a certain level of notoriety. To confront them recklessly would result in significant negative repercussions, and he feared losing his qualification to compete. Furthermore, those individuals were evidently formidable opponents, and engaging them would require considerable time and effort, which was hardly advantageous. However, after 2 days and nights of effort, Shen Mobai finally had the opportunity to check his balance of black and white energy. By my mother's grace, I have struck gold. I have hit the jackpot. Looking at the balance of energy, Shen Mobai could not contain his joy, dancing with exuberance, spinning like a child, utterly elated. His exuberance, however, drew the attention of others. Considering he was an elder, is our dog secured? We must ensure it does not falsely accuse us of biting him. I would be unable to explain myself. Doctor, someone has gone mad. Hurry and take him away for euthanasia, or we shall be infected. Judge, that man has lost his mind. His competition qualification should be revoked, and he should be cast into exile for 10,000 years to prevent collateral damage. Those who have been wronged by Shen Mobai seized the opportunity to strike back. Shen Mobai, baffled, remarked, "Why do you all appear so petty? What about magnanimity? Is it so severe to earn a bit of your energy? Never mind. I shall not stoop to your level, and will continue with the competition." Only 2 days had passed in the contest, with one remaining day of trials. Shen Mobai did not wish to squander this opportunity. He was determined to capitalize on this fortuitous moment to gather substantial energy, lest all his preparations go to waste. Yet, as he set his sights on a target and prepared to ascend the stage, something extraordinary occurred. The male cultivator, who had been steadfastly guarding the arena, upon seeing Shen Mobai approach, immediately leaped off the stage without a word. His movements were fluid and decisive. Left standing awkwardly on stage, Shen Mobai called out, "Why are you leaving the competition? Do you not wish to enter the intersect?" The male cultivator, fearing Shen Mobai's wrath, merely chuckled nervously. I am but a lowly cultivator, willingly conceding. Your prowess far surpasses mine. The stage is yours. Shen Mobai encouraged him, come on up, let us battle first. How can you know who is stronger without a fight? The male cultivator smiled, perhaps the inner sect is beyond my reach. Moreover, your reputation as juicer precedes you. I humbly accept my defeat. How cowardly! Shen Mobai could only leave in frustration, heading towards the next platform. He genuinely wished to confront that cultivator, but the rules clearly prohibited it. There could be no relentless pursuit of the defeated. Thus, Shen Mobai reluctantly moved on in search of another target. This one looks promising. Tall and robust, surely not timid. He mused as he leaped onto the next stage. Yet again, a remarkable event unfolded. The sturdy cultivator, upon spotting Shen Mobai, promptly leaped off the stage as well. Why are you jumping down? Come up and fight. Are you not competing? Shen Mobai inquired. The tall cultivator responded, please, I concede. I yield. Fuming, Shen Mobai retorted, you are tall and strong. Why back down? Come up and engage in a fierce battle. The tall cultivator waved him off, chuckling. Have you forgotten? We have already competed. Perhaps another day will be more fitting for our rematch. Shen Mobai rubbed his face, muttering, what do you mean another day? We never fought. How could I forget? After finishing his speech, he leaped off the stage in search of his next target. However, the ensuing circumstances were largely similar. As soon as they caught sight of Shen Mobai, everyone swiftly jumped off the stage without a hint of hesitation. There was not a moment's delay. They were either those who had been trampled upon or those who had heard of Shen Mobai's notorious reputation as the juicer. All surrendered and gave way. This left Shen Mobai in a state of deep frustration. After numerous attempts, he faced the same outcome every time. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to this reality, eventually finding a platform where he remained still, seemingly accepting his fate and preparing to wait for the competition to commence. System, I wish to repay my principal loan. Shen Mobai addressed the system in solitude. Dear Silver User, how may I assist you? The system responded. Reluctantly, he repeated, I wish to repay 200 points of black and white energy principal. Please proceed. The reason for repaying only 200 points was that after tomorrow, it would be time for interest deductions. If he were to repay 300 points of principal, he would be unable to cover the interest. I apologize, esteemed Silver User, but the 6-month loan term has not yet concluded. You cannot repay the principal until the term is complete. Wishing you a pleasant day. What? I cannot repay? Why not? I have the energy now. I want to repay 200 principal. Shen Mobai shouted in disbelief. I apologize, esteemed Silver User, but the 6-month loan term has not yet concluded. The system repeated its response, leaving Shen Mobai seething with rage. What sort of absurdity is this? Which incompetent designer created this wretched system? How can I not repay early? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Shen Mobai raged for a lengthy period, but the system's response remained unchanged. His frustration reached a boiling point, with smoke seemingly rising from his body. Truly, this high-interest loan system does not allow for early repayment. I see its principle, yet it covets my interest. I chuckled, realizing I was being played effortlessly. Ultimately, Shen Mobai lamented and resigned himself to this ludicrous fact. What else could he do? There was no way out. Meanwhile, the time for the inner sect competition quietly drew to a close amidst Shen Mobai's silent ire. Following this, there would be 5 days of recuperation before the next round of draws would officially commence. The top 100 of the arena competition would receive foundational pills and gain the opportunity to cultivate in the secret realm. Although Shen Mobai successfully advanced to the top 100, he felt no joy, as if a heavy stone lodged itself within his chest, rendering him uneasy. After confirming his own information for the upcoming competition, he returned to his cave, dwelling alone. Notably, Su Yingxue, with the support of Shen Mobai's spirit stones and various means, also successfully made it to the top 100. Subsequently, she happily headed to the market for shopping. What can I say? I chose to enter this pit. I shall wait 5 more months. By then, I will surely repay the loan, and we will see what the system has to say then. Shen Mobai comforted himself as he hurried back to his cave. In the distance, he spotted a woman standing in front of his dwelling, seemingly waiting for something. As he drew closer, he finally recognized her. Lin Wanzhou. What did she want? As Shen Mobai neared the cave, he thought it unlikely that he would have to face her upon returning home. Thus, he steeled himself and walked forward, intending to ignore Lin Wanzhou and enter the cave directly. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, Lin Wanzhou sidestepped and blocked his path, gazing at him with an icy demeanor, saying nothing. Shen Mobai was left with no choice but to smile awkwardly and say, Director Lin, was surprised to see you here. Please, come in, come in. After speaking, he entered the cave unceremoniously. This was a calculated move on his part. If Lin Wanzhou was displeased and chose not to enter the cave, filled with its peculiar odors, that would be ideal. Yet, contrary to Shen Mobai's expectations, Lin Wanzhou followed him inside. This development irritated Shen Mobai. Her visit could only mean trouble. The crux of the matter was that he despised the look of disdain she wore, as if he were something utterly repugnant. He found this feeling particularly distasteful. Lin Wanzhou pinched her nose and coldly remarked, "The branch you gave me last time, though it contains rich ice attribute spiritual energy, is merely a dead object. I require a living tree trunk, and you are to deliver it to the Duji Sea by nightfall." Upon hearing her words, Shen Mobai felt an urge to explode. "What are you to me, my superior? Why should I care if it's dead or alive? You demand that I deliver it by nightfall? Am I indebted to you? Are you asking me, or am I begging you? With that attitude, I would rather not give you anything, you unpleasant woman." Silently, Shen Mobai cursed her repeatedly in his mind. Faced with Lin Wanzhou, who was at the mid-foundation stage, he dared not voice his thoughts openly. Ultimately, he managed a forced smile and inquired, "May I ask what you need that for, Director Lin?" Lin Wanzhou, initially reluctant to elaborate, rolled her eyes at the question. However, knowing she needed something from Shen Mobai, she reluctantly replied with a curt tone, "That item is of great importance to me. No need for further questions. Just do as I say, and rest assured, there will be a reward of a superior magical artifact awaiting you." Shen Mobai was taken aback. A superior magical artifact? What could that possibly mean? With all the obstacles he faced regarding energy, and now being denied repayment of principal, he was already simmering with frustration. Moreover, throughout their interaction, Lin Wanzhou had maintained an unfriendly demeanor, laden with disdain. At this moment, Shen Mobai's mood plummeted to an all-time low. Thus, Shen Mobai retorted loudly, "I have none of that godly item. Please feel free to leave, Director Lin. Safe travels." With that, he turned and sat down on the stone bed, falling into silence. Lin Wanzhou stood there, her mouth slightly agape, seemingly unable to believe what she had just heard. Who was Lin Wanzhou? The head of the Duji Sea, a formidable practitioner at the mid-foundation stage. When had anyone ever dared to speak to her in such a manner? When had anyone ever so brazenly rejected her? At that moment, Lin Wanzhou's expression darkened as she unleashed a formidable pressure unique to the foundation establishment stage, enveloping Shen Mobai entirely. Coldly, she inquired, "What did you say?" Have the audacity to repeat it. Shen Mobai, equally incensed, channeled his cultivation and effortlessly dismantled Lin Wanzhou's oppressive force. Standing unperturbed under the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, which was 64 times that of an ordinary qi refining practitioner, he retorted, "Nothing at all. I possess only a golden cudgel. Do you want it?" With that, he arrogantly straightened up. In that moment, Shen Mobai was no longer the same person he had been within the confines of the Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, he had little fear even against the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Hehuan. Enraged, Lin Wanzhou attempted to strike Shen Mobai with a swift slap, intending to impart a profound lesson on the might of foundation establishment experts. However, Shen Mobai was not one to be trifled with. Utilizing the Xiangang body and an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, he swiftly seized Lin Wanzhou's hand. Before Lin Wanzhou could react, Shen Mobai launched a punch directly at her abdomen. Despite being a foundation establishment practitioner, Lin Wanzhou's reflexes were quick, and she attempted to evade Shen Mobai's strike, planning to counter with a kick to send him flying. Unfortunately for her, Shen Mobai had no intention of granting her the opportunity. He twisted Lin Wanzhou's hand forcefully, causing her to wince in pain and shatter her offensive. Without hesitation, he pointed at Lin Wanzhou, and a rope-like object shot forth from his fingertip. This rope, known as the Binding Immortal Rope, resembled a slender snake and shimmered with golden incantations, writhing as though alive. It was a treasure Shen Mobai had discovered during his explorations within the infinite storage space, Palace. At such close proximity, Lin Wanzhou had no time to react and found herself securely bound. The binding immortal rope glimmered with a relentless golden light, mercilessly imprisoning her spiritual energy. rendering her unable to mobilize even a fraction of her foundation establishment prowess. Shen Mobai had previously tested the rope's might on Su Yingxue, and he knew that once ensnared, the victim's spiritual energy would be restrained and nearly impossible to summon. Lin Wanzhou was taken aback, yet her face betrayed no sign of panic. With a mere flutter of her eyelids, an invisible force of consciousness surged forth. Daring to retaliate, today you shall experience the might of a foundation establishment cultivator's consciousness and understand the true disparity. A mere qi refining practitioner dares to defy a powerful being. The last person who refused me is surely rotting in their grave. Shen Mobai, however, remained oblivious to the assault on his consciousness. Unfazed, he had the protective spiritual artifact, the Tai Su Jinhun Bell. As Lin Wanzhou's consciousness invaded his sea of consciousness, the Tai Su Jinhun Bell emitted mysterious symbols and words that coalesced into a pendulum, effectively dismantling her attack. While Shen Mobai sustained minor injuries from the clash, his fury reached a boiling point. Seizing the moment as Lin Wanzhou appeared dazed and ready to vomit blood, he struck her neck with a decisive hand strike. Lin Wanzhou's eyes closed as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Mobai's ability to subdue her so effortlessly was not solely due to the binding immortal rope. It was also attributed to his extraordinary physical prowess granted by the 9 transformations refinement method and the defensive capabilities of his spiritual artifact. Coupled with Lin Wanzhou's underestimation of him, it was no wonder he had outsmarted her. Gazing at the infuriating ice-cold beauty, Shen Mobai felt a twinge of regret for provoking her. Yet, having crossed that line, he resolved to press on. In his frustration, he approached Lin Wanzhou, intending to derive some satisfaction from the encounter to alleviate his earlier displeasure. If all else failed, he could simply eliminate her. Those who dare to offend him would soon learn the extent of his power. Congratulations, host has successfully acquired 5 white energy points, current total 37,927 points, congratulations. Host has successfully acquired 2 white energy points, current total 38,047 points. Congratulations, host has successfully acquired 0 white energy points, current total 43,047 points. 2 hours later, having changed his attire twice, Shen Mobai donned his clothing once more and let out a profound sigh. Indeed, the unattainable often stirs the greatest unrest. That which is known to be forbidden becomes irresistibly alluring. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone her demise. After all, it would be a waste otherwise. The foundation establishment stage truly represented a higher realm. Even extracting white energy point from her would prove beneficial. The energy points rewarded by a foundation establishment practitioner were intoxicating to Shen Mobai. The allure was unparalleled, far beyond the realm of qi refining. Generating mere single-digit rewards had expanded Shen Mobai's understanding significantly. Particularly, the essence of her primordial yin was astonishingly pure and formidable. Previously, he had only reached the 4th layer of qi refining with 7 transformations. In a fleeting moment, his cultivation surged to the 3rd layer of 8 transformations. Do not underestimate this seemingly slight increase. The difference was monumental. The 7 transformations of nirvana possessed a spiritual energy capacity 64 times that of an ordinary qi refining practitioner, whereas the 8 transformations boasted a staggering 128 times the capacity. The potential for explosive combat power reached terrifying heights, capable of altering the very landscape. Even foundation establishment cultivators would be hard-pressed to keep pace. Conversely, the 9 transformations refinement method, despite its formidable nature, required increasingly vast amounts of spiritual energy, leading Shen Mobai to question his choices. Even Lin Wanzhou's remarkably pure and abundant primordial yin had not allowed her to refine this technique to perfection. He surmised that, for a considerable time ahead, coupled with the exorbitant cost of elixirs, achieving mastery would be a distant prospect. When that time arrived with a staggering 256-fold attack power, he would be virtually unstoppable, effortlessly dispatching even ordinary foundation establishment practitioners. As Shen Mobai lamented over the challenges of cultivation and envisioned a brighter future, Lin Wanzhou regained consciousness. Bound by the binding immortal rope, she was unable to move. Upon awakening, rather than exhibiting fierce resistance, she burst into laughter. "Haha, you are remarkable, Shen Mobai. You truly are exceptional. After so many years, you have once again allowed me to experience the obsession of wanting to kill someone. Well done. At that moment, Shen Mobai was not particularly fearful. What was done, and fear served little purpose. Moreover, he had already taken the lives of several fellow disciples. The thrill of killing exhilarated him. Were it not for the regulations of the Hehuan Sect, he would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. There was no need for threats. Should she provoke him further, he would be forced to enact punishment. Shen Mobai replied, "Your threats are futile." Lin Wanzhou, undeterred, continued, "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my mother is?" To dare to utter such words, even a formidable Jindan period expert would likely lack your audacity. Indeed, the ignorant are truly fearless. Shen Mobai was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He had not considered this particular issue at all. "Who is your mother? Is she particularly powerful?" Shen Mobai inquired with a faltering tone. Lin Wanzhou, observing Shen Mobai's expression, sneered, "My mother possesses no extraordinary abilities, and her cultivation is far from remarkable. She is merely at the Yuanying stage." "What? The Yuanying stage? Good heavens, that's quite formidable." Shen Mobai felt a tinge of fear. In his eyes, those at the Yuanying stage were akin to celestial beings, wielding mysterious and unfathomable powers capable of turning the tides of battle. Not to mention his own 9-turn nirvana multiplied by 256, even a 2,560-fold increase would likely be extinguished with a single strike. If given the choice, Shen Mobai would never wish to provoke such individuals. "Are you afraid? Release me at once, and I shall spare your life. This is my final concession," Lin Wanzhou declared. Just moments ago, Shen Mobai was gripped by fear, but upon hearing Lin Wanzhou's words, he suddenly regained clarity. Wasn't this just a matter of certain death? This left no room for survival. What was there to fear? If death was inevitable, he might as well seize the opportunity to grow stronger. Thus, observing Lin Wanzhou's indifferent demeanor, Shen Mobai clenched his teeth. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 5 white energy points, current total, 257 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 2 white energy points, current total, 377 points. The interest on a loan from the past month was due and was smoothly deducted." "Shen Mobai, you old miser, I will ensure that you find no rest in death. I shall flay your skin and pick your bones to feed the dogs." "Shen Mobai, you vile old man, I swear I will kill you." "Shen Mobai, spare me. I shall not pursue you any longer. I will not allow my mother to hold you accountable. Please, I beg you, truly, I will not pursue this matter as long as you keep your distance from me. Why do you not believe me? Please, give me some water. I am so thirsty." "I'm not deceiving you. Being at the Usury stage does not render one immune to thirst." This was the outcome of Shen Mobai's arduous 5 days. Transformation? A slight one. However, the results were not satisfactory. White energy, indeed, he had accumulated a staggering amount, more than ever before. This led Shen Mobai to entertain the illusion that capturing a Jindan stage individual might yield even greater rewards. Regrettably, he lacked the strength for such endeavors. During these 5 days, while others prepared for the upcoming grand competition by recuperating and enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities, Shen Mobai squandered his time with Lin Wanzhou. He was constantly on edge, suffering from dark circles under his eyes and an exceedingly poor mental state. Nevertheless, the outcome was extraordinary, as his balance of white energy had surpassed the significant threshold of 500, reaching an impressive 53,047 points. Indeed, only those who dare to dream and act swiftly can attract energy. It was worth it. Throughout these 5 days, Shen Mobai lived in constant trepidation, fearing that Lin Wanzhou's mother, the Yuanying stage power, might suddenly arrive to tear him apart. Consequently, he was perpetually on edge. Ultimately, through his cleverness, he discovered a solution from the system's sales list, a permanent remedy. This was the restriction chip. As the name suggests, it was a high-end product merging cultivation and technology. Only such advanced items could fulfill Shen Mobai's needs to control consciousness and prevent self-destruction. After incapacitating Lin Wanzhou, he painstakingly injected the restriction chip into her sea of consciousness. Through unknown means, it altered her hostile thoughts towards Shen Mobai, ensuring that any threatening thoughts or intentions would trigger an explosion. Even someone at the Yuanying stage would remain oblivious to the existence of this restriction chip. Finally, Shen Mobai exhaled a sigh of relief. He had managed to preserve his life. It was a pity that this restriction chip cost him a hefty 300 points of black and white energy, causing him considerable distress. He mused silently. Indeed, women are the most extravagant. After completing all this, the time for the elimination draw arrived. Chapter 44. The Investigation of Xie Yuhua. The elimination round begins early that day. Within Shen Mobai's cave abode, Lin Wanzhou affectionately linked her arm with his, smiling gently as she said, "My dear husband, the elimination round draw is about to commence today. You must be cautious. If you cannot win, concede early to avoid losing your life. I do not wish to become a lonely soul." Shen Mobai chuckled heartily. "You know my strength. Winning the contest is merely child's play. By the way, could you refrain from calling me old when you address me? It makes me sound like an old bull courting a tender calf." Since he had spent a considerable sum to implant the restriction chip in Lin Wanzhou, her fondness for him had skyrocketed. Yet, despite his repeated requests, she insisted on prefixing his title with old. "Well, your capabilities are indeed well known, so give it your all, my dear husband," Lin Wanzhou said playfully before preparing to take flight on her sword. As if recalling something, Lin Wanzhou halted and added, "My dear husband, I must inform you of something. A few days ago, a woman named Xie Yuhua secretly investigated a matter at the Duji Sea, specifically regarding the Inha Zaidongshan, where you undertook your sect mission. She sought to learn who else was assigned to that task at the same time. Rest assured, although I was not kind to you then, I have already instructed not to disclose any relevant information. However, I still feel that her inquiry is not simple. You must be cautious." Lin Wanzhou relayed the information to Shen Mobai in one breath. "Oh, is that so? Xie Yuhua, you say? Very well, I understand," Shen Mobai replied. As Lin Wanzhou was about to depart, he called out to her again. "Here is a leaf from the Pantao tree. It contains the active ice attribute spiritual energy you desired. I have only recently acquired this tree, and it remains in its seedling stage. Once it matures, I will provide you with a new one." Lin Wanzhou sensed the spiritual energy within the green leaf and accepted it with joy. Were it not for this, she would not have met such a wonderful Shen Mobai, nor would so many delightful and happy events have transpired. After exchanging sweet farewells, Lin Wanzhou soared away on her sword, while Shen Mobai made his way to the grand competition platform. "My husband, how is it that, after a few days apart, you appear so haggard? Are you so excited about the competition that you have not rested well?" Upon arriving at the competition platform, Su Yingxue approached Shen Mobai, astonished by his appearance. Shen Mobai chuckled, unwilling to admit fatigue, and replied, "It's not that you Haven tea come to find me, leaving me unable to think of tea or food. So, how will you make it up to me?" With a playful laugh, Su Yingxue evaded Shen Mobai's wandering hand and retorted, "I was busy consolidating my cultivation and familiarizing myself with my newly acquired magical tools. All of this takes time. In this grand competition, I am brimming with confidence, determined to enter the inner sanctum alongside you. I refuse to remain alone in the outer gate, leading a life of solitude." After speaking, Su Yingxue leaned closer to Shen Mobai's ear and added, "Once this competition concludes, I shall comply with your wishes." "Surely that is agreeable." Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai, with his head adorned in white hair, fervently nodded. The more he contemplated, the harder it became to suppress the wicked fire within him, longing to immediately impose his will upon Su Yingxue. Yet, surrounded by onlookers, he reluctantly refrained, unwilling to concede. Shen Mobai was about to indulge in a moment of impulse when the head of the competition, who had been incessantly delivering a speech, concluded his address. "I hereby declare the commencement of the second round of the Inner Door Elimination Contest," echoed the voice of Hao Zhe above the grand arena. The second round of eliminations had officially begun. Unlike the first round of the arena battles, the vast square now featured 10 platforms, each spanning over 10 zhang. The elimination format was straightforward. Each round would pit 20 participants against each other, with 10 advancing and 10 being eliminated. Over the course of one day, 8 rounds would determine the top 80 competitors. The following day would see 4 more rounds to establish the top 40, and so forth, until the top 10 were determined. These 10 cultivators would then enter the third round of scoring battles, where rankings would be established based on their accumulated points. Fortuitously, Shen Mobai's name was among the first 80 competitors in this round, and he was assigned to Platform 1. Upon hearing his name, Shen Mobai leisurely approached the first platform. As he stepped onto it, The audience erupted in discussion. Look at Platform 1. That man is so old, yet he still aspires to enter the inner door. Judging by his complexion, he may not last the year, exclaimed one. What a peculiar fellow. Another remarked. You must be quite ignorant. Do you not know him? He is famously known as the juicing machine. Though aged, he is formidable. Oh, he is indeed the juicing machine. I have heard tales of his extraordinary prowess. Today will be an enlightening experience, urged another, as anticipation swelled. At that moment, across from Shen Mobai stood a striking young male cultivator, clad in a white robe, exuding elegance and charm. However, upon realizing his opponent was Shen Mobai, the young man's handsome visage fell, as if he had ingested something foul. As the referee called for the match to begin, the handsome youth interjected, "Hold on." He took a deep breath and lamented, "Fate has dealt me a cruel hand. I concede." With that, he leapt off the platform and vanished in a cloud of smoke. The referee was taken aback, and Shen Mobai was left in shock. "Hey, that dark energy, wait, who are you? Don't leave. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Are you truly not going to compete?" The handsome youth waved his sleeve dismissively, departing as if not a single cloud lingered behind him. What a fool. Is my reputation truly that terrifying? Next time, I must strike decisively before my opponent has a chance to speak. The crowd erupted in chatter. The incident of Shen Mobai winning without a fight became a hot topic of discussion. Is this it? The young man couldn't handle it? Shen Mobai has triumphed effortlessly. What a bore. Let's disperse. Wait, the battle was supposed to last until dawn. Has it begun? Apologies, it has concluded. After the referee declared Shen Mobai victorious, feeling quite dissatisfied, returned to his cave dwelling. I awoke so early for such a meager gain, and what did I get? Not a single point. Today, that was the only match, and the outcome was a victory without a fight. He had accrued not a fragment of energy. Shen Mobai glanced at his balance. Debt, 300 points of black energy. Interest, 40 per month. Balance, black energy 1478 points. White energy 11,747 points. The dire state of his energy balance, coupled with the burdensome interest and principal, weighed heavily on his spirits. Just after returning to his cave for a brief moment, a signal announced a visitor. Who could it be, disturbing me so early? Chapter 45. I didn't realize you had such a penchant. Lin Wanzhou, is it really you? I thought you had just departed. Shen Mobai expressed surprise upon seeing Lin Wanzhou. Upon entering the cave, Lin Wanzhou comfortably settled onto the stone bed and replied, I saw you return to your dwelling after the match, so I followed. Noticing your pallor, I came to offer some comfort. Shen Mobai's heart softened. Oh, is that so? How do you intend to comfort me? I never imagined you had such a fervent inclination. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring 5 points of white energy. Current total, 11,797 points. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring 2 points of white energy. Current total, 11,917 points. As he observed the gradual increase of white energy, Shen Mobai's mood improved significantly. It was indeed worthwhile to exchange 300 energy points for this treasure that continuously produced white energy. However, another sleepless night awaited him. He must establish his foundation soon. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand the pressure. In that moment, a fervent desire for foundation establishment surged within Shen Mobai. The following day, in the grand competition square, Su Yingshu tenderly inquired, Husband, why does it seem you are on the brink of collapse? Are you unwell? She gently caressed Shen Mobai's face, concern evident in her voice. Go away. You are the one who is unwell. I am perfectly fine, Shen Mobai retorted. Please bear with it a little longer, dear husband. Once the competition is over, I shall remain by your side every day, Su Yingshu reassured him. Before long, it was finally Shen Mobai's turn to battle. This time, his opponent chose not to surrender. Instead, he mocked Shen Mobai. Heaven truly has eyes. I have encountered you today, and you cannot escape your fate. A notably corpulent male cultivator declared menacingly. Intrigued, Shen Mobai responded, Oh, what is this? Someone has heard of my title, the Juicing Machine, and rather than fleeing in fear, you intend to engage me? You are the first. The stout male cultivator replied, Today, I shall thoroughly experience the prowess of the Juicing Machine while avenging my goddess. How dare you act so atrociously towards her? Hold on. Do not speak recklessly. I am a man of integrity. Do not misrepresent my actions. Shen Mobai protested. having never wronged anyone as goddess. You dare deny it? During the arena contest, did you not behave inappropriately towards a red-haired female cultivator? The corpulent male retorted. Shen Mobai strained to recall and questioned, was there truly a red-haired female cultivator? I do not remember. Unable to contain himself any longer, the corpulent male raised a superior-grade Wolf Fang Club artifact and charged ferociously at Shen Mobai. Honestly, I truly do not remember, Shen Mobai exclaimed, bending to evade the Wolf Fang Club's assault. Subsequently, he swiftly raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the corpulent male's hefty body was propelled backward, and as he soared through the air, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Upon landing, the corpulent male cultivator appeared to have suffered a tremendous humiliation as he began to weave intricate hand signs. Instantly, a flow of earthy yellow light enveloped him. In a mere moment, after a brief flash of brilliance, his form rapidly diminished in size, leaving him gaunt and emaciated, resembling little more than skin stretched over bones. His oversized robes hung comically upon his frail frame. Shen Mobai, devoid of any excessive motion, merely observed in silence. Old man, judging by your appearance, your time is nigh. I am in a foul mood today, so I shall grant you a complimentary journey to the afterlife, to perish under my unparalleled refining technique. Road to Hualing is something you may take pride in, the emaciated male cultivator proclaimed, as a dazzling light emanated from his clenched fist. The radiance flickered incessantly, and with each pulse, the surrounding spiritual energy gravitated towards his fist. Ultimately, he drained all the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 zhong before the flickering ceased. If you had interrupted me earlier, perhaps you would have had a chance at survival. But now, prepare to meet your demise. The gaunt cultivator snarled, charging towards Shen Mobai with an apparent increase in speed. Shen Mobai remained curiously motionless. Observing this, the gaunt cultivator's smile widened. As his fist connected with Shen Mobai's abdomen, he could not suppress his glee, exclaiming, "Prepare to die, old man." With a soft thud, a gust of wind swept through, rustling Shen Mobai's garments. Following that, a sharp cracking sound reverberated through the air. The gaunt cultivator envisioned Shen Mobai being sent flying, bloodied, and defeated. However, in that very instant, a sharp pain surged through him. Looking down, he discovered that his wrist had grotesquely dislocated. His scream echoed like that of a slaughtered pig. Shen Mobai detested loud male voices. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. The gaunt cultivator, in disbelief, found himself hurled backward. Before he could comprehend the situation, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You dare to compare your spiritual energy to mine? Shen Mobai sneered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the gaunt cultivator prepared to concede, but just then, an overwhelming force struck him, dislocating his jaw and rendering him speechless. He raised his hand to signal surrender, but the sound of bones cracking filled the air as he discovered he could no longer lift his arm. No matter, I still have my legs, he thought, only for another crack to sound as his leg also broke. Soon after, the sounds of cracking bones became incessant, and ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fear not, I am quite experienced in this regard. He shall be fine shortly, Shen Mobai reassured the referee. As the referee declared Shen Mobai the victor, he gracefully departed. Shen Mobai successfully secured a position among the top 40. 2 days elapsed in this manner. Unlike previous competitions, during these 2 days, Shen Mobai encountered challengers undeterred by his Zhajiji moniker. These individuals, driven by a desire to teach him a profound lesson, willingly offered up their dark energy. Shen Mobai found himself perplexed by this phenomenon, attributing it to the insufficient renown of his title, thus solidifying his resolve to elevate his reputation. Ultimately, Shen Mobai achieved a place among the top 10. To his elation, Su Shui also entered the top 10. Even more delightfully, Lin Wanzhou visited nightly to congratulate Shen Mobai on his victories. Tragically, however, Shen Mobai had not slept in nearly 10 days, and standing still felt like an insurmountable challenge as fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Chapter 46. Overcoming the Juicer. The female Shura Gong Xiaoyu next came the third round of the point-based battles, held on a singular stage that would continue tirelessly until the final rankings were determined. Haoze began by delivering a lengthy speech filled with irrelevant topics before announcing the commencement of the competition. Coincidentally, Shen Mobai was the first to step onto the stage. Even before he reached the platform, the crowd erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable. Who would have thought, after several days of competition, that the renown of my juicer would grow this immense? He mused. The enthusiasm of the audience is overwhelming. I feel almost embarrassed. Rest assured, I shall fight with increasing fervor and ensure that the title of juicer is immortalized. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, leaders. As he walked, Shen Mobai spoke to himself, raising a hand in a vigorous salute to the audience. As he approached the competition platform, a sudden voice rang out, "Defeat the juicer. Drive the old man from the competition. The female Shura is magnificent. Let our Hehuan name resound." At this, Shen Mobai momentarily froze. The audience quickly united in a chant. Defeat the juicer. Drive the old man from the competition. The female Shura is magnificent. Let our Hehuan name resound. In that moment, Shen Mobai's composure faltered. It dawned on him that the earlier cheers had been veiled curses. He had foolishly greeted them, only to find himself in a truly embarrassing predicament. Nevertheless, Shen Mobai possessed an impressive fortitude, standing unfazed upon the stage. Though he was curious about the identity of this so-called female Shura, who seemed to command significant support. I hope you don't concede too swiftly. It would be a disservice to the audience's unwavering support. He thought, a female Shura? How could anyone possess a title more formidable than mine? Watch as I render you utterly defeated. As Shen Mobai contemplated his strategy against this female Shura, a figure slowly approached, undoubtedly the highly acclaimed opponent. Upon closer inspection, the female Shura was stunningly beautiful, her proportions exquisite, with elegant curves and striking features that made her a captivating presence. However, one drawback was her towering height, easily measuring 6 feet, nearly 2 meters. She could indeed be described as statuesque. As she walked, her gaze bore a malevolent intensity directed at Shen Mobai, as if she harbored a deep-seated grudge. Feeling the weight of her stare, Shen Mobai thought, so this is the female Shura. I believe her name is Gong Xiaoyu. I recall hearing her mentioned during the competition, but I distinctly avoided provoking her. What is the meaning of your intense gaze upon me? Have I wronged you in any way? The competition for the top 10 rankings is a one-on-one contest, with only one match occurring simultaneously. Thus, there is but a single judge, the esteemed Hausa. At this moment, with Hausa's authoritative declaration to commence, the grand points competition officially unfolds. Strangely, neither Shen Mobai nor the female Azura, Gong Xiaoyu, immediately brandishes their weapons. Instead, they stand facing each other, exchanging glances. At this juncture, the female Azura calmly speaks. Draw your weapon. Otherwise, you shall miss your opportunity. Do not say, I am taking advantage of the elderly. Instinctively, Shen Mobai reaches into his trousers, only to realize quickly, out of habit, you should draw your weapon instead. I fear I might shatter it. He then fixes his gaze intently on Gong Xiaoyu, silently marveling at her extraordinary presence, indeed remarkable for her height. Gong Xiaoyu, amused yet infuriated, retorts, as the rumors suggest, you are indeed a lecherous old man. Fortunately, I shall be free of any psychological burden. I will thoroughly beat you to the point of expelling your very essence. Shen Mobai, nonchalantly spreading his hands, replies, I bear no grudge against you. Why direct your ire at me? I am merely striving for survival. Just as Gong Xiaoyu is about to respond, the judge Hausa interjects. Shen Mobai, are you going to fight or not? If you continue with this barrage of words without engaging, I shall declare you the loser. Hearing this, Shen Mobai instantly becomes displeased. She has spoken far more than I. A total of 79 words including punctuation, while I have only uttered 58. Why am I the one called out? Hausa, a formidable practitioner in the Jindan stage, feels his temper flare but refrains from expressing it, as all eyes are upon him. He bellows, if neither party engages in battle, 1 point shall be deducted from each side. Gong Xiaoyu, without hesitation, charges forward, fists raised, aiming directly at Shen Mobai's face. Presently, Shen Mobai dismisses even the foundational cultivators. How could he fear this female Azura? With a simple kick, he strikes out. While fists may be short, legs possess length. Observing this, Gong Xiaoyu performed a somersault, drawing forth a large blade, aiming to slash at Shen Mobai's lower body. The blade gleams with a blood-red aura, radiating an ominous brilliance, as if one might fall into an endless abyss at a mere glance. Furthermore, the aura coalescing around it signifies it as a superior magical artifact. Gong Xiaoyu wields the blade with a ferocity that shows no mercy. Not to be outdone, Shen Mobai swiftly produces the Tianyi shield, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing the shield to expand dramatically until it rivals his own height. With a firm thrust downward, he positions it to intercept the path of the blood-red blade. A resounding clang of metal reverberates through the air. With the first strike thwarted, Gong Xiaoyu redirects her attack, aiming for Shen Mobai's side, intent on cleaving him in two. Fortunately, the force of her strike against the Tianyi shield is not overwhelming, and the speed is lacking, allowing Shen Mobai to defend effortlessly. He remarks, "If this is all you have to offer, prepare to be pummeled. I am quite curious about your physique. I shall take the time to explore it thoroughly." Gong Xiaoyu's face grows even colder at his words, yet she remains silent, increasing the frequency and speed of her strikes. Nevertheless, throughout the encounter, Shen Mobai effortlessly fends off Gong Xiaoyu's onslaught. Why do so many insist on engaging in futile endeavors? It is merely a fruitless struggle. How difficult can it be to simply relinquish the blade and submit to my whims? It would not cost you a piece of flesh. I find this utterly perplexing. Having not slept for nearly 10 days, Shen Mobai already feels drowsy. Encountering this so-called female Azura, he had hoped for some sparks to ignite. Instead, he finds it all rather tedious. I am nearly asleep. If you cannot keep up, then prepare to witness my performance. With that, Shen Mobai grips the Tianyi shield, executing a forceful sweep that sends Gong Xiaoyu flying. He retrieves the Dian Shue gun, ready to charge forth. Just as he intends to move, Shen Mobai is taken aback. What is happening? Why has my spiritual energy diminished? Chapter 47. The eccentric old man provokes public wrath. After repelling Gong Xiaoyu with a shield strike, Shen Mobai prepares to press the advantage, but is astonished to find that his internal spiritual energy has inexplicably dwindled. This strange phenomenon must certainly be the doing of the female Azura before him. Thus, Shen Mobai inquires, "What is happening? Why has my spiritual energy lessened? What have you done to me?" Gong Xiaoyu, caressing her blade, replies mockingly, "Humph, given your age, I am surprised to find you such a fool. What have you been doing all this time? Do you possess no combat experience whatsoever?" Shen Mobai murmurs, "What have I been doing? Just being a sycophant. What else could I do?" Observing Shen Mobai's expression of regret, Gong Xiaoyu explains, "Allow me to enlighten you. This blade of mine is called the Shirling Dao. Though merely a superior magical artifact, it possesses certain characteristics akin to a spiritual weapon. Each spiritual weapon has its own unique attributes, which is the superior aspect of spiritual weapons compared to magical artifacts. In simpler terms, a magical artifact is like a plain garment, lacking any distinguishing features. In contrast, a spiritual weapon is akin to a specialized garment, each bearing its own additional attributes. Just as Shen Mobai's Taishu Zhenhuan Zhong possesses the attribute to defend against spiritual attacks, albeit of lesser quality, inflicting harm upon enemies while causing self-damage. However, Shen Mobai did not anticipate that this Shirling Dao, though merely a superior magical artifact, would possess the qualities of a spiritual weapon. It goes without saying that this blade's attribute must allow it to devour or absorb the spiritual energy of others. Shen Mobai comprehends this immediately. Gong Xiaoyu chuckles. "Is your realization not rather belated? Indeed, with age comes a decline in reflexes. You dare to block my blade. How fortuitous that it shall drain your spiritual energy." With that, Gong Xiaoyu raises the Shirling Dao, pointing it at Shen Mobai, and continues, "After such an extended period of absorbing spiritual energy, there can be little left within you now. Today, I shall shatter your so-called title of juice extractor here, as punishment for your shameless behavior in bullying and teasing my dear friend. Old man, would you prefer to have your hands chopped off or your feet severed?" Shen Mobai responds with a chuckle. "You truly are self-righteous. Tell me, where would you like me to attack? Above? Below?" Gong Xiaoyu, infuriated, retorts, "Shameless old rogue, unrepentant. Behold my blade." With that, she charges toward Shen Mobai. Having dallied long enough, Shen Mobai decides to act decisively, drawing forth the Dian Shue gun and advancing toward Gong Xiaoyu. With a slight infusion of spiritual energy, the gun's body erupts in a brilliant glow, significantly amplifying its power. As Gong Xiaoyu gasps in astonishment at the resurgence of spiritual energy, Shen Mobai thrusts forward. Gong Xiaoyu does not falter, swinging her blade to parry the attack. Though she barely manages to block it, she feels an overwhelming force surging through her arms, nearly causing her to lose grip on the Shirling Dao. Such a reckless expenditure of spiritual energy to activate a magical artifact is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Moreover, as I continuously siphon your energy, it won't be long before you are utterly depleted. Just wait and see how you will fare then. Upon finishing her words, Gong Xiaoyu commenced her arduous defense. Fraught with peril, after exchanging several blows, Shen Mobai, filled with indignation, declared, "You, a towering figure, possess a fair amount of strength. Allow me to demonstrate my technique once more." With that, he increased the infusion of spiritual energy. The body of the Dian Shui Chong erupted with a radiant glow, nearly 3 feet in length, transforming it into a formidable ranged weapon. In an instant, Gong Xiaoyu found it increasingly difficult to withstand Shen Mobai's relentless onslaught. With a greater volume of spiritual energy coursing through, the might of the Dian Shui Chong was unleashed to its fullest potential. Under the force of an unstoppable sweeping strike, Gong Xiaoyu's spirit-devouring blade was sent flying, her hands trembling and numbed, leaving her momentarily frozen in disbelief. Shen Mobai, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, charged forward on tiptoe. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 2 points of white energy, current total, 17,049 points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 7 points of white energy. Current total, 17,119 points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 7 points of white energy, current total, 17,189 points." Such an effortless opportunity to amass white energy would not be squandered by a fool. Shen Mobai's sole ambition was to accumulate energy with no other motives in mind. Enough. With a thunderous shout from Hausa, an invisible force separated Shen Mobai and Gong Xiaoyu. Shen Mobai, reluctant to depart, licked his lips and sniffed his hands, saying, "My apologies. My apologies, please forgive my indiscretion." At that moment, Gong Xiaoyu regained her senses, hastily covering her face and crouching down. The murmurs of the crowd echoed in her ears, and unable to endure any longer, she stood and fled, covering her face, leaving her fallen spirit-devouring blade behind. "Oomph." With a flick of his sleeve and a cold snort, Hausa reluctantly announced Shen Mobai as the victor. Observing Shen Mobai descending the stage with a smile, he inwardly lamented, "What a travesty. Although our Hehuan Sect advocates dual cultivation, this is too brazen. How could such a scoundrel arise? Alas, our sect suffers." In the audience, witnessing such an outcome, the crowd was infuriated, voicing their calls for justice against the villain. "Down with the juicer. Punish the juicer. That lecherous old man deserves death. I offer 1,000 spirit stones. Whoever dares to slay this lecherous old man in the grand contest shall receive them without charge. The reputation of our Hehuan Sect is at stake. Sect Master, I implore you to act against this lecherous old man. Our home is afflicted. Our sect is afflicted. Oh heavens, save us." Shen Mobai's actions stirred the ire of the masses, with insults reverberating throughout the venue. However, he remained unfazed, comfortably embracing Su Yingxue, whispering sweet nothings. Unbeknownst to him, on a distant high platform to the east, when Ruin, the sect leader of Hehuan Sect, observed him with a glint of intrigue in her eyes. Pondering her thoughts, Lin Wanzhou was also present on that platform. Although she witnessed the affectionate interactions between Shen Mobai and Su Yingxue, she had already investigated and was aware of their relationship. At this moment, she rested her hand on her forehead, murmuring, "Old husband, could you not be more discreet? While Gong Xiaoyu is indeed quite attractive, must you appear so ravenous? Can I not satisfy your needs? No, next time we meet, I shall teach you a lesson to prevent you from being so indiscriminate." Shen Mobai remained oblivious to all of this, leaning quietly against Su Yingxue's shoulder, yearning for a moment of rest. He was utterly exhausted and longed for slumber. The second round of the point battle commenced, inviting Su Yingxue and Tian Sui to the stage. Chapter 48. 5 consecutive victories. A crisis approaches. Next came the contest between Su Yingxue and Tian Sui. For Su Yingxue, reaching this stage of the grand competition was already a monumental achievement. Ultimately, she was bested by Tian Sui, though both were at the pinnacle of qi refinement. The disparity in their capabilities was significant, stemming from the superiority of Tian Sui's artifacts and deeper foundation. This elucidated the varied combat potentials even within the same realm. Nevertheless, suing Xue harbored no sorrow. Entering the top 10 was a stroke of fortune for her. With a smile, she glanced at Shen Mobai beside her. Without his support, she might still be languishing at the bottom of the outer sect. Although she possessed beauty, it would have gone unrecognized. She had no desire to become a mere vessel for others and would never debase herself to such depths. Yet, thanks to that fateful kiss when she received her annual stipend, her fortunes had shifted dramatically. Since aligning herself with Shen Mobai, her life had transformed into one of celestial splendor, with endless spirit stones and an abundance of goods, basking in the envy and jealousy of others. Moreover, her cultivation progressed rapidly, advancing from the 7th level of chi refinement to the pinnacle in a remarkably short time. Now, participating in this grand contest, she had fortuitously secured a place in the top 10. This ensured her a steady supply of foundation establishment pills and brought her dreams of entering the Hehuan Sect's secret realm within reach. Not to mention, becoming an inner sect disciple would bring numerous benefits. Everything was moving in a promising direction. Suing Xue was resolute in her determination to cherish the man beside her. He was her lifelong benefactor. In the ensuing time, Shen Mobai had no matches to contest. He was disinterested in watching others fight and simply wished to nestle against Su Yingxue's soft form for a delightful nap. Finally, after an indeterminate period, it was once again Shen Mobai's turn to battle. The point battle comprised 10 participants, necessitating 9 matches. This time, Shen Mobai engaged in consecutive bouts, facing his first opponent, a male cultivator named Zhang Xing. He was a perpetually cheerful and sunny individual, his face always adorned with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. However, Shen Mobai showed no mercy. Cheerful? What did that matter to him? His objective was energy. After soundly defeating him, Zhang Xing's jovial demeanor had noticeably diminished. Simultaneously, Shen Mobai received a surge of scorn and insults. How could such a sunny individual be subject to such brutality? This is simply barbaric. How has this cruel old man survived thus far? Does no one wish to put an end to his existence? Oh heavens, please rid us of this shameless old scoundrel. Shen Mobai smiled faintly, treating their words as mere background noise. His second opponent was a delicate beauty named Usury. Upon laying eyes on her, Shen Mobai's gaze sparkled with interest. This exquisite maiden had captured his attention for quite some time, having caught his eye during the previous tournament. At that time, Usury was surrounded by a considerable number of male cultivators. Driven by the desire to quickly amass energy, she did not draw their attention. However, at this moment, the male cultivators were all gathered at the observation platform. How could Shen Mobai let such a fortuitous opportunity slip by? Just as the exceedingly excited Shen Mobai prepared to charge forward without hesitation, Haozhe intervened and called off the points battle. He solemnly announced that, in light of Shen Mobai's actions, it was decided that henceforth, any major competition within the Hehuan Sect would prohibit both parties from engaging in any violations or disgraceful behaviors, with severe penalties for transgressors. Additionally, Shen Mobai was directly penalized with a deduction of 1 point as punishment. From that moment on, the once composed smile faded from Shen Mobai's face, replaced by a sullen expression that would lead anyone to believe he was owed money. The beautiful opportunity had slipped away. Could they not wait until the next round to announce this? Curse be it. Even if he won all the battles, he would only have 9 points. And now he had lost 1 point. His chances of claiming the top position were dashed, and the mysterious grand prize was lost. Shen Mobai muttered to himself, feeling utterly dejected. Such a lucrative opportunity to earn energy had vanished. This directly severed his future prospects. How would he acquire energy moving forward? How would he repay the interest? Alas, nevertheless, the competition must continue. At the very least, if he could successfully finish the competition and obtain a foundation establishment pill, he might still secure a place among the top 3 and choose a martial arts technique for free. That would still be splendid. Ultimately, Shen Mobai gathered his resolve and took to the stage, unleashing his full power. With a devastatingly swift performance, he won the subsequent 4 matches in succession, leaving the crowd utterly astonished. Shen Mobai's formidable strength was evident for all to see, silencing any would-be detractors. Meanwhile, in the mountains between the Hehuan Sect and Inha Zaidongshan, the tall and slender man, Zhou Qiwen, awoke after absorbing spiritual energy into his dantian. At this moment, One of his hands remained empty, clearly lacking the specific miraculous elixirs capable of regrowing severed limbs. His face was still pale, and his vital energy had not yet recovered, as the time was too short. He could not afford further rest, and needed to return swiftly to report the situation regarding Xie Yushu, who was still in the cave, to the Xie family and the sect. If he delayed any longer, he feared that the damned old man might act recklessly. If Xie Yushu were to be harmed, it would be disastrous. Xie Yuhua and the Xie family would not let him off easily. That cursed Shen Mobai, he would seek vengeance for this grievous injury. I shall not be called Zhou Qiwen if I do not make you suffer a fate worse than death. After muttering to himself, Zhou Qiwen departed the cave, soaring towards the Hehuan Sect on his sword. Compared to the Xie family of Juk City, he was far more familiar with Xie Yuhua of the Hehuan Sect. In his eyes, informing Xie Yuhua was tantamount to informing the Xie family and the sect. A streak of meteoric light swept across the sky, and Zhou Qiwen's figure vanished without a trace. In the subsequent points battle, Su Yingxue only managed to secure one victory, that being against Gong Xiaoyu, who had forfeited her match without stepping on stage, presumably too ashamed to face others after Shen Mobai's misconduct. The poor woman had her future ruined simply due to her beauty. Simultaneously, Shen Mobai faced countless curses and insults, yet he had grown immune to them, even rebounding. Shen Mobai had already participated in 6 matches, with 3 remaining. After winning 2 matches without a doubt, he arrived at the final match, which would also serve as the climactic finale of the 3rd round of the points battle. Following this match, the Inner Sect Grand Competition assessment would reach its conclusion, leaving only the reward ceremony. Shen Mobai's opponent in this final bout was a strikingly graceful young man. The moment he took to the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. Young Master Lu, defeat the juicer. Do not let him achieve consecutive victories. The hopes of the crowd rested upon him. Young Master Lu is so handsome. If you win, I shall cultivate with you. This time, that lecherous old man was surely doomed. Facing young Master Lu, he could not escape defeat. Truly, a member of the Lu family is as remarkable as they say. Today's meeting confirms his esteemed reputation. Listening to the discussions from the observation platform, Shen Mobai remained unperturbed. Let them boast. The wind shall not strip me of my resolve. Words cannot inflict harm. As long as it does not impede Shen Mobai's quest for energy, they could say whatever they wished. As the match commenced, Shen Mobai and Lu Zihao immediately entered combat mode. Lu Zihao was the first to move, swiftly circling around Shen Mobai. It appeared he had specially honed a technique for agility. Lu Zihao's speed was astonishing, and without unleashing his full power, Shen Mobai found it challenging to match his pace. Oddly enough, Lu Zihao continued to circle Shen Mobai without any apparent intent to attack, leaving Shen Mobai baffled. Hey, are you a mouse? Just running about? Keep it up, and I shall break your legs, Shen Mobai remarked, watching Lu Zihao's movements. In contrast, Lu Zihao, unfazed, continued to act as he pleased. Just as Shen Mobai was on the verge of losing patience and preparing to unleash his full cultivation to teach this mouse a lesson, Lu Zihao halted. He produced a white folding fan, leisurely fanning himself while smiling at Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai could hardly endure the feeling of being belittled. Raising his gun, he charged forward, only for Lu Zihao to evade his attack with a swift movement. With a flick of his fan, he aimed for the back of Shen Mobai's neck. With no choice, Shen Mobai stepped forward to dodge the attack and quickly retaliated. Lu Zihao deftly retreated and simultaneously chuckled, "Old man, I shall no longer play this cat-and-mouse game. It is now my turn to attack." After saying this, Lu Zihao closed his fan and began to rapidly form hand seals. As his seals flew out, they embedded themselves around the competition platform, followed by beams of light surging forth from the periphery of the arena. As the light converged above, in the blink of an eye, these beams intertwined to form a dome, enveloping Shen Mobai within. With no avenue for escape, he could not possibly leap from the grand competition platform, as that would signify a surrender. While he was lost in thought, contemplating a strategy, the luminous barrier solidified. Then, at the call of Lu Zihao, the scenario within the light shield began to transform instantaneously. Lu Zihao's figure vanished, along with the crowd of competitors, replaced by a dense thicket. The underbrush was a mixture of low shrubs and towering trees, interspersed with rocks of varying sizes, presenting a rather unfamiliar environment. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Mobai's heart raced with alarm. Where on earth is this? Have I been transported? With no time to waste, he drew out the Tiani shield and positioned it before him, scanning his surroundings warily, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, a male voice resonated from all directions. "Well, old man, how do you like the formation I tailored specifically for you?" The speaker was none other than Lu Zihao. However, the voice echoed from multiple angles, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. In that instant, Shen Mobai realized, "Oh, so you were running in circles to set up this formation. You seem quite confident. This formation must possess considerable power." Lu Zihao laughed heartily. "Old man, there's no need for feigned inquiries. Let me reveal the name of this formation, which you will find impossible to unravel. Listen closely, it is called the Nali Chinquan formation. To be defeated by this formation, you can rest easy. Do not harbor illusions of breaking it. With your meager strength in the Qi refinement stage, it is merely a pipe dream. Today, I shall act as the righteous envoy, in accordance with the will of the people, representing the moon to eliminate you. Prepare yourself." With that proclamation, Lu Zihao lunged forward, thrusting his folding fan. Abruptly, from the thicket to Shen Mobai's side, another folding fan shot forth. The speed of the fan was rapid and unexpected, catching Shen Mobai off guard. Yet, who was Shen Mobai? Always vigilant of his surroundings, he reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack with ease. "Ah, so you are here. Let us see where you can flee to," Shen Mobai declared, raising his Dianxue spear and thrusting it fiercely into the underbrush. Instead of the anticipated sound of injury, he was met with Lu Zihao's derisive voice. "Fool!" Shen Mobai, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of thrusts with the Dianxue spear, ultimately clearing the thicket, yet finding nothing. "Stop your struggles. In this place, you cannot reach me. You will only be on the receiving end of my attacks." "Here comes another strike," Lu Zihao exclaimed, and from the base of a tree, another folding fan swished through the air. Shen Mobai narrowly dodged the incoming assault, but once again he attacked the tree, only to find Lu Zihao's figure still eluding him. Perplexed, Shen Mobai muttered to himself, "What on earth is happening? The audacity of this boy to provoke me. I shall teach you that age comes with wisdom." With that, Shen Mobai refused to linger any longer. Shield in hand, he crushed stones into powder, sweeping everything in his path with his spear. The scene descended into chaos. After this display, Shen Mobai was resolute. He would not believe that Lu Zihao could continue to strike him. However, mere moments later, the surroundings blurred and shifted once more. In an astonishing turn of events, the very stones he had reduced to dust reappeared, unchanged. The shattered trees and shrubs returned as if nothing had transpired. Lu Zihao's laughter echoed. "So, have you come to appreciate the might of my Nali Chinquan formation? I invested a considerable sum to acquire this specifically to deal with you. Who told you to be so arrogant? Now you understand its power, do you? Had you interrupted my formation from the outset, perhaps you would have had a chance. But now, it is too late. Oh, wait, you do have one opportunity to win. If you run forward continuously and escape the formation's bounds, you may find your freedom." Upon hearing Lu Zihao's words, Shen Mobai retorted, "I am merely older, not foolish. Run forward? That would mean leaving the competition platform, which would equal an automatic surrender. You think you can deceive an elder? Such a disrespectful child." With that, Shen Mobai ceased his words, focusing solely on the destruction around him. He truly did not believe that these objects could regenerate infinitely. Throughout the process, Shen Mobai remained exceptionally alert, wary of Lu Zihao's ambushes. Numerous times, he narrowly escaped Lu Zihao's attacks. However, fortunately, his reflexes were inversely proportional to his age. Especially after cultivating the Jiuzhuan Shui Ling de Fa, each minor breakthrough in his realm expelled a small amount of impurities from his body, akin to a slight enhancement. Now, at the third level of Qi refinement in his 8th rebirth, how many enhancements had he achieved? Over 70 minor improvements had propelled him from mere quantitative change to a qualitative transformation. His physical prowess was beyond ordinary comprehension. Conversely, Lu Zihao grew increasingly anxious and irritable. Was the strength of a third-level Qi refinement cultivator truly this formidable? Was the spiritual energy of a third-level Qi refinement so abundant? How long had it been? He still had not subdued this old man. While the phenomena within the formation could be restored with minimal spiritual energy, even a small amount was still required. Feeling the noticeable depletion of half his Dantian's energy, Lu Zihao gritted his teeth and muttered, "Come on, my refined qi is at its peak. How can it be outmatched by a mere third-level qi refinement, old fool? I refuse to believe that I cannot wear you down without a successful ambush. This first place in the grand competition shall be mine, and the mysterious prize shall belong solely to me. You, stinky old man, shall fall to my hands." With that, Lu Zihao stealthily retrieved a pill and consumed it. Instantly, the spiritual energy within his Dantian began to recover gradually. Thus, both parties found themselves in a prolonged stalemate. Shen Mobai could not break free, while Lu Zihao could not gain the upper hand. Eventually, Shen Mobai could no longer endure the unending contest and resolved to take a bold gamble, preparing to unleash a taste of the power of his self-created technique. He raised the Tianyi shield and began to run erratically, weaving left and right. As he moved, spiritual energy surged violently into the spear he tightly gripped. An incessant influx, frenzied output, and relentless forceful compression ensued. The radiance emanating from the Ding Sui Qiang gradually intensified, culminating in a colossal sphere of light with a diameter spanning several zhang. Within, the spiritual energy appeared to flow and swirl like liquid, reminiscent of the sun's surface, an awe-inspiring sight that sent chills down one's spine. Shen Mobai, akin to a celestial envoy, brandished the Ding Sui Qiang and darted about. Eventually, when no more spiritual energy could be infused, the weapon's might was summoned to its utmost potential. The terrifying gun barrel contorted ominously, as if it might bend under its own power. In Lu Zihao's eyes, astonishment began to manifest. He murmured, "What on earth has this old man created? It looks extraordinary. Something I have never heard of before. Is that his spiritual energy? How can there be so much? What is he truly attempting?" In contrast, a resolute expression began to surface in Shen Mobai's eyes. When the Ding Sui Qiang had finally reached its saturation, he came to a halt. "Lu Zihao, allow me to demonstrate my self-invented technique, the earth-shattering strike." With the culmination of his words, the gun barrel traced an elegant arc through the air. Like a boomerang, the Ding Sui Qiang soared forth, spiraling around Shen Mobai. As it spun, the clusters of spiritual energy were continuously flung outward, dispersing in all directions like celestial maidens scattering flowers. The multitude was dense and countless, and upon contact with a tree, they unleashed a tremendous explosion, followed by devastation to shrubs, stones, soil, and air. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, a relentless barrage that reverberated infinitely. The velocity was so great that it triggered a chain reaction, resulting in several miniature mushroom clouds rising beside Shen Mobai. The shockwaves rippled outward in concentric circles, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Even the earth trembled violently beneath that force. In the aftermath, all that remained of trees, grass, stones, and flowers was mere ash. A series of shattering sounds echoed around the grand competition platform. Subsequently, the Nei Li Qian Kuanjun could no longer sustain itself, collapsing to reveal the original state of the contest platform, now marred by numerous craters. Dust billowed into the air, and a pungent odor pervaded the surroundings. Lu Zihao lay sprawled outside the competition platform, shrouded in darkness with closed eyes, his fate uncertain. Clearly, under Shen Mobai's earth-shattering strike, the formation crumbled like fragile clay, leaving the once arrogant Lu Zihao in a state of ambiguity regarding his survival. Judge Haozhe promptly approached Lu Zihao to assess his condition and instructed the nearby medical staff. He still has breath, but his Dantian is shattered, and his cultivation is likely ruined. He must be taken away for immediate treatment. With that, Lu Zihao was carried off. Haozhe cast a deep glance at Shen Mobai before soaring toward the eastern spectator platform. What on earth just transpired? The tremors were tremendous. Damn, did you fall asleep at this critical moment? By the way, who is this old man who unleashed such a formidable strike? Can a mere chi refining stage cultivator achieve this? I dozed off during the earlier contest, yet I feel I missed something significant. At that moment, the spectator platform was filled with murmurs, devoid of the previous loud clamoring for Shen Mobai's defeat. It seemed he had silenced them all through the sheer power of his earth-shattering strike. At the very least, they no longer dared to act out openly. Chapter 51. Controversy surrounding the title of first place on the Eastern Spectator platform. The senior members of the Hehuan Sect were embroiled in heated debate. How Zay began. Sect leader, I personally believe that we cannot award the title of first place in this inter-sect competition to Shen Mobai. Firstly, this disciple is far too old, surrounded by a miasma of death, and it seems his lifespan will soon expire. Secondly, his character is suspect. He shows no mercy towards his fellow disciples. If he were to be promoted, I fear he would be the first to flee when our sect faces adversity, especially in his treatment of female cultivators. He is akin to a rogue, utterly shameless. Thirdly, his reputation before how Zay could enumerate 100 flaws against Shen Mobai, the aloof goddess Lin Wanzhou interjected. Despite her foundation establishment stage power, she possessed formidable backing. Without hesitation, she retorted, Elder Hao, please be cautious with your words. Yes, Shen Mobai may be older, but he's not dead yet. Thus, your first point is invalid. Furthermore, once he successfully establishes his foundation and extends his lifespan, this concern will naturally dissipate. As for his character, he has not inflicted any substantive harm upon the male cultivators. In the end, he aided them in healing, and they are all unharmed. Are they not? Our sect is inherently open-minded regarding matters between men and women, and there has been no lasting damage. Merely a kiss or two, a bit of intimate contact. Nothing scandalous. Sect leader, I believe Shen Mobai is quite remarkable. His ability to display such profound cultivation at the qi refining stage suggests a limitless future. Our sect is in dire need of a successor with formidable combat capabilities. The gentle sect leader had overheard the exchanges between Hao Zay and Lin Wanzhou. However, as the leader of the sect, she understood the necessity of maintaining composure. It was not yet time for her to speak. Upon hearing Lin Wanzhou's words, Hao Zay immediately countered, Director Lin, that assertion is misguided. I have conducted thorough investigations. Shen Mobai possesses a mixed elemental root. Establishing his foundation would be akin to scaling the heavens. He is unlikely to survive long enough to even attempt foundation establishment. Furthermore, he has directly ruined the Dantian of a member of the Liu family, leading to the destruction of their cultivation. How can such a person be of any use? Lin Wanzhou, standing firm, exclaimed, in a contest, strikes are unpredictable. Who can guarantee that no harm will come? What the Liu family? Do we, as a first-rate sect, fear them? Elder Hao, are you suggesting that you have accepted some favor from the Liu family, thereby defending them so ardently? Hao Zay stood up, gesturing emphatically, Director Lin. Do not make baseless accusations. My loyalty to the sect is as clear as day. Do not slander me. This is not a matter of fear, but rather of having more allies than enemies. Hao Zay contemplated unleashing his golden core pressure to teach this short-sighted woman, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage, a lesson. Yet, as his gaze fell upon an elderly figure leaning on a cane, eyes closed in quiet meditation, he ultimately restrained his impulse. The old man with the cane was none other than Lin Wanzhou's mother, a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Given Hao Zay's golden core cultivation, he dared not provoke her. Such an act would be akin to courting disaster. Seeing that the argument was escalating further, the gentle sect leader recognized it was time for her intervention. She turned to an elderly male figure beside her and inquired, Elder Mu, what is your opinion on this matter? This elder, named Mu Zhen, appeared modest in his simple blue robe, his countenance aged and weary. Yet, he was a respected elder of the Hehuan Sect, possessing nascent soul cultivation. At this moment, the venerable Mu Zhen spoke. If we were to calculate based on points, Shen Mobai and Liu Zihao would each have 8 points, while the scores of others would differ significantly. Traditionally, this would necessitate an overtime match. However, it is evident that Liu Zihao's cultivation has been rendered ineffective, leading to an inevitable outcome. Nonetheless, Shen Mobai faces considerable challenges due to his spirit root issues, making foundation establishment quite difficult. In my humble opinion, I defer to the sect leader's arrangement without any objections. When Ruan inwardly cursed, having merely recounted the facts without drawing a conclusion. Cunning, she thought, turning to Lin Wanzhou's mother to inquire, what is your perspective, Elder Lin? Elder Lin remained with her eyes closed, merely responding, I shall abide by the leader's arrangements. When Ruan had anticipated such a result, given her long tenure as sect leader, she also consulted other senior members of the sect, all of whom echoed her sentiments without dissent. Clearing her throat, Ruan calmly declared, "In that case, I have decided that Shen Mobai shall be awarded first place in this grand competition. I trust he will not disappoint us. As for Lu Zihao, he shall take second place. Given his diminished cultivation, we shall bestow upon his family 2 foundation establishment pills and 2 profound-level techniques as compensation. This matter will be entrusted to Master Jiang of the Library Pavilion to handle, with the assistance of Hall Master Xing." After making her arrangements, she casually asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" The assembly merely voiced their admiration for the leader's wisdom and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Hehuan Sect, Zhao Qiwen, after a long journey of sword flight, finally returned. Upon arriving at the location where Xie Yuhua was on duty, he learned that she had gone to observe the intersect competition. It must be the time for the intersect contest. He reminisced about his own journey through similar trials and wondered who would emerge as this year's champion and what position they would be assigned. If given the opportunity to collaborate, he would certainly seize the chance to become acquainted. After all, securing the top spot in the intersect competition would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable future. Establishing a connection would be advantageous. As Zhao Qiwen made his way to the competition site, he soon found Xie Yuhua. He recounted the events that transpired in Hexiao Dong Tian. "What? You mean your arm was severed by Shen Mobai, and he is still trapped in that Tian Ting cave? We must dispatch someone immediately to rescue Xie Yushu." Upon hearing Zhao Qiwen's account, Xie Yuhua posed 3 urgent questions, her face a mask of disbelief. Before Zhao Qiwen could respond, she pointed to a figure below and inquired, "Who is that?" Zhao Qiwen turned to follow her gaze and was struck with shock, his mouth agape, trembling as he stammered, How could he be here? This is impossible." Chapter 52. Exposure and Confrontation. Xie Yuhua did not rush to accept Zhao Qiwen's words and pressed on with another inquiry. "The life token of Xie Yushu has shattered, and he is deceased. I am investigating the reasons behind this." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiwen's body quaked again, as if he had heard something momentous. It took him a considerable time to recover from his shock, his mind racing with thoughts. Seemingly connecting the dots, he turned to Xie Yuhua and asked, "Boss, may I ask when Xie Shu's life token shattered?" Xie Yuhua replied, "That was a few days ago." Following that, she recounted the specific timeline based on information from her father. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiwen slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Boss, the timeline matches. At that moment you mentioned, Shen Mobai was in that cave. He must have killed Xie Yushu first and then encountered me, severing my arm. Yet, I cannot fathom how he escaped that cave without a transmission jade slip. Boss, it must have been him who killed Xie Shu. There is no doubt about it." Zhao Qiwen's eyes were filled with a newfound clarity. Xie Yuhua understood, but the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her, as she had not witnessed it firsthand and could not be entirely certain. Thus, she cautioned Zhao Qiwen, "This is a serious matter. Are you truly certain?" Zhao Qiwen replied earnestly, "Boss, I swear, given Xie Shu's cultivation, it is impossible he perished due to a mere trap. He was undoubtedly murdered. I swear upon my Tao heart that every word I speak is true." After contemplating Zhao Qiwen's words for a moment, Xie Yuhua seemed to arrive at a firm resolution and resolutely made her way towards the Eastern Observation Platform. There, she sought out her superior, Hao Zhe, the head of the Law Hall of Hehuan Sect. They engaged in a hushed conversation, discussing urgent matters. A moment prior, Shen Mobai had retracted the Tian-E shield, enveloping him, and muttered, "If it weren't for my quick reflexes and the shield's considerable size, I might have perished in the recent explosion, even before the enemy could finish me off." Observing Lu Zihao being carried away, Shen Mobai felt a surge of schadenfreude, remarking, "Is this the best you can do? Now you know I am not to be trifled with." After speaking, Shen Mobai descended from the platform to tend to his injuries, awaiting the next developments in silence. The senior members of Hehuan Sect engaged in a fervent debate before ultimately confirming the rankings of the competition. After Hao Zhe reluctantly read the results, it was entrusted to Lin Wanzhou to announce them on behalf of the sect. At that moment, Lin Wanzhou soared on her sword to the center of the competition platform. She glanced at Shen Mobai, then produced a recently drafted parchment and began to read aloud. "Today, I am honored to represent Hehuan Sect in announcing the results of this intersect competition. First, I would like to express gratitude to the past sect leaders for their contributions. After much effort and dedication over several days of competition, I hereby announce the top 10 rankings. 10th place goes to the remarkable Xiao Yu, who wields the Spirit Blade, a true standout among peers. 9th place is awarded to Su Ying Shui, a beautiful embodiment of grace and strength. And the 1st place, whose unmatched might can shake the heavens and earth, whose single strike can obliterate mountains and rivers, is none other than Shen Mobai. Just as Lin Wanzhou completed her announcement and was about to congratulate the winners, an abrupt voice called out loudly, "Wait, I have something to say." All eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Hall Master Hao Zhe. Why was he interrupting now? Hadn't they already deliberated on the results? A sense of foreboding filled the air. I, for one, relish this turn of events. It seems this intersect competition will not be without its drama. Upon hearing the interruption, Lin Wanzhou's mood soured immediately, especially upon realizing it was Hao Zhe who had spoken. Hall Master Hao, what is the meaning of this? Just now, when you were supposed to announce the results, you were unwilling. Now that it is my turn to speak, you interrupt me again. What exactly does this mean? Are you bullying me due to my lower cultivation? Lin Wanzhou icily addressed Hao Zhe. In such a public setting, she could not allow anyone to trample on her dignity. Hao Zhe responded apologetically, "Director Lin, please do not misunderstand. This matter was indeed my oversight, and I will definitely come to apologize in the future. However, there is an urgent matter that requires immediate judgment, or it will have significant repercussions and compromise fairness." Upon hearing Hao Zhe's intention to apologize, Lin Wanzhou could only snort coldly and step back. Hao Zhe then stepped forward and spoke loudly. "The matter at hand pertains to the ranking of this grand competition. Therefore, we shall temporarily halt the announcement of the results. Once we address another pressing issue, we will reveal the competition results. As the person responsible for this grand competition, I have the duty to ensure its fairness. Thus, I must conduct a serious investigation and judgment regarding certain individuals' actions today. It is also my responsibility as the head of the law enforcement hall." Shen Mobai. Hao Zhe suddenly shifted his focus, looking intently at Shen Mobai, and declared loudly, "As a disciple of Hehuan Sect, you have broken the law. Do you acknowledge your crime?" This declaration stunned everyone present, leaving them in disbelief. What kind of performance is this? Has such a scene occurred in the history of Hehuan Sect? It feels as if what is to come is even more thrilling than the intersect competition. This journey has truly been worthwhile. See, I told you Shen Mobai's sinister demeanor clearly indicates his questionable character. Now it has been exposed. Oh dear, the 1st place is slipping away. How amusing. Do not speak. Let Master Hao continue. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the explosive news to follow. Almost all eyes were fixed on Shen Mobai's face. Shen Mobai was filled with confusion, 1,000 questions racing through his mind, unsure of what wind had blown through Hao Zhe to make such statements. But in a sudden glance, he caught sight of Zhou Qi when among the crowd. Instantly, something clicked in Shen Mobai's heart. Shen Mobai, confess and accept your punishment. Resist and face severe consequences, so spare yourself from suffering. Shen Mobai rolled his eyes. Death awaited either way, so why should he confess? Nevertheless, he replied, "I am unaware of what Master Hao speaks of. I am a man of stature, having lived long enough to know the principles of accountability." Hao Zhe scoffed coldly. "I have seen many like you. Let us see how long you can maintain this bravado. Now, tell us how you killed the Hehuan Sect disciple, Xie Yushu. We are all men here. Surely you do not intend to deny it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd was left in shock. They turned their gazes towards Shen Mobai, as if in that instant they had reconfirmed the presence of a beast before them. I knew he was not a good person, an old villain to the core. His style in the competition speaks volumes about his character. He could indeed kill a fellow disciple. Why say so much? He should be executed immediately. The crowd was filled with people eager to take Shen Mobai's life, all pointing fingers at him. Shen Mobai had prepared his response, and now clasped his fists, saying, "Master Hao, we must speak with evidence. Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person." Upon hearing Shen Mobai daring to argue, Hao Zhe immediately unleashed a formidable pressure that enveloped Shen Mobai. In an instant, Shen Mobai found himself struggling to breathe, forced to kneel on one foot. The pressure from a golden core stage cultivator was incomparable to that of a foundation establishment stage. With great difficulty, Shen Mobai spoke. Am I not speaking the truth? I implore Master how to present evidence. Ah, so you still cling to your thieving heart. Today, I shall make you submit, for I have long suspected your nefarious intentions. Where is Zhou Qi-wan? Step forward. Haozhe called out loudly to the crowd. Soon after, Zhou Qi-wan, who had lost a hand, stepped out. Relate what you witnessed once more, so that he may abandon all hope. Haozhe commanded. Zhou Qi-wan recounted the events once more, his empty sleeves gesturing toward the crowd, his tearful demeanor convincing everyone. After listening, Shen Mobai did not react as expected. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha ha! Truly a farce. I have but one question. What is your name again? Ah, Zhou Qi-wan. Did you see me murder anyone with your own eyes? Zhou Qi-wan was momentarily stunned. Everything had been deduced from the outcome. As for witnessing Shen Mobai kill Xie Yushu, he had not seen it with his own eyes. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in confusion. Though the crowd was reluctant, disdainful murmurs began to arise, casting doubt on the veracity of Zhou Qi-wan's words. Shen Mobai spread his hands, saying, Is this not evident? His name is Zhou Qi-wan. He is clearly slandering me. Zhou Qi-wan was left speechless, while Haozhe, who had long been displeased with Shen Mobai, was unwilling to let the matter rest. Whether what he says is true or not matters little. We can conduct a soul search on you, and all shall be revealed. With that, he prepared to approach Shen Mobai for a soul search before the gathered crowd. Soul searching was no trivial matter. Once subjected to it, one could become a fool at best or die on the spot at worst. Regardless, Shen Mobai's cultivation was at the Qi refining stage. No matter what 9-turn techniques or 10-turn supreme arts he practiced, they could not help him contend against a golden core stage cultivator. At that moment, Lin Wanzhou stepped forward. Enough, Master Hao. Please be mindful of your words and actions. This is not the proper way to conduct an interrogation. I have already instructed my people to investigate. Although Shen Mobai recently left the sect to carry out a mission, he did not go to the so-called Galaxy Small Cave Heaven as Zhou Qi-wan claimed, but rather to another location. Without the Small Cave Heaven Jade Slip, it is impossible to enter. I suspect that Zhou Qi-wan, out of envy and jealousy upon seeing Shen Mobai achieve first place, has experienced a hysterical outburst and is speaking nonsense here. Zhou Qi-wan was baffled. What was the director of the finance department saying? Was his hand severed for no reason? Haozhe, upon hearing this, also doubted Lin Wanzhou's claims and was about to refute when the sect leader, Ruan, spoke softly. Let us set this matter aside for the moment and first proceed with the rewards for this grand competition as previously discussed. Additionally, Master Yi, I request you conduct an investigation. As the head of the Alchemy Hall, you should possess potions that can compel the truth. Find a time to interrogate. If Zhou Qi-wan's claims are true, then Shen Mobai must have his rewards revoked and be executed by slow slicing as a cautionary example. If Shen Mobai's claims are true, then Zhou Qi-wan is guilty of slander and must also face execution by slow slicing as a warning to others. This matter must be handled without involvement from the finance department or the law enforcement hall to avoid any bias. Upon Ruan's pronouncement, Master Yi Zhiqiu accepted the command. The remaining individuals fell silent, recognizing this as the most equitable course of action, with no one raising objections, except for a few, one of whom was Shen Mobai himself. Did he not know whether he had committed murder? Yi Zhiqiu. He is famously known for his unwavering integrity within the sect. Furthermore, the so-called truth-revealing elixir mentioned by the sect leader sounds like a harbinger of disaster. Alas, it seems fate has conspired against me. I have never harbored intentions of harming others. It is those wretched individuals who have sought to eliminate me at every turn. My actions have always been motivated solely by self-preservation. Why, then, must I ultimately face demise? Inwardly, Shen Mobai screamed in desperation. Yet he dared not betray any emotion on his face, lest he reveal too much. Suing Xue could only remain silently by his side. She found herself believing 7 parts of what Zhou Qi-wan had said, for given the experiences within the cave, it was not difficult to deduce the truth. Yet, she could not speak of it. Not only could she not voice it, but she also had to guard it fiercely. This man was her lucky star, her fortune deity. Without Shen Mobai, where could she find another with such abundant spiritual stones, charisma, and capability, who has endured the test of time? Having tasted the sweetness of his companionship, she was now utterly devoted to him, single-minded in her loyalty. Lin Wanzhou was equally anxious. Aware of the truth regarding whether Shen Mobai had ever set foot in the cave mentioned by Zhou Chuan. However, for the sake of the elderly gentleman who was the most pivotal figure in her life, she could only grit her teeth and force herself to argue otherwise. In her heart, she pondered, "Once we return, I must quietly deal with the counter lady who knows about this matter. It is a necessary course of action, for this old gentleman is far too important." This sequence of events had captivated the audience immensely, with its thrilling twists and unresolved subplots. This tale would surely continue to unfold. Finally, amidst Yi Zhiqiu's resounding voice, the long-awaited awards ceremony of the Intersect competition commenced. The crowd was most eager to discover the identity of the mysterious grand prize for the first place, rumored to be worth the entire fortune of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Curiosity abounded regarding this coveted item, which had been shrouded in secrecy. Perhaps the only discontented party was the recipient of this grand prize, a rather detestable old man. Chapter 54. Award presentation and oath-taking. Next, I shall present the rewards for this Intersect competition. Yi Zhiqiu's voice echoed from above, and he continued. First, we shall award the top 100 participants with a foundation establishment pill each. Upon finishing his announcement, several cultivators dressed in the attire of the Hehuan Sect flew forth, approaching the 99 participants on the competition platform. They each produced a purple sandalwood box, opening it to present the contents to the competitors. Instantly, the 100 foundation establishment pills emitted a dazzling array of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow hues, illuminating the platform in a kaleidoscope of colors. It was as if a spotlight had been cast upon them, capturing the attention of the onlookers, particularly with the fragrant aroma of the pills wafting through the air, akin to a sumptuous feast that left many salivating. Wow, is this the foundation establishment pill? It is so beautiful and fragrant. Today, 10 years hence, I will certainly claim my place on that stage. I too shall obtain a foundation establishment pill, become a formidable cultivator, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. How envious I am of those receiving the foundation establishment pills. Alas, if only I'd practiced a bit harder, I would not have let this opportunity slip away. Listening to the events unfolding on the competition platform, Yi Zhiqiu recognized that he had achieved the goal of this competition. He signaled to the crowd that they could now collect their foundation establishment pills, before adding, "Congratulations to all of you. You are now disciples of the Hehuan Sect's Intersect and will enjoy numerous benefits, such as increased stipends and access to Intersect cultivation. You will also be eligible for the upcoming Secret Realm expedition, among other privileges. For further details, please refer to the jade slips you have just received." Next, we shall present the rewards for the top 3 positions in this competition. With that, only Shen Mobai and the beautiful Hua Yishe remained on the platform, as Lu Zihao was still unconscious and unable to participate. The others, realizing they had no stake in the top 3, departed the stage. The sect would open the library 2 days hence for the top 3, allowing them to select their preferred cultivation techniques. There are indeed earthly-level techniques available. It all hinges on your luck. After a brief pause, Yi Zhiqiu continued. Now, we shall present the reward for the first place in the competition. With that, only Shen Mobai stood on the platform, and the gaze of the crowd turned toward him, filled with curiosity about the mysterious first-place prize that was said to be worth the entire fortune of a foundation establishment cultivator. Amidst the expectant stares of the audience, Yi Zhiqiu produced an item. With a graceful flick of his hand, it floated towards Shen Mobai. This appears to be merely a scroll. Is this truly the mysterious grand prize for first place? Though it seems just a scroll, who knows, perhaps it contains a supreme cultivation technique. Such advanced techniques, would they not be enough to make one arrogant? But did they not award techniques to choose from the library? In my view, it is likely a treasure map indicating a hidden location. That explanation seems quite reasonable. No, I believe it is an extensive depiction of spring scenes that aligns perfectly with the proclivities of that lecherous old man. The crowd speculations grew increasingly absurd, spiraling into the realm of the ridiculous. Naturally, Shen Mobai was intrigued as well. Yet he could not help but feel that this scroll seemed rather lowly and devoid of value. Just as he was about to open it to discover its contents, he found himself unable to do so with mere physical strength. Just as he prepared to exert more force to pry it open, Yi Zhiqiu's voice rang out. "Shen Mobai, the sect leader requests your presence. Do not linger." Shen Mobai dared not hesitate, securing the item before following Yi Zhiqiu away. The others, realizing the inter-sect competition had concluded, also rose to depart. Not long after, within an elegantly adorned chamber, Shen Mobai stood awkwardly. Not far ahead of him stood the sect leader, Wen. As he inhaled the faint scent of orchids, Shen Mobai could not help but ponder. What could the sect leader possibly want with me? Surely, nothing untoward is afoot. This sect leader, Beirong, must be quite striking. I cannot perceive her cultivation level, but must be formidable. I wonder if I love a stick would have any effect on her. At this moment, being alone with a woman presents a rare opportunity. If I could win her over, it would be quite the triumph. No, I fear I may not even survive long enough to gain any energy points. I must cease these frivolous thoughts. Shen Mobai, put a stop to your fanciful musings. As Shen Mobai's mind wandered, when Ruan finally spoke, Shen Mobai, do you know why I have summoned you? Shen Mobai shook his head. When Ruan continued, it pertains to the scroll you received. Please present it. Shen Mobai obediently complied. However, at that moment, when Ruan's voice shifted, becoming urgently seductive and alluring as she said, Now, do exactly as I instruct. Shen Mobai, bewildered, felt his thoughts grow hazy, his gaze unfocused, merely murmuring, I shall do as the sect leader commands. Ruan, upon witnessing the event, nodded in satisfaction and declared, Next, we must swear an oath. I, Ruan, hereby pledge to reach a mutual cultivation with Shen Mobai, willingly assisting Ruan in breaking through to the mid-stage of Yuaning. This oath is established, and should any party violate it, they shall fall into the abyss, never to be reborn. Shen Mobai, acting instinctively, echoed her words. I, Shen Mobai, pledge to cultivate with Ruan, willingly aiding her in breaking through to the mid-stage of Yuaning. This oath is established, and should any party violate it, they shall fall into the abyss, never to be reborn. As the two completed their utterance, two wisps of ethereal white light emanated from their foreheads and swiftly entered the scroll before them. At that moment, Shen Mobai abruptly regained his senses, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings. The scroll, awarded for winning the grand competition, had already unfurled and floated before him. The oath they had just made was inscribed upon it, clear and precise. Upon examining it closely, Shen Mobai could not conceal the smile that gradually formed on his face. However, a sudden realization struck him, altering his expression dramatically. He turned to Ruan and inquired, This mutual cultivation, does it mean I must become a furnace for you? Must I relinquish my own cultivation to assist you in breaking through? Ruan chuckled softly. Indeed, that is precisely the case. The oath has been established. It cannot be altered. Shen Mobai sank to the ground, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Why? Why was all of this happening? Was that just a form of seduction? Did an oath compelled under such circumstances hold any validity? Heaven above, the matter of Xie Yushu's demise still loomed over him like a sword. And now, this new predicament emerged. Was there truly no escape from his fate? Chapter 55, The Perilous Path Ahead, The Secrets of Foundation Establishment. At this moment, Shen Mobai's heart felt heavier than if he had consumed 3 pounds of lotus seeds. The burden of repaying the energy interest each month tormented him incessantly. Although the process of acquiring black and white energy was pleasurable, the recent revelations surrounding the murders of Xie Yushu and Lin Yuejian had turned his world upside down. While no conclusions had been drawn yet, his survival hung in the balance. And now, yet another complication had arisen, demanding he sacrifice his own cultivation for another's advancement. It was simply too much to bear. Shen Mobai could almost envision the road ahead, utterly severed, a dead end beckoning him. He felt as though all vitality had drained from him, leaving him motionless, his mind shrouded in chaos. Even in the presence of the stunning woman before him, his thoughts were devoid of any other desire. Let end. Let be obliterated. A swift death would lead to rebirth. This existence had become unbearable. Shen Mobai's inner voice cried out in despair. Though Ruan was the leader of the Hehuan Sect, she too seemed to be swayed by Shen Mobai's desolation. Her heart softened, realizing that such a forced arrangement was unavoidable. From her perspective, as the leader of the Hehuan Sect, she bore the mission of ensuring the sect's prosperity. She had dedicated herself to relentless cultivation. Even as a maiden, her sacrifices were justified for the sake of her sect. Ultimately, through her tireless efforts. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the early yuaning stage. Yet, it remained uncertain whether her innate talent had reached its limit. No matter how hard she tried, she could not surmount the barrier to the mid-stage of yuaning. For a first-rate sect like Hehuan, particularly for its leader, an early yuaning cultivation was deemed insufficient. Were it not for the assistance of Elder Mu and Elder Lin, both powerful yuaning cultivators, one could only wonder what fate awaited the Hehuan Sect. Finally, upon acquiring a secret manual for mutual cultivation, when Ruan saw a glimmer of hope. According to the manual, by cultivating with someone of foundation establishment or higher, there was a significant chance to break through her current limitations. However, due to various concerns, the Jindan stage was the future of the sect, and the yuaning stage should not be wasted, coupled with the arcane nature of the technique. The higher-ups decided to sacrifice the top male cultivator from the inter-sect competition as a test subject, although the technique was primarily beneficial to female cultivators. If the test proved successful, its widespread application could solidify the Hehuan Sect's standing in the ruthless world of cultivation. The number of high-level female cultivators within the sect would greatly surpass that of other sections. Thus, in light of future considerations, when Ruan, eager to break through her current realm, volunteered to be the first test subject. After all, the technique posed no harm to female cultivators. With her urgent desire to advance, she readily agreed. Unbeknownst to her, the inter-sect competition had transformed into a selection of a male companion, a furnace for the sect leader. However, in an unexpected turn of events, it was the elderly Shen Mobai who emerged victorious, defying all expectations. Meanwhile, when Ruan's initial preference, Liu Zihao, had lost all cultivation and could not serve as a furnace. Although when Ruan desired her first experience to be perfect, she could not help but feel a twinge of aversion towards Shen Mobai's appearance. Perhaps this was fate's design, she consoled herself. With such thoughts in mind, when Ruan reluctantly designated Shen Mobai as her furnace. Yet, upon seeing his despondent demeanor, her heart stirred. Nonetheless, for the sake of her sect, all sacrifices were worthwhile. To achieve her goals and better assist Shen Mobai in establishing his foundation, when Ruan continued, "Let me share some secrets of foundation establishment with you. Of course, perhaps they aren't secrets per se, but rather the accumulated experiences of the Hehuan Sect over time." Observing Shen Mobai's stillness, she continued unperturbed. Every cultivator possesses their own spiritual root. This is certain. And each person's spiritual root is unique, which you must already know. Some are favored by the heavens, possessing either dual spiritual roots or a single spiritual root. Oh, a single spiritual root is what we refer to as a heavenly spiritual root. Conversely, some are born with 4 spiritual roots or what are deemed wasteful 5 spiritual roots. For instance, you possess 5 spiritual roots. It is widely recognized that a heavenly spiritual root is the best qualification for cultivation, yet the reality is more nuanced. One could argue that both heavenly and 5 spiritual roots have their advantages. The cultivation speed of a heavenly spiritual root is rapid, requiring only the absorption of single attribute spiritual energy for advancement, making breakthroughs more manageable. The cultivation speed is also exceptionally swift. On the surface, 5 spiritual roots appear to be inferior, but prolonged observation reveals they are not without merit. Although 5 spiritual roots require the absorption of energy from all 5 elements, resulting in slower cultivation and more challenging breakthroughs, they possess unique qualities. Primarily, 5 spiritual roots embodying all 5 elements are inherently versatile. In combat, they naturally have an advantage over single spiritual root cultivators. For example, if someone possesses a fire attribute heavenly spiritual root, you, with your water attribute among the 5, inherently counter fire. Water conquers fire, earth conquers water, wood conquers earth, metal conquers wood, and fire conquers metal. The 5 elements are interconnected in a cycle of generation and restraint, placing those with 5 spiritual roots in an inherently advantageous position during combat. Furthermore, those with 5 spiritual roots cultivate the 5 elements, resulting in a significantly greater reservoir of spiritual energy compared to those with a single root. This explains the substantial amount of spiritual energy within you. At this moment, when Ruinsoft naturally attributes Shen Mobai's abundant spiritual energy to his 5 spiritual roots. After a brief pause, when Ruinsoft continues, stating that in higher realms, such as the Golden Core stage or the Nascent Soul stage, each individual possesses extraordinary abilities, allowing one person to rival several practitioners of the same level. However, achieving such advanced cultivation with 5 spiritual roots is fraught with challenges. Even reaching the Foundation Establishment stage is already a pinnacle, a realm that seems utterly unattainable. The prospect of attaining the Golden Core stage? It is unheard of and unseen. The reason for sharing all this is merely to caution you against harboring unrealistic aspirations of reaching the Golden Core or even the Nascent Soul stage. The Foundation Establishment stage is your limit. If you can assist me in breaking through to the mid-Nascent Soul stage, I can assure you that you may bear my name in the future, enjoying freedom within the sect as long as you do not transgress any boundaries. This would be the best outcome for you. At that time, if you possess the capability, you can seek out several female cultivators to share your life with. She has said much in one breath, intending to convey to Shen Mobai that he should not obsess over cultivation, but rather choose a path that allows him to live freely after contributing his final efforts. Yet, how can one Ruinsoft know that if Shen Mobai were to lose his cultivation, no one would regard him highly? How would he earn the black and white energy? Unable to repay interest, he would perish by next month, leaving no room for any notion of a carefree life. As for female cultivators, even the most unrefined would disdain his elderly appearance. Chapter 56, A Glimmer of Hope, a shift in perspective when Ruinsoft gazes at the elderly man, unexpectedly stepping forward to assist Shen Mobai, who is slumped on the ground. She retrieves a small box and opens it, revealing a radiant array of 5 colors, and a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafts forth. Undoubtedly, it is a Foundation Establishment pill. Inhaling the invigorating scent of the herbs momentarily lifts Shen Mobai's spirits. When Ruinsoft then adds, "Here are 20 Foundation Establishment pills, all for you. Wait until 2 days from now when you venture into the secret realm to consume them. The spiritual energy there is abundant, and with these pills, your chances of breaking through to Foundation Establishment should be significantly increased. Upon your return, I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. You may rest easy. Additionally, to ensure your self-preservation, I have instructed that when you visit the library to select cultivation techniques, you may choose 2 methods. Consider this a form of compensation." Shen Mobai internally scoffs at the subpar Foundation Establishment pills. Although they appear potent, they are far from perfect quality. Consuming so many is surely an invitation to pill poison. Do they wish for my demise to come sooner? Perfect Foundation Establishment pills are plentiful in my system. What do I lack? To break through Foundation Establishment? Merely to become your furnace and assist you in your breakthrough? Having dismissed his disdain, a sudden epiphany strikes Shen Mobai. He seizes when Ruinsoft's delicate hands and urgently inquires, "Is all of this for your breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage?" When Ruinsoft regards this member of the sect, choosing not to dwell on Shen Mobai's impudence, and instinctively nods, Shen Mobai is instantly elated and presses, "Quickly tell me, besides this furnace method, are there any other ways to support your breakthrough?" When Ruinsoft, feeling her hands firmly grasped, can sense Shen Mobai's excitement and reluctantly concedes, "Aside from this method, there are indeed other ways to achieve a breakthrough, but they are exceedingly arduous. The furnace cultivation method is the most viable." Shen Mobai is not interested in hearing about difficulties and impatiently asks, "Do not concern yourself with how difficult it is. Simply tell me if there are other methods." When Ruinsoft's small hand is tightly held, revealing Shen Mobai's fervor, she responds, "Beyond this method, there are indeed other means to achieve a breakthrough, but they are impractical. According to the records of the Hehuan Sect, our ancestors once serendipitously acquired a 4th-grade pill known as the Pujingdan. Upon consumption, one could break through their current realm within 2 months, rapidly advancing in strength. At that time, it allowed the Hehuan Sect to overshadow other sects, elevating its status to what it is today. However, such pills are exceedingly rare. Not only is a formula required, but also the corresponding alchemical materials, demanding a high level of skill from the alchemist. The difficulty is immense and cannot be accomplished in a short time. Upon hearing when Ruinsoft's response, Shen Mobai mutters to himself, "Pujingdan, Pujingdan. I feel as if I have seen it before." He hastily opens the system's sales list, inputs the name Pujing Dan and anxiously awaits the results. Before long, the system completes its search, presenting a page of information that prominently displays the sales details for the Pujing Dan. It truly exists. Ha! Fate has not abandoned me. I am saved. My life is preserved. It is not expensive. I shall purchase a bottle. Ha ha! This is indeed divine assistance. The Pujing Dan offered by the system is not sold in paltry individual units, but is provided in generous quantities and at a remarkably favorable price. Since obtaining the system, Shen Mobai has noticed this trend. Any medicinal pills or ointments are quite affordable. The primary issue hindering Shen Mobai's cultivation has always been his capacity, rather than the availability of spiritual energy. Thus, he had overlooked this strategy in a moment of despair. While it is true that the pills are inexpensive, Shen Mobai has refrained from using them across realms due to a significant concern: the risk of exploding his body. Indeed, if a Qi refinement stage cultivator were to consume a foundation establishment pill, the concentrated spiritual energy would rupture their meridians, leading to death before the energy could even be absorbed. This is why it is essential to match the remedy to the ailment. At this moment, the clouds of doubt dissipate from Shen Mobai's heart, and a smile begins to grace his face. Without further ado, he purchases the Pujing Dan and turns to Hehuan Sect, saying, "My dear, if I tell you I possess the Pujing Dan, would you still require me to serve as your furnace?" When Hehuan Sect is taken aback by the term "my dear," sending chills down her spine, yet she responds with a smile. "You, a Qi refinement level 3, possessing the Pujing Dan? Do not entertain such fantasies. You know your cultivation cannot accomplish anything." With that, she withdraws her hand from Shen Mobai's grasp, beginning to question whether this individual is indeed suitable to serve as her furnace. She cannot shake the feeling that he may not be quite right in the head. Could it be due to his advanced age? Seeing her retract her hand, Shen Mobai inwardly laments the loss. Just a brief moment of contact had prompted the system's notification to sound. "Congratulations, host. Successfully acquired 22 points of white energy. Current total, 16,669 points. Congratulations, host. Successfully acquired 22 points of white energy. Current total, 18,869 points." Initially, this revelation startled Shen Mobai immensely. "What? I merely held her hand briefly. I did nothing else, yet I gained so much white energy." Suddenly, Shen Mobai realized the truth. This woman possessed the cultivation of the early Yuanying stage. What does that signify? Such cultivation is incomparable to that of the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages. The abundant white energy was thus entirely reasonable. Observing when Hehuan retract her hands, Shen Mobai felt a pang of regret for a moment. He cleared his throat faintly, and with a flip of his palm, a small vial appeared. "What is this? Don't tell me it's a Pujing Dan. I had some sympathy for you, but it turns out you are indeed a hopeless case. Is it merely a lack of cultivation? I sacrificed my primordialine body without complaint, yet you, a grown man, are so evasive." Shen Mobai remained silent, merely smiling as he extended his hand to open the vial. Instantly, a fragrant aroma emanated from the vial, almost tangible in its essence. The entire room was suffused with the rich potency of the elixir. Waves of red light flickered from the vial's opening, casting a warm glow that filled the room, akin to a chamber of crimson light. When Hehuan's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you possess such a high-grade elixir?" Without hesitation, when Hehuan snatched the vial to compare it with the records in the Hehuan Sect's texts, examining the type and efficacy of the elixir within. Moments later, she exclaimed, "This is truly a Pujing Dan." She was momentarily stunned, speaking almost instinctively. Shen Mobai, however, took back the vial and continued, "This is not an ordinary Pujing Dan, but one of perfect quality, free from elixir poison." With that, he flipped his hand and returned it to the infinite storage space. At this moment, it was time to switch stances. Chapter 57. A Whole Vial. Yi Ji Qiu's Interrogation. Upon seeing Shen Mobai reclaim the elixir, when Hehuan finally reacted, saying, "Give it to me. If you give me the elixir, you 1T lose your cultivation." In that instant, when Hehuan was desperate for the Pujing Dan, Shen Mobai chuckled heartily and replied, "If you let me indulge a little, I will give it to you. Speaking of which, I could use a nap. Let us rest a bit." Recalling the white energy he had just acquired, Shen Mobai was filled with fervor, eager for more. However, who was Hehuan? She had various means to manipulate a person beyond mere force. As the leader of the Hehuan Sect, she certainly had extraordinary methods and would not easily submit to this old man as pressure. When Hehuan stepped back, sneering, then I shall forego the elixir. If you're so capable, do not cultivate and do not give me that Pajing Dan. Otherwise, it will be the moment you lose all your cultivation. Regardless, the oath has been sworn, and I stand invincible. When you become immortal, I will relish the sight of it. Not cultivating, not establishing a foundation, becoming immortal? What difference does that make from dying? Shen Mobai was immediately infuriated, fuming. You are insufferable. You are driving me mad. When Hehuan remained silent, merely smiling at Shen Mobai. Realizing something, Shen Mobai suppressed his anger and chuckled. No matter, losing cultivation is but a trifle. With this Pajing Dan in hand, I can always cultivate again. As long as I can embrace your fragrance, it will be worth it. After all, you also swore an oath to cultivate with me. The vow has been made, and you cannot alter it. I return your words to you. This time, Shen Mobai turned the tables, threatening Hehuan with the prospect of dual cultivation. You old lecher! How can you act like this? Aren't you afraid I might kill you and take it? When Hehuan hissed fiercely, Shen Mobai replied with a calm smile. Go ahead, kill me, take it. Before I die, I will certainly destroy the elixir. Then you will find yourself with neither a body nor an elixir. So do not blame me. Thus, within that room, the two engaged in a battle of wits. It was not until much later that Shen Mobai exited the room with a beaming smile. As he walked, he wiped the lipstick from the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, whether you break through or not, I certainly did not lose today. I have amassed quite a fortune in white energy. When you break through, it will coincide with my return from the secret realm. At that time, you will be my delectable feast. Let me see how much white energy I have gained this time. Debt, 300 points of black and white energy. Interest, 40 per month. Balance, black energy, 278 points. White energy, 30,069 points. My goodness, in such a short time, I have gained a staggering 156 points of white energy. Truly, the yuanying stage is extraordinary, and the rewards from this great competition have surpassed my expectations. Ha ha ha. After numerous intense negotiations, Shen Mobai and Hehuan finally reached an agreement. The perfect elixir, the Pajing Dan, was entirely given to Hehuan. However, Hehuan insisted that Shen Mobai must kiss her a few times. As for dual cultivation, that cannot happen now. The prerequisite was that Hehuan must first break through her realm, and then, according to their oath, it would proceed smoothly. If the elixir proved ineffective, all bets were off, and ultimately, Shen Mobai would have to sacrifice his cultivation. Thus, both parties reached the aforementioned agreement. After obtaining the Pajing Dan, Hehuan was eager to enter seclusion and prepare for her breakthrough. Meanwhile, Shen Mobai, satisfied after a couple of kisses, departed contentedly. Gazing at Hehuan's room, Shen Mobai resolved, I must return from the secret realm and establish my foundation as swiftly as possible. By then, you should have also achieved your breakthrough, and at that moment, I shall have my way with you. Otherwise, my title as a juicer would be in vain. Now that the intersect competition has concluded, in 2 days, it will be time to select cultivation techniques from the library. Following that, it will be time to venture into the secret realm for foundation establishment. Although Shen Mobai has resolved Hehuan's crisis, the predicament concerning Xie Yushu remains unresolved. Given Yi Zhiqiu's stern and impartial nature, this matter appears to be quite challenging. What should be done? Yi Zhiqiu is not to be trifled with. Should I procure a restraining chip, along with binding fairy ropes? That won't do. Yi Zhiqiu is a formidable golden core cultivator, not a foundation establishment one. I fear I may not manage it. Moreover, the restraining chip costs a hefty 300 points of black and white energy. While I have sufficient white energy, my black energy is clearly lacking, making this plan unfeasible. As Shen Mobai pondered strategies while walking, he soon arrived at the entrance of his cave dwelling. However, the sight of 3 individuals standing at the door plunged Shen Mobai into a state of panic. One was the gold-digging woman, Su Yingshui, who had promised to seek him out after the intersect competition. Another was the ice-cold beauty Lin Wanzhou, whose cravings were quite insatiable. The last person was someone who greatly troubled Shen Mobai, Yi Zhiqiu, who was responsible for investigating Xie Yushu's death. Yi Zhiqiu appeared petite and delicate, with a graceful figure. Her youthful beauty was striking, standing around 5 feet tall, and she was adorably dressed. Notably, her legs were well-proportioned, accentuated by cute white stockings, giving her an air of youthful charm. Although she possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage, her exact age remained a mystery. At this moment, with the return of Shen Mobai, the gazes of the 3 women converged upon him in unison. Suing Shui, who had been by Shen Mobai's side the longest, was the first to rush over. In a hushed tone, she said, "Husband, you are back. Director Lin and Master Yi have come to see you." After speaking, Suing Shui tightly wrapped her arms around Shen Mobai, as if to assert her claim. Lifting her delicate chin and gazing directly at Lin Wanzhou and Yi Zhiqiu. Lin Wanzhou wore a cold expression, betraying no response, while Yi Zhiqiu let out a disdainful snort. Shen Mobai merely smiled at this display without adding anything further. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhiqiu spoke up, her voice soft, yet carrying an edge. "As per the sect leaderess instructions, I must conduct a routine interrogation of Shen Mobai. All unrelated parties must leave immediately." Suing Shui affectionately called out husband in response, but Shen Mobai patiently urged her to depart. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation and knew he must first navigate this challenge. Yi Zhiqiu fixed her gaze on Lin Wanzhou and reiterated her demand. When Lin Wanzhou remained unyielding, she insisted, "Director Lin, the sect leader has instructed that during the interrogation of Shen Mobai, the Department of Finance and the Law Enforcement Hall must refrain from involvement. Please take your leave." With no other option, Lin Wanzhou reluctantly took to her sword and departed, warning, "Shen Mobai is a distinguished guest of my mother. Tread carefully, or else." Once Suing Shui and Lin Wanzhou had left, Yi Zhiqiu turned to Shen Mobai and said, "Let us proceed into the cave dwelling and commence the interrogation." Upon hearing her words, Shen Mobai felt his entire body stiffen. Flee? He dare not, for that would only solidify the evidence against him for the murder of his fellow disciples, likely leading to a swift demise. Moreover, could he truly escape the formidable Yi Zhiqiu, a cultivator of the Golden Core realm? At that moment, his face fell, and his mind raced through potential strategies. Why must the situation be so urgent? Just as he had obtained the elixir, he was forced into seclusion. Had he known, he would have let her handle this matter. And Lin Wanzhou, truly, how could she leave so easily? It was a waste of my restrictive chip. If I survive, I shall teach you a lesson. Should he resort to poison? No, that was not an option. She was a golden core powerhouse. What if the effects were unpredictable? Bribery? Impossible, as she was known for her unwavering integrity. He couldn't fight nor escape. Was his only fate to await death? Oh, how pitiful! Just as he had escaped the tiger's den, he had fallen into the wolf's lair. Why was his misfortune so profound? As Shen Mobai's thoughts spiraled in despair, they entered his cave dwelling. Upon entry, Yi Zhiqiu began to survey the surroundings, utterly disregarding Shen Mobai, who was lost in contemplation. After a thorough inspection, she plopped down onto the stone bed, only to realize it was covered in several filthy rags. Upon catching a whiff of the odor, she disdainfully tossed them aside. "Let us commence the interrogation. You will consume this," Yi Zhiqiu declared, producing a pill resembling an elixir. "What is this? It cannot be poison, can it? Must I consume it?" Shen Mobai murmured. Yi Zhiqiu, with a smile, replied, "This is merely a harmless pill I concocted, named Truth Pill. As the name suggests, once ingested, it compels the individual to speak only the truth, shattering all falsehoods and deceptions. Consume it." Horrified, Shen Mobai felt his legs weaken. A truth pill? Would he be forced to reveal the incident involving Xie Yushu and Lin Yujian? This was unthinkable. He could not possibly ingest it. Yet, as he observed Yi Zhiqiu extending the pill toward him, he realized he had no choice. "If you do not consume it within 3 breaths, I shall conclude you are guilty of murdering your fellow disciples and will execute you on the spot." 3, 2. Just as Yi Zhiqiu uttered one, Shen Mobai snatched the pill and swallowed it whole. Facing death now or later, even a fool would choose to delay. Resigned, Shen Mobai could only hope to survive a little longer and devise a strategy. After swallowing the truth pill, Shen Mobai felt no immediate change. Just as he began to feel relieved that it might be a sham, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. In an instant, his mind became muddled, and his body felt utterly drained. He was aware of his surroundings, hearing and seeing clearly, yet found himself unable to control his speech or actions. Yi Zhiqiu, noticing the effects taking hold, sprang up and questioned, "What is your name?" As Shen Mobai lamented the chaotic nature of the pill, his mouth betrayed him, responding uncontrollably. "I am Shen Mobai, male, a chi refinement cultivator, strong in combat, unmatched in bed." After delivering this unsolicited declaration, panic surged within him. Why did I divulge so much? She merely asked my name. This will only expedite my demise. Yi Zhiqiu, her cheeks flushed, paused before continuing. "Why did you not pursue me further when you initially sought me?" "What?" Stunned by her inquiry, Shen Mobai struggled to comprehend its implications. However, before he could formulate a response, his mouth opened of its own accord, revealing, "I pursued you for a full decade, yet received no reciprocation. In a moment of resolve, I sought others. Yet even now, my heart remains with you. Your unique charm, that infuriating voice, constantly captivates me. Upon seeing you again, I yearn to embrace you, and if given a chance, I would never let you slip away again. Qiu, I love you. My feelings are sincere." Upon hearing his own words, Shen Mobai suddenly recalled a fragment of his past. In his previous life, he had indeed pined for Yi Zhiqiu for 10 years. Yet, that was a memory from a distant past, and time had dulled its clarity. Now, as those memories surged forth, he felt both elation and horror. Could he truly express such sentiments at this moment? Was this an appropriate time for such declarations? He thought, this could only accelerate my demise, especially when professing love. Shen Mobai lamented, "It's over. There is no hope left. Shen Mobai, you have sealed my fate. Oh, let the world come to an end. Hurry. There seems to be no escape." In that instant, Shen Mobai's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair, engulfed in eternal darkness. Suddenly, he thought he heard a sound. Although I was unable to move, the source of the sound was conveniently within my line of sight. Shen Mobai looked over in confusion, instantly taken aback. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes were brimming with tears, her delicate face marked by streaks of sorrow. As her tears flowed, a droplet of mucus threatened to reach her lips. Shen Mobai was bewildered. What was happening? Was she crying? Why? Why was she in tears? Just as Shen Mobai pondered these questions, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly rushed forward and tightly embraced him, softly uttering, "Mobai," at that time. I was so conflicted and unprepared for a partner. But just as I resolved to find you, you vanished. I thought you no longer loved me, and I've been angry with you until just now. I never expected that I had wronged you. It was my own fault. I took too long to make a choice. You never did anything wrong. It was I who failed you. Hearing you still love me, I am truly overjoyed today." With that, Yi Zhiqiu planted a kiss on Shen Mobai, becoming increasingly animated. Thus, while Shen Mobai remained dazed, Yi Zhiqiu began a night of heartfelt confessions. Shen Mobai was left astonished. Could matters truly be resolved in such a manner? Had the crisis turned into safety? Shen Mobai, you possess a certain charm. No wonder, even in death, you still exert your lingering influence. Consequently, I must bear the burden of completing this task on your behalf, and I thank you for your efforts. The next morning, as Shen Mobai remained in a hazy slumber, Yi Zhiqiu donned her attire and prepared to depart. Before leaving, she sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Shen Mobai for a long while, whispering softly as she gently caressed his cheek. However, Shen Mobai was far too exhausted to notice. Lost in deep sleep, ultimately, Yi Zhiqiu left behind a large box and exited Shen Mobai's cave abode. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Shen Mobai finally awoke. After the inter-sect competition, he had faced the treacherous schemes of the sect leader, Hehuan, only to turn the situation around. Following that, he encountered Yi Zhiqiu's interrogation. He had thought his fate was sealed, yet unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope. A series of nostalgic exchanges had utterly drained Shen Mobai's mental and physical strength, leading to an extended slumber. Upon rising, he noticed a large box beside him. Curious, Shen Mobai opened it and exclaimed, "Isn't this a Foundation establishment pill? Wow, there are actually 30 of them." It seems that Yi Zhiqiu harbors deep feelings for me, eagerly wishing for my successful cultivation. After speaking, Shen Mobai stored the box away, intending to cultivate and elevate his realm. Upon sensing his own cultivation, he was once again astonished. Had he truly reached the 8th layer of 9 transformation nirvana chi refinement? This was indeed the prowess of a golden core stage expert, truly formidable. During this period leading up to entering the secret realm, he aimed to perfect the 9 transformation spirit refinement method. Once inside the secret realm, he could directly establish his foundation. Although the quantity of foundation establishment pills was substantial, their quality fell short of perfection, rendering them somewhat wasted. In the end, he would have to seek the system to exchange for flawless foundation establishment pills. Once his foundation was established, not only could he fly with a sword, but he would also unlock his spiritual consciousness. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that the 9 transformation spirit refinement method would bring him. How delightful it would be to return to a certain Bay Rome when Ruan awaiting him. As he mused, Shen Mobai focused his mind and commenced his cultivation. At that moment, the judgment platform was teeming with people, most of whom were there merely to witness the spectacle. The judgment platform, as the name suggests, was the site for executing those found guilty. Each individual brought forth to the judgment platform had seriously breached the sect's rules, making it a focal point for public discussion. Presently, a male cultivator was tightly bound with black iron chains to an obsidian pedestal, lying prostrate and utterly immobile. Upon closer inspection, it was the tall, slender figure of Zhao Qi-1, who had confronted Shen Mobai at the conclusion of the competition. At this moment, Zhao Qi-1 was silenced, unable to utter a word, and his body was restrained, leaving him incapable of struggle. A murmur of confusion erupted among the crowd. Was Zhao Qi-1 truly to be executed today? He was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, just like that. What the foundation establishment stage? Breaching the sect's rules warranted execution, even for golden core cultivators. But wait, wasn't he the one accusing that juicer of murder? How is it now that he was the one to be killed? Calm down. The truth of the matter will be revealed before the execution, so do not fret. At this moment, as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yi Zhiqiu stepped forward. Commanding the authority of a golden core stage expert, the scene fell into silence. Yi Zhiqiu then proclaimed, "Today, under the sect leader's arrangement, I will preside over the trial of Zhao Qi when regarding his accusation against Shen Mobai for murder." Upon finishing her statement, Yi Zhiqiu summoned a recording pearl. Instantly, Zhao Qi, when consumed a truth pill, and the events he recounted began to play out on a grand screen. Through the interrogation with a truth pill, it was revealed that Zhao Qi-1, Xie Yushu, Lin Yujian, and Xiao Zhu had, emboldened by their numbers and higher cultivation, wantonly bullied their fellow sect member Shen Mobai. They even sought to kill him to seize his treasures and coveted artifacts. Their numerous misdeeds were beyond count, all confessed under the influence of the truth pill. What was even more despicable was that after Shen Mobai had acted in self-defense and killed him, they had the audacity to accuse Shen Mobai of murder. An act of utter shamelessness. Today, I, Yi Zhiqiu, shall represent the sect and execute Zhao Qi-1 with a slow death. Bring forth the instruments, and slice his flesh piece by piece to serve as a warning to others. After stating this, Yi Zhiqiu addressed the crowd. I hope everyone will unite and assist one another in the future, lest you find yourselves in the same predicament as Zhao Qi-1 today. Thus, the matter of Zhao Qi-1 came to an end. However, within the crowd, Xie Yuhua, observing coldly, remarked, "Is it just so simple to kill my Xie family member? Shen Mobai, you shall await your reckoning." With that, Xie Yuhua departed the scene. Evidently, Zhao Qi-1's fate was sealed. As time passed, the moment arrived for selecting techniques at the library. Recalling that day when Shen Mobai had intended to diligently cultivate, Su-Ying Shui had rushed over, without a word, throwing herself into his arms and began to nibble on him. Shen Mobai, feeling helpless, had to first appease this poor soul who had not earned any white energy in a long time. He did not mind the meager amount of white energy he acquired. After all, every little bit counted. Moreover, it was not just about earning white energy. There were other enjoyable matters to attend to as well. Just as Su-Ying Shui departed, Lin Wanzhou arrived once more. "Old gentleman, are you well? I have a secret to share. I have mastered the art of bifurcating my tongue. Don't believe me? Then why not give it a try and see for yourself?" After much anticipation, I finally witnessed the astonishing spectacle of a bifurcated tongue, and at last I bid farewell to Lin Wanzhou. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu has arrived once more. Thus, it is said that time flies in Shen Mobai as presence. While others cultivate and experience the swift passage of time, he accumulates white energy at an accelerated pace. The two phenomena are not to be compared. Today marks the day I venture to the library to select my techniques. Shen Mobai dares not delay this matter and has been waiting at the library entrance since early morning. It is imperative to arrive early. Any later, and he may find himself unable to depart. The selection of techniques is of utmost importance. During the inter-sect competition, Shen Mobai relied predominantly on sheer physical strength. Should he encounter an opponent of equal prowess without the aid of techniques, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. This principle is well understood by Shen Mobai. After a brief wait, he spotted a beautiful woman approaching the library. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Hehuan, the one he nearly captured. She is the third-place winner of this competition and has come to select her techniques as well. As Hehuan drew nearer, she suddenly caught sight of Shen Mobai. Startled, she hesitated to approach and could only wait from a distance. "Am I a devil that you dare not approach? Such a timid one," Shen Mobai mumbled to himself. At that moment, a figure soared toward them from afar. Shen Mobai recognized it as an elder, Mu Zhan, a senior member of the Hehuan Sect. Upon arriving at the library entrance, Mu Zhan addressed Shen Mobai and Hehuan, "Follow me." Seeing a senior member arrive, Hehuan finally mustered the courage to step forward. Mu Zhan, however, had little to say. He simply retrieved a jade slip and swiftly performed hand seals, causing a flurry of light points to emanate from his hands and converge upon the jade slip. The brilliance of the slip flickered intensely, as if reaching a climax, before abruptly vanishing into the library. Immediately, ripples spread at the library's entrance, revealing a luminous portal wide enough for a single person to pass through. Mu Zhan then announced, "The passage to the second level of the library has been opened. You two must hurry inside. You have only 2 hours. Once the time is up, I will forcibly retrieve you. Should you fail to select your techniques, you will bear the consequences." With those words, Hehuan was the first to enter. Just as Shen Mobai was about to follow, Mu Zhan interjected, "You Shen Mobai, right? The sect master has instructed that you may select 2 techniques." Shen Mobai gratefully acknowledged this and proceeded into the library. As he crossed the threshold, a dazzling light enveloped him. At that moment, Shen Mobai felt as if he were suspended in the cosmos. Surrounded by nothingness, he found his vision relatively dim, yet countless twinkling points dotted the expanse, resembling stars. The radiance emanating from these points illuminated the area to a certain extent. The senior practitioner at the Yuanying stage is indeed economical with words. We were hardly given any guidance before being allowed entry. A novice might find themselves utterly bewildered upon arrival. Fortunately, I had Lin Wanzhou and Yi Zhiqiu, who had kindly informed me about this place. Each star represents a technique graded from the lowest level of spirit rank to profound rank and even earth rank, such as the profound heritage accumulated by our sect over millennia. 2 hours is quite ample time. Shen Mobai did not rush to acquire techniques. Instead, he glanced over at Hehuan, who appeared equally astonished by the scene before her. Yet, as if coming to her senses, she began to fumble helplessly, clearly at a loss. Shen Mobai, initially reluctant to intervene, felt an inexplicable urge to approach her. As the saying goes, what one cannot attain forever stirs the soul. In this moment, Shen Mobai was consumed by that sentiment. Each star, a technique, eluded pursuit. They were forever out of reach. From the beginning, Hehuan held a strong aversion to the elderly man known for his extraction techniques, even harboring a hint of fear. However, sensing Shen Mobai's willingness to assist, she graciously expressed her gratitude. Shen Mobai continued, "Try to channel your cultivation to its utmost limit. Those star techniques will naturally be drawn to your power. You need only select one that resonates with you." After thanking him again, Hehuan followed his advice, closing her eyes and fervently circulating her spiritual energy. Instantly, a green and blue whirlwind began to swirl around her, consisting of wood and water spiritual energy. The vortex intensified, spinning faster and more frantically. The nearby stars seemed to awaken from slumber, slowly drifting toward her. Observing this, Hehuan gritted her teeth and unleashed her strength anew. The green and blue tempest whirled even more rapidly, causing her garments to flutter as if caught by an unseen wind. After a prolonged wait, 3 stars finally approached Hua Yishu, circling her in a lively dance. Congratulations! It appears these 3 techniques are quite suitable for your cultivation. You may select one to claim it. Shen Mobai remarked, pleased to witness Hua Yishu's success. A radiant smile spread across Hua Yishu's face, narrowing the distance between them as she replied, thank you for guiding me on how to acquire techniques. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. Let me see what ranks these techniques hold. Wow, spirit rank, and even a profound rank. How wonderful. And it perfectly aligns with my wood-water attributes. I'm absolutely elated. Hua Yishu exclaimed, her delight akin to that of a young girl, bouncing with joy. Shen Mobai could not help but smile in return. After some time, Hua Yishu regained her composure and urged Shen Mobai, you should also begin channeling your techniques to attract them. Otherwise, you may run out of time. Shen Mobai, realizing the urgency, ceased his hesitation and commenced circulating his cultivation. In an instant, a whirlwind began to form around him, showcasing the 5 elemental colors corresponding to his 5 spirit roots, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, creating a vibrant display around him. Just as Hua Yishu wondered why no stars were approaching, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Abruptly, the size of the 5-colored whirlwind visibly expanded, growing larger and taller. The resplendent, multicolored light swirling above resembled a wild stallion that had broken free, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, the colors of the starry sky surrounding Shen Mobai were infused with his 5 hues. The sound of ethereal winds reverberated through the cosmos, rendering Hua Yishu unable to open her eyes. The overwhelming presence was akin to dark clouds pressing down on a city, instilling a sense of reverence. What kind of spiritual energy was this? Why was there so much? Wasn't he merely at the chi refining stage? It appeared more potent than that of a foundation establishment expert, leaving one utterly astonished. Hua Yishu gazed at this spectacle, incredulous. At that moment, a number of stars in the distance sped toward Shen Mobai. Their velocity was akin to galloping steeds compared to the stars Hua Yishu had summoned earlier. Before long, a considerable number of method stars had gathered around Shen Mobai. A cursory glance revealed that these method stars were not significantly larger than the light clusters of Hua Yishu's recently acquired profound-level technique. Could he endure this? Since they had arrived, why not take the profound-level technique? Profound-level technique? Even a dog would reject it. The more Shen Mobai pondered, the more dissatisfied he became. With a resolute heart, he thought, there is only Hua Yishu here. Revealing my spiritual energy is of no consequence. I can simply overpower her. Thus, Shen Mobai steeled himself and unleashed his full cultivation without reservation. Suddenly, a remarkable phenomenon emerged. In an instant, within the starry expanse of a library, a harmonious resonance echoed. With each sound, Shen Mobai's 5-colored whirlwind expanded like a balloon, growing larger and more extravagant. In a heartbeat, within a radius of several dozen feet surrounding Shen Mobai, there was a howling whirlwind of 5 colors. Floating amidst this tempest, Shen Mobai radiated divinity, his robes fluttering and crackling as if alive. This magnificent and unparalleled spectacle left Hua Yishu in awe, her mouth agape. The reach of the 5-colored whirlwind was so vast that it forced Hua Yishu to retreat far away, where she could only huddle in a corner, gazing at the scene. Furthermore, with Shen Mobai's thunderous shout, the 5-colored whirlwind revealed hints of icy hues, flashes of lightning, and shadowy glimpses of black and white, as if powers beyond the 5 elements were manifesting. At that moment, Shen Mobai unleashed the entirety of his spiritual energy, which was an astonishing 256 times that of an ordinary chi refining cultivator. This created an unprecedentedly shocking scene. The distant method stars, which had previously hesitated, no longer held back. Each transformed into a dazzling meteor, racing toward Shen Mobai at incredible speeds. This spectacle resembled a meteor shower cascading through the heavens, resplendent and grand. Hua Yishu, beholding this sight, found herself unable to think clearly, muttering, is this something a person can achieve? Is he truly a chi-refining cultivator? She stood there, stupefied. Moments later, Shen Mobai's figure was no longer visible. All that remained was a colossal sphere of light floating in the air, shining brilliantly like the sun, too radiant to gaze upon directly. At this time, Shen Mobai was encircled by stars. Each method, like a child returning to its mother's embrace, gently revolved around him. Some of the light clusters, large in diameter, affectionately brushed against Shen Mobai's body, as if to say, "Choose me, choose me." Thus, Shen Mobai began his selection. The profound level technique, Gui Songju, which could conceal one's form and disguise one's realm, was dismissed. No, what I need now is to fight, not to hide. The earth-level technique, Hehuan Pu, which could rapidly elevate one's realm through dual cultivation with nature, was also rejected. I can barely keep up with people, let alone those lifeless things. The earth-level technique, Tong Xinjie, which required mutual oaths and shared tribulations, was disregarded. I have no intention of taking on someone else's burdens. The earth-level technique, Jiu Shao Ling Su Bu, which allowed one to traverse the void as if walking on solid ground, was intriguing. This is quite good. I need a technique for movement. As for energy consumption, I have enough to feed whales, so I fear nothing. The dilemma of choices. Which one should I select next? This abundance of options is a significant source of distress. If only I could take them all, but then I might provoke Mu Jun into a lethal rage. Finally, as the 2 hours neared their end, Shen Mobai settled on 2 techniques, Jiu Shao Ling Su Bu and Jie Huangji, both earth-level techniques. As he reluctantly departed from the others, he was drawn out of the library. Subsequently, Elder Mu Jun left without a word, leaving Shen Mobai and Hua Yishur at the entrance. About my spiritual energy, I would prefer it remains undisclosed. Otherwise, you will come to understand the fearsome reputation of my juicer. Shen Mobai threatened Hua Yishur, who still appeared dazed. In response, she quickly retreated 2 steps and assured him, "Rest assured, I will not utter a word, truly." Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai relented and turned to leave. He was particularly concerned about revealing his excessive spiritual energy. It was merely a matter of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Watching Shen Mobai's departing figure and glancing at the profound level technique in her hand, Hua Yishur sighed. The disparity between people is simply immense. After selecting his techniques, Shen Mobai returned to his cave abode. After arranging the binding spirit confinement array with a miniature version of the heavenly palace, he prepared to begin practicing the 2 newly acquired techniques. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a sapling of the Pan Tao Shu at the corner of the wall. Shen Mobai approached to inspect it. Why does this Pan Tao Shu seedling seem to have grown so little? Is it the environment, or the soil not being suitable? Or is it that the spiritual energy is insufficient? The location of my cave is rather remote. Even with the binding spirit confinement array, while the energy does not dissipate, is still quite sparse. Lin Wanzhou's fire poison must rely on it for removal. I cannot afford to fail. Perhaps, once I return from the secret realm and reach the foundation establishment stage, I can relocate it to the inner sect for cultivation. If it were to bear Pan Tao, I wonder what changes would occur upon consumption. Surely, it wouldn't grant eternal life and immortality, would it? Ha ha ha. It is indeed quite possible, and I am truly looking forward to it. After observing the Pan Tao Shu seedlings, Shen Mobai intended to cultivate the 2 newly acquired earth-level techniques. Just at that moment, Su Yingxue arrived. She immediately burrowed into Shen Mobai's embrace. Forget about cultivation. Acquiring white energy was of utmost importance. However, just as Shen Mobai was preparing to begin, Lin Wanzhou entered. "You should go where it is cool, and do not disturb us." Lin Wanzhou coldly addressed Su Yingxue. Furious, Su Yingxue retorted, "Why should I?" Little did they know, Yajiqiu had also arrived. "Su Yingxue, Director Lin, you both must leave at once. I have urgent matters to discuss with Shen Mobai. Depart. All of you." Yajiqiu stated matter-of-factly. Lin Wanzhou was instantly incensed. "Why should we?" Thus began a silent war among the 3 women. Shen Mobai looked at the trio, uncertain of what to do. No matter whom he favored, he could not bring himself to do so. He could not bear to abandon any of them. Therefore, he chose to remain silent, merely standing there, listening to the 3 ladies exchange cold barbs. It was a splendid performance by the 3 women, and, at times, he found himself amused. Ultimately, the argument escalated to the point where they simply expelled Shen Mobai, justifying their actions with, "When women speak, men should refrain from interrupting. Especially old men. A dog's mouth cannot utter ivory. If I must leave, then so be it." Shen Mobai feigned relief and swiftly departed. As soon as he exited the cave, he ran off at great speed, muttering to himself, "I probably cannot return to the cave for several days. It is too dangerous." Chapter 62. The final decision of the three women, matters of the secret realm after being expelled by the three women. Shen Mobai had intended to avoid the cave for several days. However, alas, he had nowhere else to go. It was not until deep into the night that he stealthily returned to the cave. Upon entering, he found that the three women were absent. They had presumably left, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, just as he was preparing to cultivate, having just taken out the Jiuxiao Lingshubu for practice, the three women descended upon him once more. Predictably, they fell into another round of endless arguments. Shen Mobai was once again expelled, returning only late into the night. This cycle repeated for 7 days. During these 7 days, Shen Mobai's leisurely wandering was incessantly elevated. He could not simply find a small grove or the edge of a pond to practice, for this was the Hehuan zone. Even a stone thrown haphazardly could strike some wild mandarin ducks. Not to mention the risks of hearing something one ought not to, which could lead to becoming possessed. Shen Mobai dared not take such a risk. Thus, he could only wander aimlessly. What else could he do? Fortunately, after 7 days of aimless wandering, a turning point arrived. When Shen Mobai returned once more, only Su Yingxue remained in the cave, curiously wondering where the other two were. He was promptly pulled by the eagerly waiting Su Yingxue to review their techniques together. The following day, it was Lin Wanzhou's turn. On the third day, Ye Zhiqiu took her place. It seemed the three women had reached some form of agreement, taking turns in a rotational assault. At last, Shen Mobai gained a sliver of time for himself, allowing him to not only acquire white energy, but also practice his techniques. The cultivation of Jiuxiao Lingshubu was not particularly difficult. By moving according to specific positions, one could achieve remarkable speed and movement. However, as noted in the text, the consumption of spiritual energy was indeed swift. This was the greatest flaw of the technique. Yet for an ordinary qi refining practitioner, this would be significant. For Shen Mobai, such consumption was merely a trivial matter, akin to sprinkling water. Not only that, but as Shen Mobai grew increasingly adept, he even managed to briefly glide through the air. It is well known that only when one reaches the foundation establishment stage, aided by spiritual consciousness, can one achieve flight through manipulation. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one could soar through the skies with the enhanced quality of spiritual energy. However, this Jiuxiao Lingshubu was indeed an earth-level technique, allowing Shen Mobai, who was still in the qi refining stage, to attain short bursts of flight. It was truly formidable, setting aside the ability to briefly fly. The swiftness granted by Jiuxiao Lingshubu would undoubtedly serve him well in future battles and escapes. After his practice, Shen Mobai found himself increasingly fond of this technique, exclaiming that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Just as he was preparing to continue his training with Hehuan, he received information from Lin Wanzhou regarding the upcoming expedition to the secret realm. Old husband, this journey to the secret realm will not involve only our Hehuan zone. Other sects and forces will also participate. Lin Wanzhou expressed her concerns for Shen Mobai's safety. "Oh, I thought it was only our Hehuan zone members," Shen Mobai inquired, perplexed. Although our Hehuan zone is a first-rate sect in the western region, there are also allied subsidiary organizations that will partake in this expedition. For instance, the Chef family from Juk City, the Liu family from Kunlun Mountain, and other second and third-rate forces, Lin Wanzhou elaborated. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai paused. Is it the Chef family of Xie Yushu and Xie Yuhua? The Liu family of Liu Ziheo, who became a waste in the intersect competition? Lin Wanzhou nodded in acknowledgement and advised Shen Mobai to exercise caution. While the Xian Liu families were insignificant compared to Hehuan zone, it was said that they had produced some talents in recent years, so one should not underestimate them. Old husband, aside from the Xie and Liu families, there is also a first-rate sect in our western region known as the Ma zone. While the Xie and Liu families might spare you because you are a disciple of Hehuan zone, the Ma zone's disciples engage in all manner of wickedness and primarily practice evil techniques, making them exceptionally formidable. The key point is that they do not care about your sect. Their philosophy is one of indiscriminate slaughter. If you encounter them, be sure to steer clear. If you kill one of them, they will retaliate with a swarm, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. At that time, my dear husband, do not provoke them. I am eagerly awaiting your safe return. Lin Wanzhou earnestly imparted numerous precautions. After hearing this, Shen Mobai could not help but question, with such a disposition, shouldn't everyone seek to eradicate the Ma Zone? Lin Wanzhou nodded. Indeed, in the territory of the Western region, if the Ma Zone encounters righteous sect members, they will indeed be besieged and met with relentless hostility. Shen Mobai's heart leaped with joy. If I encounter this so-called Ma Zone, won't that be splendid? A vast bounty of energy awaits me. Just a few strikes, and I will be amply rewarded. It seems this expedition to the secret realm will be yet another milestone in my quest for energy. I am beginning to feel quite eager. The more Shen Mobai contemplated, the more impatient he became to enter the secret realm. Ever since experiencing the thrill of rapidly acquiring energy during the inner sect competition, he no longer desired to adhere to conventional methods. To attain wealth, one must be ruthless. To achieve true freedom of energy, one must deviate from the conventional path. Moreover, the energy balance of Shen Mobai is severely skewed at present, with this month's interest yet to be settled. Thus, upon hearing this news, Shen Mobai was filled with elation. Old man, what are you pondering? You're drooling, Lin Wanzhou inquired. Shen Mobai wiped his mouth and asked, what else should I be cautious about in the secret realm? Lin Wanzhou continued, old man, there are no allies within the secret realm. A moment of friendliness could swiftly turn into treachery. One must exercise caution not only with the MO zone, but also with individuals from other sects and families. After all, everything that transpires within the secret realm remains unknown to those outside, making any attempts to trace events exceedingly difficult. Concerned for Shen Mobai's safety, Lin Wanzhou felt compelled to lay bare the true nature of the situation to prevent him from attracting calamity within the secret realm. Shen Mobai chuckled, as this was precisely what he had hoped for. However, he feigned seriousness as he replied, all right, I shall be particularly vigilant. Is there anything else? Lin Wanzhou responded, of course, this is just the beginning. The reason numerous forces are so eager to send disciples into the secret realm is not solely due to the abundant spiritual energy conducive to Foundation establishment. There exists another factor that draws everyone like moths to a flame. Shen Mobai, intrigued, urged, what is this reason? Do tell. Chapter 63. The Mysterious Fruit. Preparation observing Shen Mobai's impatient demeanor, Lin Wanzhou stifled a laugh. Old man, one cannot rush everything. Patience is key. Fine, I shall explain. Under the weight of Shen Mobai's insistence, Lin Wanzhou elaborated, the allure of the secret realm, aside from its extraordinary spiritual energy and ease of Foundation establishment, lies in a coveted treasure, fruits. Various fruits imbued with miraculous attributes, which, when consumed, can unlock hidden potentials within the human body, bestowing unimaginable abilities. Upon finishing her explanation, Lin Wanzhou revealed a fireball that had seemingly materialized in her palm, radiating a searing glow indicative of high temperature. Shen Mobai, taken aback, exclaimed, you can conjure a fireball without gestures? No, the temperature is even higher. This is no ordinary fireball technique. Lin Wanzhou smiled gently. This is a gift from a fruit I obtained in the secret realm, granting me this ability. Lower-tier fire spells require no gestures. A mere thought suffices to unleash them with even greater potency. Higher-tier fire spells also have reduced casting times. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Wanzhou beamed with pride as she showcased her capabilities. However, a shadow of concern crossed her face as she murmured, yet. It was this wondrous fruit that led to my affliction with fire poison. A decade has passed, and my cultivation has stagnated. Alas, under the influence of this malevolent fire poison, my temperament has grown irritable, and my cravings have intensified. Thus, old man, upon acquiring such fruits, you must exercise great caution before consuming them, lest you find yourself in my predicament. Seeing the somber expression on Lin Wanzhou's face, Shen Mobai offered comfort. Do not fret too much. Look, the Pantao Shu seedling is already growing. Once it matures a bit more, consuming some of its leaves should alleviate your fire poison. You've endured much during this time. After comforting Lin Wanzhou, Shen Mobai felt a sense of relief. Had he not restrained Lin Wanzhou's spiritual power with the Koin show back then, he might have been charred to a crisp. How fortunate he was. Lin Wanzhou gazed at the Pantao Shu swaying in the wind, her heart filled with hope. However, as the fire poison surged within her, She felt a rising heat and urgently sought Shen Mobai's assistance to alleviate her symptoms. The following day, Shen Mobai prepared to practice the Hehuan technique to enhance his offensive capabilities within the secret realm. The cultivation of Hehuan was not overly difficult, with the only challenge being its demand for spiritual energy. According to the technique's records, the principle of Hehuan lies in its unique manipulation of spiritual energy, allowing one to rapidly compress a vortex of destructive power at the fingertips, unleashing it instantaneously. For cultivators at the Golden Core stage or above, there was no need to worry about the quantity of spiritual energy, as such powerful beings could draw upon the world's spiritual energy to generate their own vortex, independent of their reserves. However, for those at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, practicing this technique necessitated reliance on the spiritual energy stored in their dantians. How much spiritual energy could an average Qi refinement or foundation establishment cultivator possess? One might even become a mere husk before managing to release Hehuan. While this was a formidable challenge for others, it was remarkably simple for Shen Mobai. Similar to the Jiao Ling Su Bu, the energy expenditure was negligible for him. Given that his spiritual energy was 256 times that of an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator, it was but a trifle. The uniqueness of these two techniques seemed tailor-made for Shen Mobai, which is precisely why he selected them from the myriad of techniques available. It was truly a case of the egg preceding the chicken. During his cultivation, Shen Mobai also received numerous items from Yi Zhiqiu, including elixirs and herbal compendiums. As the head of the alchemy pavilion, Yi Zhiqiu was well-versed in alchemy, and under her guidance, Shen Mobai acquired a wealth of elixirs. Although many were not of perfect quality, Shen Mobai, not one to partake, was nonetheless pleased to accept them. Most gratifying was the general fruit compendium that Yi Zhiqiu gifted him, which detailed the various fruits found within the secret realm, their appearances, characteristics, growing environments, guardian beasts, and the effects of consumption. The records were relatively thorough. However, Yi Zhiqiu mentioned that the documented fruits were the commonly observed ones, remarking, "This compendium is the result of generations of trials and experiences by the sect, a treasure not easily seen by the average person. So consider yourself fortunate." Shen Mobai exclaimed in delight over this invaluable treasure and expressed his profound gratitude to Yi Zhiqiu. In return for such a great favor, he could only offer himself in service. As Shen Mobai completed his training in Jiao Ling Su Bu and Hehuan, the time for the secret realm's opening drew near. At this moment, Shen Mobai found himself aboard the airship along with other members of the Hehuan Sect's inner circle and accompanying elders, en route to the secret realm. The airship had already been in flight for 2 days and nights, although Shen Mobai had enjoyed a period of comfort and ease following the tournament. Surrounded by 3 beauties and leisurely days, the prolonged journey without a rival at the secret realm began to weigh on him. A significant matter has once again plunged Shen Mobai into a state of anxiety. The deadline for the repayment of interest is rapidly approaching. A glance at his balance reveals: debt, 300 points of black and white energy; interest, 40 per month; balance, 278 points of black energy, 67,169 points of white energy. Shen Mobai's distress stems from the stark disparity between the black and white energy amounts. One is a single-digit figure, while the other is in the hundreds. Were there ample time remaining, Shen Mobai might remain composed. Yet now, time can no longer be measured in days, but must be counted in hours. The deadline for repayment draws ever closer, yet the airship continues its swift flight, showing no signs of reaching its destination. He had initially thought he could swiftly enter the secret realm and effortlessly earn some black energy. Who could have anticipated that the airship would take so long? What if the time to earn black energy is up before they even reach the secret realm? If he were to borrow more from this usurer, the interest would skyrocket to 80, nearly equating to the principal amount each month. This is untenable. He must not quench thirst with poison, nor kill the hen that lays the eggs. Otherwise, escaping this predicament would only lead to greater troubles next time. As the airship continued its journey, Shen Mobai's anxiety deepened. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Friendly reminder. Only 1 hour remains until the repayment deadline. Please gather energy. Failure to repay will result in soul harvesting and eternal punishment of near death. Thank you. Chapter 64. Gathering Forces. Time is short. O system. Must you always target me like this? Not even a moment's grace is granted. If I am not to be driven to despair, you will not relent, will you? Others who acquire a system soar forth with ease, having all their desires fulfilled, while I'm hounded for debts every few days and threatened with near-death penalties. My grievances are considerable. I wish to file a complaint. Shen Mobai exclaimed vehemently. Faced with such relentless demands for repayment from the system, he found himself on the brink of collapse. Especially during this time, he had been repaying punctually, leaving no room for error, risking his life and dignity to earn energy. Yet still, his future remained uncertain, his life hanging by a thread. This is driving him to extremes. Monitoring indicates that the host is currently anxious and infuriated, in the spirit of helping others realize their dreams and urgently needing to change their circumstances. Introducing the worry-free reloan service. Simply open your mouth and enjoy exceptional services, with interest rates drastically reduced. Shall I proceed? Shen Mobai. What a ludicrous dream you weave. With an interest of 80 per month. You might as well kill me. Is your purpose to assist me or to exploit me for energy? Is this how you operate? Should I find complaint button? I will not hesitate to lodge a complaint against you. Shen Mobai ranted for quite some time, unleashing all his pent-up frustrations toward the system. Remarkably, the system remained silent, offering no punishment for his insults. Instead, it responded, "Thank you for your sincere feedback. The system will make improvements and adjustments. Wishing you a pleasant life." Such amiability. Surely, it cannot be plotting something sinister behind my back. Shen Mobai uttered in disbelief. Yet thereafter, the system seemed to fall silent, uttering no further words. Just then, the airship came to a halt. They had arrived at the secret realm. Shen Mobai had no choice but to suppress his suspicions and discontent. He was the first to exit the cabin and stepped onto the airship's deck. At that moment, the escorting elders of Hehuan Sect had already emerged, each soaring into the sky, their gazes fixed upon the distance. Shen Mobai focused his eyes. Countless other airships from various sects surrounded a towering mountain ahead. It was likely that these were vessels of competing factions. The airships formed a perimeter, encircling the mountain. At the mountain's midsection, a massive stone door was slowly opening. Everyone swiftly disembark and assemble to prepare for entry into the secret realm. The leader, Hao Ze, announced loudly. In no time, nearly 200 members of Hehuan Sect gathered on the airship's deck. Once Hao Ze deemed the assembly sufficient, he began to relay important information regarding the secret realm. However, Shen Mobai was already well aware of these matters and paid little attention, instead curiously surveying the surrounding airships. Likewise, the decks of those airships were filled with people, presumably also preparing to enter the secret realm, albeit in much smaller numbers compared to Hehuan Sect. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful middle-aged female cultivator emerged from a green airship, gracefully gliding through the air. Approaching Shen Mobai's airship, she bowed and said, "I am Lu Qing, the current clan leader of the Lu family. I pay my respects to Elder Lin." Following her gaze, Shen Mobai spotted Lin Wanzhou's mother, Elder Lin. Elder Lin remarked, "This young lady is quite impressive indeed. In the late stage of Golden Core, she will likely soon break through to the nascent soul stage. The Lu family will be secure for a millennium." Lu Qing continued, "Achieving the nascent soul is exceedingly difficult. The younger generation does not dare to hope. However, we must rely on the stability of our alliance with your sect, and I hope Elder Lin will take care of us. Here are some small gifts I have specially gathered for you. I hope you will accept them." Elder Lin waved his hand dismissively, and several black boxes containing precious materials floated into his grasp. The two then engaged in conversation. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged man soared over. Shen Mobai curiously turned to look. It was Xie Peng, the current clan leader of the Xie family. Meeting Shen Mobai's gaze, Xie Peng returned the look but made no further gestures. He then spoke some words similar to Lu Qing's and presented some valuable items, which Elder Lin likewise accepted without reservation. Soon, similar exchanges transpired among the other airships. Consequently, Elder Lin received numerous gifts, which left Shen Mobai astounded. It seems that being the first-rate sect of Hehuan Sect, tasked with this escort mission, also brought such benefits. This made Shen Mobai envious. He too wished to sit idly while treasures were delivered to him. As Shen Mobai became lost in such fantasies, Elder Lin's voice echoed in his ear, "Kid, Were it not for Wanzhou asking me to look after you, I would never waste my breath on a junior like you. Be cautious of Xie Zhanpeng. He just revealed a hint of murderous intent toward you. If you encounter anyone from the CF family in the secret realm, keep your distance. Also, watch out for Jiuyu Jianzong and Lian Timin, and do be mindful of time. After imparting these warnings with evident patience, Elder Lin concluded, if you do not reach the Foundation establishment stage, you might as well perish inside. Do not dare to emerge with your old face. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill you. After saying this, Elder Lin sighed deeply, inwardly lamenting, Daughter, what is so special about this old man that you must assist him so? I truly wish he would perish within, to spare me the embarrassment in the future. As a dignified Yuanying stage cultivator, how could I stoop to the role of a mere guide? Where shall I hide my old face? Alas, Shen Mobai could only await a nod of acknowledgement, refraining from any superfluous remarks. He merely sneezed, silently cursing whoever was cursing him. Amidst these trivial interludes, a resounding boom signaled the opening of the secret realm's gate on the mountainside. Suddenly, a colossal blue portal appeared, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy that seemed almost tangible. It was evidently extraordinary. At that moment, Haoze swiftly produced an object, and, after performing a series of hand seals, the item unfurled in the wind, resembling a grand carpet. This connected the airship to the blue portal. Disciples of Hehuan Sect, do not delay. Enter the secret realm at once. Haoze proclaimed after laying out the carpet. Observing this, Shen Mobai was the first to charge forward. His haste driven by the countdown from the system that had already commenced. Ding! Friendly reminder. 10 minutes remain until the host's repayment deadline. Please gather energy immediately, or face the dire consequences of soul harvesting and eternal punishment. Chapter 65, Entering the Secret Realm, Directly Slaying Upon Encounter. Suing Shui, I shall proceed first. We shall converge within the secret realm, Shen Mobai declared, dashing towards the entrance with astonishing speed. His urgency was fueled by the impending deadline for his interest payment, fearing that delay would lead to his demise. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Are you in such a rush to be reborn? Do you think you could just enter and leave in a moment? There's a 4-month duration. Why the hurry? The crowd around him murmured in disbelief at the impatience of this elder from a prestigious sect, lamenting his lack of composure. Nevertheless, Shen Mobai paid them no mind. He leaped into the blue portal. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he lost all bodily awareness of his surroundings. Once he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he immediately scanned his environment with heightened vigilance. The area was small, revealing a sunken lake at a glance. Surrounded by steep cliffs on 3 sides, streams of clear water cascaded down the cliffs, flowing gently outwards. The sound of rushing water echoed incessantly, and the mist it generated enveloped the surroundings. This place resembled a grand waterfall. In the center of the lake lay a small island, upon which stood a tree about half a zhang high. Shen Mobai focused his gaze and noticed a striking golden dot on the tree, a captivating sight. What fortune! I've only just entered the secret realm and discovered a mysterious fruit. I wonder what its properties are and what effects it may have. Shen Mobai exclaimed in astonishment, then smacked his thigh, adding, what good is it to me now? I must find men, many men, skilled men. If I cannot gather dark energies soon, I shall be in dire straits. In a flurry of urgency, Shen Mobai channeled his spiritual energy into his feet and strode forward with purpose. A radiant light enveloped his feet, and as he continued to move, his form began to ascend into the air. It was the technique he had acquired from the Hehuan Sect's library, the Jiushao Ling Su Bu, allowing him brief flight. Where are those men? Where have they gone? Time is running out. Just as Shen Mobai desperately searched for any trace of men, a ripple disturbed the surface of the lake below. With a soft splash, a figure emerged from the water, clad in a dark robe. With disheveled hair cascading over his forehead, this individual initially stood in a defensive posture. Upon realizing the absence of others, he relaxed, only to suddenly fixate on the golden fruit glowing on the small island in the center of the lake. As the dark-robed man prepared to rush forward and seize the fruit, he suddenly crouched low, eyeing the surface of the lake warily, as if sensing a lurking terror. Yet, almost immediately, he drew a short blade, having detected Shen Mobai soaring above him. Upon spotting the dark-robed man, Shen Mobai's eyes gleamed with excitement, an overwhelming thirst for opportunity igniting within him. He fixed his gaze on the dark-robed figure, desperate not to let him escape, and swiftly altered his course towards him. The dark-robed man, scanning with arrogance, scoffed, "Humph, these so-called righteous sects are becoming increasingly foolish. Merely a chi refinement 9th layer cultivator dares to enter the secret realm? Do they not know how to write death? Today, I shall show you the error of your ways. Do not be a person in your next life." Strangely, he pondered how a 9th layer chi refinement cultivator could be flying in midair. No matter. I shall turn him into a human puppet and extract information at my leisure. The dark-robed man silently awaited Shen Mobai's approach, ready to strike. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The lake's surface began to roil violently, releasing a flurry of bubbles. With a thunderous crash, a massive crab leapt from the depths, towering 3 zhong high, its black-red shell glistening ominously, and its bulging eyes fixated on the dark-robed man. As water dripped from its underbelly, it extended its enormous red pincers, aiming to strike at the dark-robed figure. Just as the dark-robed man prepared to act, a booming voice echoed from above. "You beast, do not dare to take my man." Shen Mobai felt a surge of indignation. How dare anyone attempt to seize energy from him? He summoned the Dian Shui Chong, and with the overwhelming spiritual power of a 9th layer chi refinement cultivator surging through it, the spear radiated an unparalleled brilliance. In an instant, the Dian Shui Chong transformed into a colossal spear exceeding 7 zhong in length, hurtling towards the gigantic crab with lightning speed. The dark-robed man could only perceive an overwhelming light illuminating the air, which felt as if it heralded his demise. Just then, Shen Mobai's voice rang out, unleashing an invisible wave of terrifying pressure that enveloped the area, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to become agitated and restless, followed by the sound of the spear cutting through the air. Boatan, 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 a series of dense sounds echoed, growing louder and faster, resonating throughout the small lake. In an instant, a tremendous crack reverberated. A lance pierced through the colossal crab's body, pinning it firmly before the figure of the man in black robes. This formidable strike unleashed a vast wave, churning the lake's surface into towering tides, reminiscent of a tsunami. Had the black-robed man not possessed foundational cultivation, he might have been swept away. Observing this astonishing scene, the black-robed man felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Was this truly a 9th level of chi refining? Even foundational cultivation shouldn't wield such power, should it? He approached me. What was his intention? No, I am a foundational cultivator of the demon sect. I cannot falter. I must raise my blade and confront him. The black-robed man incessantly murmured to himself, yet his body remained rooted in place. A prompt from the system chimed in. Reminder, only 1 minute remains until the host's repayment deadline. Please gather energy. Failure to repay will result in soul harvesting, leading to eternal punishment. Thank you. At that moment, the black-robed man observed the elderly figure across from him, who offered a radiant smile and began to walk toward him. Shortly after, the black-robed man's body sank into an abyss of darkness, endless and profound. Eventually, even the darkness faded, leaving nothingness in its wake. Chapter 66, Provoking the Demon Sect. Harvesting the fruits. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 2 points of black energy. Current total, 478 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 2 points of black energy. Current total, 678 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 2 points of black energy. Current total, 878 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 100 points of black energy. Current total, 12,078 points. Successfully deducted the host's previous month's loan interest, 120 points of black and white energy. Congratulations on timely repayment of monthly interest. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Shen Mobai finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. That was close, fortunately. The appearance of the black-robed man proved fortuitous. My sincere gratitude for this life-saving intervention. Moreover, had I encountered a chi-refining practitioner instead, no matter how pulverized his bones, I could not have amassed such a wealth of black energy. After whispering to himself, Shen Mobai began to examine the black-robed man's storage bag. What utter rubbish! No spirit stones, no elixirs, no techniques. Were these bottles blood? Why so much? Shen Mobai rummaged through the entire storage bag, ultimately finding nothing of value. In disdain, he cast the storage bag into the corner of his infinite storage space, marking it as a trash heap. Having completed this task, Shen Mobai turned his gaze toward the golden fruit at the center of the lake. Just as he prepared to approach and pluck it, a thought struck him. Perhaps he should wait. What if an unsuspecting fool arrived, providing an opportunity for profit? Yes, that shall be my plan, waiting for the rabbit to come. Casting a glance at the massive crab pinned before him, he mused that it must be quite delectable. His stomach grumbled, urging him to sample the delicacy. Thus, Shen Mobai began to prepare the great crab. Ah, the flavor is delightful, tender, and springy, with an excellent texture. Remarkably, it is infused with a wealth of spiritual energy, just in time, as my 9 transformations of spirit refinement is nearing completion. Seizing this chance, I shall cultivate and fish simultaneously. In the ensuing time, Shen Mobai utilized the spiritually rich crab meat for cultivation while quietly waiting for someone to bite at the golden fruit. Meanwhile, in a forest within the secret realm, towering trees loomed, so immense that a few individuals could not encircle them. The dense foliage cast the ground into a dim twilight. At that moment, a figure rushed through the underbrush, suddenly halting. He produced a compass resembling a mirror, which trembled incessantly, revealing a swiftly flashing light point. After a few moments, it extinguished, as if it had never appeared. This is bad. Xiao Bing has perished. I must quickly regroup with the main force and report this matter. How dare anyone provoke my demon sect? I hope you do not die too quickly. Otherwise, you shall miss the thrill of being overwhelmed. With this thought, the man glanced again at the mirror compass and darted off in a specific direction. 2 days later, he finally reunited with the main force. This place was no longer the forest but a vast stone forest, where towering rock formations, resembling ominous swords, jutted from the earth, glimmering with a cold, metallic sheen in the twilight. As the wind whistled through the jagged stones, it produced an eerie sound, sending chills down the spine. 2 groups of individuals gathered here, some standing, others seated. Upon entering the stone forest, the man began to scan his surroundings. Finally, spotting a familiar figure, he hurried over and reported, I must inform you, Holy Sun, Xiao Bing has fallen. The figure referred to as the Holy Sun was a pale youth, exuding an air of death. Clad in a black robe threaded with shimmering strands, he appeared far from ordinary. The others present bore a striking resemblance to him, all pale and ghostly. This individual was one of the holy sons of the demon sect, named Jing Mobai. With his eyes half closed, Jing Mobai spoke calmly. To dare provoke my demon sect is to court death. Xiao Jia, swiftly lead Xiao Yi and Xiao Ding, take the tracking compass and bring me that man's head. Xiao Jia promptly stood, accepting the command and departing with the others. After waiting a moment, Jing Mobai rose and approached another group, standing before a graceful woman. He spoke, Saintess, let us depart. Nearly everyone has arrived. The woman known as Su Qinghuan rose, her bosom undulating like rippling azure waves, while her midriff exposed her navel, exuding a wild allure. Her long, smooth legs shimmered with an enticing glow. Dusting off her attire, she nodded and strode confidently in a particular direction. Throughout this process, Su Qinghuan radiated an aura of captivating malevolence, akin to a high and mighty enchantress. Jing Mobai smirked, casting a lingering glance at the alluring curves before him, gritting his teeth as he followed suit. As both groups of followers observed their leaders departing, they too began to follow. It has been 2 days. Why has no fish come to bite? Is this location too remote? Never mind. I shall leave now. Shen Mobai concluded, preparing to pick the golden fruit and depart. This place truly lived up to its reputation as a coveted secret realm, brimming with an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Even the creatures here possess astonishing spiritual essence, making them truly nourishing treasures. In just 2 short days, coupled with the frenzied absorption of spiritual energy through the 6 acupoints of the Yinfeng Tun Tianju, Shen Mobai's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Consequently, the training period of the Jiuzhuan Shui Ling De Fa in the qi refinement stage has concluded. The origins of this Jiuzhuan Shui Ling De Fa remain a mystery, yet its power is undeniably formidable. If the qi refinement stage bestows such immense strength upon me, One can only imagine the astonishing surprises that the Foundation establishment stage will bring. I eagerly anticipate it. I cannot help but wonder if even the most celestial of techniques could provide such a remarkable enhancement. At this moment, Shen Mobai's countenance radiates with renewed vigor and satisfaction. Having just repaid his debts, he has ample time until next month. With his cultivation at its peak, he is ready to establish his foundation. The alluring mystery of the fruit lies before him, tantalizingly close at hand. How could he not feel a sense of triumph? After harvesting the golden fruit, he plans to retreat to a secluded location to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. What a delightful prospect. Yet, he finds himself in a quandary. Should he use the 51 Foundation establishment pills he obtained, or should he exchange them for the perfect Foundation establishment pills from the system? Shen Mobai, caught in this internal conflict, mutters to himself as he glides toward the center of the small lake. Arriving at the fruit tree, a delicate fragrance wafts through the air. Upon closer inspection, he notices a singular fruit that resembles a heart, radiating a golden hue. As he draws nearer, it exudes an aura of brilliance. Shen Mobai refrains from hastily plucking it, aware that some fruits require a delicate touch to harvest. Recklessness could lead to disastrous outcomes. Hastily, he retrieves the General Fruit Compendium, gifted by Yi Chiu, preparing to meticulously identify this particular fruit and uncover its unknown properties. Chapter 67. The Discovery of the Terror Crocodile. Ah, found it. The fruit, heart-shaped and emitting a golden glow, feels cool to the touch, akin to a block of iron. Indeed, this must be it. The effects state that consuming this fruit significantly enhances the speed at which one can absorb spiritual energy through a gold attribute spiritual root, and it exponentially increases the power of gold attribute techniques. Let me see how to harvest it. It requires wrapping the hand in fire attribute spiritual energy for extraction and storing it in a fire attribute metal container. To his surprise, such meticulousness is required. Fortunately, it appears that there are fire attribute metal containers among the debris in his spatial storage. Shen Mobai, having completed his self-dialogue, begins to harvest and store the fruit according to the instructions in the compendium. As for immediate consumption, he chooses to refrain. Firstly, he feels the fruit's effects are not particularly potent, as there is a limit to the number of fruits one can consume, a fact he is well aware of. Such a precious opportunity should not be squandered. Secondly, there is no rush to eat it. What if he encounters something even more satisfying and beneficial later on? Having completed these tasks, Shen Mobai intends to depart from the area, following the flow of the water downstream. With no specific destination in mind, he wanders aimlessly. Though thoughts of suing Shui cross his mind, he hopes she possesses enough wisdom to remain hidden and successfully break through to the Foundation establishment stage. After traveling for a day and a night, Shen Mobai is taken aback to find that he has not encountered a single fruit. Instead, he comes across numerous herds of animals. For instance, he encounters a herd of wild bulls over a yard high, their eyes glowing red and tempers flaring. The hide of each bull reflects a murky, dark light, all exhibiting the strength of peak chi refinement, clearly not to be trifled with. However, Shen Mobai is more than willing to seize the opportunity for a feast, resulting in the complete annihilation of the entire herd, leaving not a single beast behind. He gleefully stores this bounty of nourishing food in his infinite space. Additionally, Shen Mobai encounters a nest of meerkats atop a low hill. However, these meerkats are larger, with exceptionally sharp claws and protruding teeth, exuding a fierce demeanor. Each one possesses the strength of early Foundation establishment. Shen Mobai, feeling provoked, had intended to pass by, but a young meerkat blocks his path, appearing intent on confrontation. Thus, he engages with it, swiftly dispatching the young meerkat. Little did he know, this act would stir the anger of the remaining meerkats, leading to an intense battle. Ultimately, leveraging his abundant spiritual energy and the explosive skill Jing Tian e.g., he activates Xian Gang Ti to confront them head-on, resulting in the total annihilation of the meerkat den. Unsatisfied, Shen Mobai even destroys their nest, displaying a remarkable cruelty. As he continues on his path, Shen Mobai implements his own version of the three-light policy. Everything he sees must be exterminated, everything he smells must be absorbed, and all valuable resources must be collected. Under this policy, all creatures fall victim to his onslaught. Giant pythons, scorpions, crocodiles, and earthworms. None escape his grasp. He justifies this by claiming that the animal's flesh and blood contain ample spiritual energy, which will be beneficial for his future cultivation. Unbeknownst to Shen Mobai, his actions have incited the wrath of the guardian beast in the area, a massive terror crocodile over 10 yards in size, which is currently in a vast swamp, engaged in the act of procreation. Nearby, a majestic eagle reports to it. Upon hearing the news, the terror crocodile erupts in fury, launching a fierce roar that shakes the ground, nearly crushing the female crocodile beneath it. What a wretched place this is, devoid of any suitable location for cultivation. Has the mysterious fruit vanished completely? After such a lengthy search, not a single one has been found. If only he had known, he would have chosen a different direction. This journey has yielded nothing but animals. Just as Shen Mobai laments his misfortune, 3 streams of sword light approach swiftly from afar. Instantly, he feels a sense of impending danger. This level of sword flight can only be achieved by Foundation establishment experts, and they're clearly heading straight for him. The 3 figures on swords are none other than Xiao Jia, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Ding, sent by Jing Mo want to hunt down Shen Mobai. At this moment, Xiao Jia speaks. According to the compass and the residual information from Xiao Bing, this is the person we are looking for. We must eliminate him. It's infuriating to have chased him this far. With that, he summons a sword-like weapon, pointing it directly at Shen Mobai, launching a rapid assault. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi produces a mountain seal that expands in the wind, descending upon Shen Mobai. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding unfurls a banner, spinning it around the 3 of them, presumably as a protective artifact. Shen Mobai is bewildered by the unfolding scene. What is happening? Are they attacking him on sight? Is this not akin to stealing his livelihood? He is accustomed to being the one who does such things. Shen Mobai could hardly endure the situation. He promptly raised the Tian Yi shield to block the mountain imprint while wielding the Dian Shui spear to pierce towards the long sword. A resounding clash echoed as the mountain imprint and long sword were deflected. Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi immediately displayed expressions of disbelief. This elderly man, capable of slaying the Foundation establishment period Xiao Bing, truly possessed formidable skills. However, observing his cultivation level, which was merely that of a qi refining practitioner, they resolved to maintain their aerial advantage and engage in long-range attacks. Xiao Ding continued to prepare defensive measures. Xiao Jia, having commanded battles before, discerned the strengths and weaknesses, orchestrating a sensible arrangement. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Shen Mobai was not an ordinary individual. As the long sword approached, Shen Mobai activated his spiritual energy, deftly deflecting it. He rolled forward, narrowly evading the side strike of the mountain imprint. The aggressive approach of these 3 compelled Shen Mobai to abandon any pretense of restraint, intent on swiftly eliminating his adversaries. Channeling spiritual energy into his feet, he executed the Jiu Shao Ling Su step, soaring upward with the intent to vanquish the trio. Upon witnessing Shen Mobai ascend, Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi were momentarily taken aback. The long sword and mountain imprint prepared to counter, but Shen Mobai's spear was already upon them. Another thunderous crash resonated as Shen Mobai was repelled. It turned out that his swift strike had ultimately been intercepted by Xiao Ding's banner. Xiao Jia broke into a cold sweat, relieved that he had previously arranged for protective measures. Otherwise, today would have been perilous. At this juncture, upon landing, Shen Mobai inquired, "Who are you? Why did you attempt to take my life upon our first meeting?" Xiao Jia replied succinctly, "Life for a life, having slain a member of my demon sect. Your demise is inevitable today." Understanding the situation at last, Shen Mobai felt prepared to unleash his full power against them. However, at that moment, a cloud of dust arose on the horizon, accompanied by a rumbling akin to an earthquake. Clearly, some colossal creature was rushing towards them. Chapter 68, Surrounded by Enemies. Robbery of the Wasteland. Xiao Jia and his companions, having ascended to a considerable height, quickly spotted the distant spectacle and exclaimed, "Not good. It is the guardian beast of this place. How has it come here?" Realizing it must be passing by, they promptly abandoned their battle, ascending higher to wait for it to move on. After giving the order, they swiftly gained altitude, distancing themselves from Shen Mobai, intending to avoid this ferocious beast. As the terrifying crocodile drew nearer, Shen Mobai finally discerned its true form. The creature was colossal, its scales a glossy black. It bore a single horn on its head, radiating a yellowish glow. Its robust limbs caused the ground to tremble with every stride. Shen Mobai, convinced he had not provoked such a being, immediately fled in the opposite direction, hoping to evade the potentially passing giant. Yet, as he altered his path, the terrifying crocodile also shifted its course, revealing that it was indeed targeting him. Observing this from above, Xiao Jia and his companions understood the situation and resolved to temporarily forego their attempt to slay Shen Mobai, opting instead to watch the ensuing chaos. Before the terrifying crocodile could approach, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing an intensely nauseating stench. Shen Mobai dared not underestimate the threat. He poured an immense amount of spiritual energy into the Tian Yi shield, and as the shield expanded rapidly, he positioned it in front of him, bracing for the beast's onslaught. Ascending to avoid the attack was no longer feasible. The trio of Xiao Jia was still lurking above, making flight exceedingly perilous. Just as the Tian Yi shield radiated an overwhelming brilliance, growing to an impressive height of over 3 zhong, the terrifying crocodile charged with unmatched force, colliding violently with the shield. A deafening crash ensued as the crocodile shook its head in pain, likely dazed. Shen Mobai also felt the impact, his feet carving a long groove in the earth as he was propelled backward. Shaking his slightly numb arm, he muttered, "This beast possesses immense strength. Had I not mastered the Xiangang body, I might have found myself at a disadvantage." The situation regarding the perfected foundation establishment realm now seemed troublesome. During their earlier confrontation, Shen Mobai sensed the crocodile's cultivation level. Xiao Jia, witnessing the standoff between man and beast, was visibly astonished. In this secret realm, practitioners above the foundation establishment level were not permitted entry. Those at the foundation establishment stage were already considered elite fighters. Furthermore, an unwritten rule existed within the secret realm. Qi refining practitioners typically entered solely to reach the foundation establishment level. Attempting to harvest the elusive fruits would result in being besieged and even exterminated by stronger opponents. Only those with foundation establishment cultivation were deemed eligible to contend for the mysterious fruits. This unwritten rule had both advantages and disadvantages. If only foundation establishment practitioners entered, they might secure numerous fruits, but it could lead to a depletion of future disciples, jeopardizing the sect's long-term development. Conversely, if only Qi refining practitioners were present, they would be at significant risk without the protection of foundation establishment experts. Consequently, a compromise was reached, allowing half of the foundation establishment practitioners to seize the fruits while the remaining Qi refining practitioners focused on breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Thus, the presence of so many foundation establishment practitioners in this secret realm was facilitated. Seeing the terrifying crocodile still in a state of disorientation, Shen Mobai promptly raised the Dian Shui spear, channeling spiritual energy into it as he brandished the 3 zhong-long spear towards the creature. As the spear neared, the crocodile instinctively tilted its head to evade a fatal blow to its eyes. In doing so, it retaliated by swinging its formidable tail with a force that felt like a mountain crashing down. Shen Mobai could only adopt an offensive stance, advancing rapidly. The Dian Shui spear, glimmering with cold light, struck the crocodile's hide, producing a series of sizzling sparks. Shen Mobai was taken aback. He was unable to breach the creature's defenses. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. As the terrifying crocodile swung its massive tail once more and raised its forelimbs in preparation to strike down, Shen Mobai had no choice but to retreat swiftly. Activating the Jiu Shao Ling Su step beneath his feet, he narrowly escaped being crushed. What on earth is this? Such strength and defense. How am I to contend with this? Shen Mobai grumbled. At this moment, he found himself trapped between the terrifying crocodile and the 3 vigilant adversaries above. Shen Mobai contemplated making a strategic retreat. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the situation. Xiao Jia appeared to have anticipated Shen Mobai's intentions as they began to encircle him. This infuriated Shen Mobai, who thought to himself, "If you wish to eliminate me, I shall ensure you suffer in return." Just then, as the terrifying crocodile charged again, Xiao Jia and his companions seemed to have coordinated their actions, dropping their altitude and swiftly approaching, unleashing 3 waves of spiritual consciousness attacks directed at Shen Mobai. The intangible assault arrived silently. The Tai Su Zhen Hunzhong, immediately emitted intricate characters and mysterious symbols, intertwining to form a pendulum and chains. This directly shattered the spiritual attacks of Xiao Jia and his companions. However, Shen Mobai also experienced a backlash. Both Shen Mobai and the trio of Xiao Jia simultaneously spat out blood, sustaining significant injuries. The fearsome crocodile was utterly unconcerned with the others, charging forward with formidable force, now looming before Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai struggled to raise the Tian Idun to block the impending blow. Yet, the previous backlash had drastically slowed his ability to mobilize spiritual energy, ultimately leaving him a fraction too late. With a resounding thud, the not fully fortified Shen Mobai was forcefully sent flying a considerable distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia and his companions, having been injured from the earlier spiritual assault, could only watch in desperation as Shen Mobai was knocked away, praying for his demise. Shen Mobai found himself on the precipice of danger, with life and death hanging by a thread. The crocodile let out a triumphant roar, charging towards Shen Mobai's hurtling form once more. With a series of coughs, Shen Mobai expelled several mouthfuls of blood, finally stabilizing himself. As he beheld the rapidly approaching crocodile, he gritted his teeth and forced his spiritual energy to circulate beneath his feet, propelling himself into the air. Just as he took flight, he summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a torrent of spiritual power towards his fingertips. Visibly, a vortex resembling a radiant sun emerged at his fingertips, growing larger and brighter. The intense light cast a pallid glow below, directly aimed at the positions of Xiao Jia and his companions. Alarmed, Xiao Jia shouted, "Xiao Ding, protect yourself." At that moment, Shen Mobai had no intention of being caught off guard. He would not allow them to employ the same tactics again. With a swift motion of his other hand, a rope-like strand surged up to ensnare Xiao Ding, binding him tightly. This was the Quan Xian Shou that Shen Mobai had stealthily buried in the ground moments before. A hint of cold amusement flickered across Shen Mobai's face as he declared, "After enduring your assaults for so long, it is now my turn to let you experience the might of my Jiahuang Ji." With that, the blinding sphere of light he held burst forth, hurtling towards the panicking trio below like a sun plummeting to the earth, visible, yet unavoidable. Chapter 69. I am safe here, come. Shirley Li, a foundational female cultivator of the Hehuan Sect, spent her days ensnaring men. Thus, her attire was daring, exposing a significant portion of her body to the air. Her ascension to the foundational stage was not due to exceptional talent, but rather a stroke of luck in this secret realm, where she chanced upon a mysterious fruit that altered her constitution. Subsequently, she discovered that this new physique, combined with her alluring skills, rendered her a formidable temptress to men. From that point onward, she roamed the world, luring wealthy suitors, emptying their pockets and discarding them like worn-out shoes, moving on to her next target. The facade of mutual consent was maintained, and the sect made no objections. This cyclical pattern quickly enriched her, strengthening her power in the process. Now, having returned to this secret realm amidst the competition for disciple entry, she sought the rare fruits within. These fruits were precious, often unattainable, and she also aimed to rob the rich to support the poor by targeting affluent male cultivators. At this moment, having arrived in a secluded area during the teleportation into the secret realm, she found herself in a vast plain. Initially planning to take flight, she unexpectedly discovered a mysterious fruit. After 3 days of effort, she successfully defeated the guarding beast and obtained the fruit. Just as she prepared to leave in joy, an earthquake struck. Confused, she took to the skies to investigate, only to spot the crocodile. As she prepared to evade the ferocious guardian beast, she witnessed a battle in the distance. Driven by curiosity and the hope of finding an opportunity, Shirley Li followed, only to witness a terrifying scene. An elderly figure soared into the air, seemingly holding a sun, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Then, with a mighty shout, he hurled the dazzling orb downward. Instantly, the heavens shifted, and the earth trembled. A deafening roar resonated across the landscape. A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, and shockwaves rushed forth. Shirley Li was thoroughly frightened by such overwhelming power. She dared not provoke it. Just as she contemplated fleeing, an idea struck her, prompting her to turn back and approach closer. After unleashing a Hehuan Shen Mobai finally felt the diminishing flow of spiritual energy. Sensing that only 90% remained, he sighed. From the earlier battle until now, he had first clashed with the crocodile, then suffered significant mental injuries from the trio of foundational cultivator spiritual attacks. Following that, he endured a collision with the crocodile. At present, his mind was hazy, and his internal organs bore injury. Had he not trained in the Xiangang Tabata refining technique, standing would have been challenged. Gazing at the massive crater left by the impact, and the remains of Xiao Jia and his companions, Shen Mobai spat out another mouthful of blood. My dark energy. 3 foundational cultivators. That's over 300 points of dark energy. How could you be so weak, turning to dust in an instant? He spoke while bleeding, unsure if it was from his injuries or the pain in his heart. The crocodile, now limping away in terror from the unparalleled explosion, quickened its pace upon hearing Shen Mobai's wails, using its tail to propel itself in a frantic escape. Shen Mobai had intended to pursue, but the dizziness overwhelmed him. Who goes there? He called out, directing his gaze toward a sound. At that moment, Shirley Li emerged, raising her hand and exclaiming, Fellow cultivator, do not harm me. I am also from the Hehuan Sect. We are family. We are family. Shen Mobai acknowledged her, but did not lower his guard. Shirley Li feigned surprise, saying, I sensed unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy and the sounds of battle from afar, so I came to investigate. You must be the first-place winner of this inter-sect competition, Shen Mobai. I have long admired your reputation, and I even watched your match during the finals. It was truly thrilling. To meet you today, you are indeed a dragon among men, so imposing. Let us depart swiftly, for the battle rages fiercely in this place. It is possible that someone may arrive shortly. Should they be from the opposing sect, we would be in grave danger. I happen to possess the ability to fly with my sword. Hurry and ascend. I shall take you to a safe location. Come now, my dear brother. Throughout this ordeal, Shen Mobai maintained his vigilance. However, as Shirley Li remarked, lingering here is perilous. Ultimately, Shen Mobai resolved to board Shirley Li's flying sword. In a flash of brilliance, the two departed rapidly. In a secluded forest by a small pond, where the gentle flow of water graced the serene surroundings, a beautiful woman lingered nearby. This woman, possessing a kind heart and commendable beauty, stirred thoughts of potential excitement within him. I am certainly not a mere gentleman like Lu Xiaohui. I shall act. As Shen Mobai cleansed himself of the blood, he mused delightfully to himself. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Just as the surprised Shen Mobai turned to investigate, a flash of pure white light darted past him, landing with a splash in the pond. Moments later, a head surfaced, revealing delicate shoulders that seemed almost too fragile to touch. Shirley Li, with slightly parted lips and a breath as fragrant as orchids, exclaimed, It is far too hot. Come down and cool off. With all that blood on you, how can you clean yourself on the shore? Come, I shall help you. Her voice, almost enchanting, beckoned Shen Mobai to leap into the water. Surely, if he did, something delightful would transpire, as she suggested. In his dazed state, just as he prepared to jump, a sharp pain coursed through his insides and mind. Suddenly, as if awoken from spell, Shen Mobai regained his senses and waved his hands, saying, No need, no need. Thank you. With that, he departed alone. Shirley Li had merely exerted a hint of her allure, not fully unleashing her powers. She had thought that even a casual attempt would suffice. Little did she expect that this old lecher would resist her charms, maintaining the facade of a pure maiden. Do you think my ship can be boarded at will? It seems this old fellow possesses some depth. Having so many storage bags and not even glancing at them, he must have discerning taste. Surely, he possesses numerous treasures. Once I have him in my grasp, they shall all belong to me. With that thought, Shirley Li donned her clothing and followed in Shen Mobai's footsteps. Perhaps due to her haste, her clothing was rather scant. Shirley Li reasoned that she would inevitably need to shed her garments later. So why bother with so many layers? For the next 2 days, Shen Mobai found a concealed cave and took refuge there with Shirley Li. He intended to recuperate before proceeding. As a fellow disciple, Shen Mobai felt reluctant to dismiss her. During this time, Shirley Li made several deliberate attempts to entice him. Yet Shen Mobai, for various reasons, refrained from any inappropriate actions. He found himself perplexed. As he felt no attraction towards Shirley Li, despite her suggestive gestures and words. This baffled Shirley Li, for her allure had always been effective with other male cultivators. Now, her efforts bore little fruit. One day, standing in a corner of the cave, Shirley Li grew weary of the endless tug-of-war and thought to herself, I can no longer delay. There are many male cultivators awaiting my attention. I cannot waste time on this old man. If he regains his strength, my opportunities will vanish. The reward for first place in the intersect competition was said to be extraordinary, and she had to obtain it. Yet, she was astonished at this old lecher's unwavering composure. During the competition, he had been so eager and reckless. With no other option, she resolved to employ her final tactic. Without hesitation, she approached Shen Mobai, saying, Elder brother, do not focus solely on your cultivation. I have prepared a special medicinal wine that will aid in your recovery. Please, indulge a little. It will expedite your healing. As she spoke, she produced 2 wine cups, leaning against him with a beguiling demeanor. Shen Mobai, instinctively devoid of any ulterior motives towards Shirley Li, shifted slightly away and replied, I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Undeterred, Shirley Li quietly channeled her spiritual energy, her voice taking on an irresistible, melodic quality. Please, elder brother, it is truly fine. In his moment of distraction, Shen Mobai unwittingly succumbed to her charm, lifting the cup to drink deeply. Yet, just as he was about to partake, an innate sense of repulsion surged within him. He snapped back to reality, placing the cup down and gesturing to refuse. Shirley Li, however, huffed, rising to her feet, her demeanor shifting as she coldly regarded him. How audacious! No man has ever rejected me, so. You have forced my hand. Shen Mobai retorted, What? You have finally dropped the pretense? This is for the best. Now you may leave. Shirley Li scoffed, Leave? I cannot depart without the treasures of the first place reward and your exquisite magical artifact. How could I possibly leave empty-handed? Shen Mobai responded with a voice of realization. So your approach was merely a means to obtain these things? Unfortunately for you, you shall never succeed. The reward for first place is a soft and pliable furnace. As a woman, you cannot achieve that. Is that so? You shall not remain so heartless for long. When the time comes, do not beg for my mercy. Shirley Li laughed lightly. Shen Mobai, unrepentant, replied. In that moment of clarity, I sensed a familiar aroma in the wine. You added something, did you not? If I did not drink. Shirley Li, nonchalant, responded, Oh, you noticed? Indeed, I added a special ingredient. But whether you drink or not, merely touching it suffices. Shen Mobai, initially confident, felt a chill of shock at her admission. He had presumed that only his own concoction, what AI Tiao Chai, held such effects. Could Shirley Li's potion possess similar properties? Each day, he had hunted geese, yet today, would he allow a goose to blind him? Shen Mobai could hardly anticipate that a moment of carelessness would lead him to make contact with a wine cup. Would the antidote for what AI Tiao Chai work? Would it counteract the poison? Do you not fear my wrath? Shen Mobai sensed a rising warmth within his body. Shirley Li chuckled, gently lifting his chin with her fingers. Go ahead, kill me. In this desolate wilderness, who shall provide you with an antidote? When the poison takes hold, and no one is there to save you, you shall meet your demise. At worst, we shall perish together, like a pair of amorous swans. Either you surrender all your treasures, and I shall reluctantly assist you in alleviating your poison. As Shirley spoke, she drew closer with brazen intent. Consequently, the system's notification chimes resounded incessantly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 1 point of white energy, current total, 5,517 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 1 point of white energy, current total, 55,171 points. Listening to the system's notifications, Shen Mobai remained motionless. He was not intimidated into submission. Rather, he found the situation decidedly peculiar. Logically speaking, the energy provided by a female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage should not be so meager. Yet, Shirley had evidently crossed a line. The acquisition of white energy was indeed pitifully scant. Observing Shen Mobai's lack of reaction, Shirley presumed he had resigned himself to fate. A sense of triumph surged within her. After all, the old man was still a man, easily subdued. Thus emboldened, she shed her garments, leaving no barrier between her and Shen Mobai. Suddenly, he was struck by an unpleasant odor, sharp and acrid, reminiscent of decaying flesh. A wave of nausea washed over him, snapping Shen Mobai back to clarity. He forcefully pushed Sher Lily away from his legs and seized her throat with unyielding resolve. With his final moments of lucidity, he ruthlessly crushed her windpipe. "You cannot kill me, or else you too shall succumb to the poison," Sher Lily gasped. But her breath ceased before she could finish her warning, slipping into eternal slumber. "What? Just 1 point?" Shen Mobai exclaimed in disbelief. A cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage should yield far more than this. Yet, he soon realized the truth. It was likely that her body had become utterly corrupted, contaminated beyond redemption, which is why even the system offered the bare minimum of energy points. Indeed, this must be the case. How unfortunate. If not for your affiliation with the Hehuan Sect and the potential trouble it could cause, I would have dispatched you already. Now, you dare to poison me. You deserve every bit of this fate. After muttering to himself, Shen Mobai felt a surge of heat in his mouth, dryness overwhelming his senses. Certain parts of his body felt as if they were operating under the influence of the Xingang body, as unyielding as iron. "I must hasten to exchange for an antidote." "Sorry, your balance is insufficient." "What? Insufficient balance?" Shen Mobai checked his account in disbelief. "Debt, 300 points of black and white energy. Interest, 40 per month. Balance, black energy 0, 78 points. White energy, 55, 27 points. Damn it, this is disastrous." Without further hesitation, Shen Mobai snatched Sher Lily's storage bag and fled the cave at breakneck speed. It was imperative to either slay a male cultivator to purchase the antidote or find a woman to counteract the poison. Either option was viable. Chapter 71, Antidote. Another fruit obtained Shen Mobai, in a state of acute urgency, emerged from the cave and randomly chose a direction to sprint. Utilizing the Jiu, Xiao, Ling, Su step, his speed was astonishingly swift. In no time, he had covered a significant distance. However, he encountered not a single soul along the way. A few animals were spotted, but to engage with them was unthinkable. I cannot allow myself to descend into such depravity. At this moment, Shen Mobai clung to the last vestiges of his rationality, gnawing at his forearm to stave off the encroaching darkness through intense pain. Perhaps he would have already succumbed otherwise. Su Qinghuan, a name that evokes intrigue, embodying allure and coldness. In a single phrase, she could be described as captivatingly sinister. As one of the holy maidens of the Demon Sect, she was charged with guiding the Qi refinement stage cultivators during this expedition into the secret realm, ensuring they found safe haven to successfully establish their foundations. At this moment, she had just settled a group of Qi refinement cultivators and was preparing to venture out in search of fruits. Should fortune favor her with a mysterious fruit, this expedition would indeed yield bountiful rewards. "Holy Maiden, we have ventured too far. Shall we not return?" one of her maidservants respectfully suggested. Su Qinghuan remained expressionless, suddenly extending her hand to deliver a resounding slap. The maidservant was sent sprawling, her cheek instantly crimson and swollen. Throughout, Su Qinghuan uttered not a single word, her movements precise and unhesitant. When a maidservant regained her footing, she dared not speak again, silently trailing behind Su Qinghuan. Suddenly, the group spotted an elderly man soaring toward them, gliding through the air with remarkable speed. Alarmed for their holy maiden's safety, the two maidservants summoned their swords, ready for combat. However, the elderly man, who had initially been flying straight, veered sharply upon sighting them, accelerating further. Before he even arrived, he was drooling, his eyes ablaze, as if afflicted by rabies. The maidservants no longer hesitated. With deft movements, their flying swords sliced through the air, aimed at the old man. To their astonishment, the old man disregarded their attacks, allowing the swords to approach without flinching. With a swift flick of his hand, he produced a long rope that shot toward Holy Maiden Su Qinghuan with alarming speed. The maidservants had expected the flying swords to effortlessly vanquish their foe, but as the metallic clash echoed, they realized the old man had somehow evaded harm. Not only that, but this seemed to ignite a ferocity within him, rendering his demeanor even more menacing and his movements impossibly swift. By the time the maidservants reacted, the old man had already seized them by their throats. Then he uttered, "Your face resembles that of a pig's head, far too ugly, discard it." With that, he exerted force, and the maidservants' heads jerked to the side as they met their untimely demise. As the holy maiden leading the expedition, Su Qinghuan possessed formidable strength, having achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At the sight of the rope approaching her, she smirked contemptuously and summoned a protective barrier, attempting to ward off the rope. She also called forth her flying sword, prepared to eliminate this foolish old man. Yet, even as she witnessed the demise of her two maidservants, she could not repel the rope, as if encountering an extraordinarily peculiar artifact that left her momentarily incapacitated and unable to switch tactics. Subsequently, she watched in horror as the old man, still drooling, charged toward her. Maintaining her grip on the rope with both hands, Su Qinghuan pushed off the ground, intending to retreat and create distance between herself and the old man. However, the old man suddenly shifted, appearing directly behind her. The pair of gnarled hands surged towards Su Qinghuan. In response, she no longer held back, unleashing her spiritual force to attack the old man. However, to her astonishment, this very force rebounded with a violent backlash. Su Qinghuan spat out a mouthful of blood, while the old man fared no better, also coughing up blood. Yet, he appeared unfazed by the pain. Seizing the moment of Su Qinghuan's vulnerability, he tightened the ropes, rendering her unable to resist as her protective spiritual light shattered and dissipated. Binding her securely, alarmed, she prepared to counterattack, only to discover that the spiritual energy within her was inexplicably confined, leaving her utterly helpless and drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, she felt a dampness on her face. The old man had commenced an alternative assault. Eventually, after enduring prolonged torment, Su Qinghuan could no longer withstand the suffering and succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate time, Shen Mobai awoke, only to find himself disoriented by his pristine state. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the imprints of teeth all over his body, leaving him utterly perplexed. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the unclothed Su Qinghuan beside him, prompting him to leap up in alarm. Who is she? Why is she beside me? Did we do something? Clutching his head, Shen Mobai strained to recollect the events. Finally, after a moment of reflection, realization dawned upon him. Goodness, have I defiled the pure maiden? Have I acted like a beast? This is incomprehensible. I must flee at once. At this moment, Shen Mobai was filled with anxiety. Su Yingxue was a gold digger. Their relationship was purely transactional. Lin Wanzhou had been the aggressor, and Shen Mobai had only acted in righteous indignation. Yi Zhiqiu was merely reaping the benefits of the previous generation's efforts, burdened by no psychological weight. However, the woman lying on the ground had indeed suffered. Yet, Shen Mobai shrugged and muttered, "If you wish to blame someone, direct your ire at Sure Lily. Do not place the blame upon me, for I too am a victim. Upon awakening, I hope you will not seek to trouble me. We are all victims here, and there is no hierarchy of suffering. I shall take my leave now. Sleep well." Having justified himself, Shen Mobai departed without hesitation. Not long after he had fled, Shen Mobai sensed a commotion ahead, as if a battle was underway. The sounds of clashing weapons and the waves of spiritual energy from cast spells reached him even from a distance. Surely there must be treasures to be found. I shall seize the opportunity. If any fool dares to obstruct me, I shall simply defend myself. With his mind made up, Shen Mobai dashed forward. Chapter 72. The Clam and the Heron Struggle. A feast of carnage. Ouch. Pain surged through Su Qinghuan even before her eyes opened. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. And in an instant, she sprang up, recalling the repulsive old man. Maintaining her composure was no longer possible. Hastily, she gathered her clothing, her face taut with determination, and set off in pursuit. That accursed old man, if I do not dismember you, if I do not flay your skin, I shall not bear the surname Su. Shen Mobai, exerting the full extent of his Jiu Shao Ling Su Bu, soon arrived at the site of the conflict. It was an expansive grassy field, over 30 zhang wide, devoid of any vegetation. Two individuals were engaged in a fierce battle. One of them, Shen Mobai recognized by their attire, was a member of the CF family, with whom he shared deep karmic ties. The other, clad in a black robe, bore a resemblance to those who had pursued Shen Mobai, presumably from the demonic sect. At that moment, the CF family cultivator, a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, noticed Shen Mobai's arrival. Although he found Shen Mobai somewhat familiar, he loudly proclaimed, "Fellow cultivator, you must be from my righteous sect. Quickly assist me in subduing this demonic sect member. I assure you, there shall be no injustice in reward." the demonic sect member, also a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, was far less courteous, exclaiming, "What a mere chi-refining stage fish. Get lost, or I shall slay you. Do not say I am bullying the weak." The two combatants were so engrossed in their fierce struggle that they paid no heed to Shen Mobai, who was clearly underestimated as a low-ranking practitioner. Shen Mobai, however, was unperturbed, his gaze fixed ahead. In the center of the field, he spotted a cluster of flowers 3 feet tall, with one bloom prominently displaying a fruit emanating a faint blue glow, a sight that was anything but ordinary. A mysterious fruit? What fortune! I shall reluctantly claim it. With that thought, Shen Mobai surged forward toward the fruit. The leader of the Xie family, witnessing Shen Mobai's actions, shouted, "Old man, you seek death by daring to touch my Xie family's possessions." The leader of the demonic sect also ceased fighting, launching an attack towards Shen Mobai while shouting, "You little chi-refining brat, you dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Do you seek death?" Shen Mobai chuckled, "You have forced my hand. I am merely acting in self-defense." In his current state, slaying mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners was as effortless as slaughtering chickens or dogs. In a mere exchange, both adversaries found their chests pierced by Shen Mobai's hand. Congratulations, host has successfully acquired 110 black energy points. Current total, 11,078 points. Congratulations. Host has successfully acquired 110 black energy points. Current total, 22,078 points. It must be said, this method of collecting black energy is incredibly efficient. Just to clarify, this is self-defense. Do not misinterpret me as a bloodthirsty killer, or I shall not hesitate to sue you for defamation. Hearing the system's notifications after claiming the fruit, Shen Mobai addressed the two corpses once more. Having concluded, he turned to depart. Not long after, a strikingly alluring figure descended to survey the carnage. Traveling aimlessly, Shen Mobai sought a secluded place to enter seclusion and break through to the Foundation establishment stage. However, he found himself lacking sufficient black energy points. On one hand, he needed to exchange for numerous perfect Foundation establishment pills, particularly given his 5-element root aptitude, which would require an ample supply. On the other hand, he was aware that the time required for Foundation establishment was considerable. It was perfectly normal for others to take a month or two. He needed to conserve black energy. Otherwise, he might fall short during his seclusion and owe interest. Thus, he must gather some mysterious fruits while also accumulating a bit of dark energy. The order of these tasks cannot be reversed. That is all there is to it. Indeed, fortune has favored him, and it is unstoppable. After wandering aimlessly for half the day, Shen Mobai discovered a battle unfolding ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the fray. The combatants were a towering tiger, standing 2 zhang tall with 2 heads and a robust male cultivator. This time, Shen Mobai refrained from revealing himself too soon, intending to stealthily approach and collect the fruits first. However, he underestimated the perceptive abilities of a Foundation establishment cultivator and was soon detected by the brawny man. "Are you hoping to benefit from the conflict between us, my friend? Withdraw at once. The Lighthearted sect considers you an ally." With a sigh, Shen Mobai lamented, "I did not wish to kill, but you have forced my hand. I merely intended to gather the fruits and depart. Yet you insisted on offering me energy, so I must graciously accept." Consequently, Shen Mobai commenced a relentless assault. Moments later, he secured the fruits, along with the dark energy, and fortuitously acquired numerous valuable items, such as tiger bones and tiger whips. Shaking his hands, Shen Mobai departed with a flourish. Not long after his departure, a captivating and malevolent figure descended nearby. Arriving too late, this elder was utterly ruthless, slaughtering every person and beast in his path. This cannot continue. I must summon the forces of the Mo sect to ensure he meets his end in the northwest, or I may never have another chance. This time, I shall not let you escape. Just wait, you vile old man. 10 days passed in this manner. During this time, Shen Mobai reaped abundant rewards. At this moment, the ground was strewn with mysterious fruits. There were spine strings and translucent vertebra-like fruit clusters, which upon consumption could manifest any bone of the body as a weapon. Utterly worthless, the Zhu-yin fruit, with veins resembling molten lava, would boil the blood and bestow monstrous strength, turning skin to stone. What use is that? Worthless. The Chia-ing fruit, swirling with shadowy spirals, grants invisibility and conceals one's cultivation level. This one has potential. I shall sample it later. The Yutao gene, a cerulean berry that emits a woman's weeping upon touch, can heal physical wounds and even regenerate severed limbs. A fine treasure indeed. I must keep it safe. A plethora of fruits with various functions left Shen Mobai in high spirits. After organizing and sorting them, he pondered, which one should I consume first? TMD. My indecisiveness has returned. Perhaps I shall wait a bit longer. It is said that there's a limit to the number of fruits one can consume, so there is no rush. For some reason, encounters with cultivators or fierce beasts had dwindled over the past 2 days. Have I truly exterminated them all? That cannot be. From my hasty glance on the airship, the number of cultivators was far greater. Where have they all gone? Could they be plotting something significant? Shen Mobai mused to himself. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. This place feels very strange. Chapter 73. Provoking anger, surrounded on all sides as if sensing something. Shen Mobai swiftly summoned the Tian Yi shield and the Dian Shui spear, adopting a defensive stance. He muttered, something is not right. It is too quiet. Not even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Who is there? Show yourself. At this moment, a captivating and malevolent figure emerged. It's you? How did you find me? Just as Shen Mobai contemplated how to persuade her, another figure clad in a resplendent black robe stepped forward. It was the Hehuan Sect's holy son, Jing Mowan. Upon seeing the two, Shen Mobai became acutely alert. Yet, it did not end there. Footsteps echoed from behind. Following the sound, he beheld 2 individuals dressed in Xie family attire, likely members of the Xie family. They were none other than Xie Yuqin and Xie Yuqi, siblings of Xie Yushu. Just as Shen Mobai was about to speak, another individual approached. This newcomer was muscular and intimidating, none other than the leader from the Lianti sect, Duan Wuya. Shen Mobai waited, and sure enough, yet another figure emerged. This male cultivator was tall, with thick brows and an intimidating demeanor. The leader from the Lu family, Lu Qing. With a smile, Shen Mobai remarked, "You all hold me in such high regard, gathering so many of you." Just when he thought no one else would appear, another person stepped forward. Shen Mobai recognized her as the leader from the Hehuan Sect, named Xia Ilan, a refined and elegant young woman. With a chuckle, Shen Mobai finally comprehended the situation. It was evident they had set a trap for him. He simply did not know what means they had employed to locate him and encircle him. Since you are all here, just as Shen Mobai opened his mouth to speak, a loud trumpet-like roar erupted. To his astonishment, a creature resembling a human with an elephant's head emerged, trumpeting at him. "Who are you, sir? I believe I have not wronged you," Shen Mobai inquired, perplexed. To his surprise, the creature spoke, "You have slaughtered my kin and destroyed the foundation of our lineage. As a guardian of the Beast clan, I must eradicate you." The heretic, what a grand spectacle, 1, 2, 7, 8 of them. Shen Mobai chuckled. "I simply did not expect you to come." Addressing Xia Ilan from the Hehuan Sect, he continued, "You are devoid of humanity, harming your fellow disciple Shirlily. She was ready to submit to you, yet you still sought her demise. I have come to cleanse the ranks." Shen Mobai was drenched in sweat. Could this matter be interpreted in such a way? Turning black into white. Impressive. I never anticipated that you would conspire against me in such a manner. Shen Mobai remarked nonchalantly. Orthodox. Unorthodox. Guardian beasts. What a grand assembly. You truly hold me in high esteem. As he spoke to stall for time, his thoughts swiftly delved into the system, quietly purchasing something. A heavy silence enveloped the group, clearly having reached some prior agreement. At that moment, Su Qingwan spoke up, "Everyone be cautious. Although this elder is at the qi refining stage, for reasons unknown, his techniques can easily overcome even a perfected foundation establishment. He can briefly soar through the air with incredible speed. He also possesses a spirit-protecting artifact capable of obliterating spiritual attacks. Additionally, he wields a peculiar rope that can strip one of their cultivation. Do not allow yourselves to be ensnared." Su Qinghuan, with a single breath, unveiled a multitude of techniques possessed by Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. However, Mr. Ada, resembling a human figure, interjected, stating, "He still possesses a formidable finger technique that must not be allowed to be unleashed." Shen Mobai rolled his eyes once more, at a loss for words. Yet, that was not the end of it. Xia Ilan quickly spoke up, This individual wields two exquisite magical artifacts, a spear and a shield, both of unparalleled might. Additionally, he possesses a spear technique known as Jing Tian Eg, a wide-area attack skill of immense power, which everyone must be wary of. He also has a salve capable of swiftly healing external injuries, so we must strike decisively and not afford him a moment's respite. The crowd chimed in, revealing every secret and hidden resource of Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai's eyes nearly rolled back in his head. Truly, one could say he was at a loss for words, as if the very essence of speech had abandoned him. Just as Shen Mobai was internally grappling with disbelief, Ada let out a roar and charged forward. Duan Weo from the Lien Ti Men was equally undeterred, bellowing as he surged in from another direction. The two advanced in a pincer formation, aiming to besiege Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai frantically channeled his spiritual energy, pouring it into the Tian Yi shield to block Duan Weo's approach, while simultaneously infusing his right hand with energy directed into the Dian Shui Chong as he thrust towards Ada's oncoming trajectory. The collision was akin to two heavy carriages crashing together, sending a tremendous shockwave that morphed into a swirling vortex of energy, shrieking as it radiated outward. If it were only one opponent, Shen Mobai could easily handle the situation. Yet now, facing two, a single strike left him reeling, teetering on the brink of injury. As both sides engaged, the others wasted no time in unleashing their respective skills. Jing Moang refrained from charging forward recklessly, instead summoning a banner emblazoned with a ghostly visage. As he cast his spell, the ghost's mouth emitted a continuous stream of dark smoke, which quickly coalesced into fiery black orbs, racing towards Shen Mobai's position with an ominous aura. Su Qinghuan deftly flicked her wrist, producing a long whip that cracked with a series of sharp sounds, aimed directly at Shen Mobai's vital areas, evidently intent on ensuring his demise. Lu Qing brandished a longbow, pulling back with all his might, causing the bow to bend dramatically. A transparent arrow materialized and, with a release of his grip, flew silently and swiftly towards Shen Mobai, evoking a sense of imminent danger. Xie Yuqin and Xie Yuqi activated the renowned Xie family body refinement technique, Xian Gang Ti, maneuvering up and down to prevent Shen Mobai from seizing the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Xia Yilan sighed, producing several small flags, which she deftly manipulated, scattering them around, presumably setting up a formidable formation. In that moment, multiple attacks were poised to descend upon Shen Mobai, with adversaries surrounding him from both afar and near. In a heartbeat, Shen Mobai found himself entangled in a life-or-death situation. A single misstep could lead to an irretrievable demise. Chapter 74, Spiritual Artifact, Reverse Scale Armor, Counterattack. At this critical juncture, Shen Mobai contemplated numerous strategies. He initially considered directly exchanging for a small teleportation talisman to escape, requiring merely 50 points of black and white energy. However, the enemies present would undoubtedly not grant him the time to execute this. Should he attempt to force it, he might become lost in the chaotic currents of space, which would be tantamount to death. In desperation, Shen Mobai resolved to utilize the black and white energy he had accrued over the past 2 days to exchange for an item. As those encircling Shen Mobai began to reveal smiles of triumph, he produced a deep brown armor. The armor, imbued with a dark sheen, was riddled with crater-like indentations, each crack adorned with sharp scales. Shen Mobai bit his tongue, immediately spitting a surge of vital blood onto the armor. Upon absorbing the blood, the armor radiated a black glow, as if completing a master recognition ceremony, and swiftly flew towards Shen Mobai's body. In an instant, it melded with him, while the spiritual energy within his dantian surged violently towards the armor. Moreover, the mental energy, which had yet to evolve into spiritual consciousness, was also forcibly drawn towards the armor, beyond Shen Mobai's control. While his spiritual energy was abundant due to practicing the 9 turns refining spirit method, his nascent mental energy was more limited. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a pond had been drained dry. Nothing remained. Fortunately, the armor's absorption abruptly halted at that moment. Otherwise, Shen Mobai could have lost his mind or even his soul. After the armor absorbed both spiritual and mental energies, a torrent of black light erupted from within Shen Mobai's body, only to retreat back into him moments later. The scales on the armor surged forth like bees from a hive, swirling around Shen Mobai in a frenzied dance, forming an impenetrable barrier. This entire sequence transpired in a fleeting moment. Just then, the onslaught of attacks reached their target, colliding against the armor's scales. The sounds of impact rang out, bangs, cracks, and pops resonated in succession. Shen Mobai was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, with dust swirling chaotically around the site, creating a cloud that lingered heavily in the air. Now, let us see if you can survive this. Dare to provoke the Sief family. You, an unremarkable individual, Humph, you are truly overestimating your capabilities. Xie Yuqin remarked disdainfully upon witnessing the scene. Su Qinghuan beamed with satisfaction, as if finally avenging a long-held grievance. Jing Moang stood with hands clasped behind his back, confident in their control over the situation. Duan Wuyo and Ada retreated to the periphery, their expressions grave as they scrutinized Shen Mobai's position. Only Lu Qing, possessing keen eyesight from his archery training, seemed to perceive something amiss. With urgency, he warned, "Be cautious, it's not that simple." In the midst of his warning, unexpectedly, a figure burst forth from the smoke, moving with astonishing speed towards Lu Qing. It was none other than Shen Mobai himself. All previous attacks had been effortlessly thwarted by the armor, leaving him unscathed. Now, he held a vial in one hand and the Dian Shui Chang in the other, charging directly towards Lu Qing. In but a fleeting moment, Shen Mobai advanced with swiftness. Lu Qing, a practitioner of archery, harbored a deep-seated fear of close-range assaults, undoubtedly possessing some form of agile technique. Just as he began to react, poised to retreat with his skills, Shen Mobai would not afford him such an opportunity. Infusing spiritual energy into the Dinshu spear, the weapon's radiance swiftly extended forth. In the blink of an eye, the spear pierced through Lu Qing's chest, emerging unscathed from the other side. At that instant, Duan Wuyo and Ada also sprang into action, launching simultaneous strikes toward Shen Mobai's back, aiming to attack where he was most vulnerable. Yet, Shen Mobai, heedless of their approach, yanked the Dinshu spear back, discarding a vial from his left hand, while seizing Lu Qing's throat with a powerful grip. With a sudden surge of strength, he snapped Lu Qing's neck, separating head from body. At this juncture, there could be no thought of compromise. Resistance was imperative, and he resolved to eliminate them all, thus acquiring black energy in the process. Duan Wuyo and Ada were repelled by the armor scales that burst forth. Stepping back, Duan Wuyo, witnessing blood streaming from his fist, exclaimed, "A spiritual weapon. It must be a spiritual weapon to inflict harm upon my physical form. How could this old man possess such a thing?" Xia Yilan chimed in. "He is merely at the qi refining stage, devoid of divine consciousness. How could he manipulate a spiritual weapon? It is impossible." Upon hearing of the spiritual weapon, Jing Moan's eyes gleamed with excitement. As one of the sons of the Devil Sect, he lacked a spiritual weapon for his own defense. If he could seize Shen Mobai's weapon, it would greatly enhance his power, allowing him to dominate in the upcoming conflict among the Devil's Sons and ascend to an unparalleled status. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Jing Moan became, promptly producing an object resembling a rattledrum. While manipulating the ghost flag to unleash dark fireballs, he began to shake the rattledrum, which emitted rippling waves of transparent sound that resonated outward in all directions. Centered on Shen Mobai's position, the surrounding area was not spared from the reverberations. Given the circumstances, Jing Moan could not precisely control the drum's attack, affecting even his allies. Shen Mobai felt a buzzing in his ears, each sound intertwined with his heartbeat, causing him to feel as if his blood would erupt violently from his body. Were it not for the numerous enhancements his body had undergone, he would have likely been reduced to a mere puddle of blood by now. Enduring the excruciating pain, Shen Mobai struggled to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to execute the Jiahuang finger. Leaping high into the air, a vortex of spiritual energy manifested at his fingertips, akin to a radiant sun illuminating the scene. Upon witnessing this, Jing Moan had no choice but to abandon his attack, seeking to evade the impending, terrifying blow. He dared not confront such an awe-inspiring skill. However, just as he prepared to move, a rope stealthily coiled around his body. Shen Mobai smirked, knowing he had succeeded. Abruptly, he redirected the vortex of the Jiahuang finger toward Duan Wuyo and Ada, casting it forth. From the outset, his true aim had been Duan Wuyo and Ada. Jing Moan was merely a distraction. Indeed, sensing danger, Their awareness of the surroundings diminished significantly, allowing the Kunshin rope to take hold. After launching the Jiahuang finger vortex, Shen Mobai swiftly darted towards Jing Moen. With a resounding thud, Jing Moen's head was crushed by Shen Mobai's strike, resulting in his demise. Following this fierce battle, 2 of the 8 participants lay dead, and Shen Mobai intended to observe the unfolding drama, anticipating that the effects of the drug would soon manifest. Chapter 75, Narrow Escape. Isolation of the Grand Formation and the Stealing of Shadows. After Shen Mobai eliminated Lu Qing and Jing Moen, a brief pause enveloped the scene. For all present sensed an unusual change. An unbearable heat coursed through their bodies. Heart rates accelerated as their gazes unconsciously drifted away from Shen Mobai, drawn towards the opposite sex, or fixating intently on certain enticing attributes, for they bore an irresistible allure. Xia Ilan, true to her origins in the Hehuan Sect, was the first to speak up. "This is dire. Everyone hold your breath. This scoundrel has resorted to aphrodisiacs. How despicable." Shen Mobai, having preemptively consumed an antidote, remained unaffected by the toxin. However, the arduous use of spiritual weapons and reckless expenditure of spiritual power took a toll, particularly upon his head, which throbbed painfully, accompanied by waves of dizziness that tempted him to surrender to slumber. He had initially intended to eliminate the remaining foes to prevent lingering threats, yet now felt severely weakened. If he did not flee while still conscious, he risked falling into a state of vulnerability. Seizing the moment of his enemy's panic, Shen Mobai swiftly captured Su Qinghuan and Xia Ilan, binding their powers with the Kunshin rope. Producing a small teleportation talisman, their figures vanished amidst the sound of shattering glass. 4 Duan Wuyo and Ada, positioned closest and most deeply affected by the toxin. The sudden absence of the alluring figures left them to fixate on the somewhat distant Xie Yuqin and Xie Yuqi. Though both appeared male, their names at least hinted at femininity. Ada, as a guardian beast, harbored no reservations, his eyes reddening as he flew towards Xie Yuqin, while Duan Wuyo, with a fierce roar, lunged at Xie Yuqi. Instantly, a chaotic pursuit ensued, as all 4 were formidable physiques trained in body cultivation. After a tumultuous exchange, it seemed one of them had gained the upper hand, followed by a chorus of pain cries. Yet, even after a prolonged struggle, their stamina showed no signs of waning. They were simply too deeply intoxicated. As ripples of spatial distortion emerged, Shen Mobai, along with the bound Su Qinghuan and Xia Ilan, materialized on a small island within a lake, precisely where Shen Mobai had first entered the secret realm. Upon utilizing the small teleportation talisman, Shen Mobai had aimed to escape the secret realm entirely, fearing that the remaining foes might possess means to track him down. Should he succumb to unconsciousness, he would become an easy target. However, upon attempting to exit, he discovered that this realm barred escape through the talisman, perhaps due to an encounter with unknown forces that caused the talisman to self-ignite. Ultimately, Shen Mobai had no choice but to select this relatively safe location for an emergency landing. After catching his breath, Shen Mobai noticed 2 delicate beauties lying on the ground. Their expressions, once stoic, now glistened with longing as they gazed at him. "I have no time to indulge you 2 at present. Once I recover, I shall deal with you both decisively." With that, Shen Mobai produced 2 detoxifying pills, feeding them to the 2 ladies, inadvertently sharing a moment of saliva in the process. With a dismissive flick of his hand, Shen Mobai did not hesitate to render the 2 women unconscious. Just as he too was on the verge of succumbing to oblivion, a sense of unease compelled him to exchange for Anmian Wan from the system. He pried open their mouths and forcefully administered the pills. After completing this task, Shen Mobai could no longer withstand the encroaching darkness and collapsed into a faint. 7 days later, Shen Mobai awoke, feeling refreshed. The first thing he did was turn over and cautiously survey his surroundings. Fortunately, the area was secure. He had eradicated all living creatures nearby, or else he would have been in grave danger. Observing the 2 women still in a deep slumber, Shen Mobai did not rush to awaken them. Instead, he began to check his spiritual artifact, the Niling Jiajiao, which he had exchanged for a hefty 300 points of black and white energy. Without the power of divine consciousness, forcibly activating the artifact at the Qi refining stage was quite a daunting task. Luckily, the Niling Jiajiao required minimal mental energy, and possessed only passive defensive attributes. Had it been another artifact, he might have succumbed before even defeating his adversaries. 300 points of black and white energy. How it pained his heart. This, Niling Jia Zhao, was indeed a significant investment, temporary yet essential for his protection. The armor's surface was adorned with 81 scales, which formed an impenetrable defense when activated, thwarting any attack from foes. Without this artifact during the battle, Shen Mobai suspected he would not have survived even a single wave of assault. Regrettably, the 81 scales lacked offensive capabilities, serving solely for defense. This was precisely why Shen Mobai, at the Qi refining stage, could activate and utilize the artifact. The 7 assailants and a beast surrounding him would never have anticipated that Shen Mobai possessed such a defensive treasure. Examining his balance of black and white energy, he pondered how long he had been unconscious and whether he had accrued sufficient interest. Debt, 300 points of black and white energy. Interest, 40 per month. Balance, black energy 87,578 points. White energy, 3,607 points. Remaining repayment date, 7 days. Remarkably, he had only been unconscious for about 7 days. Fortuitously, his cunning had allowed him to capture the 2 women. Otherwise, the scarcity of white energy would have posed a significant challenge, especially as time was now of the essence for earning more energy. From a system's repayment timeline, Shen Mobai deduced the duration of his unconsciousness. The reason he had not eliminated the 2 women was not due to a sudden surge of compassion, but rather because he intended to establish his foundation in the near future. Once his foundation was solidified, he believed that within this secret realm, none would be capable of matching his brilliance. Not only could he walk boldly, but he could do so without fear of dissent. However, the process of establishing a foundation was time-consuming, considering his limited white energy. Capturing these 2 women allowed him to enjoy life while simultaneously accumulating white energy and progressing to the foundational stage. Was this not a delightful prospect? Once he reached the foundational stage, he could freely dispose of these 2 women and amass another wave of white energy. How splendid that would be! As these thoughts crossed his mind, a devilish smile crept across Shen Mobai's face. Yet, he realized he needed to exchange for an item capable of blocking detection. Should the remaining ruffians find him while he was busy establishing his foundation, he would be left vulnerable. Without hesitation, Shen Mobai began to scour the system for the desired item. Ultimately, after expending 100 points of black and white energy, he acquired a formation called Hehuan, capable of obstructing the emanation of his aura and preventing divine consciousness from probing. For added security, Shen Mobai consumed Qiang, a mysterious fruit that endowed him with invisibility and the ability to conceal his cultivation level, perfect for his current situation. Still uneasy, Shen Mobai gritted his teeth and spent another 300 points of black and white energy to obtain Jinji Zinship, which he placed upon Su Qinghuan. Shen Mobai reasoned that having a guardian during his foundational breakthrough would be immensely beneficial. As for why he did not choose Xiaolan, the answer was simple. Her strength and potential paled in comparison to Su Qinghuan's, and the location was not as favorable for her. After completing these preparations, Shen Mobai found himself in a state of melancholy, for his white energy balance had once again dwindled to nothing. Reluctantly, he awakened the 2 women, embarking on a desperate quest to earn white energy. Chapter 76. Establishing the foundation, spiritual energy time passed, and another 7 days slipped away. During this period, Shen Mobai exerted every ounce of his strength. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. Under the immense pressure of the upcoming repayment deadline, Shen Mobai embraced the principle of seizing every opportunity to earn white energy. He worked tirelessly, even as his physique gradually grew gaunt. Truly, he was withering away for their sake. Were it not for the nourishing essence of spiritual energy-infused animal blood, he might have perished amid his efforts for these 2 women. With the interest from the previous month finally settled, Shen Mobai resolved to establish his foundation. After setting up the Hehuan, he stepped inside. 10 days later, within his secluded space, he cursed, "Is this perfect foundation pill a counterfeit? Why does it show no reaction whatsoever?" After consuming the perfect foundation pill 2 days ago, he had been diligently regulating his breathing to absorb its potency, yet nothing seemed to transpire. Not a hint of reaction from his dantian. Was it possible he had ingested too little? It appeared the rumors held true. For one with 5 spiritual roots, establishing a foundation was indeed a Herculean task. Resolutely, Shen Mobai scooped up a handful of perfect foundation pills and swallowed them whole, then closed his eyes to absorb the medicinal effects. Another 10 days passed, and still, no response. He could hardly believe it. Could there truly be no effect? Determined, Shen Mobai grabbed another large handful of perfect foundation pills and stuffed them into his mouth, commencing his cultivation. It was said that the 5 spiritual roots were the forsaken children of heaven and earth, while the heavenly spiritual roots were the favored ones. The latter possessed exceptional qualities, allowing for rapid cultivation without bottlenecks before the golden core stage, and wielded formidable techniques. In contrast, the 5 spiritual roots, while rarer, faced abysmal challenges in terms of cultivation speed and breakthrough difficulties. When attempting to establish a foundation, 5 spiritual roots required the absorption of the 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The very act of breaking through was a trial that the heavenly spiritual roots could not fathom. Moreover, the sea of chi for 5 spiritual roots was ensnared in a web of elemental interactions, forming a complete and solidified whole. To break such a structure, it was an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. As time flowed quietly by, Shen Mobai relentlessly consumed perfect foundation pills. A month passed. Hehuan, release me. If you let me go, I know of a place where the legendary fruit, Tine Lizao, can be found. What do you think? Hehuan pleaded, bound and desperate. You must be dreaming. Let you go? Shen Mobai would never allow such a thing. Speak another word, and I shall silence you. Hehuan raised her small hand and declared fiercely. Ever since Hehuan had a restriction chip implanted by Shen Mobai, she became his subordinate. At this moment, she was naturally responsible for guarding the woman, Hehuan, and spoke from Shen Mobai's perspective, defending him. Hehuan, how could you forget our earlier agreement to join forces against the beast Shen Mobai? It has hardly been any time at all, and you have already succumbed to him? Are you truly so eager, so easily conquered by a man? I never imagined that the esteemed holy maiden of the demon sect would so willingly descend into depravity. Hehuan was not one to be trifled with. She swiftly struck Hehuan across the face multiple times, causing blood to seep from her lips. During this period, Hehuan had been living a life devoid of humanity, enduring humiliation and indulging in debauchery. At this moment, unable to bear the disgrace any longer, she shouted defiantly, Shen Mobai is notorious in the Hehuan Sect as a sycophant, a waste with 5 spiritual roots. He will never succeed in foundation building. Your complicity in his tyranny will not end well for you. Just as Hehuan was about to teach Hehuan a harsh lesson, suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color. The sky became densely covered with multicolored clouds, forming a massive 5-colored vortex below, rising without wind. At first, the vortex spun slowly, but soon it began to whirl faster and faster, expanding in size exponentially. Streams of energy were drawn into the vortex, disappearing within, reminiscent of the time Shen Mobai attracted energy in the library. However, this vortex was exponentially larger. The elemental forces surged toward the vortex, being absorbed. Hehuan finally understood and exclaimed, "It is Shen Mobai. He has entered the 2nd stage of foundation building, absorbing elemental spiritual energy." As the surrounding elemental energy was drawn in, the vortex swelled like a balloon. In just a few breaths, its size had become immense. Reluctantly, Hehuan grasped Hehuan and flew away, though not too far, for her task was to ensure Shen Mobai's safety. As the vortex expanded, its pull grew stronger. Soon, the spiritual energy in the area began to churn toward the vortex. It wasn't long before it affected the territory of the Kangao. Though surprised by this phenomenon, the Kangao, being of low cultivation, could do little but glance at the sky before continuing to exert force against the female alligator beneath it. The vortex continued to enlarge, soon affecting the nearby forest. The two combatants paused their incantations, ascending to investigate the commotion. One, seemingly perceptive, accelerated and flew toward the flow of spiritual energy on his sword. The other, unwilling to fall behind, followed suit. In the distant sky, several others took to their swords, pursuing the tide of spiritual energy toward the vortex. Many believed it to be the emergence of a rare treasure, hastening to follow the flow of spiritual energy. Such a grand scale of spiritual energy could not even be obstructed by the Great Barrier. This place is where disciples of the Demon Sect undergo foundation breakthroughs. It is not the appearance of any treasure. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being unkind. Seeing more and more people arriving, Su Qinghuan understood their intentions and issued a warning. However, just as she intimidated the treasure seekers, Xia Yilan loudly interjected, "Do not listen to the demoness. There is a supreme fruit here, Tian Lai Zao. Hurry and seize it, if you delay." Before she could finish, Su Qinghuan knocked her unconscious. The crowd snapped to attention. A millennium's rare supreme fruit, Tian Lai Zao? Brothers, charge. The first to arrive claims it. The fruit rumored to mutate one's spiritual root into the strongest lightning attribute? It is mine. Do not compete with me. For the sake of Tian Lai Zao, kill, kill, kill. Eliminate the demoness, and the Tian Lai Zao will be ours. Chapter 77. 4 Stages. You truly deserve death. Shen Mobai himself could not recall how many perfect foundation-building pills he had consumed. He only knew that taking 1 yielded no reaction, and 2 yielded the same. Just as the black and white energies were nearly exhausted, the 5 elemental energies within his dantian finally began to stir. In a mere moment, this stirring transformed into a tempest. In an instant, the spiritual power in Shen Mobai's dantian erupted with vigorous activity. Suddenly, a tremendous force of attraction emerged. However, Shen Mobai did not anticipate that this force would be so overwhelming, so perverse, that even the Great Barrier could not conceal its manifestation. At this moment, Shen Mobai understood that this force signified his entry into the 2nd stage of breakthrough foundation building. This stage was unremarkable. It merely involved absorbing spiritual energy. Those with multiple spiritual roots would absorb the corresponding elemental energies from heaven and earth. Why was the probability of breaking through the foundation stage in this secret realm so high? It was due to the abundance of elemental energy present. Regardless of one's spiritual root attributes, all could meet the requirements for breakthrough. During the absorption of spiritual energy, Shen Mobai showed no restraint, welcoming all comers. He even fervently circulated his internal energy to absorb more of the 5 elemental energies. This approach aimed to facilitate the transition into the 3rd stage of foundation building. As Shen Mobai had anticipated, those with 5 spiritual roots required significantly more energy than ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, he practiced the extraordinary 9 turns refining spirit technique, which demanded 256 times the energy compared to the average person. Like a gluttonous beast, he devoured everything. Finally, Shen Mobai felt his dantian swell significantly, realizing he had absorbed enough energy. At this moment, he would enter the 3rd stage of foundation building, which involved filling and assimilating the spiritual sea. Only upon completing this process would the 3rd stage conclude, allowing him to progress to the 4th stage. No sooner said than done. Shen Mobai struggled to control the energy, slowly reversing the flow from his dantian. After exerting tremendous effort, at long last, the arrival at the Jingshan High was realized. However, the influx of the 5 elemental spiritual energies, upon reaching this realm, surged forth like a dam that had collapsed, uncontrollably flooding in. The torrent of spiritual energy rushed towards the Jingshan High with an overwhelming velocity, causing a sudden onset of headache for Shen Mobai. Were it not for his unwavering willpower, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness in an instant. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Eventually, Shen Mobai's Jingshan High was completely filled. Within, it appeared boundless, with tumultuous azure waves, their color darkened, and their depths unknown. Although derived from spiritual energy, its essence had transformed into a different kind of marvelous power. At this moment, the Jingshan High could no longer be aptly termed as such. It had seamlessly transitioned into a sure high, now imbued with spiritual consciousness, capable of manifesting divine insights. Thus, the 3rd stage of foundation establishment was accomplished. Taking a few deep breaths, Shen Mobai did not rest but prepared to muster his strength for the final stage of foundation establishment, known as the reverse nourishment. Utilizing the freshly acquired spiritual consciousness, he intended to once again call upon it to enhance the absorption of spiritual energy within his dantian, thereby enabling the liquefaction of the spiritual power contained therein. Only in this manner could the limited space of the Dan Tian accommodate a greater influx of spiritual energy. This was the underlying reason for the continuous flow of spiritual power during the Foundation establishment period, as the quantity had significantly increased. The Jiuzhuan Shui Lingda Fa served to expand the Dan Tian, while the Foundation establishment focused on the qualitative transformation of the spiritual energy within. Though both pursued different directions, their essence remained the same. Once the spiritual energy within the Dan Tian had been liquefied, the Qi refinement stage would officially elevate to the Foundation establishment stage. At that point, by repeatedly liquefying spiritual liquid and reversing it back through spiritual consciousness, sufficient spiritual liquid could be accumulated to achieve complete Foundation establishment, thereby preparing for the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. In this moment, with Shen Mobai's formidable spiritual consciousness in reverse nourishment, an even greater force of attraction erupted forth. This commotion was far more significant than the initial absorption, nearly affecting half of the surrounding secret realm. The creatures were in a state of unrest, scurrying about, while the cultivators surrounded Shen Mobai's secluded area, blocking all access. None had encountered such a phenomenon before, assuming it to be the emergence of a rare treasure, and they rushed to seize the opportunity to obtain it. After an indeterminate period of stalemate, one male cultivator from the Demon Sect exclaimed, "Saintess, if you continue to obstruct our entry for this treasure, do not blame us for breaking through." Su Qinghuan furrowed her brow. So much time had passed, and countless individuals had arrived. However, seeing the Saintess Su Qinghuan standing guard, they hesitated. The reputation of the Demon Sect's Saintess held weight, and her presence made them cautious, especially with the Demon Sect members also present. "Saintess, this is a secret realm, and treasures are reserved for the capable. If you continue to impede our progress, we shall not be polite," declared a male cultivator from the Demon Sect, clearly not one to be trifled with. He argued with conviction, asserting that his allegiance lay with Jing Mo Wan, not Su Qinghuan. Meanwhile, Su Qinghuan, known for her reticence, remained silent, merely summoning her sword, suggesting a challenge without words. At that moment, a male cultivator from the Body Refinement Sect could no longer contain himself. "You Demon Sect members can cause discord amongst yourselves within your own sect. How can you disturb others in their pursuit of opportunity?" He rallied everyone. "Let us charge in together and see how many she can hold back. We are all here as leaders and should act on our own accord." The legendary Tian Lei Jujube cannot be monopolized by the Demon Sect. The previously disorganized cultivators, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of agreement. The emergence of a rare treasure rightfully belonged to the capable. Consequently, they brandished their weapons, preparing to rush forward and overcome Su Qinghuan. At that moment, fearing delay might result in someone else seizing the treasure, a cry rang out, "Charge! The Tian Lei Jujube is mine." In an instant, both righteous and Demon Sect cultivators shed their reservations, rushing forth with wild abandon, as swords and spells filled the air, converging upon Su Qinghuan. Despite her valiant efforts to withstand the barrage of attacks, she ultimately found herself overwhelmed, as a sword pierced her shoulder, sending her hurtling backward. The cultivators, seeing no further hindrance, surged forward with exhilaration, their demeanor akin to that of the frenzied. Just as some were about to burst into the realm, a deep, resonant male voice, rich with magnetism, echoed from within, "Those who dare to act against me deserve to die." Chapter 78, Slaughtering You All. Like chickens and dogs, as this powerful and magnetic voice resonated, all present felt a detonation within their minds, causing them to halt their advance. Brows furrowed in confusion as they scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, a figure clad in a mask emerged from the luminous barrier. With a wave of his hand, several formation flags were retracted, revealing the scene beyond the vortex. Nothing but a small island remained. With another grand gesture, the masked man sent forth several small flags towards the crowd, instantly creating an enormous luminous barrier that enveloped everyone present. After completing this, the masked man approached Su Qinghuan, extending a pair of strong, white hands towards her and reassuringly stating, "Do not fear, for I am here." Su Qinghuan gazed at the youthful figure, unable to discern his features due to the mask, yet under the influence of the Jinji Xianpian. She recognized him as Shen Mobai. Thus, with a dazed expression, she extended her hand, which he grasped firmly, pulling her into an embrace. His gaze shifted, locking onto the crowd. Whoever dared to act just now, I can ensure your death will be swift and painless. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, all captivated by Shen Mobai's imposing aura. Such a grand entrance, coupled with his fearless declarations, would surely intimidate anyone. Ultimately, it was the members of the Demon Sect who were bold enough to challenge him, believing that with so many witnesses, they could act with impunity. Every individual's spit could drown you. The figure from the MO zone, hands on hips, arrogantly declared, "Kid, today, regardless of your identity, you shall not leave here alive. Hand over the Tian Lei Zao within, and we may spare your life." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Shen Mobai shot him a piercing glance. In an instant, the man perceived a long, slender object hurtling toward him with lightning speed. A prickling sensation grazed his neck, and he suddenly found himself unable to speak. Those around him could only watch in horror as blood gushed from his neck. They instinctively recoiled in fright. Soon after, the MO zone member felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He collapsed and never rose again. A long spear, stained with blood, circled slowly around Shen Mobai. At that moment, Shen Mobai had no desire for idle chatter. One arm cradling Su Qinghuan, he let a gleam of light emerge from his fingertips, pointing towards the throng. As his thoughts took flight, a shield abruptly materialized, expanding rapidly to over 10 zhong in size, and crashed down upon the densely packed crowd. The sound of wind whipping up filled the air. In that fleeting moment, the shield struck, and over a dozen individuals were reduced to mere pulp. Blood sprayed forth, creating a crimson tapestry across the grass. For a moment, in his eagerness to display might, he forgot to absorb energy, truly a wasteful endeavor. After a considerable pause without receiving the system's notification, Shen Mobai finally grasped the reality. Due to his lack of engagement with these individuals, he had garnered not a shred of energy. This left him incensed. It appeared he would have to engage in a game of cat and mouse with them. "Mice, are you ready to flee? The handsome, wicked cat is coming to chase you." With that proclamation, Shen Mobai embraced Su Qinghuan and began his pursuit of the treasure-seeking cultivators. Initially, these cultivators contemplated resistance and banded together to retaliate against Shen Mobai. However, who was Shen Mobai? Even 8 fully realized foundational cultivators had failed to subdue him. Could these mere fledglings hope to halt his advance? With a single move of the Jiehuangji, he scattered them like autumn leaves in the wind. From that moment on, the cultivators comprehended the terrifying presence of the masked man before them and relinquished their struggle, fleeing in all directions. Yet, despair soon engulfed them, for the luminous barrier formed by the initial flags obstructed their escape. This barrier was none other than the good Judajan that Shen Mobai had exchanged for. If it could prevent external entry, it could certainly restrict internal egress. The cultivators endeavored to dismantle the formation, but the dreaded Shen Mobai had already caught up. Thus, a one-sided massacre unfolded. Cultivators fell one after another, either pierced through the chest, their necks crushed, or their skulls caved in. The sight of death was harrowing. Shouts of curses, pleas for mercy, and cries of despair echoed in the air, only to fade into silence. Shen Mobai mused that Su Qinghuan would thrive in the MO zone, where she could surely achieve great feats. Observing the corpses strewn about, Su Qinghuan addressed Shen Mobai with a sense of melancholy. Can the MO zone kill so indiscriminately? Shen Mobai, while tending to her wounds, chuckled and inquired, "Is it truly permissible to slay at will?" Su Qinghuan nodded. "While killing is not allowed, one can certainly deliver a sound thrashing." "Oh, that sounds quite appealing." Shen Mobai sighed, feeling a twinge of longing. He realized the MO zone was a veritable treasure trove of energy. However, at present, he lacked any energy deficiency and did not wish to venture there. Moreover, he had to return to Hehuan zone, where Suing Shui, Lin Wanzhou, and Yi Zhiqiu awaited him to amass white energy. More importantly, Hehuan zone boasted a beautiful leader, Ruan, with whom he had made a vow to cultivate together. By the time he emerged from the secret realm, she would likely have reached the mid-stage of Yuaning, and he eagerly anticipated the beautiful stories that would unfold. By the way, he wondered if Suing Shui had successfully established her foundation since entering the secret realm. He had not heard from her. He hoped she was well, for she was his first love. As Shen Mobai pondered, he began to look forward to his return to Hehuan zone. Shen Mobai, Have you become younger since breaking through your foundation? Let me see. Su Qinghuan remarked, unusually playful. Upon hearing Su Qinghuan call him by his name, Shen Mobai's expression soured. What do you mean by that? Call me husband. Dear my lord, if you continue to address me by my name, do not blame me for disciplining you. I want tea. Whenever I see you, I can only think of your name. I cannot change it. Su Qinghuan laughed in response. Shen Mobai was uncertain whether this was a side effect of the Jinji Xinpian. Lin Wanzhou called him old husband, while Su Qinghuan insisted on calling him Shen Mobai, both unable to change their ways. This vexed Shen Mobai greatly. If you do not stop calling me that, I shall wield a big stick to teach you a lesson. Shen Mobai feigned anger. What big stick? Come over here. Su Qinghuan laughed heartily. Just as Shen Mobai was about to produce the big stick to deliver a stern lesson to Su Qinghuan, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Ahem, ahem. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Mobai was initially perplexed. Could there be stragglers? Turning swiftly towards the source, he discovered it was Xia Ilan. She had awakened, but remained bound. Previously, she had incited the cultivators to invade Shen Mobai's secluded space, prompting Su Qinghuan to incapacitate her. Unexpectedly, she had fortuitously evaded disaster. Husband, I am willing to submit. Spare me, please. Upon witnessing Shen Mobai's ruthlessness, Xia Ilan no longer displayed defiance or disdain. She sought to quickly acknowledge her wrongdoing and compromise to avoid a death sentence. Addressing Shen Mobai as husband in hopes of rekindling their previous intimacy and securing her safety, Shen Mobai remained silent. Seeing him merely gaze at her, Xia Ilan added, I am willing to do anything you desire, things no other woman can achieve. You may do as you please with any part of my body. As long as you spare my life, I will always consider your needs and stand in your stead. Please let me go. I speak the truth. By the end, she was weeping, her demeanor pitiful and heart-wrenching. Finally, Shen Mobai spoke, his expression cold. Come here and lick my feet. I may consider your request. Such a perverse demand. Surely Xia Ilan would not comply. Yet, to his astonishment, Xia Ilan, without a trace of hesitation, crawled towards Shen Mobai, using her head to propel herself forward. Shen Mobai, filled with disdain, evaded her approach. Did you not previously proclaim that I am the notorious dog of the sect? You labeled me as useless, claiming I would never cultivate a foundation? Now, how does your current demeanor differ from that of a mere sycophant or a waste? Clearly, even if Shen Mobai was engaged in breaking through to the foundation stage at that moment, he still had some awareness of the happenings outside. After speaking, he disregarded Xia Ilan and addressed Su Qinghuan with a nonchalant tone. Such disloyal and shameless individuals speak without thought. They are of no use. Dispose of them. With that, he turned away, offering no further attention. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan's lips curled into a smirk. Following Shen Mobai's words, she approached Xia Ilan with enthusiasm. For this woman who dared to compete with her for Shen Mobai, Su Qinghuan was more than willing to eliminate her. I can assist you in rising within the sect. I will obey you from now on. My husband, my previous words were merely desperate ramblings. Why must you kill me, Su Qinghuan? Do not come near. Shen Mobai, you cannot take my life. The sect will not spare you. Shen Mobai found a suitable spot and sat cross-legged. He felt no remorse for the scene unfolding before him. Why not stand by my side? You betray me and wish for my demise. I shall eliminate you first. Within the sect, I have the chief of the Du GC and the sect master. What makes you think you can aid my rise? Who do you think you are? Moreover, can you even compare to Su Qinghuan? She is the one I procured with a substantial investment of 300 energy. Let me check my energy balance. It must be considerable by now. Debt, 300 points of black and white energy. Interest, 40 per month. Balance, black energy 488, 585 points. White energy 457 points. Remaining days until repayment, 29 days. Remaining days until principal return, 29 days. Lifespan, 37, 105 days. Cultivation, early stage of one-turn Nirvana Foundation. What? 488. 585 points of black energy? Goodness, it seems that killing is indeed the most rapid method of energy acquisition. Has it taken this long to form a foundation? Over 2 months spent. Yet, I am finally breaking through to the foundation stage, and soon I can cultivate the 9 turns refining spirit technique foundation chapter. I wonder what surprises this 9 turns refining spirit technique foundation chapter will bring me. How I anticipated. As Shen Mobai was lost in thought, he suddenly remembered to glance at his white energy balance. Did I not have several hundred points of white energy previously? How could it be depleted so suddenly? It appears that the consumption occurred when I purchased the perfect foundation pill. This troublesome 5-element route makes breakthroughs so arduous. I have lost count of how many perfect foundation pills I have consumed. What will I do when it comes time to break through to the golden core stage? No, Su Qinghuan, wait. I will personally. The last sentence was shouted loudly by Shen Mobai towards Su Qinghuan, realizing that his white energy was merely a few dozen points. Shen Mobai did not want to miss the chance to eliminate Xia Yilan. However, it was too late. Xia Yilan had perished. Since you have committed a wrong, you shall compensate me for the loss of my white energy, Shen Mobai said coldly to Su Qinghuan. Having spoken, he began to tear into her. But Su Qinghuan wore a puzzled expression. What wrong have I done? Did you not instruct me to kill? What compensation? This is a reward, after all. I have endured for over 2 months, and now it has conveniently come to me. 10 days later, Shen Mobai departed from the small lake. During these 10 days, apart from continuously acquiring white energy, he also cultivated the foundation chapter of the 9 turns refining spirit technique. Truly, it is a product of the celestial realm, remarkable in every regard. Shen Mobai's spiritual awareness experienced a tremendous enhancement, just like in the Qi refining stage. The augmentation of spiritual awareness in the foundation chapter also multiplied. By the time he reaches the 9th turn, his spiritual awareness will be 256 times that of an ordinary foundation cultivator. At that moment, his mere spiritual pressure could likely reduce opponents to pulp. The thought is utterly terrifying. However, the process of cultivation was far from easy. It was exceedingly painful. Indeed, it was pain, excruciating pain, the kind that makes one cry out for their mother. According to the records of the 9 turns refining spirit technique, the cultivation of spiritual awareness is akin to the repetitive act of digging soil and excavating pits. Following the special operation and techniques of the cultivation method, one must endure the agonizing process of digging, gradually expanding the edges of the sea of consciousness. Consequently, the sea of consciousness naturally enlarges, allowing for greater capacity of spiritual awareness. Yet, the process itself is beyond description. Only in the company of women can one find slight relief from the agony brought on by the sea of consciousness. Through 10 days of relentless effort, Shen Mobai's cultivation level also reached the early stage of the 2nd turn of Nirvana Foundation, just as in the Qi refining stage. The initial progress in cultivating the 9 turns refining spirit technique was swift. However, as he progressed further, the difficulty increased significantly and the demands multiplied. It seems that several women may not be able to alleviate his suffering. It is worth mentioning that the perfect gathering spirit pill used during the Qi refining period had become ineffective. Shen Mobai replaced it with the foundation stage-specific elixir, perfect solidification pill. This pill could provide Shen Mobai with a greater supply of spiritual energy. By absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, he could convert it into digging power, thereby enhancing his spiritual awareness. Shen Mobai's rapid advancement to the 2nd turn of the 9 turns refining spirit technique is closely tied to the potency of the perfect solidification pill. Of course, this also consumed a considerable amount of energy for exchange. Thus, on this day, Shen Mobai decided against further cultivation. He intended to venture out to hunt female cultivators. Chapter 80, A Little Crocodile, perfect for leather gloves. Failing to hunt female cultivators would make it exceedingly difficult to bear the exorbitant costs of elixirs. Having experienced the immense energy influx from killing, Shen Mobai resolved not to follow a mundane path of accumulating white energy any longer. Hence, he prepared for a rampage. He had already devised a cunning plan to use the mysterious fruits he had previously obtained, strung together like prayer beads around his neck. He chuckled, confident that no one could resist such temptation. Should anyone dare to take the risk of killing and seizing treasures, Shen Mobai would swiftly eradicate them, standing atop the pinnacle of public opinion, effortlessly in control. The small lake had only one exit, which Shen Mobai knew well. He led Su Qinghuan away, controlled by the restraining chip, and having acquired numerous storage bags from cultivators, Su Qinghuan naturally followed Shen Mobai with delight. As they journeyed, they encountered nothing No animals, no women. Shen Mobai pondered. Perhaps my previous actions were indeed excessive. I should explore other areas. Surely, in this vast, secret realm, there cannot be a single woman to be found. Murmuring to himself, Shen Mobai changed direction, setting off towards another path. Half a day later, Shen Mobai and his companion arrived at a marsh. Initially expecting little to find. However, a series of peculiar sounds soon resonated through the air, causing Shen Mobai to feel an exhilarating thrill. He swiftly took to the skies, directing his weapon towards the source of the sounds. To his astonishment, he beheld a rather shocking sight. A giant crocodile, towering at over 10 zhong, was perched atop a female crocodile, its body caked in mud. The inconceivable disparity in their sizes left Shen Mobai utterly perplexed. This crocodile was none other than the terrifying creature he had previously encountered. As the terrifying crocodile prepared to unleash a mighty roar, Shen Mobai interjected with a mocking tone, "Oh, isn't this Mr. Crocodile? You seem to be brimming with vitality." The sudden intrusion of his voice startled the creature, causing it to convulse in fear, its eyes rolling back as it stiffened and toppled backward. Even Su Qinghuan, witnessing the spectacle, found herself averting her gaze in embarrassment. After a considerable time, the crocodile regained its composure, rising to confront Shen Mobai with bared teeth. Shen Mobai offered a derisive smile, summoning a swirling vortex in his hand, a prelude to unleashing Jiehuangji. The crocodile, sensing the shift in power dynamics, was instantly filled with trepidation and made to flee. "Dare to move, and I shall sever your remaining legs." At that moment, the crocodile, displaying an unexpected semblance of humanity, knelt and spoke, "Immortal, please spare me. I have not wronged you." Shen Mobai was taken aback. "Oh, you can speak. From this moment forth, I shall pose questions, and you shall respond. Should there be even a moment's hesitation, I will fashion you into a crocodile glove." Previously, the crocodile had lost a foot in an encounter, and now, with Shen Mobai's evident prowess, it realized that it could not afford to hesitate. Bowing its head, it declared, "Immortal, I will answer all your inquiries without reservation." "Very well. First, what were you doing just now?" "Never mind, I already know. Tell me, where have all the humans in this vicinity gone?" The crocodile replied, "This patch of grass and marsh falls under my jurisdiction, but I've been too occupied and truly do not know where those humans have wandered off to. Your incessant focus on trivial matters is truly disappointing. Immortal, it is beyond my control. My disciples have all been eradicated by you, and as spring unfolds, I fear I will only grow weaker if I do not exert myself. Do not bore me with your grievances, since you are unaware of the humans' whereabouts. What about the mysterious fruits? Surely you have some knowledge of their location?" "I do know, but I have warned you. Any hint of hesitation, and I shall dismantle your legs. However, the guardian of this realm has expressly prohibited us guardian beasts from approaching the mysterious fruits. It is the rule." "Who is this guardian? What is their origin?" "I am unaware of the specifics, only that they are immensely powerful and oversee this secret realm. I must heed their authority." "How formidable? What is their cultivation level?" "I do not know, but we cannot perceive them. They must surpass the foundation establishment stage." "Very well. This matter does not concern me. In 20 days, I shall depart. Listen closely. You have half a day to gather all the mysterious fruits within your jurisdiction and present them to me. Do you understand? But, look at your pitiful self. I have already devised excuses for you. Do not go yourself. Simply instruct your subordinates to gather them for me. You have not touched the mysterious fruits, so the guardian will not hold you accountable. Is that permissible?" "I am afraid." "You are afraid? Very well. I shall make it clear. If you do not comply, I will immediately take your life." With that, Shen Mobai unleashed a torrent of strikes upon the crocodile. At present, his strength had surged remarkably. Armed with protective spiritual weapons, enhanced physicality, and various techniques, the crocodile, who had previously been no match for him, stood no chance now. Ultimately, in a bid to see another dawn, the crocodile reluctantly acquiesced to Shen Mobai's demands, commanding its meager subordinates to comply with the instructions given. A day later, Shen Mobai exclaimed, "You have truly struck it rich this time, with so many mysterious fruits, over a dozen. Even cultivators at the golden core stage would be tempted to rob you." Su Qinghuan teased, her tone lighthearted. Shen Mobai turned away, exclaiming, "I have told you countless times, Do not call me by my name." Afterward, he produced a mysterious fruit and tossed it to Su Qinghuan, saying, "You have accompanied me on this journey. Here, a token of appreciation. Work diligently, and next year I shall grant you a sister." Su Qinghuan shrugged nonchalantly. "If you wish to, then so be it. I do not mind. Thank you. Shen Mobai, you're truly kind to me." Shen Mobai chuckled, his hand brushing over the crocodile glove, revealing a satisfied expression. He then soared towards the forest. Where did the fruits originate? Naturally, they were collected by the crocodile's subordinates, following Shen Mobai's directives. As for the crocodile glove, it was fashioned from the tail of the crocodile. After all, this creature had once sought to attack him alongside Xiao Jia and others. Surely, it would not escape his grasp. Besides, it was thought that the crocodile's tail would eventually regenerate. After all, it was no loss to fashion a glove from it. The reason for sparing its life was twofold. Firstly, Shen Mobai feared invoking the wrath of the so-called guardian, as his own life held greater significance. Secondly, he felt a twinge of guilt. Having decimated the wildlife of its territory, he felt reluctant to slay the crocodile as well. Thus, after inquiring about the territories of other guardian beasts, Shen Mobai prepared to proceed with similar tactics. Chapter 81. There is no faster way to obtain the fruits than this. Shen Mobai continued as before, traversing the skies on his weapon, adorned with mysterious fruits around his neck, boldly heading towards the forested area in hopes of encountering a female cultivator. Strangely, despite encountering numerous male cultivators along the way, not a single female had appeared. After flying for quite some time, he remarked, "What is your fascination with female cultivators? Am I not enough for you?" Su Qinghuan replied, somewhat sullen, "It is not as you think. Do not lose your temper, or I shall strike you with an iron rod." Shen Mobai retorted, his humor apparent. Su Qinghuan, feeling indignant, could not let the matter go. Shen Mobai, unable to endure her defiance, decided to teach her a lesson, delivering 5 swift reprimands until she finally admitted her fault. "Previously, when I was frail, you were no match for me. Now that I am vigorous, you stand no chance." After the lesson, the two resumed their journey. At last, after an extensive search, Shen Mobai was unable to locate the female cultivator. He decided to venture deeper into the forest, where a massive black widow awaited, presumably capable of fulfilling his desire for the mysterious fruit. The notion of such fruit was one that Shen Mobai found most appealing, for it would not spoil if left aside. When he eventually emerged, he could either sell or gift these precious items, which were indeed invaluable. The guardian beast of this forest was a formidable 2-headed, highly venomous black widow, boasting an impressive length of nearly 20 zhang when its 8 legs were fully extended, surpassing even that of a terrifying crocodile. Not only did it possess the ability to spray venom, but its toxic substance was exceedingly potent, dissolving all it touched into blood. The sheer might of this creature was enough to elicit gasps of astonishment. However, it was unfortunate for the Black Widow that it crossed paths with Shen Mobai. Under the comprehensive protection of the spiritual artifact, inverse scale armor, the Black Widow found itself at the mercy of Shen Mobai's prowess. Ultimately, Shen Mobai achieved his goal, acquiring the coveted mysterious fruit through the same method he had employed previously. In the spirit of generosity, he compelled the Black Widow to expel extraordinarily lengthy silk threads, which were cool to the touch and remarkably resilient, ideal for crafting garments or bedding. In a fit of madness, Shen Mobai also collected an immense quantity of venom, justifying it as a keepsake for potential future use. Ultimately, the venomous Black Widow, unable to bear such indignity, resolved to knock itself unconscious. Shen Mobai sighed in relief and spared its life. Even Su Qinghuan, a member of the demonic sect, could not help but scoff at this. Though they were of the same species, their guardian beasts were vastly different, leading to the same conclusion. Shen Mobai's conduct was far from commendable. It was evident that no one would emulate his actions. He exhibited an insatiable greed, taking whatever was within reach, regardless of its nature. Gazing at the 20 or so mysterious fruits in his possession, Shen Mobai set off towards the next destination, the stone forest. He cursed under his breath, wondering if he had been mistaken. Had all the female cultivators in the entire secret realm vanished? Where could they have gone? Panic seized him as the time to repay both interest and principal drew near, and he found himself infuriated by the absence of women. At this moment, Shen Mobai was on the brink of madness, with time slipping away. What he thought would be a certain success had inexplicably gone awry. Reflecting on his journey into the secret realm, he had frantically sought out men, and now, as he prepared to exit, he was desperately searching for women. The irony was not lost on him, and he resolved to explore the stone forest, determined to gather its mysterious fruits while simultaneously searching for any sign of women. He could hardly believe that he would fail to find even a single woman. The guardian beast of the stone forest was a burrowing two-tailed scorpion, which initially boasted bravado about driving Shen Mobai away. However, after a single exchange, it fled in terror, burrowing underground and disappearing without a trace. Left with no other options, Shen Mobai vented his frustrations on its offspring. After vanquishing nearly half of them, the two-tailed scorpion could no longer endure the humiliation and emerged, intent on a mutual demise with Shen Mobai. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Mobai swiftly severed its limbs, rendering it incapable of burrowing ever again. Thus, employing his previous strategy, Shen Mobai amassed another 20 mysterious fruits. During a moment of respite, Su Qinghuan pointed to a vast, dark screen of light, informing him that it was the entrance through which their demonic sect had entered the realm. It was then that Shen Mobai comprehended that they had not entered the secret realm from the same location. Previously, he had been curious about how the demonic sect had gained entry, and now he had uncovered the answer. Regrettably, however, no trace of any female cultivators could be found in the stone forest. In desperation, Shen Mobai seized a male cultivator who seemed to possess knowledge and inquired, "Where have the women gone? Why can I not see a single one?" The male cultivator, intimidated by the fervent intensity in Shen Mobai's eyes, trembled as he recounted, "Recently, an appalling event occurred in the secret realm. A team from the Xie family, led by the body refinement sect, along with a man resembling a head on a body, became possessed and began to slay female cultivators indiscriminately. Regardless of age or appearance, none escaped their grasp. They raved about women, lamenting their absence during their plight, and expressed a desire for all women to perish. Their madness surpassed even that of Shen Mobai from the Hehuan Sect, marking the most deranged incident since the secret realm's opening. Astonishingly, they did not spare even the female cultivators from their own sect. As a result, the female cultivators from other sects had no choice but to retreat hastily from the secret realm, some of whom hadn't even completed their foundational cultivation. Better to leave than to face death. That is the entirety of what transpired, and you promised to let me go." Shen Mobai waved his hand, granting the male cultivator his freedom. A mere minor character was not worth his bloodlust. However, as he stroked his chin, he mused aloud on that day. "I was ambushed by those 8 individuals, and I later escaped using, I love a stick of firewood. Could it be that after I departed, they became deeply poisoned, and with no women available to assist them, they were left to rely on each other for antidotes? Once they recovered, harboring resentment, they directed their vengeance towards the female cultivators to slay any woman they encountered? It must be so. Humph. Now they understand the consequences of provoking me. Offending Shen Mobai means transforming your world upside down with a mere flick of my fingers." Su Qinghuan, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Had she been able to act, she would have lunged at this man devoid of morals, who had committed such a shocking act. Just as Shen Mobai pieced together the events leading to this chaos, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 82. A confrontation with an adversary. A most distressing sight. Help. Is there a fellow cultivator who can lend assistance? I am willing to offer a premium artifact. There's a madman on a killing spree. Help. The voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated from afar, growing closer. Upon hearing the voice of a woman, Shen Mobai was instantly invigorated. He ascended into the sky with great anticipation, scanning the horizon. 2 figures approached from a distance. Suing Xue? What brings her here? Trailing behind her was that man with a head resembling a body. Ada? Shen Mobai expanded his spiritual consciousness, covering a radius of 2 kilometers, and finally discerned the 2 figures clearly. Without hesitation, he surged forward, racing toward them. As Shen Mobai drew closer, Suing Xue recognized him. The alluring scent emanating from Shen Mobai was both familiar and enticing to her. Even from a distance, she could perceive it. Instantly, she flew over with great delight, exclaiming, "Mobai, help me! A madman is chasing me." Shen Mobai observed Suing Xue, who had now reached the foundation establishment stage, and noted that she remained as enchanting as ever. However, she now possessed an ethereal quality reminiscent of an immortal, making her even more delectable. Shen Mobai smiled, shielding her behind him, and turned his gaze towards Ada. At that moment, Ada appeared disheveled, his eyes darting restlessly, their redness indicating his unstable state. It was likely his erratic behavior that had prevented him from swiftly pursuing Xue, approaching in a frenzied manner. He disregarded Shen Mobai's presence and aimed a punch at Xue. Shen Mobai raised his brows slightly, flicked his sleeve, and repelled Ada's attack. What a joke. With his foundation establishment cultivation, dealing with Ada's assault was child's play. After being pushed back, Ada seemed to regain a sliver of clarity, perhaps instinctively. As his eyes cleared somewhat, he warned, "I advise you to step aside quickly, or I will kill you along with her." At this moment, Shen Mobai had restored his youthful and handsome appearance, coupled with the distinct aura of a foundation establishment practitioner and his mask obscuring his identity. Ada momentarily failed to recognize him. During this time, Shen Mobai had become a ruthless killer, having slaughtered nearly the entire secret realm. Had it not been for Ada's unusual demeanor, possibly linked to the local guardian beasts or protectors, he would have already been dead for his earlier words. "Get lost. If you don't, I will pull out your ivory as a souvenir," Shen Mobai declared fiercely. Yet, Ada did not flinch. He merely stood still, neither advancing nor retreating. Just as Shen Mobai contemplated extracting Ada's teeth, 3 auras entered his perception range. Upon recognizing the faces corresponding to those auras, Shen Mobai smirked and remained still, as if everyone was waiting for their arrival. "Dada, why did you run so fast? They can't catch up with you, and you still haven't killed that woman. Who is he?" The speaker was Duan Waya of the Body Refinement Sect. At that moment, a robust and tall man was playfully thumping Ada's chest, his tone oddly affectionate. Shen Mobai immediately felt a chill run down his spine, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Could these two be the infamous figures he had heard of but never encountered? Just as Shen Mobai pondered this, the remaining brothers, Xie Yuqin and Xie Yuqi, also approached, engaging in flirtatious banter with Ada and Duan Waya. They cast hostile glances towards Shen Mobai, as if in their eyes. The threat posed by Su Yingxue paled in comparison to that of Shen Mobai. Observing this bewildering scene, Shen Mobai could not agree with their absurdity. He had lost the desire to kill them. Even if he did, the energy gained would likely be minimal, akin to what he had harvested from Shi Lily. After all, they had become impure. Killing them would only entangle him with unsavory elements. Shen Mobai took Su Yingxue and Su Qinghuan's hands, intending to depart and avoid this appalling spectacle. "Stop! Did I permit you to leave?" Ada shouted menacingly. Shen Mobai felt a surge of anger. How dare this defeated foe speak to him in such a manner? Truly, it was a death wish. "You're quite bold, so arrogant. It seems I must take a bath today." Ada scoffed, saying, "Stop babbling nonsense and kill those 2 women. As for you, depending on my mood, I might reward you with something." Unable to endure such repugnant words any longer, Shen Mobai summoned the inverse scale armor and, with a single hand gesture, unleashed the Frostpoint Spear with unmatched ferocity towards Ada and his companions. Initially, the 4 scoffed at Shen Mobai's defiance, dismissing him as a mere foundation establishment beginner daring to resist 4 fully realized practitioners. It was utterly ludicrous. However, when they beheld the inverse scale armor, the dark scales glistening, and the appearance of the Frostpoint Spear, realization dawned upon them. "You are Shen Mobai. You are the infamous Calamity. Kill him. Avenge yourselves." As Shen Mobai revealed his artifact, the 4 appeared as though they had seen a ghost. The Xie brothers shouted in shock, while Duan Waya trembled in fear. Ada, seething with rage, vowed revenge. Yet, before the 4 could react, Shen Mobai's assault had already commenced. The Xie brothers were forced to unleash their Xiangang body, combining their strength to strike back against Shen Mobai's Frostpoint Spear. Upon seeing Shen Mobai, Duan Waya nearly lost control. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the other 3 and fled. Shen Mobai chuckled coldly. Utilizing the 9 heavens ethereal step, he swiftly closed the distance to Duan Waya, disdainfully avoiding physical contact and instead brandishing a low-grade artifact, a wolf fawn club, aiming a strike at his lower back. At this moment, Ada's eyes burned with rage. Fully regaining his sanity, He witnessed his ally Duan Waya about to be struck by the Wolf Fang Club, but it was too late. With a single, powerful blow, a terrifying scene unfolded, akin to a meteor falling from the sky. With a resounding thud, Duan Waya's body plummeted rapidly towards the ground, crashing with a thunderous explosion. Lifeless and beyond saving. After the strike, Shen Mobai disdainfully discarded the Wolf Fang Club, muttering, "What a damn misfortune, encountering scum like you." Directly rubbing off energy? He has plenty. I don't need it. Chapter 83. I shall represent justice to annihilate you all. After achieving his goal, Shen Mobai approached the Xie brothers once more. However, Ada stood defiantly between them, loudly declaring, "Shen Mobai, you despicable creature, how dare you disrupt the natural order and commit such heinous acts? You truly deserve death." Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai was both enraged and amused. "What are you, a person or some beast? What right do you have to utter such words? Do you even understand the concept of natural order? Moreover, it was you who sought to kill me. I merely retaliated in self-defense. You are the one deserving of death for slaying so many female cultivators, an act utterly inhumane. Today, I shall embody justice and eradicate your vile existence, restoring righteousness." Ada fell silent, his fury intensifying as he absorbed Shen Mobai's words. In the end, all responsibility was attributed to Shen Mobai. With a fierce determination, he charged towards Shen Mobai. Ada swiftly moved, producing a massive hammer in his hands. Its size was formidable, adorned with enigmatic runes that glimmered with an orange hue, exuding an aura of complexity. The moment the hammer was revealed, Shen Mobai exclaimed, "A spiritual weapon? You possess a spiritual weapon as well." Ada, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. If it weren't for my arrogance, believing that in a group assault you would be doomed, I would have utilized this spiritual weapon against you long ago. Otherwise, how could the subsequent events have transpired? Today, I must end your life. Otherwise, my Tao heart will be tarnished, and my cultivation will stagnate. With that, Ada hesitated no longer, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, the hammer visibly expanded, reaching a staggering size of over 10 zhong before finally halting. Its orange glow intensified, and the mysterious symbols faded into the hammer's body. The hammer loomed in the sky, trembling and emitting a low, oppressive hum. Shen Mobai thought of his own spiritual weapon, feeling a mix of astonishment and envy. Why was his spiritual weapon so impressive? I must exchange for one even more remarkable in the future. However, Ada would not grant Shen Mobai the luxury of continued contemplation. He grasped the hammer's end with both hands and swung it down towards Shen Mobai's position with tremendous force. Before it arrived, the overwhelming pressure descended upon Shen Mobai. Fortunately, Shen Mobai's reverse scale armor was no ordinary defense. 81 scales surged forth, converging above his head to form a shield. With a tremendous crash, the two spiritual weapons collided with terrifying force. A fierce wind swept through, scattering dry branches and leaves in all directions. Even Su Qinghuan and her companions, as well as the Xie brothers, were compelled to retreat far from the impact. Shen Mobai summoned his Frostpoint spear, which flew back to his hand. Ada also retreated with the hammer. On the surface, it appeared that both were evenly matched. Yet Shen Mobai smiled and remarked, "If this is all the strength you possess, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Indeed, during that earlier clash, Shen Mobai had not exerted his full power. He was merely intrigued by the spiritual weapon. The result? Shen Mobai was greatly disappointed. This hammer was all show and no substance. How could anyone expect to withstand the might of the 9 transformations spirit refining technique? Although Shen Mobai currently possessed only a second-tier cultivation, it was still twice the strength of an ordinary person. Furthermore, as a 5-element root, his innate strength surpassed that of others of the same level. After proclaiming Ada's impending death, Shen Mobai approached rapidly. The reverse scale armor was indeed a passive spiritual weapon, lacking the ability for active offense. However, if he could draw his enemy within the range of passive defense, could it not be indirectly transformed into an active attack? Thus, Shen Mobai initiated a close-quarters assault, delivering a powerful punch to Ada's chest. Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired 001 points of black energy. Current total, 216,721 points. As expected, These individuals were already tainted, their black energy pitifully scant. He struck again with 2 more punches, forcing Ada to stagger backward. Shen Mobai relentlessly pursued, launching a flurry of attacks. During this onslaught, the scales of armor from Shen Mobai continuously flew towards Ada like petals in the wind. Meanwhile, Ada, burdened by the massive hammer, was unable to leverage its advantages and could only passively endure the blows. Although the force behind Shen Mobai's strikes was formidable, it failed to inflict any significant damage on Ada's physique. Only when the flying scales occasionally grazed Ada's body did a few drops of blood emerge. Shen Mobai was taken aback. No wonder this group regarded Ada as their leader. He was indeed quite valiant throughout the relentless assault. Shen Mobai refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The guardian beast had warned him that this secret realm harbored a protector, and Ada's appearance clearly did not resemble that of a typical disciple from any sect. Shen Mobai was solely focused on accumulating black and white energy, which led to some excessive actions. However, this did not imply that Shen Mobai was foolish. A protector beyond the Foundation establishment stage was not someone he could contend with at present. Thus, he refrained from striking Ada down, intending to teach him a harsh lesson before departing. In a short while, under the disparity in strength, Ada was effortlessly defeated and sent flying, unconscious. The remaining Xie brothers, witnessing this scene, were immediately filled with dread. Being already weak, they were effortlessly overwhelmed by Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai, however, showed no mercy towards the Xie brothers. Consequently, both perished at his hands. Discarding a long stick, Shen Mobai disdainfully curled his lip, spat, and turned to Su Yingshui, inquiring, "How did you come to be here? And why were you being pursued by these individuals?" Su Yingshui, her face alight with relief, responded, "Husband, I am so fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, I would have truly been in danger. I have no idea how it happened, but upon entering the secret realm, I was transported to the vicinity of a mysterious fruit. Strangely, there were no ferocious beasts around, so I consumed the fruit and entered seclusion to break through. Using 5 Foundation establishment pills you provided me, I miraculously advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. Afterward, I was trapped there for a long time. Finally, I found a way out, only to encounter that strange creature. Had it not been for the enhanced evasion speed granted by the fruit, I would not have escaped." As she spoke, Su Yingshui's expression was animated. Seeing this first wife, whom he had not seen in ages, Shen Mobai's heart stirred, prompting him to ask, "Did Ada not lay a hand on you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yingshui grew alarmed. How could that be? The moment he saw me, he prepared to strike me down. If I hadn't run quickly, I would never have met you. Shen Mobai replied with a hum, then added, "Allow me to check if there are any abnormalities or strange scents. I trust my judgment more." Hearing this, Su Yingshui's heart soared with joy, and she eagerly followed Shen Mobai away. Only Su Qinghuan remained inexplicably in place, utterly confused. What abnormalities? What strange scents? I do not comprehend. Chapter 84. The Arrival of the Heavenly Thunder Date and the Guardian. After a meticulous examination, Shen Mobai remarked, "Quite good, still that same scent, but..." Shen Mobai paused dramatically. "But what?" Su Yingshui inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Shen Mobai wiped his mouth and chuckled, saying, "However, the flavor has improved. Let us hasten and engage in a profound exchange to assess your progress in cultivation." Su Yingshui giggled in response, ready to delve into a thorough discussion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon. Shen Mobai was startled, immediately collapsing in shock, just as he prepared to mount his steed once more. Several more thunderclaps resounded, crackling and booming intensely. Infuriated, Shen Mobai summoned his weapon and soared into the sky to discern what was occurring. Upon gazing into the distance, he was taken aback. There, the sky was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, dark and foreboding. Lightning danced wildly within, occasionally striking down from the clouds in brilliant flashes. A moment later, a deafening crash echoed, seemingly not too far from Shen Mobai's current location. What could this be? It appeared rather extraordinary. Shen Mobai was puzzled by the unfolding events. Su Qinghuan finally recognized the source of the peculiar scent. Observing Shen Mobai's vexation as he ascended, she too summoned her sword and joined him, gazing towards the strange phenomenon. In an instant, she seemed to connect the dots, exclaiming, Could this phenomenon truly be the Tianlai Zhao fruit? It must be this. The Universal Fruit Compendium that Shen Mobai had acquired contained no mention of the Tianlai Zhao. Perhaps Yijiqiu had not anticipated that Shen Mobai would intersect with such a fruit of that caliber. Tianlai Zhao? What is that? Shen Mobai inquired of Su Qinghuan, intrigued. Upon hearing his question, Su Qinghuan pondered seriously before explaining. Tianlai Zhao is a rare entity that ranks among the top 100 in the forbidden fruit list. It is said that such fruits are seldom seen in the world. Yet whenever they do appear, they are accompanied by celestial phenomena. Each fruit within the forbidden fruit list bestows miraculous effects, allowing cultivators to undergo qualitative transformations, far surpassing ordinary fruits. For instance, consuming the Tianlai Zhao can transform a person's spiritual root into a thunder spiritual root. This is an existence that transcends the 5 elements, unmatched in offensive capabilities. Once transcended, one is no longer constrained by the cycles of the 5 elements. Truly a superior fruit. After hearing this, Shen Mobai stroked his chin and chuckled. In the current secret realm, he was unrivaled. Such an opportunity could not be overlooked. Let us go and see. If there are enough Tianlai Zhao, we can each have one. Shen Mobai laughed heartily, beckoning the 2 women as they soared towards the dark clouds. As they approached, the scene before Shen Mobai struck him with awe. The ground was charred and blackened, a stretch of carbon ash extending for miles. Even with Shen Mobai's divine sense, he could not discern its end. The shapes of several figures in black ash hinted at the dire consequences of recklessly entering this place. Upon reaching the edge, several male cultivators had already arrived, with more arriving on glowing swords. Among them, a particularly striking tall figure stood out. With his back to the crowd, he stood with arms crossed, shrouded in an aura that obscured his face. The tall figure's gaze was fixed upon a small white snake, lazily coiled upon a piece of azure stone. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, Shen Mobai hesitated, his heart racing. Void flight? A Jindan stage power? Is it not the case that the highest cultivation level here is merely the peak of foundation establishment? What was that little snake doing here? It was no ordinary occurrence. After musing to himself, Shen Mobai clenched his fists, resolving, what if he is a Jindan stage cultivator? Such treasures cannot be monopolized by a single individual. I must contend for them. I am not to be trifled with. With clarity in his mind, Shen Mobai decided to stay and seek any opportunity to acquire the Tianlai Zhao. The dark clouds had yet to dissipate, indicating that the Tianlai Zhao was not yet ready for harvest. To venture in recklessly would lead to dire consequences. As time passed, more cultivators gathered. Yet not a single female cultivator was in sight. After a brief wait, Ada arrived, sporting a battered visage resembling that of a swollen pig. Upon seeing Shen Mobai, he instinctively took a step back. However, Ada did not hesitate, redirecting his course towards the towering figure, murmuring something behind him. Suddenly, the figure turned, and Shen Mobai beheld his visage. To his shock, the individual bore a striking resemblance to Ada. Both had human bodies and animal heads, though this one possessed a longer trunk and sharper tusks, with more pronounced wrinkles reflecting the passage of time. With the cultivation level of Jindan, his appearance was distinctly different from that of a guardian beast. Could this be the guardian that the terror crocodile had spoken of? Knowing that Ada possessed a spiritual artifact indicated a significant background. It turned out he was of the same lineage as the guardian of this secret realm. This was troubling. Ada's expression clearly indicated he was about to lodge a complaint. Perhaps it was best to forego the Tianlai Zhao. One's life was of greater importance. Contemplating this, Shen Mobai slowly began to retreat, intending to avoid confrontation. He had plenty of mysterious fruits and did not need to jeopardize countless others for just one. Just as Shen Mobai turned, the elder with the human body and animal head focused his gaze upon him. Shen Mobai forced a smile, refraining from further movement. Before the elder could speak, Ada leapt forth, pointing at Shen Mobai, reprimanding, Shen Mobai, today I shall see how you evade justice. What do you intend to run? Upon encountering my ancestor, your time is up. Soon, my ancestor will punish you severely, representing justice, to eliminate you, the scoundrel. Ancestor, kill him. He has committed heinous acts within the secret realm, utterly depraved. The one named Ancestral glanced at Ada with disdain before gliding forward. towering over Shen Mobai as he spoke. Young man, previously I had urgent matters and could not attend to you. I have heard that you have slain many beings within this secret realm. Is that true? Shen Mobai, unwilling to lie, nodded in acknowledgement. I have also heard that you do not spare even your own kind. Is that true? Shen Mobai nodded once more, preparing to explain that they had initiated the conflict. The ancestral interrupted, declaring, since that is the case, I shall not hold back. The recent surge of spiritual energy was instigated by you, was it not? What a pity. Such an exceptional talent shall meet its demise. Such actions are truly a heinous betrayal of one's kind. Unprovoked and wantonly slaughtering female cultivators. Why do you not confront them? Although it is true that Shen Mobai has indeed acted excessively against the native beings within the secret realm, this is merely the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. How could Shen Mobai have known that the creatures within this secret realm belong to someone? If you cannot manage your domain properly, should you not at least erect a warning sign? Whom can you blame? You, as the guardian, have failed in your duties. Yet you wish to place the blame on someone else. Uncle may endure, but Aunt will certainly not. Given Shen Mobai's character, he is not one to resign himself to fate. Thus, he fully embodies the principle of enduring no longer when one can no longer endure. He immediately released all his cultivation, summoned his inverse scale armor for protection, and brandished his frostpoint spear, preparing for a significant confrontation. Ah, you dare to resist? Were it not for your excessive actions, I would have admired your courage as a junior. However, today, I shall make you acutely aware of the disparity between the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages. You are the first Foundation establishment cultivator to dare challenge me. I advise you to surrender. I can grant you a complete corpse. Azu chuckled, entirely disregarding Shen Mobai's defiance. Shen Mobai fell silent, unwilling to await his doom. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. In the blink of an eye, his 9 heavens ethereal steps surged into action, swiftly advancing towards Azu. Simultaneously, he maximized his profound polar body, channeling spiritual energy fervently into his frostpoint spear. With an abundance of spiritual energy at his disposal, he unleashed the maximum force possible. The spear glowed intensely, elongating rapidly until it transformed into a long spear, aimed directly at Azu with a move known as Heaven-Shattering Strike. Massive bursts of spiritual energy surged forth, creating explosive sounds upon contact with anything. The resounding booms echoed throughout the wilderness. Shen Mobai unleashed a plethora of divine abilities without any hesitation when facing a Golden Core powerhouse. He dared not show the slightest negligence. After executing this series of attacks, he soared and spun in the air, his fingertips radiating a powerful vortex of light. Like a machine gun, he unleashed a barrage towards his surroundings. Explosions erupted in succession, the intensity rivaling the nearby thunderous forces. After a series of grand attacks, Shen Mobai withdrew, silently observing the battlefield. After a considerable time, the dust gradually settled. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs echoed as everyone finally beheld the battlefield. The ground resembled a desolate expanse under stormy clouds, pockmarked and dark. An elderly man, his clothing tattered and face covered in dust, coughed incessantly. How could this be? How could you be so powerful? Not only is your spiritual energy profound, but your spiritual perception is also remarkably keen. Were it not for my protective treasures and the fact that I cannot exert my full Golden Core strength here, I would have perished. However, your spiritual energy must be exhausted, right? Can you replicate that same attack? What? Such a direct request. Shen Mobai would certainly not refuse. Thus, he demonstrated the same technique once more. Following another frenzied assault, Shen Mobai was assured. This Azu was nothing remarkable. Is this it? A Golden Core powerhouse is merely this? Today, I shall engage you in 300 rounds. At this moment, Shen Mobai finally shed his fear. He did not even expect his current combat prowess to be so terrifyingly enduring. Consequently, his prideful nature emerged, and he began to taunt and insult. Azu's mouth twitched in irritation. He too had not anticipated Shen Mobai's extraordinary tenacity. Not only was the power immense, but it was also remarkably persistent. Azu realized that even if he unleashed several such attacks, Shen Mobai could withstand them. Truly, how could this youth possess such an abundance of spiritual energy? This is absurd. Moreover, with Shen Mobai's early Foundation establishment cultivation, even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would likely struggle against him. Even Azu, as a golden core powerhouse, found himself in a predicament under such restrictions. Boy, I admit your attacks are fierce, but what of your defense? Now, it is my turn to strike. After declaring this, Azu charged towards Shen Mobai, confident that his golden core attacks would be insurmountable. However, moments later, 81 scales blocked his path. Even when Azu summoned his own spiritual weapon, the outcome remained unchanged. Those 81 scales stood firm like a wall of bronze and iron, rendering Azu's attacks futile. How could this be? Your defense is equally formidable. Where did this Foundation establishment brat acquire such a spiritual weapon? This is truly preposterous. After failing to penetrate his defenses, Azu ultimately relinquished his assault. Boy, your attacks are impressive, your defense commendable, but what of your speed? Can you match mine? Azu proclaimed, before suddenly sprinting away. His rapid dash left the onlookers in shock. What is wrong with Azu? He just abruptly fled. Did he not just declare his intent to annihilate Shen Mobai? What kind of drama is unfolding now? Are all of you from that lineage mentally unstable? Do you all become deranged at the slightest provocation? Shen Mobai muttered to himself. After a brief moment, Azu returned, his face flushed as if he had lost all dignity. Upon returning, he ignored Shen Mobai, standing motionless beside the little white snake. This scene left Shen Mobai bewildered. He truly could not comprehend the chaotic series of actions that had transpired. However, seeing that Azu remained unresponsive and did not recklessly confront him, Shen Mobai realized that neither could prevail over the other. Thus, amidst the anticipation of the spectators, the two fell silent, as if nothing had occurred. This left Adub perplexed. Just as he was about to incite Azu once more, he received a kick from Shen Mobai, whose gaze seemed to convey, "Provoke me again, and I shall end you." Adub dared not speak further, obediently silencing himself. Throughout this entire process, the white snake on the blue stone remained utterly motionless, as if nothing could disturb its slumber. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the distant storm clouds began to dissipate gradually. The thunderous forces also began to fade. At this moment, everyone understood that the mysterious heavenly thunder jujube was on the verge of ripening, ready for harvest. At that moment, the white serpent abruptly opened its eyes and gazed toward the direction of the Tianlai Zhao. Chapter 86. The Peculiar Trial of the Tianlai Zhao. Shen Mobai's journey was primarily for the Tianlai Zhao, and he was naturally attuned to the changes in this area. As soon as he witnessed the dissipating power of thunder, he could no longer contain his impatience. Like an anxious monkey, he swiftly dashed forward. His demeanor could hardly be described as merely hasty. He feared that a moment's delay would result in a complete loss. If he were a fraction late, he would return empty-handed. Azu, observing Shen Mobai's frantic actions, was taken aback by such a display of impatience from a cultivator. In his many years, he had never seen such a lack of decorum in a practitioner. While astonished, he remarked, "Such a lack of grace. Yet, I did not expect this young man to possess such incredible speed. Ah, the youth of today are generally quite swift, aren't they? Truly lacking in composure. Does he think that this is a first-come, first-served situation? Young man, do not underestimate any fruit that can rank among the forbidden fruit list. Let us see how you return in disarray. I hope you do not become too complacent." After muttering to himself, Azu descended beside the small white serpent, seemingly awaiting its guidance. A golden core stage expert, a guardian of a secret realm, heeding the advice of a mere serpent? It was almost unfathomable. The white serpent remained silent, leaping off the green stone and leisurely advancing toward the Tianlai Zhao. Azu then understood the serpent's intention and had no choice but to follow along. The other cultivators, noticing that Azu, the golden core stage expert, showed no intention of preventing their entry, cast aside their reservations and proceeded toward the location of the Tianlai Zhao. However, they dared not surpass Azu's position, wishing only to accompany him and perhaps seize an opportunity if it arose. If luck did not favor them, at the very least, they could broaden their horizons. Thus, a group of cultivators slowly advanced, with the white serpent and Azu leading the way. In contrast, Shen Mobai, while advancing, glanced back and, seeing no one following, revealed a smile. At a time like this, speed is of the essence. Whoever seizes it first claims it. With this thought, his pace quickened. Not far ahead, Shen Mobai finally beheld the so-called Tian Lei Zao. It was a small tree with roots embedded in a patch of gleaming metallic ground. The metal shimmered with a golden hue, unmistakably valuable and of significant origin. However, Shen Mobai could not identify the type of metal. The tree stood over 7 feet tall, its leaves a vibrant green, and its branches thick and lush. Amidst the foliage, small fruits, radiating a deep blue hue, were scattered throughout. These fruits were merely the size of a thumb, and aside from their color, they bore a striking resemblance to common jujubes. Upon seeing this, Shen Mobai's heart soared with delight. So many Tian Lei Zao? I thought there was only one. It seems I have struck it rich this time. All these treasures shall be mine. He laughed heartily, increasing his speed as he rushed toward the location of the Tian Lei Zao. However, just as he was about to approach the jujube tree, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A blinding flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself in an unknown space. This space was shrouded in a thick, white mist devoid of any discernible features, save for a white silhouette before him. The silhouette, composed of light, lacked a distinct human form. As soon as Shen Mobai entered this realm, the white figure moved. Just as Shen Mobai landed, it pointed a finger at him, and instantly, a wave-like attack surged toward him. Shen Mobai panicked. He attempted to summon his inverse scale armor for defense, only to find himself motionless. Reaching out, he discovered that his inverse scale armor had vanished. "Where the hell is my spiritual weapon?" he exclaimed. Just moments ago, it had been there. Without time to ponder, he prepared to conjure his Tian Yi shield for protection. To his astonishment, the Tian Yi shield had also inexplicably disappeared, unable to summon it. As the wave-like attack approached, Shen Mobai, with no other options, hastily executed the 9 turns of ethereal steps and dodged to the side, attempting to evade the assault. Surprisingly, the wave-like attack followed his movement. In that instant of frustration, it struck him silently. Shen Mobai felt a violent tremor throughout his body, involuntarily shaking a few times. What just happened? What on earth was that? It startled him. Yet nothing seemed to have occurred. What was that thing? Where was this place? What on earth was going on? At this moment, Shen Mobai was utterly perplexed by the recent events. Meanwhile, outside, the white serpent, Azu, and a group of cultivators finally arrived near the Tian Lei Zao. They were astonished to see Shen Mobai not far ahead, his body still maintaining a flying posture. Yet peculiarly, he was utterly motionless. Indeed, right before the Tian Lei Zao, he stood frozen. The other cultivators were bewildered. Observing Shen Mobai's state, Azu couldn't help but sneer. "Young man, I recognize your formidable spiritual sense, but the trial of the Tian Lei Zao is unrelated to that. It is based on the strength of your cultivation method. The higher the level of your cultivation technique, the simpler the trial. Conversely, a lower-tier technique results in a more arduous test. The Tian Lei Zao, embodying celestial intent, naturally favors those who have encountered great fortunes. You do not qualify. Prepare to suffer a bitter defeat. Greedy fool, arrogant fool." Were Shen Mobai able to hear these words, he would likely be infuriated, cursing the Tian Lei Zao. Isn't this favoritism? What does it matter if it's merely a little tree's trial? Must it be contingent upon one's background and fortune? Are those with inferior cultivation methods and lesser fortunes unworthy of pursuing immortality? What kind of logic is this? It is utterly preposterous. Unfortunately, Shen Mobai was undergoing a trial and was neither present nor able to hear Azu's remarks. Azu was in no hurry to acquire the Tian Lei Zao and continued. "You, who have forcibly raised your cultivation through elixirs, and at such an advanced age, do not think I am oblivious to your cultivation history. At such an age, to have only reached the foundation establishment stage, your method must surely be lacking in quality. Though your combat prowess is remarkable, what of it? Strength built upon time cannot alter the inherent flaws of a low-tier technique. Prepare for an empty-handed return." Before Azu could finish his statement, his words had yet to escape his lips. A scene unfolded that left everyone in utter astonishment. Shortly after the sonic attack struck Shen Mobai, a miraculous event transpired. Chapter 87, Astounding the Crowd, a technique beyond the heavenly level. As Azu and others stood in disbelief, a rigid voice resounded. "A terrestrial-level technique has been detected." The challenger is rewarded with a step forward, leaving a mere 20 steps to the coveted Tianlei Zhao. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, piecing together Azu's earlier musings, finally grasped the reality. To obtain the Tianlei Zhao, one must pass the verification of the technique's rank. Upon reaching the endpoint, one could naturally harvest the Tianlei Zhao. In stark contrast, Shen Mobai, having transcended the illusionary trial after the sonic wave penetrated him, regained control over his form. Upon hearing the rigid proclamation, he subtly comprehended the nature of this trial. The white serpent remained motionless, merely observing Shen Mobai with curiosity. Azu, with a sneer, derided, "Just a terrestrial-level technique. There are still 20 steps to the finish line. Do you possess any terrestrial-level techniques? Let us see how you embarrass yourself." As murmurs of anger spread through the crowd, voices rose in exasperation. What kind of absurd trial is this? With such a method, how can we possibly obtain the Tianlei Zhao? I don't even possess a mysterious level technique. Where would I find some ridiculous terrestrial level technique? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, reaching a crescendo of frustration. Ultimately, one individual, unable to bear the discrimination, soared above the small tree, preparing to descend directly to seize the Tianlei Zhao. However, as fate would have it, he seemingly triggered a thunderous magnetic domain, and a bolt of lightning, as thin as a thumb, struck him down, reducing him to ashes. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace behind. Instantly, the crowd exchanged glances, refraining from any reckless actions. Those with a modicum of wisdom focused intently on Shen Mobai, planning to seize the opportunity when he faltered. At that moment, Shen Mobai, devoid of hesitation, advanced another step forward, prompted by the rigid voice. Immediately, a brilliant flash enveloped him, and he found himself once again within the illusion. Following that, another sonic wave surged toward him. Previously, he had fortuitously utilized the Jiu Xiao Ling Shu Bu, which had registered as a terrestrial-level technique. Now, he thought to try the Jiahuang Ji. Thus, a vortex formed at the tip of his finger. Before long, the rigid voice echoed once more, "A new terrestrial-level technique has been detected. The challenger is rewarded with a step forward, leaving 19 steps to the Tianlei Zhao." Shen Mobai, having exited the illusion, smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the announcement. He took another step forward. Azu, upon hearing the rigid voice, scoffed derisively. "His good fortune cannot last long. I refuse to believe he possesses any more terrestrial-level techniques." Shen Mobai remained indifferent to Azu's taunts, preparing to move again when a blinding light enveloped him, transporting him once more into the illusion. "Let me test the Xuangong Ti this time." Moments later, Shen Mobai emerged from the illusion, yet the rigid voice did not resound. It appeared that even the lowest threshold required a terrestrial-level technique, rendering the mysterious level Xuangong Ti ineffective. Observing Shen Mobai's vexation, Azu chuckled. "I told you, he is merely at the foundational stage. How could he possess so many terrestrial-level techniques? Now he has encountered a setback, hasn't he?" Azu's expression, filled with schadenfreude, had completely abandoned the composure expected of a golden core cultivator, instead resembling a common person consumed by jealousy. Undeterred by his recent trials, Shen Mobai resolved to take another step, and the illusion manifested once more. This time, he aimed to test the Yinfeng Tuan Tianjue. Although the Yinfeng Tuan Tianjue is an auxiliary technique, it is still classified as a terrestrial-level technique. Shen Mobai intended to see if it would suffice. As the sonic wave approached him, he activated all 6 of his acupoints, akin to 6 miniature dantians, spinning fervently. A new terrestrial-level technique has been detected. The challenger is rewarded with a step forward, leaving 18 steps to the Tianlei Zhao. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai felt a surge of joy, while Azu's countenance darkened. Though he remained silent, his expression was a tapestry of emotions. Disbelief, anger, and incredulity all mingled together. Shen Mobai advanced another step, and then he tested his self-created technique. Jing Tianyi Ji. With a mere thought, the Jian Shuet Qiang materialized in his hand. He unleashed the formidable group attack skill, the Jing Tianyi Ji. A new terrestrial-level technique has been detected. The challenger is rewarded with a step forward, leaving 17 steps to the Tianlei Zhao. Upon hearing this announcement, Azu's face darkened even further. He could hardly believe that Shen Mobai not only possessed unmatched offensive power, but also demonstrated formidable defense and speed, surpassing his own capabilities. This revelation left the Golden Core cultivator feeling utterly humiliated, yearning to escape the secret realm to unleash his peak prowess upon Shen Mobai, ensuring he would suffer immensely. Unbeknownst to Shen Mobai, he was lost in the euphoria of testing techniques, oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. As he took another step forward, he entered the illusion once more. Let me test the Jiuzhuan Cui Ling Da Fa this time. Since commencing his training in the Jiuzhuan Cui Ling Da Fa, Shen Mobai had come to appreciate its formidable nature, a technique unmatched even within the system. He had long desired to ascertain its rank. Without hesitation, he began to operate the Jiuzhuan Cui Ling Da Fa. However, at that moment, the illusion began to tremble inexplicably. Cracks appeared abruptly, and in a panic, Shen Mobai attempted to take action, yet he was at a loss as to what to do or how to escape. Thus, he could only hastily cease the operation of his technique, hoping to restore the illusion to its original state. Gradually, the tremor subsided, and tranquility returned. Shen Mobai successfully exited the illusion, only to hear a voice announce, "A technique surpassing the heavenly level has been detected. The challenger is rewarded with a swift advance, directly approaching the front, and is awarded 7 Tianlei Zhao." Azu, in utter disbelief, looked around in confusion and inquired, What did that voice just say? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with my ears? Did I mishear it? Chapter 88. Never seen such an exploitative scheme. It seemed like a misinterpretation. Azu was overwhelmed with emotion to an unprecedented degree. He hoisted a fellow cultivator behind him and demanded loudly, "What did that voice just proclaim? Speak up." The helpless cultivator, gazing at the frenzied Azu, could only respond, "It mentioned the emergence of a being surpassing the heavenly extreme technique, rewarding him with the ability to approach and directly harvest 7 Tian Lei Jujube. That is the essence of it. Please, senior, release me, my bones are breaking." Upon hearing this, Azu flung the cultivator aside, bellowing, "Is there something amiss? What sort of super heavenly existence has manifested? I've never even heard of it. Is he cheating? Come out at once, or I shall enter and deal with you." Azu shouted at Shen Mobai, angered that, as a powerful practitioner at the Golden Core stage, he had not obtained the Tian Lei Jujube first. How could a mere foundation establishment brat like Shen Mobai claim it first? Regrettably, Shen Mobai merely cast a glance at the deranged old man, disregarding him entirely, and resolutely strode towards the Jujube tree. The voice had declared that rewards awaited those who approached. Why would Shen Mobai hesitate? Moreover, he intended to harvest thoroughly, having come this far. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Shen Mobai arrived at the small tree. At that moment, the tree emanated a radiant glow, shimmering brightly, as if eagerly anticipating Shen Mobai's arrival, rejoicing at his presence. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Mobai felt no hesitation but began to pluck the fruit. 1, 2, 3, 7. Just as he reached for an 8th, an inexplicable resistance emerged. Shen Mobai realized this was likely the protective mechanism of the Tian Lei Jujube, preventing excessive harvesting. However, was Shen Mobai the type to easily concede? In the face of adversity, one must swim against the current. Confronting resistance, one must break through barriers and forge ahead without hesitation. Without further ado, the Jiuzhuan Cui Ling Da Fa began to operate fervently, unleashing unparalleled strength. Furthermore, the Xiangang Ti activated, amplifying his ferocious power once more. Shen Mobai stretched out his hand toward the Tian Lei Jujube, inching closer. Eventually, he grasped one of the jujubes and forcefully pulled it into his spatial pouch. The small tree began to tremble as if in anger. At that moment, Shen Mobai was entirely focused on the Tian Lei Jujube, oblivious to the tree's agitation. He was not done yet. Shen Mobai promptly exchanged for more elixirs from the store, stuffing them into his mouth. A cursory glance revealed strength-enhancing pills, muscle-building powders, blood-boosting pills, energy-gathering pills, and boiling blood powders, all consumed in one go. One handful was insufficient, so he stuffed in another. Fortunately, all were produced by the system, free from any toxic properties. Otherwise, the toxicity alone would have been enough to overwhelm him. After ingesting these elixirs, Shen Mobai's aura surged once more, reaching an unprecedented level of might. He then extended both hands, preparing to seize 2 more Tian Lei Jujube. Based on his recent experience, although the jujubes on this small tree were plentiful, they could not be harvested excessively. Faced with the precious fruits rumored in the Jingguo Pu, should he not strive harder? After all, such opportunities would not come again. He had even resolved that, even if he sustained some minor injuries, he would exchange for a few more Tianlei jujube. Meanwhile, the other cultivators expressed deep condemnation towards Shen Mobai's insatiable actions. How could one be so greedy, insisting on harvesting when the tree itself was unwilling? Moreover, the tree appeared to be increasingly agitated, visibly shaking. Greed would ultimately lead to ruin. Just watch. He would face retribution. Azu's mouth twitched in disbelief. In all his years, he had never witnessed such shamelessness. Only the white serpent observed Shen Mobai's actions with keen curiosity. Unbeknownst to Shen Mobai, his focus remained solely on the Tianlei jujube. He planned to use this extraordinary item to win over female cultivators. Such a rare treasure would likely yield effects similar to the Jinji Xin, thus conserving much energy. A tool for courting, what more could one desire? At last, through his relentless determination, he secured 2 more Tianlei jujube. Just as Shen Mobai pondered how to acquire a few more, the earth began to tremble violently. The small tree started to shake vigorously. Shen Mobai, caught off guard, swayed side to side, struggling to maintain his balance. Then, the onlookers beheld the astonishing sight of the small tree slowly lifting off the ground, uprooting the metallic soil beneath it. The dark clouds reappeared overhead, creating an atmosphere as if the tree intended to ascend into the clouds and flee. Realizing the tree was attempting to escape, Shen Mobai could not allow that to happen. He rushed forward to embrace the tree, prepared to face any peril alongside it. When the tree perceived Shen Mobai leaping to embrace it, it seemingly could no longer endure. It abruptly extracted a segment of its root from the metallic soil and struck fiercely at Shen Mobai's chest. Shen Mobai would never have imagined that a seemingly harmless little tree would retaliate so fiercely. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck and sent hurtling toward the ground. While airborne, he coughed up blood. Upon landing, Shen Mobai cursed under his breath and leaped again, seizing a chunk of the golden metallic soil where the tree had been rooted. With a powerful tug, he forcibly tore it away and secured it. As the tree was on the verge of entering the dark clouds and making its escape, Shen Mobai, undeterred by his injuries, attempted to leap after it. However, the tree, frightened, swiftly vanished into the clouds. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Shen Mobai could only sigh as he landed. Ah, I was truly foolish. I should have acted differently just now. Alas, I did not perform well. I could have harvested a couple more. What a mistake. In the crowd, witnessing the rapid unfolding of events, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. Uncertain of who reacted first, a voice exclaimed, "I have yet to undergo the trial. How could it be over?" Another interjected, "Are you asking if it has begun? It has already concluded. How could this be? Had my grand opportunity vanished so swiftly? This was all his fault. Let us rush at him and seize the Tianlei Zao." Ultimately, spurred on by a few instigators, the crowd directed their ire towards Shen Mobai. Though he could hear the furious shouts from the throng, fear was not an emotion he entertained. As Shen Mobai prepared to take the initiative, a white figure shot toward him with astonishing speed. In an instant, it was upon him, striking fiercely. Chapter 89. The blood-sucking serpent awaits its moment. From the moment Shen Mobai had glimpsed the white serpent, he discerned its extraordinary nature. Even the venerable Azu, at the Jindan stage, seemed to guard it closely. Nevertheless, Shen Mobai had faith in his own strength and did not believe the serpent could inflict any harm upon him. Yet, as the serpent lunged, he realized just how gravely mistaken he was. Before he could react, the serpent's jaws clamped onto his arm. Shen Mobai's heart raced. What manner of serpent was this? And what venom did it possess? Had he been envenomed? Furious, Shen Mobai prepared to wrench the serpent off and tear it apart. However, the serpent released its grip and swiftly retreated. Upon inspecting his arm, he noticed 2 tiny puncture wounds, confirming that this was no mere illusion. The skin was crimson but did not appear poisoned. Just as he contemplated charging forward, Azu stepped in front of the serpent, declaring loudly, "What do you intend to do? It is not a creature you can provoke. Do you wish to have your soul extracted and your essence refined?" At that moment, Shen Mobai was undeterred by Azu's presence. After all, An eye for an eye was only fair. He was not one to simply swallow his anger. With a cold snort, he prepared to confront the issue. Unexpectedly, the serpent flicked its tongue a few times, as if having made a decision, and darted back towards Shen Mobai at remarkable speed. Before anyone could react, it landed on his shoulder, coiling itself there. Shen Mobai stood frozen, as did Azu, both perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Just as Azu was about to strike, the serpent opened its eyes wide and glared at him. With a few flicks of its tongue, Azu seemed to understand something and refrained from advancing. Instead, he sighed deeply and cryptically addressed Shen Mobai. Take good care of the young lady, otherwise the consequences will be dire. Should you neglect her, your entire sect shall pay the price. Consider this carefully. If you provide for her well, you shall reap the rewards. With that, Azu fell silent, moving to grab Ada by the collar and swiftly departed, leaving Shen Mobai bewildered and without the opportunity to inquire further. He found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to expel the serpent or allow it to remain. At that moment, he noticed that the tiny punctures on his arm had returned to normal. He realized the serpent's bite had not been venomous, but rather a means of blood-sucking. Shen Mobai's mind was in disarray, having never encountered such an unusual phenomenon. Yet, Azu's stern warning echoed in his thoughts, prompting him to exercise caution rather than act impulsively. Observing the serpent's seemingly harmless demeanor, he chose to disregard it for now, as its presence did not seem to pose any immediate threat. At that juncture, some members of the crowd could no longer contain their desires. Tempted by the allure of the Tianlei, they began to stir restlessly, overtaken by greed, and surged towards Shen Mobai, believing that sheer numbers would shift the tide. However, the outcome was starkly contrary. Shen Mobai single-handedly cut through them, leaving a sea of bodies in his wake. His black energy surged immensely. Days slipped by quietly, and only 5 days remained until the secret realm would close. Shen Mobai had now abandoned the search for female cultivators, for aside from Su Yingxue and Su Qinghuan, he had not encountered any others. He could not resort to such barbarity as sacrificing his beloved to repay a debt. Glancing at his balance, he noted, debt, 300 black and white energy points. Interest, 40 per month. Balance, black energy, 851, 085 points. White energy, 207 points. The sight of such black energy felt like standing atop a treasure trove, a sense of fulfillment illuminating his face. Yet, the sight of white energy rendered his expression as colorful as one who had consumed excrement. 207 points? What use was that? Merely sufficient to cover the interest. Well, the principal. Soon, he would be faced with repaying the hefty sum of 300 points. Regardless, he could not linger in the secret realm any longer. Only by exiting could he seize the opportunity to accumulate white energy. Thus, with 5 days left before the realm's closure, Shen Mobai made his exit. This venture had yielded immense rewards. Not only had he successfully established his foundation, but he had also gathered a bounty of provisions rich in spiritual energy, as well as many ordinary mystical fruits. He had even acquired 10 Tianlei Zao, renowned in the Forbidden Fruit Compendium, along with his first spiritual artifact, the inverse scale armor, and the formation, isolation great array. The white serpent, while simply coiled motionless upon his shoulder, had also captured a woman, the holy maiden of the demon sect, Su Qinghuan, as Shen Mobai's partner. He naturally intended to take her along. Overall, this expedition into the secret realm had been extraordinarily fruitful, far exceeding his expectations. The only blemish was the insufficient balance of white energy. As Shen Mobai, Su Qinghuan, and Su Yingxue stepped through the immense portal, they successfully emerged into the world outside. At that moment, the airships maintained their original formation, densely surrounding the entrance. Donning a mask, Shen Mobai led Su Yingxue and Su Qinghuan toward the airship belonging to the Hehuan Sect. The crowd was engaged in fervent discussions, evidently oblivious to their arrival. Save for Elder Lin of the Yuanying stage, who opened his eyes momentarily before closing them again. As Shen Mobai and his companions approached the airship, a cacophony of discussions reached their ears. Have you heard? Unprecedented events have transpired within this secret realm. Some of it is downright horrifying. Indeed, the Xie family and the Lianti men cannot possibly explain themselves now. They're currently besieged and demanded to account for their actions. What could have spurred their leader to commit such inhumane acts? It is a source of collective outrage. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai realized they were discussing the unwarranted harm inflicted upon female cultivators by the two factions within the secret realm. He found himself intrigued and flew closer to glean more details. What you have mentioned pales in comparison. A far more ruthless figure has emerged. A witness documented the entire ordeal with a Luingzhu. If it weren't for that individual consuming a fruit that induces a death-like state, they might have fallen victim to the perpetrator's poison. Yes. I have also heard that this person is even more brutal, slaying members from every sect, truly a god of death. It is said that during their foundation establishment, they killed dozens, and when the Tianlai Zhao manifested, they claimed the lives of even more, nearly a quarter of the participants. What does it matter if they have slain so many? We are all still waiting for their emergence. Do they truly think they can escape after such carnage? Such naivety. Suddenly, one of the fervently discussing individuals spotted the masked Shen Mobai and curiously inquired, "Fellow cultivator, you seem somewhat familiar. May I ask your name?" As Shen Mobai listened to their discourse, he increasingly felt that they were referring to him. Just as he prepared to turn away, the individual called out, "Fellow cultivator, you seem somewhat familiar. May I ask your name?" His heart sank. Shen Mobai feigned composure and replied, "My name is of little consequence. I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall speak another day." With that, he began to retreat. However, another person, seemingly struck by a realization, shouted, "It is Shen Mobai. The one in the mask is him. Everyone come quickly. Shen Mobai is here." In an instant, chaos erupted. Within moments, a throng began to encircle him. Shen Mobai sought to flee, but it was too late. Most of those who approached were foundation-level cultivators. Save for one imposing figure, the current head of the CF family, Xie Zhangping. His eyes burned with fury, for his son had perished at Shen Mobai's hands. Upon hearing Shen Mobai's name, he rushed over, determined to avenge his grievous loss. The elder of the Hehuan Sect, Lin Lao, seemed to sense the impending turmoil, opening his eyes only to sigh helplessly before closing them once more. Though he wished to protect Shen Mobai, the greater good dictated otherwise. He could not intervene. Ultimately, he resigned himself to silence, pretending as if nothing were amiss. As soon as Xie Zhangping appeared, he immediately recognized Shen Mobai, for his visage matched that of the figure captured in the Luingzhu. Without hesitation, Xie Zhangping conjured a massive hand to seize Shen Mobai. Yet, Shen Mobai was not one to resign himself to fate. Activating his Nilin Jiaozhu, he prepared to defend himself. The hand rushed towards him, but was halted by the 81 scales of his spiritual artifact. "Listen to me. The situation is not as you perceive. They were the ones who attacked me first, driven by greed for wealth. I merely retaliated. They brought this upon themselves." Shen Mobai bellowed in defense. However, his explanations fell on deaf ears. Some foundation-level cultivators, emboldened by their superior strength, joined in the effort to corner Shen Mobai. In no time, an overwhelming tide of attacks surged forth. Shen Mobai, feeling the pressure mounting, hastily employed his Jiu Shaoling Su Bu and Xian Gang Ti to evade and resist. "Look, that is the renowned technique of my CF family. The Xian Gang Ti. This scoundrel must have used coercion to steal it." Xie Zhangping incited the crowd further. "Everyone, seize him. We cannot allow him to roam freely." At this moment, Shen Mobai felt like a mute enduring bitter calumny. The Xian Gang Ti was something he had obtained through the system, not through theft. As Xie Zhangping rallied more cultivators to join the hunt, the pressure became unbearable. Outside the secret realm, the might of Golden Core cultivators was far superior to what he had faced within. Despite possessing a spiritual artifact, Shen Mobai could not withstand the sheer number of his assailants. Soon, he began to show signs of despair, coughing up blood and sustaining severe injuries. "This cannot continue. I will surely meet my end here if I do not devise a plan. How is it that I am blamed for their initial assault? Once my strength grows, I shall ensure that each of you experiences the taste of indiscriminate vengeance. This humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold." At this moment, Shen Mobai had abandoned thoughts of annihilating these slanderers. Survival was his only priority. Yet, the path ahead was blocked by the so-called righteous cultivators. With no way forward, Shen Mobai glanced at the crowd, steeled his resolve, and brandished the Tian Yidun and Dian Shuechong, hurling them into the throng. The sound of explosions echoed through the crowd. At this moment, Shen Mobai had no choice but to abandon his vehicle to preserve his own life, resorting to the self-detonation of a superior magical artifact. As for why he did not opt for a spirit tool, it was simply because he could not bear to part with it. With Shen Mobai's current level of spiritual power and divine consciousness at the early stage of his second transformation of Nirvana Foundation establishment, the destructive force unleashed by the self-detonation of a superior magical artifact was far beyond what he had experienced during his time in Tianting. That terrifying might instantly engulf the crowd. Enough! With a loud shout, Elder Lin intervened, blocking the immense destructive power of the magical artifact. Shen Mobai dared not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Su Qinghuan's hand and swiftly retreated towards the entrance of the secret realm, their figures vanishing within the luminous portal. The onlookers intended to pursue, but were halted. Foundation establishment cultivators would be insufficient to match Shen Mobai's strength, while those of the Golden Core and nascent soul stages could not enter the secret realm. Finally, Xie Zhanpeng declared fiercely, "The secret realm will close in 5 days. Let's see if this brat can make it out. For such a deep-seated grudge, Xie Zhanpeng shall ensure he suffers 1,000 deaths." With that, the crowd began to lie in wait. Upon emerging from the entrance of the secret realm, Shen Mobai and Su Qinghuan both coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, evidently bearing serious injuries. The white serpent resting on Shen Mobai's shoulder remained with its eyes closed, never having opened them throughout. "What now, Shen Mobai? With so many people outside, it seems we cannot escape." Su Qinghuan inquired of him, pondering their next course of action. Shen Mobai tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth, offering another to Su Qinghuan, stating, "At this juncture, there is no other choice. We must resort to that one method. However, I wonder how treacherous that path may be." Chapter 91. Misfortunes never come alone. Rules change, this path is blocked. Ultimately, Shen Mobai was compelled to select an alternative route for survival. As he flew, he seethed with anger, which cursed individual thought to feign death. They were not eliminated. It seems this world is filled with extraordinary talents, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. How careless I have been. Damn it, they even set up a reflection pearl, causing me to futilely wear a mask and conceal my aura. All in vain. It is clear these people were motivated by greed. I merely sought to earn a bit of dark energy. Alas, this is truly a reversal of fate. I can never return to Hehuan Sect now. Oh, my gentle sect master, I have yet to savor your tenderness, only to be torn apart by the heavens. Suing Xue, Lin Wanqiu, Yi Zhiqiu, you must wait for me. I shall one day return with great force, and those who have wronged me will be transformed into energy, driving me to madness. Presently, Shen Mobai faced both internal and external crises. Fortunately, within this secret realm, as long as time had not yet elapsed, one could still enter and exit. Otherwise, he would truly find himself with no means of escape. As he flew towards the stone forest area, he contemplated the challenges ahead. Firstly, he was grateful for having spared Su Qinghuan's life and for having implanted restraining chip in her. At this moment, the righteous faction could not remain idle, with most clamoring for his immediate demise. Thus, he had to seek alternative paths. All of this was forced upon him. To preserve his life, he must first enhance his strength. Secondly, it was likely that he would not be able to accrue sufficient white energy in the time to come. After all, relying on conventional means was no longer feasible. As the repayment time for both interest and principal approached, he would probably have to borrow again. There was no other option. Finally, his only avenue left was to seek the MO zone. Indeed, it was the very faction that Su Qinghuan had inadvertently mentioned to Shen Mobai. There existed an exit to this secret realm in the stone forest area, albeit controlled by the MO zone. Considering all factors, seeking refuge in the MO zone had become the sole path forward. Shen Mobai and Su Qinghuan hastened towards that direction while tending to their wounds. Fortunately, Shen Mobai possessed an ample supply of high-quality medicinal pills. Just as the 5-day deadline approached, the pair arrived at the entrance of the MO Zone's secret realm. Meanwhile, Xie Zhanpeng and a group of cultivators from the righteous faction had been vigilantly guarding the exit without rest. However, as the time for the secret realm was up, they still had not seen Shen Mobai's figure. One among them expressed confusion, Why hasn't this old fellow emerged yet? Could he have perished inside? Wasn't that Tian Lei Zhao wasted? Xie Zhanping squinted, displeased, speculating. I estimate this old fellow has likely slipped away through the MO zone's exit. Ah, how regrettable. Had I known, I would have severed that route first. Another person incredulously asked, does this mean that this old fellow has escaped unscathed? ISNT this a boon for him? Xie Zhanping's brows relaxed, and he chuckled. Escape unscathed? Not quite. As far as I know, it is vastly different from our side, both in style and brutality. If that old fellow falls into the MO zone, he will surely not emerge alive. The crucial point is that entering the MO zone entails a significant restriction. Shen Mobai. He will likely meet his end there. Truly, he has been spared, unable to be dealt with directly. Just as Xie Zhanping finished speaking, the time for the secret realm's opening arrived. As the blue light faded, the former entrance transformed into a solid stone wall, sealing off any access. At the very moment Shen Mobai and Su Qinghuan exited the secret realm, the passageway closed. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Shen Mobai's ear. Ding. Friendly reminder, there is 1 minute remaining until the interest repayment deadline. Please gather energy swiftly. Failure to do so will result in the harvesting of your soul, subject to eternal punishment for near-death experiences. Thank you. Indeed, as Shen Mobai had anticipated, the time for the interest repayment had arrived. Following closely was the deadline for repaying the principal. Shen Mobai could hardly be bothered to acknowledge it. Each time they pressed for repayment, they were unfailingly punctual. He had intended to accumulate energy and repay the principal in one go when the 6-month period concluded, allowing him to enjoy a blissful existence in the immortal realm. Yet, fate had other plans. At the moment of repayment, the female cultivators had all vanished. Consequently, he found himself pursued by those so-called righteous cultivators, blocking his path. Truly, the saying holds, misfortunes never come singly. Successfully deducted the interest owed by the host for last month, totaling 120 points of black and white energy. Congratulations on timely repayment, elevating you to golden user status, with access to enhanced rights and privileges. Monitoring indicates that the host is currently anxious and enraged. In the spirit of assisting others in achieving their dreams and urgently needing to improve their situation, we are officially launching our worry-free loan service. Just open your mouth, and you can enjoy the most considerate service, with interest rates slashed to absurd levels. Would you like to proceed? Coincidentally, the time to repay the principal has also arrived. Shen Mobai. After successfully repaying 6 months of interest, Shen Mobai smoothly ascended to the status of golden member. Simultaneously, he gained the qualification to continue borrowing, allowing him to acquire an additional 800 points of black and white energy. Shen Mobai thought, borrow, just give me more. I refuse to believe there won't come a day when I can repay this debt. One day, I will settle this ridiculous loan. Warm reminder, the interest for this loan will double, requiring a repayment of 80 in principal and interest each month. Do you agree? Shen Mobai, growing impatient, quickly replied, understood, I agree. Just lend me 800 points of black and white energy. Congratulations to the host for successfully borrowing 800 points of black and white energy, which is now being allocated. Allocation successful. Congratulations to the host for a successful loan. The principal has been automatically repaid. In response to the host's previous feedback and complaints regarding the short repayment period and considering the host's current cultivation level, this system has made the following adjustments. 1. The repayment period has been extended to 12 years, with interest charged annually. Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai smiled with delight. This adjustment was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Repaying monthly was too frequent, and the timeline was overly constricted. Missing a payment would be disastrous. Now, with annual interest collection, it was simply splendid. Suddenly, Shen Mobai felt that this system was rather accommodating. It was user-friendly. He liked it. Clearly, my complaints have been acknowledged by the system. Excellent. Excellent. This child is teachable. 2. Due to the extended repayment period, the interest has been appropriately adjusted to 160 annually. Please be informed, and may you enjoy a pleasant life. What? The interest has increased from 80 to 160 annually? For heaven's sake, just as I praised you, your true nature has been revealed. I thought you were so agreeable, but it turns out you were waiting to ensnare me with this trap, right? I am truly exasperated. Chapter 92, Arrival at MO Zone. Handing over soul blood Shen Mobai, curse silently. However, he quickly realized and ceased his invective. If he had continued with the previous interest of 80, he would have had to repay a total of 680 points of black and white energy in a year. Yet, with the new arrangement of annual repayments, although the interest had risen to 160, he would only need to repay once a year, amounting to just 280 points of black and white energy. He had effectively reduced his repayment burden by 400 points of energy. It turned out that Shen Mobai had come out ahead after all. With this realization, Shen Mobai kept quiet. After all, he did not want to provoke the system and face further hardships. Just as he was engaged in this mental tug-of-war with the system, he finally emerged from the exit of the secret realm. Before him lay an expansive view, seemingly boundless. In the distance, there appeared to be a colossal dome enveloping the heavens and the earth. Strangely, Shen Mobai felt a sense of familiarity with this grand structure. Looking down, he saw distant pavilions and towers clustered together, teeming with figures resembling ants, bustling about within. However, from such a distance, the details remained obscured. Shen Mobai soon comprehended that they were standing atop a mountain, with the secret realm's location perched at the summit. Nearby, 100 or so individuals wielding weapons, led by a stunningly attractive woman, were uniformly surrounding the exit of the secret realm. This woman possessed a slender waist and a breathtaking visage, accentuated by her alluring crimson lips. The concentration of spiritual energy here rivaled that within the secret realm. By the way, where's the airship? Why can't I see it? How are we to return to Mo Zone? Shen Mobai inquired of Su Qinghuan. He had already devised a plan. Once the airship was on its way back to Mo Zone, he would make a daring leap and escape, subsequently seeking a place to earn energy until the 12-year deadline arrived. By then, he would repay the loan and make breakthroughs in the Jindan and Yuaning stages. At that time, he would return to Hehuan Zone to exact revenge and win back his beloved. What a delight that would be! What airship? You're already in Mo Zone. Su Qinghuan replied, her face a mask of astonishment. What? This is Mo Zone? Who are these people? What are they doing? Shen Mobai queried, staring at the retro-clad figures armed with weapons. Well, he could never have imagined that the entrance to the secret realm was located within the stronghold of Mo Zone. With his plan to escape thwarted, he would have to seek out a teleportation array or something similar. Resolving this in his mind, Shen Mobai pondered. Upon hearing his question, Su Qinghuan explained, they're the Sect guards. They will come forward to conduct a search, and you must claim to be my captured furnace cauldron, ready to hand over 30% of the resources obtained within the secret realm. As Shen Mobai listened, his confusion deepened. What guards? What furnace cauldron? What resources? Just as Su Qinghuan was elaborating on the details, the stunning woman called out from a line. You all know the rules, so don't make me repeat myself. With that, the armed guards began to approach, extending their hands to demand items. Shen Mobai observed as a male cultivator donned in black robes removed his cloak, and with a swift motion, items flew from his storage bag into the hands of the guard. The guard glanced back at the captivating woman, and upon seeing her remain silent, he stowed the items in his own storage bag and moved on to the next individual, repeating the process. What is happening? Shen Mobai asked, curiosity piqued. This is the process of submitting the resources acquired within the secret realm. 30% must be surrendered. Anyone daring to hide anything will face immediate punishment. Su Qinghuan explained. What? Shen Mobai exclaimed. His outburst drew the attention of the striking woman, who turned her gaze towards him. Internally, Shen Mobai grumbled. Is this not robbery? You expect me to hand over 30% of the spoils I acquired with such difficulty? Absolutely not. I cannot let my hard work go to waste. Before long, it was Shen Mobai's turn. Just as he was preparing to act, the alluring woman spoke. Who are you? Your aura does not resemble that of Mo Zone. Su Qinghuan was about to step forward to explain when the woman shot her a glare, releasing an overwhelming pressure unique to those at the peak of the Jindan stage. Su Qinghuan coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to speak. Did I ask you? The enchanting woman inquired. Shen Mobai, witnessing his companion being reprimanded by another woman, felt a surge of urgency. He was at a loss. He could neither fight nor flee. Shen Mobai could only smile and say, I am Shen Mobai, the furnace chosen by the holy maiden Su Qinghuan. It is a pleasure to arrive at the Mo Zone and to meet you, esteemed queen. Upon hearing this, The striking woman's face lit up with joy as she nodded. She then retracted her oppressive aura and addressed Shen Mobai. So you are Shen Mobai? Quite the clever one you are. I enjoy your words. Remove your mask. I wish to see your true appearance. If you are unappealing, I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs, lest I be offended by your visage. As Shen Mobai prepared to lift his mask, he paused momentarily. Truly, this was the MO zone, where actions and speech defied all common sense. Nevertheless, he complied and removed the mask. Instantly, the onlookers were taken aback, including Su Qinghuan, who gazed at him in astonishment. Since Shen Mobai's successful foundation establishment, he had always worn the mask, even when sharing thoughts and emotions with Su Qinghuan and Su Yingshui. Now, they finally beheld his countenance. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes slightly upturned. His nose was as straight as a snow peak, and his thin lips naturally held a hint of a smile. Altogether, he presented a breathtaking visage, undeniably striking. This youthful and handsome appearance was the result of Shen Mobai's extended lifespan following his breakthrough in foundation establishment. The allure of his remarkable features even captivated the imposing woman, who couldn't help but steal several glances at him. It is indeed a rare occasion to have a newcomer at the MO zone, but the necessary rituals must still be performed. Shen Mobai, perplexed, could only inquire, "What ritual? Surely you do not expect me to swear an oath or sign an unequal contract." The striking woman chuckled lightly. "Not quite. All I require is a drop of your soul blood." Shen Mobai was taken aback. "What? Soul blood?" It is well known that soul blood is a cultivator's spiritual mark, containing their life imprint, existing deep within the mind from birth until death. To relinquish, it would mean granting others control over one's life and death. Only cultivators who have reached the golden core stage can forcibly extract soul blood with the other's consent. When he controlled Lin Wanzhou and Su Qinghuan, it was due to Shen Mobai's insufficient cultivation that he could not extract soul blood, thus resorting to the use of a restriction chip. Nevertheless, who would willingly part with their soul blood? That would be tantamount to surrendering one's life and fortune to another. Shen Mobai was unwilling. His innocent gaze shifted to Su Qinghuan, but she shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the situation, as if to say, "I have never encountered a case like yours." Shen Mobai then glanced at the surrounding guards and the striking woman. He realized he could not contend against such formidable strength. The entrance to the secret realm had been sealed. With no other recourse, he sought the system's assistance, hoping it would provide him with some aid. Finally, after receiving a prompt from the system, Shen Mobai discreetly operated it. Once completed, he declared, "I willingly comply. Please proceed." The striking woman wasted no time, chanting a secret incantation and pointing her finger toward him. Shen Mobai felt a surge within his body, something boiling over and uncontrollably flowing out. In an instant, a drop of bright red blood flew from his forehead towards the woman, who deftly captured it with a wave of her hand. After completing this task, the woman addressed Shen Mobai, saying, "You need not submit any materials. Judging by your delicate appearance, I doubt you possess anything of value. Come with me. My domain requires someone like you, a newly emerged handsome youth." Shen Mobai, intrigued, mused, "You require a handsome youth? Could something fortuitous be occurring?" Without further hesitation, he approached the striking woman. She nodded in satisfaction and turned to Su Qinghuan, stating, "Here is a Mangjian Pai, which exempts you from 1 year of blood contributions. From now on, he shall be mine. No one shall compel you, understand?" Su Qinghuan was momentarily stunned, glancing at Shen Mobai. Seeing his lack of objection, she numbly nodded. It appeared that the title of Holy Maiden held little weight. Or perhaps the striking woman's status was so high that she disregarded the title entirely. Observing the orderly proceedings regarding the return to the MO zone, the striking woman nodded approvingly once more and commanded Shen Mobai, "All right, the matters here are settled, and your ties with her are severed. Come with me." Shen Mobai wished to protest, but found himself compelled to comply. A grand confrontation was no longer feasible, so he resolved to take things one step at a time. Against the constrained Golden Core ancestors, he might stand a chance, but against true Golden Core experts, he had learned from Xiejian Peng that direct confrontation was futile. Perhaps only after refining the 9 turns of spirit refinement to a higher level could he consider fighting beyond his current capabilities. Casting a glance at the bewildered Su Qinghuan, Shen Mobai felt equally disoriented. He himself was unsure of what had transpired. Alas, they must seek their own fortunes. He hurriedly followed the striking woman and inquired, "May I ask how to address you, my lady?" The woman, her expression impassive, replied, "From this day forth, I am your master. My name is Hehuan Sect. You may address me as Lady Sect. As for you, you are my servant. In simpler terms, you are my tool. Whatever I ask of you, you shall do." Shen Mobai curiously murmured, "Servant? Tool?" Hehuan Sect chuckled, effortlessly pulling Shen Mobai as they flew down the mountain, saying, "When there are no guests, you are my servant. When guests arrive, you shall be my xianggu." Shen Mobai acknowledged but remained confused, sensing an ominous premonition. What guests? Where do these guests come from? He then questioned, "Lady Sect, what is this Manjanpai?" Hehuan Sect explained, "Since you are new to the MO zone, you may not know that everyone here must regularly donate blood. Exceeding the quota grants you contribution points, which can be exchanged for various items. With the Manjanpai, you will be exempt from blood donation for a limited time." Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. "Donate blood? Why?" Hehuan Sect responded curtly, "Knowing too much is not beneficial for you." Shen Mobai, undeterred, pressed on, "Lady Sect, where can I find a teleportation array to leave? My cousin is about to give birth. I wish to return and see. My soul's blood is in your hands. I dare not deceive you." Hehuan Sect let out a cold snort, saying, "I doubt you would dare to deceive me. Otherwise, you shall not live unscathed." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Do not even think about the teleportation array. I have never heard of the demon sect possessing such a thing. If you wish to leave, there is a method. But you will have to wait for your next life. In your current state, it is impossible." Shen Mobai was struck as if by a bolt of lightning. Disbelief etched on his face. No teleportation array? To leave in the next life? Why is this demon sect brimming with such peculiarities? Just as Shen Mobai was lost in confusion, Hehuan Sect led him to a street, landing beside a building. This structure, 2 stories high, was adorned with vermilion lacquer and gold embellishments, its towering entrance displaying numerous crimson silk lanterns. The lampshades were intricately embroidered with vivid spring palace scenes, and the entire building radiated a rosy hue, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. A sign at the entrance boldly proclaimed, "Drunken Immortal Duck Pavilion." The name itself aptly illustrated its purpose. Upon seeing it, Shen Mobai was instantly taken aback. Earlier, when the topic of xianggu was mentioned, he had found it somewhat familiar. Now, upon encountering the Drunken Immortal Duck Pavilion, he suddenly realized, was this not a den of male courtesans? "You summon me here to work as one? I would rather die than comply." Hehuan Sect explained with a smile, "This is my newly opened establishment, and you are my first xianggu. Refusing? Have you forgotten that your soul's blood is with me? If you choose not to partake, then you may as well resign yourself to death." With that, he raised his hand, ready to strike Shen Mobai down. Ultimately, under Hehuan Sect's overwhelming pressure, Shen Mobai found himself with no choice. What could he do? Did he truly have a choice? In the end, he could only resign himself to fate. Now that he was entangled in this troublesome demon sect, survival became his priority. Only by living could he hope for a future. Moreover, upon reflection, perhaps being a xianggu was not so dire after all. He could view it as a means to earn white energy. After all, his resources were limited. For the sake of white energy, he could compromise a little, akin to a dog bite. However, deep within, Shen Mobai silently vowed that one day, he would avenge this humiliation and make Hehuan Sect experience what it felt like to be dominated by another. "From now on, you shall reside here. Starting tomorrow, we officially commence operations." Hehuan Sect uttered this before floating away, showing no fear of Shen Mobai's escape. Left standing before the Drunken Immortal Duck Pavilion, Shen Mobai was reduced to tears. Chapter 94. The Tortoise Formation. Affairs of the Demon Sect. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by. During this month, Shen Mobai led a rather carefree life. The reason was simple. The Drunken Immortal Duck Pavilion had yet to receive a single customer. Indeed, from dawn till dusk, not a soul ventured inside. Not even a curious passerby dared to approach. Upon seeing the establishment's name, everyone opted to steer clear. Who among women would willingly sacrifice their virtue within these walls? This turned out to be a relief for Shen Mobai, who found leisure in his solitude. When time permitted, he practiced the 9 transformations of spirit refinement, and with the aid of the perfect condensation pill, he steadily advanced his cultivation. He had reached the mid-stage of the 4 transformations of Nirvana Foundation, his spiritual awareness, now an astonishing 8-fold that of ordinary practitioners. His power had undergone a qualitative leap. Moreover, he had successfully exchanged for the middle-level technique of Phoenix, swallowing heaven, expending a significant 100 points of black and white energy. As a top-tier auxiliary technique, the mid-level Phoenix, swallowing heaven, was far more challenging to cultivate, requiring the opening of 33 acupoints, including Zhubin, Chongmin, and Fuxia, to be considered complete. Fortunately, with the mutual assistance of the 9 transformations of spirit refinement, he finally succeeded yesterday in opening all 33 acupoints of the mid-level technique. His speed of absorbing spiritual energy reached an alarming level. Coupled with the 6 acupoints he had previously opened, Shen Mobai now possessed a total of 39 acupoints operating within him, akin to a dantian in a frenzy of energy absorption. The velocity at which he absorbed and circulated spiritual energy was unprecedented. Even those at the golden core stage might not compare. Aside from cultivation, Shen Mobai spent his leisure time wandering aimlessly, inquiring about all matters concerning the demon sect. After all, he still yearned to escape from this place, as it was not a suitable long-term abode. However, the information he discovered was beyond his imagination. For instance, 1. Although referred to by all as a sect, the demon sect is, in fact, more akin to a vast city-state, an enormous metropolis. The inhabitants of the demon sect are born, raised, and perpetually reside within its confines. Even newly born individuals automatically become members of the demon sect upon entering the world. However, the population of this city-state is immense. 2. The entire demon sect is a closed city-state, entirely isolated from the outside world. Those within cannot leave, and outsiders cannot enter. The massive dome Shen Mobai had previously observed in the sky resembled a tortoise shell, enveloping all within the demon sect, forbidding entry and exit. Shen Mobai had even exchanged for a minor teleportation talisman, yet it proved useless. He had intended to exchange for a greater teleportation talisman, but its exorbitant cost forced him to abandon the idea temporarily. Individuals like Shen Mobai, who entered through other channels, were rare. Furthermore, those who accidentally arrived at the demon sect must surrender their soul's blood, essentially relinquishing their life. In such a demon sect, one's existence is at the mercy of others, who would willingly come. 3. There were indeed individuals who had previously left the demon sect, but those who did so were either on significant missions or possessed special objectives. Typically individuals of formidable strength whose soul's blood remained within the sect while they were dispatched elsewhere. However, due to various circumstances, these individuals often attracted the attention of righteous sects outside, leading to their pursuit and attacks. Additionally, connections made through secret realms often resulted in misunderstandings, as the demon sect's long-standing devious conduct earned it a reputation as a villainous entity. This was corroborated by the rumors Shen Mobai had heard while at the Hehuan Sect regarding the demon sect. 4. Anyone residing within the demon sect is obliged to fulfill a duty. All adults must contribute blood monthly, and the quantity is far from trivial, no less than 3 large bowls. Previously, Shen Mobai pondered why the faces of the people here appeared so pallid. The answer lay in the monthly bloodletting they endured. It was no wonder their complexions were so ghastly. This also contributed to the malnutrition and unseemly appearances of the male and female cultivators in this place. Moreover, to cultivate, one must offer more blood, thus earning points to exchange for cultivation methods, elixirs, and other means to advance their abilities. This indirectly led to the fact that many cultivators here exhibited psychological irregularities and tendencies toward extremism. Of course, the notion of blood sacrifice was applicable to ordinary individuals. However, for the 3 prominent families within the sect, the constraints were far fewer. With abundant resources and techniques at their disposal, they had little to worry about in terms of insufficient blood offerings. Here, the hierarchy was distinctly delineated. Those of lower rank were obliged to obey those of higher rank. The levels were measured by the quantity of blood sacrificed. For instance, the lowest tier comprised ordinary people, followed by the Shangzi and Shengnu. Above them were the Moz and Mo-Nu, then the Jintong and Yunu. The highest rank was the Blood Demon King, a being of rare occurrence. When Shen Mobai inquired about those ranked higher than the Blood Demon King, the person he questioned merely chuckled and refrained from elaborating, perhaps because he himself was unaware. Shen Mobai soon deduced that such individuals likely perished long ago from their excessive sacrifices, rendering any discussion of rank moot. Here, killing was strictly prohibited, and the consequences for violating this law were severe. One would come to realize that the karmic debt incurred from taking a life must be repaid. As for the nature of the punishment, the respondent tersely replied that such incidents had not occurred in a long time, and if one wished to know, they could simply attempt it. Rest assured, it would not result in a life-for-a-life consequence. Shen Mobai chuckled. He had no intention of courting trouble. After a month of gathering this information, he was left astonished. This peculiar demonic sect was unlike anything he had ever encountered. No wonder he initially sensed something amiss. The evidence confirmed it. This place was indeed odd, exceedingly strange. Fortunately, as long as one did not take the initiative to commit a transgression, no one would seek them out unnecessarily. One day, after Shen Mobai had offered 3 large bowls of blood, he leisurely made his way back to the Zue Xianyage. "The prophet, do you have business today?" inquired a stall owner named Jean, who had lost her husband years ago. Ever since she laid eyes on the exceptionally handsome Shen Mobai, she had taken a liking to him, often trying to ingratiate herself and build rapport. Although she was quite attractive, she was merely an ordinary person. For Shen Mobai, their relationship was purely platonic. "Could you refrain from giving me nicknames? It's embarrassing when everyone calls me that." Shen Mobai replied, exasperated. If they were outside, he might have confronted her. However, given her decent appearance and her status as a mere mortal, he chose not to hold a grudge. After all, resorting to violence against women was not his style. Chapter 95, Pursued by a Woman, Welcoming Guests. Seeing that Shen Mobai had no intention of stopping, Ajun hastily set aside her tasks and hurried to catch up to him. "The prophet, don't go. I have some juicy gossip to share. You won't believe it. I've saved up several spirit stones. How about I patronize your establishment tonight?" Shen Mobai was at a loss for words and had to reiterate, "A few spirit stones? I have enough to fill this place. What do I care about a few? You want to visit the Zue Xianyage? We don't accept spirit stones. The disparity between immortals and mortals is too great. It's a pity you are but a mere mortal." Nevertheless, Ajun was persistent. "This place is small. There are plenty of examples of cultivators and ordinary people coming together. Consider it. I don't mind that you're a duck. Why should you look down on me? If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't even be pursuing you. However, if you marry me, you'll never have to lift a finger. You can just relax. What do you say? Think it over. I'm serious." Shen Mobai finally could not endure any longer and hurried back to the Zue Xianyage. Upon closing the door, he muttered to himself, "What does Hehuan Sect mean by leaving me here all this time? Regardless, I must quickly break through my cultivation and return to Hehuan Zone. And that Xiejian Peng, I will personally tear you apart. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament." As he stewed in his anger, he resolved to continue his training. Currently, there was an abundance of dark energy, while the white energy was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he could still exchange for a perfect nurturing pill. Shen Mobai was not in a rush. Just then, a woman's voice called out, "Shen Mobai, a guest has arrived. Come out and greet them." When he stepped outside, he found Hehuan Sect, her figure captivating, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. The young woman possessed a graceful figure, exuding a blend of purity and allure. Her actions, shy yet her gaze remarkably bold. Slightly less striking than Hehuan Sect, but nonetheless unmistakably knowledgeable. At that moment, the young woman was not shy at all. Instead, she boldly scrutinized Shen Mobai up and down, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. Shen Mobai felt uncomfortable under her gaze, but he understood there was no escaping the situation. After all, he was merely a duck now. What did I tell you? He is the most handsome man in the demonic sect, and it's not an exaggeration. With his looks, he is worth every penny. Hehuan Sect beamed to the young woman. The young woman nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hehuan Sect's statement. "Very well, then we shall adhere to the agreed price. He is yours for tonight." After Hehuan Sect finished speaking, she reached for a vial containing some liquid and, giving Shen Mobai a playful pat on the back, left him with instructions to take good care of the young woman before departing and closing the door behind her. Suddenly, the room was left with just the young woman and Shen Mobai. Shen Mobai awkwardly smiled, unsure of how to proceed, especially since it was his first experience. The young woman smiled back and approached him, disregarding his slight resistance. Eventually, She boldly leaned into his embrace, inhaling deeply the scent of Shen Mobai's body. Sister, it's still daytime. How about we grab a bite to eat first? Shen Mobai tentatively spoke, feeling utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. The mature woman, however, appeared quite composed, smiling as she suggested, "Let's first take a bath and change. After a delightful swim, we can enjoy some wine by candlelight. Time will fly by." Thus, the two embarked on this journey together. Throughout the entire experience, Shen Mobai found himself in a passive role, akin to a novice navigating uncharted waters. It seemed to open a new door for him, revealing a myriad of intriguing games and pleasures that could exist between men and women. Not to mention, he had rather unceremoniously amassed a significant amount of white energy. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 1 point of white energy. Current total, 1,517 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 3 points of white energy. Current total, 1,547 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 45 points of white energy. Current total, 1,997 points. Though it paled in comparison to the white energy obtained from more exquisite women, he appreciated that even the smallest gains were worthwhile. Moreover, he had garnered a wealth of knowledge, as she played the role of a teacher, imparting many lessons to him. Shen Mobai was eager to learn, finding joy in this newfound wisdom. The following day, bid farewell to the mature woman, who affectionately kissed him goodbye and expressed her intent to return, promising to share even more knowledge with him. "So, how did you fare last night? Did you take good care of her?" A sudden voice startled Shen Mobai from behind. Upon realizing it was Invi, he was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to comment. "Did you not notice her limping as she left? There's no need for further discussion." He added, "By the way, could you introduce me to a few more such gems?" With lingering excitement, Shen Mobai spoke, his mind brimming with anticipation for the knowledge he had just acquired. Initially, he had thought that serving someone meant attending to women of less desirable stature. But now he had completely shifted his perspective. The more, the merrier, he thought, and so he boldly requested Usury to bring him more companions. "I would love to find more, but unfortunately, your reputation is rather insignificant." She only agreed to come because we were close friends, Usury replied with a hint of frustration. As a member of one of the 3 great families of the she held sway over all trade, production, and commerce within the sect, especially eager to prove her worth. However, every beginning is fraught with challenges. Why not share your thoughts with me? I might have a solution, but if it comes to fruition, you'll owe me a favor. Shen Mobai proposed, attempting to ensnare her with his words. As for the solution, who could tell if he truly had one? Ranyag's heart leaped at the suggestion, exclaiming, "Do you truly have a plan?" Yet, she quickly regained her composure, pondering, what could a mere foundation-level cultivator offer? "I advise against any tricks. You know my soul is in your hands. A mere thought from me could lead to your demise, and you are well aware of this," Usury warned. Shen Mobai scoffed inwardly. But outwardly he responded, "Of course, Lady Usury, I am fully aware of that. However, the more minds working together, the higher the chance of success. I merely wish to secure a better future for myself, and thus, I stand by your side." After a prolonged scrutiny, I remained skeptical of his words. Yet she found no fault in his reasoning. "Very well, let me share what I know, and we shall see if you possess any insights," she relented. Chapter 96. The Ductile Energy Accumulation Method. I am eager to demonstrate my value. Hence, I must swiftly gain my family's recognition through my own means. This is all I can divulge for now. The most pressing issue is the customer base. How do you propose we resolve this? Usury explained, providing a general overview of the current predicament. "Oh, I see. Your explanation does not differ much from silence," Shen Mobai muttered, before adding, "Customer base? You need to consider what you have and what customers desire." Usury pondered deeply. "What do I have? Currently, I possess the most beautiful and handsome men of the Bodzone, which includes you. But what do customers want? I have no idea." Unable to fathom the desires of potential clients, she turned to Shen Mobai for guidance. He stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding. "Naturally, they seek material indulgence, mental fulfillment, advancement in cultivation, and physical satisfaction. When customers enter, you must ensure they are well catered to, with food and drink. What about elixirs that enhance joy? Surely you must have some of those? As for the rest of the mental and physical aspects, I can handle that. I am confident in my abilities. Upon hearing some of this analysis, Yingui nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insights. Subsequently, she produced an array of food, fine wines, and medicinal pills. Shen Mobai gleefully observed, but soon scoffed. What is this? Even dogs would refuse to eat it. It lacks any spiritual essence. What kind of rubbish elixir is this? It is full of toxins. As the Yingui prepared to retort, Shen Mobai waved his hand dramatically, causing a different selection of food and elixirs to appear on the table. Instantly, Yingui, sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from the ingredients, realized their extraordinary value. Such an abundance of spiritually infused ingredients. These must be highly nourishing. And what kind of elixir is this? I do not recognize it, and it is devoid of toxins? Where did you procure these? Suddenly recalling something, Vanyan's expression shifted. Could these all be from the secret realm you explored? Shen Mobai chuckled. You cannot be serious. I am merely brainstorming ways for you to conduct business. Besides, not everything here is sourced from the secret realm. I won't be giving you all the credit. Ranyan Goi smiled. The matter of the secret realm is behind us. I, at the Golden Core stage, would not be impressed by these items. Let's focus on the next steps. Clearing his throat, Shen Mobai picked up the ingredients and began. This is spiritually infused donkey hide, perfect for concocting Western Ajiao, ideal for women's health and vitality. And this is bird's nest, which I painstakingly acquired. It is excellent for beauty and skin health. He continued to introduce the array of delicacies he had specifically gathered for women, each item a trophy from his exploits in the secret realm. It was precisely this that had angered the guardians of the realm, leading to his pursuit. Who would have thought that these efforts would now bear fruit? Shen Mobai subsequently proceeded to elaborate on the elixirs at hand. This, known as Bimulu, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the senses to an extraordinary degree, amplifying your sensations to a delightful explosion. This one is also commendable, named Hehuan. When both parties consume it, it significantly accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy, allowing for profound cultivation, much superior to those mediocre dual cultivation techniques. This one is particularly impressive, named Pia Piao San, which can induce illusions. Crucially, whatever you desire in your heart will manifest in the dreamscape. Combined with Bimulu and Hehuan, who could possibly resist? Ruan Yingui was astounded, rendered speechless for a long time. These items were simply unheard of, astonishing in their implications. With such a combination, even deities would be ensnared and reluctant to depart. Wouldn't they? The key is that there should be many returning customers. Ruan Yingui seemed to perceive vast wealth beckoning to her. You are quite generous to present these. Do tell. What are your terms? Ruan Yingui eventually responded, inquiring. Shen Mobai chuckled lightly and replied, The reason I am doing all of this is simply to assist you. After all, I shall need your guidance in the future. Of course, do not threaten me with matters regarding soul blood. Otherwise, I would rather see everything burn. Ruan Yingui assured him. There are many methods to control a person. I do not lack in that regard. In this demon sect, no matter how you struggle, you cannot escape the control of the Ruan family. As long as you perform well, returning your soul blood is not impossible. Shen Mobai nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Ruan Yingui, eager to acquire white energy from her. He boldly stated, My conditions are simple. I can offer all these items without charge. But first, you must agree to my request. While I am present, I do not wish for a second Xianggu to appear. After all, I dislike competition, and I can manage 10 or 20 customers. Moreover, I must select my clientele. I do not wish to be sullied by those of inferior quality. By touching the other party, Shen Mobai could discern the purity of their white energy. Impure? I am sorry, but you shall not receive my service. Ruan Yingui smiled. As long as Shen Mobai could handle so many customers, she had no significant objections. After all, it is quality that matters, not quantity. She did not wish for those of low caliber to diminish the prestige of a Cienega. Very well, I agree. Is there anything else? Ruan Yingui readily acquiesced. Additionally, as the proprietress, I require certain skills from you. Would you be willing to impart them to me tonight? Ultimately, Shen Mobai revealed his most desired request. Certainly, it just so happens that I wish to test whether you possess the capabilities you claim to have. Ruan Yingui replied. Shen Mobai had initially considered employing various forms of persuasion, but he was taken aback by Ruan Yingui's willingness to comply so readily. However, he would not refuse a free gift. Furthermore, from his observations, Hehuan Yunguai's provision of white energy would not be insignificant. Naturally, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Thus, the system chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 9 points of white energy. Current total, 2,667 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 21 points of white energy. Current total, 2,877 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 300 points of white energy. Current total, 5,877 points." The following day, a refreshed Shen Mobai was relishing a delicious meal prepared by Zhen. To assist Shen Mobai in establishing a signature offering, Hehuan Yunguai had summoned a Zhen specifically to create culinary delights. After a night of practical assessment, Hehuan Yunguai was profoundly impressed by Shen Mobai's prowess. She not only grew fonder of him, but also entrusted him with various mundane affairs. Hehuan Yunguai then dedicated herself to attracting customers, focusing on sourcing clientele for Shen Mobai. Chapter 97, Mid-Stage 6 Transformations of Nirvana Foundation Establishment. Procuring clients after a night of practical evaluation, Shen Mobai gained much insight. To his surprise, Hehuan Yunguai turned out to be a maiden of virtue. Despite her bold attire and carefree demeanor, she had taken the initiative to establish this unique profession. Shen Mobai had thought her innocence was lost, only to find himself unexpectedly benefiting immensely from her presence. The powerful Yuan Yin of the Golden Core Great Perfection elevated his progress in the Jiao Zhuan Shui Ling de Fa cultivation. Now, Shen Mobai had reached the mid-stage of the 6 transformations of Nirvana Foundation establishment. Currently, Shen Mobai's spiritual consciousness was 32 times that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. With his consciousness fully extended, it could cover a staggering range of 320 li, an exaggeration indeed. Another day passed. "Mobai, it is time to welcome a distinguished guest." Hehuan Yunguai's voice echoed from afar. Shen Mobai dared not be negligent, especially during this time of building reputation and acquiring white energy. "Come in, sister," Shen Mobai called out, directing his gaze toward the woman Hehuan Yunguai had brought. She was petite and charming, her skin as smooth as cream. Although not as beautiful as Hehuan Yunguai, she was still a most pleasing sight. Naturally, Shen Mobai took the enchanting woman's hand, and the system's notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 1 point of white energy. Current total, 6,787 points." Upon hearing this, Shen Mobai subtly nodded in satisfaction. It seems she is quite pure. This is a worthwhile exchange. He then led the enchanting woman into the room. Fine wine and exquisite dishes, along with a variety of functional ingredients, were set upon the table. Shen Mobai directly addressed her. "Sister, you are truly beautiful. I wonder if you have turned 18 this year? Here is a little welcome gift as a token of gratitude for your patronage. Please accept it." The enchanting woman chuckled. "You may call me Sister Yao." "Not bad. You are handsome and eloquent. No wonder Sister Hehuan praised you so highly, and upon meeting you, I find no faults at all." As Sister Yao spoke, Shen Mobai pulled out 10,000 spirit stones. He had plenty of these and considered them exceedingly cheap, as 1 point of black and white energy could be exchanged for 10,000 spirit stones. Now was the time to forge connections and bridge distances. "Wow, brother, what is the meaning of this? I am here to indulge, not to be indulged." Sister Yao expressed her surprise. Shen Mobai explained. "What you mentioned is our establishment's signature service. Every sister who comes to patronize receives it." Sister Yao was intrigued. Today, she had come upon Hehuan Yunguai's recommendation, and having been solitary for quite some time, she could not resist the temptation to visit. Little did she expect to encounter unexpected rewards. "Sister Yao, I see your skin is rosy and radiant. Clearly, you take good care of yourself, but alas, I must admit, I'm not one for flattery. You must try our unique beauty-enhancing elixir. I assure you it will delight you immensely." Seizing the opportunity, Shen Mobai naturally began his scheming. The first step was to win over Sister Yao. Let them be compliant in body and spirit, both inside and out. "Little brother, you truly continue to surprise me." Sister Yao generously praised. "What are you talking about? Soon, I will not only surprise you, but also make you scream." Shen Mobai teased. "And I am no little brother. You must call me Big Brother." "Really? Whether you're a little brother or a big brother? It must be verified." Sister Yao's entire being, even when Shen Mobai spoke to her, had already been explored to its depths. At this moment, she was further stirred, eager to do something. Those who frequently mingle in the duck business know that one must not easily satisfy customers. Otherwise, there will be no returning patrons. Thus, Shen Mobai gently pushed Sister Yao away, turned, and picked up another pill. Sister Yao, this is our Sinigus unique secret medicine, by Mu Lu, which can greatly enhance your body's sensitivity. I assure you, after consuming one, you will never forget that sensation. Sister Yao furrowed her delicate brows. Sister does not casually consume any pills. I can hardly contain myself. Come here quickly. Shen Mobai understood Sister Yao's concerns. In response to her gaze, he picked up a pill and tossed it into his mouth. Then, he held another between his lips and offered it to Sister Yao. Seeing that Shen Mobai had consumed one first, she followed suit and swallowed it. As soon as it entered her stomach, her senses were amplified multiple times. Even the chair she sat on transmitted an extraordinary sensation. Not to mention, Shen Mobai leaned closer. Big brother, I truly cannot hold back. Come quickly, Sister Yao said, her entire being limp, utterly exhausted. Shen Mobai noticed that Sister Yao was on the verge of collapse. Therefore, he hesitated no longer and embraced her. This part omits 100,000 words. Oh, what a revelation. It felt as if she had been reborn. Early in the morning, after rising, Sister Yao sighed deeply. Shen Mobai merely watched, refraining from taking any further action. Had it been another man, he might have rushed forward, eager to engage in something even more enlightening. However, Shen Mobai knew that now was not the time. Acting rashly would only yield adverse effects. It was better to observe patiently. Nevertheless, the fire still needed to be stoked. Sister Yao, I possess Ding Yin Dan, acquired through fortuitous circumstances. Just as Shen Mobai was about to elaborate, Sister Yao rushed over, clearly captivated by the allure of the Ding Yin Dan. The color, flavor, and potency were indeed the legendary Ding Yin Dan. After inspecting it, Sister Yao mused, Good brother, is this a gift for me? Shen Mobai smiled, putting the Ding Yin Dan away. Such a precious item is not easily given away. However, I intend to present it as a reward. Sister Yao was momentarily confused. A reward? What reward? Shen Mobai coughed lightly. I plan to offer this Ding Yin Dan as a reward to the female customer who arrives as the 100th patron. Upon hearing this, Sister Yao, who initially held no hope, suddenly found herself filled with excitement. Really? Then what number am I now? I will reserve the entire venue. Shen Mobai cryptically replied. This does not allow for reservations. And as for your number, I cannot disclose that. It is certainly not yet 100. After a moment's thought, Shen Mobai continued. How about this? I will hang a sign in the hall that will update the count daily, but you will not be able to see it. When it reaches 100, the sign will unveil itself. Sister Yao understood Shen Mobai's intention. This was precisely to keep her and the others in suspense. To obtain the Ding Yin Dan, they would undoubtedly visit daily. As expected, he truly knew how to conduct business. The two engaged in playful banter before Sister Yao took her leave. Watching Sister Yao depart with a triumphant demeanor, Hehuan Sect quietly inquired Shen Mobai, So, how did it go last night? Chapter 98, The Power of Ding Yin Dan. Growing stronger upon hearing Hehuan Sect's inquiry about his success the previous night, Shen Mobai confidently nodded and replied without hesitation. Not much, just over 100. Hehuan Sect was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by over 100? Over 100 what? Shen Mobai, caught off guard, inadvertently revealed that he had earned over 100 white energy last night. He quickly changed the subject and shared the matter of the Ding Yin Dan with Hehuan Sect. You possess such a treasure. The business will undoubtedly flourish. Tonight, you will be quite busy. Shen Mobai smiled nonchalantly. He had truly endured the hardships of lacking white energy. At this moment, he wished to focus solely on earning as much white energy as possible. Why would he ever complain about having too much? So, do you truly have the Ding Yin Dan? The one that preserves beauty and prevents aging? Ultimately, Hehuan Sect could not resist the temptation of the Ding Yin Dan and slowly inquired. At the same time, she secretly regretted not having searched him earlier. Who would have thought that a mere foundation stage cultivator would possess such valuable items? If Hehuan Sect were to die, she would never have imagined it. Of course, I have it, and quite a few more. This is no ist. Shen Mobai assured her confidently. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yingui was overjoyed and unabashedly continued. I have mastered a secret technique called the Swallowing Dragon Formula. How about we practice together now, so you can witness its power? Shen Mobai, grinning, replied, Perfect. I have a taste for it. I wasn't satiated last night, and am eager to see this so-called Swallowing Dragon Formula. Ruan Yingui exclaimed with delight. If this technique pleases you, you must give me a ding yin dan. How about that? Shen Mobai chuckled. That depends on how impressive your technique is. Ruan Yingui vowed. Rest assured, I swear by my golden core stage, Dao heart, that you will be thoroughly satisfied. Shen Mobai chuckled, but did not respond. Together with Ruan Yingui, they returned to the room. Before darkness fell, Sister Yao arrived at Zue Xianyugu, accompanied by another young woman. Observing the girl whom Sister Yao referred to as her sister, Shen Mobai couldn't help but smile to himself. It seems all the effort has finally begun to bear fruit. After his musings, Shen Mobai approached the pair, ensuring not to neglect the guests. Now is a time for reaping the rewards of white energy, and Shen Mobai could not afford to be idle. Fortunately, with his successful foundation establishment, he had regained the vitality of youth. Otherwise, he would have been left lamenting what could have been. However, at present, such trivial matters were no longer a challenge for Shen Mobai. With a casual display of his skills, he could easily captivate them. Subsequently, it was rumored among the female cultivators of the Demon Sect that the secret of the Ding Yin Dan had spread like wildfire. Everyone was eager to obtain this miraculous pill, and it became an absolute necessity. Even the adult female cultivators, who have been waiting in their boudoirs, have adorned themselves with veils or disguised their appearances to frequent the Zue Xianyugu. They indulge in extravagant spending, allowing Ruan Yingui to amass considerable blood essence. Shen Mobai also reaped abundant white energy. The balance of black and white energy gradually increased to an unprecedented level. Consequently, Shen Mobai developed a sense of belonging to the MO zone. This gentle haven has brought him immense comfort. Throughout this time, Shen Mobai has been discreetly gathering intelligence regarding the MO zone and has uncovered some intriguing secrets, which would be deemed an unexpected delight. Thus, a month has quietly elapsed. During this period, Shen Mobai has flourished remarkably, not only befriending numerous enchanting ladies of the MO zone, but also engaging in passionate encounters with them, particularly with the aid of beauty-enhancing elixirs and those that invigorate the body. Shen Mobai has found great satisfaction in his newfound prowess. Both parties learn from each other, fostering deep exchanges and mutual growth. Shen Mobai's soft power has experienced a qualitative leap. With an abundance of mentors, his academic performance has naturally excelled. The current Shen Mobai, in comparison to his former self, has undergone a remarkable transformation. Even his auxiliary organs have become beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He strikes with precision and strength, unwavering and resolute. The reputation of Zue Xianyugu, under the collaboration of Shen Mobai and Ruan Yingui, continues to thrive, yielding a substantial influx of blood essence. Indeed, within the MO zone, the currency of trade is neither spirit stones nor weapons or techniques, but rather the blood that everyone possesses. Sometimes, Shen Mobai finds himself curious about the purpose of such an abundance of blood. What could necessitate so much blood? The MO zone has existed for so long, producing so much blood. Where does it all go? However, the female cultivators are oblivious to this matter, which only heightens Shen Mobai's curiosity. This issue is far from simple. At this moment, in another tea house on the street where Zue Xianyugu is located, a rather handsome young man is listening to a servant reporting below. Young Master Ruan, the Zue Xianyugu is brightly lit from dawn till dusk. The widowed or curious female cultivators of the MO zone flock there. Sometimes there are over 20 visitors in a single night, which is quite extraordinary. Moreover, the fees are exceedingly high, and we have yet to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly. My subordinates estimate that it won't be long before that establishment alone is worth quite a fortune, possibly exceeding what you and your brother possess. At this, the handsome young man referred to as young Master Ruan stood up and silently approached the small servant, slowly speaking. How do you fare with me? The small servant, bewildered, nodded, unsure of young Master Ruan's intent. Young Master Ruan chuckled and continued, You should deliver a kill to him. I believe it would be an excellent idea. Don't you think? Upon hearing this, the small servant immediately collapsed in fear, replying in terror, "Young Master Ruan, while it is true that a killer must assume the obligation of blood sacrifice until death, I have followed you for so long. Please do not send me to him. Even if Shen Mobai were to kill me, Ruan Yungue would undoubtedly arrange for my funeral. This won't work." Young Master Ruan gently placed a finger to his lips, shushing the small servant. "Why do you speak so much? You know I dislike hearing such things. If I were to kill your entire family, it would be your fault." Upon hearing the mention of his family, the small servant promptly silenced himself, bowing repeatedly. "Complete this task. Otherwise, your entire family shall be killed." "Oh, how amusing." Young Master Ruan laughed maniacally, dancing joyfully as he waved his hand, summoning others to drag the small servant away. After enduring a barrage of challenges over this time, Shen Mobai finally enjoyed a brief respite after consuming 2 ding yen dan. It was unavoidable. Even the mightiest ox cannot plow endless fields. A timely pause for rest is conducive to long-term progress. However, the sign in the hall, which had once proudly displayed a number in the 20s, has since been neglected. Shen Mobai also forgot his previous words, and the sign became a mere remnant of former glory. The female cultivators have essentially made Zue Xian Yagu their home, returning daily without concern for counting. Whether there is a sign or not makes little difference, except that this home requires payment. Shen Mobai is certainly no pushover. One day, after consuming Wan Mei Ning Zhan Dan, Shen Mobai concluded his cultivation, reaching the mid-stage of the 7th turn of Nirvana Foundation establishment. His spiritual consciousness is a staggering 64 times that of other cultivators. Based on Shen Mobai's estimates, he should now be able to rival Golden Core stage experts. To what extent he can match them, only a confrontation would reveal. After finishing his training, it was time to return to his primary duties. Shen Mobai possessed the requisite dedication to his work. Sister Yao, Sister Hong, Sister Xiang Nai, and several other sisters and younger sisters. To express my gratitude for your unwavering support during this period, I have prepared a commemorative gift for everyone. Shen Mobai announced to the multitude of women surrounding him. "Little brother, there are gifts too? It's worth it for a sister to be so considerate of you. I don't want gifts. I only wish for you to cherish me more." Chen, stop talking. The effects of the medicine are